Chapter 1. 3,000 Years of Silence. Fellow seekers of the ancient path, before we walk these streets together, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new awakening. A single light powers the furnace. Now 3,000 years of silence ends. The darkness was not empty. In the absolute void of the jade coffin, Wei Tianlong had learned every texture of silence. For 3,000 years, his consciousness had been compressed into a state between waking and the void of cultivation trance, neither alive nor dead, but suspended in a cataleptic sleep enforced by seals carved into the very jade that imprisoned him. He could perceive nothing beyond the faint hum of the suppression array binding his meridians. No light, no sound except the rhythm of his heartbeat, which came once every few days like the tolling of some ancient bell. The suppression array thrummed against his cultivation base with mechanical precision. The array itself was not hostile, it was simply absolute. It compressed his power down to the level of an ordinary human, held every technique he had ever learned in absolute stasis, and most importantly, ensured that his spiritual presence could not broadcast itself into the world. For 3,000 years, Wei Tianlong, the Immortal Emperor who had once commanded the respect of celestial beings, had been reduced to a breathing corpse. Then, the tremors began. They were distant at first, just the faintest vibration transmitted through the stone around his coffin. Wei's consciousness, suspended in that neither state, perceived them before anything else could. The tremors were rhythmic, purposeful, mechanical. Not an earthquake. Something else. Something being used by beings without spiritual cultivation to disturb the earth. The tremors grew closer. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. Time had little meaning in the absolute dark. The rhythm of the disturbance changed, became more frantic, more violent. Whatever was hammering at the stone was growing more aggressive. Wei's mind, observing from its frozen state, began to recalculate probabilities. The sealing array would hold. It was designed by masters to endure for millennia. But the stone around it, if sufficiently damaged. The sound changed. A crack. Actual stone fracturing. The suppression array pulsed, responding to the structural breach, trying to reinforce itself. But the reinforcement could only work if the matrix was intact. Another crack. And another. The tomb trembled. The jade coffin itself groaned. A sound Wei had never heard in 3,000 years of imprisonment. The crack spread. Light, harsh and brilliant, began to seep through the fissure. Wei's consciousness, still trapped in suppressed stasis, perceived the light like an assault. 3,000 years of absolute darkness, and then this sudden violation of photons assaulting his sealed eyes. The suppression array spasmed, trying to adjust for the changed conditions, but the network was compromised. A cascade of failures began to ripple through its structure. The crack widened. Dust poured in, glowing in the external light. The air that seeped through was different from anything Wei had breathed in 3 millennia. It tasted of machine oil, concrete, and something else. Something metallic and strange that he had no frame of reference for. The jade coffin burst open. Wei gasped for air, his lungs suddenly flooded with breath that he had not needed to take in thousands of years. His eyes, not yet functioning properly, perceived only blurs of motion, shapes in the newfound light. His body spasmed as the suppression array, finally ruptured beyond its capacity to maintain coherence, began to collapse entirely. He pushed himself upright, his hands pressing against jade edges worn smooth by time and his own desperate, sleeping struggle. His muscles, unused for millennia, screamed with sensations that bordered on agony and relief in equal measure. The suppression array's final collapse came with a sound like shattering crystal in his mind, and suddenly, for the first time in 3,000 years, Wei Tianlong felt his own power. It was a different power than he remembered. His cultivation base was still there, intact in its preserved state, but it was dormant. Like a fire banked under ashes, it had not extinguished but had cooled to near nothing. He could sense the meridians of his body, could feel the spiritual channels that had once channeled celestial qi the way a master swordsmith feels the grain of legendary steel. But those channels were dry, empty. The qi that had once flowed through them was gone. Wei pushed himself to his feet, his body trembling. He steadied himself on the edge of the broken jade coffin and looked around. The first sensation he could properly process, before his vision had cleared and before his spiritual senses had begun their recovery, was smell. The world smelled of concrete and metal and something sharper that the system would eventually identify as synthetic polymer, the off-gassing of construction equipment plastics and treated materials. There was also the smell of human sweat, of machine oil, of the particular dusty scent of recently disturbed ancient stone. And underneath all of that, so faint that he might have imagined it, the smell of the earth itself, the deep, cold, mineral smell of bedrock that had not been exposed to air in 3,000 years. He had smelled ancient stone before. He had spent 3,000 years enclosed in it. But 3,000 years of confinement stripped away the awareness of smell, and encountering it again in the first seconds of awakening carried an emotional weight that he was not prepared for. The stone smelled like 3,000 years. It smelled like the moment the jade coffin had closed. It smelled like something that had been held in suspension for longer than most human civilizations had existed, now released into a world that had no idea what it was releasing. He breathed it in. Then he breathed in the synthetic air of the construction site, the wholly modern and alien smells of a world that had been built in his absence. The world had changed. The chamber where he had been imprisoned was no longer a chamber at all. It had been exposed to a massive cavern of artificial light and structure. Vast machines of metal and rope hung from impossible heights. Human figures in bright orange armor stood motionless, their eyes wide, their hands slack. They were staring at him. Wei's mind cataloged the scene with the analytical precision that had survived even his imprisonment. The machines were not magical. He could sense that immediately. They were mundane, mechanical constructs powered by something he could barely perceive. Electricity, perhaps, or some refined version of it. The humans wore clothing that spoke of an industrial age far beyond anything he remembered from his last days of consciousness. And their faces held expressions of shock, of disbelief, of primal fear. One of the humans made a sound. It might have been a word. Wei's mind, still recalibrating to the world after 3,000 years of silence, could not parse it. The suppression array's collapse had left him partially deaf to human language. It would take time to rebuild those channels of perception. Another human moved. Then a third. They were backing away from him, their expressions shifting from shock to something that might have been fear or reverence. One of them fumbled with something attached to their armor, a small rectangular object that began to glow with light. Wei, his power returning only in the slowest increment, his body still weak from disuse, knew he needed to move, to understand, to adapt to a world that had become entirely foreign. He stepped down from the broken jade coffin, his feet touching the cold stone floor of the excavation site for the first time in 3,000 years. The sensation of ground under his feet was, unexpectedly, the thing that registered most clearly after the initial chaos of light and sound and sudden aliveness. 3,000 years of having no sensation at all, and then the specific pressure of the balls of his feet against cool stone, the weight of his body distributed across his feet and ankles and legs in the precise physics of standing upright. He had not forgotten this sensation. He had simply not known how much he had missed it until it returned. He stood for a moment, simply noticing the standing. The construction workers watching him saw a strange man emerging from an ancient coffin who had paused to look at the floor. He was re-establishing a relationship with the physical world that had been interrupted for 3,000 years and was now, suddenly, fully resumed. Above him, in the artificial cavern, the bright lights blazed down like the attention of 1,000 suns. And below him, so far beneath the earth that even his recovering spiritual senses could barely perceive it, something ancient and malevolent stirred in its sleep, responding to the disturbance above. The age of silence had ended. The age of awakening had begun. Chapter 2. The world of chi-less beings. Wei Tianlong stood before the humans, taking in every detail. His cultivation training, honed across millennia, taught him that understanding an opponent required reading the smallest signs. And these humans, these strange, armored beings in a world of metal and light, were either going to become allies or threats, possibly both, in sequence. The temporal adaptation system was supposed to activate at this moment. Wei had not thought of it by that name when the sealing was enacted 3,000 years ago. He had called it the temporal evolution matrix, a technique of his own design meant to help him survive the changing ages should he ever awaken. But as he stood in this cavernous excavation site, feeling the system begin to move through his consciousness like a hand opening a sealed book, he understood. The system was more than memory. It was evolution made manifest. The humans continued to back away. One of them, a taller specimen with lines of experience worn into his face like ancient stone, stepped forward with his hands raised in what might have been a gesture of peace or supplication. "Why? You okay?" the man said, in a language that Wei's ears heard as a scramble of confused sounds, but which the temporal adaptation system immediately began parsing. The words resolved into meaning not through his ears, but through something deeper, a direct translation of intent that the system was beginning to perform. Wei's mind processed. The human was asking if he was unharmed. The speaker did not recognize Wei as a cultivator, not yet. He saw only a man emerging from a jade coffin. Strange, yes, but possibly human, possibly rescued. The system informed Wei of all this in the space between heartbeats. I am functional, Wei replied, his voice rough from disuse. The words emerged in the same language the human had spoken, though Wei's own accent was wrong, archaic, marked by an ancient Chinese that had no place in this modern Seoul. But the intent was clear. Your excavation triggered the seal. You have done me an unexpected service. The humans exchanged glances. The one who had spoken first frowned, trying to parse Wei's words. The system continued feeding Wei information. These humans were not trained in spiritual matters. They possessed no qi, no cultivation base, no understanding of what they were actually doing. They were simply tools, construction workers. The system identified them as a class of modern laborer that did what they were told without necessarily understanding the implications. Wei stepped forward, and the humans retreated further. He could sense their fear now, could perceive it the way an ancient predator might perceive the scent of prey. But these humans had something that prevented them from being simple prey. They had numbers, they had tools, and they had something else. They had something that hummed with electricity. Wei's senses, recovering from 3,000 years of suppression, suddenly latched onto the electric current running through the machinery around the site. It was not qi, not by any classical definition, but it was energy moved through matter in a way that bore a superficial resemblance to the flow of spiritual cultivation through meridians. The system immediately began categorizing this new phenomenon, began evolving his understanding of what qi might mean in this changed world. The construction foreman who had spoken first now held his hands more carefully, still raised, but in a manner that spoke more of caution than of greeting. Is anyone hurt? He asked, and Wei understood that the question was not directed at him, but at the other humans. His Chinese, for Wei's understanding was finally catching up with the language being used, was Mandarin, not the Seoul dialect Wei was beginning to process, but close enough that the system could bridge the gap. A siren sounded, an air siren, ancient in concept but modern in execution. Wei's cultivator's senses read it as a danger call, which meant the humans around him understood that something significant had happened. The breaking of a 3,000-year-old seal was, by any reasonable assessment, significant. The foreman turned back to Wei. We need to get you out of here. There's going to be emergency response, police, maybe ambulance, definitely government people. Can you walk? Wei considered the question. His body was not what it had been. 3,000 years of sleep had left his muscles atrophied despite the preservation magic of the jade and the sealing array. But atrophied by normal human standards was still superior to anything these modern people would possess. He took a step, and his legs held. His balance was correct. His body remembered how to move, even if his qi channels were dry as ancient riverbeds. I can walk, Wei said. Where do I need to walk to? The foreman pointed upward, toward the massive structure above them. The building site was a marvel of modern engineering. Steel girders as tall as mountains, concrete supports carved with mathematical precision, all arranged to create the foundation of something that would reach high into the sky. Wei's mind understood it was a building. But no building he had ever known had such proportions, such purposeful symmetry, such complete disregard for the natural flow of the land's ley lines. As they walked, Wei began to sense something deeply wrong about this world. The ley lines were still there, still flowing beneath Seoul's earth. The system confirmed this through his recovering senses. But they were distant, suppressed, covered by layers of concrete and stone and something else. Something that filled every space with its presence and denied the natural flow of qi through the landscape. The entire city, Wei realized, was built atop the suppression of its own spiritual nature. It was as if humanity had gone to war with the earth itself and had won through sheer determination to replace the natural with the artificial. They reached the edge of the excavation site and emerged into the open air. Wei's eyes, still adjusting to modern light, perceived Seoul as a sprawling nightmare of impossible proportions. Towers of glass and steel reached into the sky. The ground was paved with the same concrete that covered the ley lines. Vehicles of a design Wei had never imagined moved in organized patterns along designated routes. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, was light. Artificial, electric, mechanical light. The absence of qi was so profound that Wei nearly fell to his knees from the shock of it. In the ancient world, qi had been as fundamental as air, as water, as the earth itself. In the spiritual centers, in the cultivation sects, in the halls of celestial power, qi had flowed like rivers of light that only cultivators could see. But here, in this vast city of Seoul, there was none. No qi at all. The air itself was spiritually hollow. Wei grasped the shoulder of the construction foreman to steady himself, and the man tensed. afraid that the strange man from the jade coffin was about to collapse on him. "Are you okay? Should we call an ambulance?" Wei looked at the foreman, really looked at him, for the first time since emerging. The man was middle-aged, broad-shouldered from years of physical labor, with lines of kindness and pragmatism written in his face. He had no cultivation base, no spiritual awareness, no knowledge that he was speaking to something that had once commanded the respect of immortal emperors across the celestial realms. "What is your name?" Wei asked, his voice still rough but growing clearer. "Choi Minjun," the man said. "You?" Wei considered giving a false name, some modern adaptation that might allow him to blend in. But the system advised otherwise. Honesty, it calculated, would be more valuable than deception in this first encounter. "Wei Tianlong," he said. "I have been sleeping for a very long time." Choi Minjun's eyes widened slightly, as if something in those words triggered a deeper recognition. But before he could respond, the sound of sirens grew louder. The emergency response was arriving. Wei and Choi watched as vehicles began to pull up to the excavation site, vehicles painted in colors that designated official authority. In that moment, Wei Tianlong understood that the world had not merely changed in 3,000 years. It had fundamentally transformed. And he, the greatest cultivator of the ancient age, was now utterly lost in it. Whatever power he had once possessed, it was meaningless in a world without qi, without cultivation infrastructure, without the spiritual foundation that had defined his entire existence. But he was no longer imprisoned in jade. And that, the temporal adaptation system whispered in his mind, was enough to begin with. Chapter 3. Captured by modernity, the uniformed humans arrived within minutes, their vehicles bearing the characters for emergency response painted in white and red. Wei's recovering perception of the Korean language. The system was accelerating his language acquisition at an exponential rate, identified them as emergency medical personnel and police. They moved with the purposeful efficiency of trained professionals, but their eyes held the same mixture of confusion and concern that the construction workers had displayed. One of the officers, a woman with short dark hair and a serious expression, approached Wei directly. Her hand rested near something on her belt, a small metal device that Wei's enhanced senses immediately recognized as containing elements capable of delivering electric current. A weapon, the system identified, designed to disable through neuromuscular disruption. "Sir, we need you to come with us for evaluation," the woman said in Korean. Her tone was professional, but there was an undercurrent of caution. Wei's enhanced senses read her physiological signs: elevated heart rate, tense muscles, dilated pupils. She perceived him as a potential threat. "I am unharmed," Wei said, continuing in Korean, his accent growing more fluid with each word. The system was like a river of translation and cultural understanding flowing through his consciousness, faster than thought, faster than speech. "I require no medical assistance." "We'll let the doctors determine that," the officer replied. It was not a suggestion. She gestured to two other officers, who moved to flank Wei. The gesture was clear. Compliance would be significantly easier than resistance. Wei considered his options. Physical resistance would be trivial. Even at his current state of reduced power, these humans would be no match for a cultivator of his experience. A simple application of the most basic technique from his vast arsenal would render them all unconscious. But the system advised caution. Harming these humans would create complications that might make understanding this new world far more difficult. Better to cooperate. Better to learn. "Very well," Wei said, and allowed himself to be guided toward the emergency vehicle. The ride to the hospital was an ordeal of modern sensations. The vehicle moved with acceleration and deceleration that spoke of refined mechanical engineering. Through the windows, Wei perceived the true scale of Seoul for the first time. Millions of humans living in close proximity, organized into a civilization of impossible density. Buildings reached toward the sky, streets filled with vehicles, every surface covered with language and symbols that the system was furiously cataloging and translating. The electromagnetic radiation from the vehicle's communication systems was almost nauseating to his recovering senses. The system helped him adjust, helped him understand that what he was perceiving as a kind of static pain was simply the signature of modern technology: wireless communication signals, satellite signals, power lines, all carrying infinitesimal amounts of what might, in extreme generosity, be called qi. At the hospital, Wei was placed in a white room filled with more mysterious technology. Humans in masks and gloves attached various devices to his body: a blood pressure cuff, a device that monitored his heart rate, something that took his body temperature. Through it all, Wei observed with the detached curiosity of a researcher examining new phenomena. A man in a long white coat entered the room, carrying a tablet that displayed information in glowing characters. He introduced himself as Dr. Han Su-hyun, and his manner suggested he was a person of authority in this institution. "Your name is Wei Tianlong?" Dr. Han asked, having received the information from the police. "Where are you from?" Wei considered how much truth to reveal. The system calculated probabilities and suggested that partial honesty combined with plausible ambiguity would be optimal. "I am from the north," Wei said. "I have been in a state of deep meditation for quite some time." "How long?" Dr. Han's eyes narrowed slightly. "How long is quite some time?" "Long enough that the city above has become unrecognizable," Wei replied, which was technically true. "How long was I sealed beneath the construction site?" Dr. Han moved closer, his eyes studying Wei's face with the intensity of someone trying to read a language written in a medium he did not fully understand. "We're going to need to run some tests. Blood work, genetic analysis, perhaps some imaging. You appear to be in exceptionally good condition for someone who's been through what you've apparently experienced. Can you explain how you remained conscious in such conditions?" "My meditation techniques are advanced," Wei said carefully. "They allow the practitioner to suppress the biological need for food, water, and movement for extended periods." It was not a lie exactly. A cultivator in the qi condensation stage and above could indeed survive for months without food or water if properly trained. The Immortal Emperor stage could survive for centuries in a state of suspended animation. A cultivator trapped in suppression arrays specifically designed to enable such survival could maintain consciousness in a state of careful hibernation indefinitely. Dr. Han made notes on his tablet. "I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Wei. Your biology is displaying some remarkable anomalies. Your cellular structures show signs of non-standard cellular division. Your muscle density is higher than anything I've seen in a human specimen. Your nervous system shows patterns that shouldn't be possible. What can you tell me about your background?" Wei met the doctor's eyes. Here was a human who was intelligent enough to perceive that something was fundamentally unusual. The system advised caution but also honesty in measured doses. "I am the product of a family with unusual genetic inheritance," Wei said. "My ancestors practiced physical disciplines that created physiological adaptations. This was several thousand years ago, and those adaptations have been preserved through careful breeding. It was a fabrication wrapped around a core of truth. His ancestors had indeed been cultivators, and cultivation was indeed a form of directed biological transformation that worked across generations. But it was a fabrication that a modern biologist might find more comprehensible than the truth. That Wei himself was 3,000 years old and had been sealed in a jade coffin specifically designed to preserve him unchanged through the millennia." Dr. Han accepted this explanation with visible skepticism, but he did not press further. Instead, he performed a series of physical examinations, took blood samples, and subjected Wei to a series of scanning devices that produced images of his internal structure. Through it all, Wei remained cooperative and observed the reactions of the hospital staff with the meticulous attention of a warrior studying an opponent. By evening, Wei had been moved to a private room in what the staff referred to as the observation ward. The room was comfortable by modern standards, with a bed, a chair, a window overlooking Seoul's nighttime landscape, and a button that could be pressed to summon the medical staff. Wei pressed the button approximately 5 minutes after being left alone. A nurse appeared within moments, moving with professional efficiency. "Is something wrong? Are you experiencing pain?" she asked. "No," Wei replied. "I need to understand the current year. My meditation duration was longer than I initially disclosed." The nurse's expression registered surprise. "It's March 2026. Why? How long were you?" "Thank you," Wei interrupted, having confirmed what he had suspected. 3,000 years. More precisely, 3,026 years, if he was correct about the current calendar system. The nurse left, and Wei moved to the window. Below him, Seoul sprawled in the night, a city of 10 million humans lit by the glow of billions of electric lights. Millions of vehicles moved through streets in organized patterns. Billions of devices transmitted and received information through invisible wireless networks. And beneath it all, untouched by the human civilization that covered it, the ancient ley lines of the land still flowed with power that nobody in this world could perceive or access. Wei placed his hand on the glass and closed his eyes. For the first time in 3,000 years, he tried to meditate. Not to suppress his awareness, not to maintain hibernation, but to connect with the spiritual energy of the world around him. There was nothing. No qi, no spiritual energy, no pathway to cultivation. The temporal adaptation system pulsed in his mind, and Wei understood. He had awakened in a world that had forgotten what he was. More than that, he had awakened in a world where cultivation was no longer possible. where spiritual energy had been replaced by the mechanical flow of electricity, where the entire foundation of his existence, the thing that made him more than mortal, had been erased. This was going to require more than meditation to understand. What struck him most about the hospital room was not the machinery. He had already begun to develop his analysis of the technological paradigm, but the food. A nurse brought him a tray of what the institution called a meal, a bowl of soup with vegetables, a portion of rice, a small container of a cultured dairy product, and a plastic-wrapped package that the system identified as crackers. The items were placed on a plastic tray in a configuration that Wei understood was designed for practical function rather than aesthetic consideration. He ate everything. After 3,000 years of jade coffin preservation, his body had complex nutritional demands, and the meal, while simple, was exactly what it claimed to be. But the eating itself provided an unexpected education. Modern food was uniform in a way that ancient food had never been. The rice had been grown under controlled conditions that produced consistent grain size and flavor profile. The soup had been prepared according to specifications that would be replicated in hospital kitchens across the city tonight, next week, next month. There was something simultaneously impressive and melancholy about this uniformity, the achievement of reliable sustenance made universal, at the cost of the particularity that had made meals in the ancient world profoundly individual. He thought about this. Then he thought about the fact that he was thinking about rice in a hospital bed while recovering from 3,000 years of imprisonment. He found this funny in a way that he had not expected to find anything funny, and the unfamiliar sensation of genuine amusement was, on reflection, also somewhat educational. The nurse who brought his next meal mentioned, casually, that someone had left flowers for him at the front desk. She produced them, a small bunch of wildflowers in a clear plastic cup of water. No note. Wei turned the cup in his hands, wondering who had sent them, understanding that in the modern world, flowers sent without explanation were an expression of something that did not require or desire acknowledgement. They were simply kindness, given into the void, without expectation of return. He placed them on the windowsill and found, looking at them as the Seoul afternoon moved through its light, that they moved him more than almost anything else since awakening. Chapter 4. The Hospital of Instruments. For 3 days, Wei remained in the hospital, subjected to an endless barrage of tests and examinations. The human capacity for creating devices to measure, analyze, and visualize the human body had apparently advanced dramatically in 3,000 years. Machines he had no names for subjected him to radiation, sound waves, electromagnetic pulses, and chemical analysis. Some of the tests caused him discomfort, though he bore it with the stoicism of someone accustomed to far greater suffering. Dr. Han Soo-hyun became an almost constant presence, studying Wei with the intensity of an archaeologist examining the most significant find of his career. On the evening of the 3rd day, the doctor approached Wei with an expression of controlled excitement. "Your results are beyond unusual," Dr. Han said, settling into the chair beside Wei's hospital bed. "I need to ask you some direct questions, and I need you to answer with absolute honesty." "I will answer as truthfully as circumstances permit," Wei replied. "How old are you?" Wei paused. He had known this question was coming, but the precise answer was complicated by the fact that his consciousness had been suppressed during the 3,000 years of sealing. Had he aged? Had time passed for him? From his subjective experience, it felt as if he had spent perhaps a year in the coffin, though he knew rationally that far more time had passed above. "I am approximately 3,000 years old," Wei said finally, though my subjective experience of time during my meditation was significantly shorter. Dr. Han's eyes widened. He made a note on his tablet with shaking hands. "That's not possible. Human biology cannot sustain life for 3,000 years. Under normal circumstances, it cannot," Wei agreed. "My family's practices are not normal. The techniques of meditation and physical conditioning that I have mentioned created fundamental alterations to my biology. Combined with the preservation properties of the jade coffin and the suppression arrays that govern my hibernation, 3,000 years of biological stasis became theoretically possible. Can you explain these techniques to me?" Wei considered the question. The temporal adaptation system ran rapid calculations on probability outcomes. Explaining cultivation techniques to a modern biologist would either result in his immediate confinement in a facility far more secure than a hospital, or it would result in a valuable alliance with someone whose scientific knowledge might help him understand the changed world. The system indicated that the second outcome was more likely if Wei was careful with his revelations. "The techniques are complex," Wei said. "They involve the movement and concentration of biological energy through specific pathways in the body. Modern physiology would not have names for these pathways, as they are not visible through standard anatomical techniques. but they exist. I can demonstrate this, if you would be willing to examine me while I attempt the technique. Dr. Han agreed, with surprising enthusiasm. Over the next hour, Wei attempted to channel what he could of his remaining energy through the meridians that were beginning to recover their capacity. It was difficult. The suppression arrays had left them atrophied, and the lack of ambient qi in the environment made it exponentially harder than it had been in the ancient world. But he managed to produce minor effects: changes in his heartbeat, alterations in his breathing pattern, small fluctuations in his blood pressure and body temperature. Dr. Han watched, fascinated, as the monitoring equipment picked up these changes and displayed them as numbers and graphs. "This is remarkable," he murmured. "Your nervous system appears to be regulating your physiology in ways that shouldn't be possible. You're essentially controlling functions that are normally involuntary. Can you teach me this?" "Not in any reasonable time frame," Wei said. "The training requires specific conditions and a level of dedication that modern education systems would not accommodate. But I can explain the underlying principles if you believe they might be useful." What followed was a series of conversations over the next several days that represented perhaps the greatest breach of secrecy Wei had ever undertaken. He explained, in carefully modulated terms, the basic concepts of cultivation: qi, meridians, stages of advancement, the progression from qi condensation through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He spoke of techniques for gathering and circulating spiritual energy, of methods for breaking through spiritual bottlenecks, of the integration of physical and spiritual development. Dr. Han, to his credit, listened with the focus of a true academic. He asked intelligent questions, probed for details, and made connections to modern neuroscience and physiology that suggested his education was broader than Wei had initially assumed. On the 7th day of Wei's hospitalization, a conversation took place in Dr. Han's private office that changed the trajectory of Wei's integration into the modern world. "I want to propose something," Dr. Han said. "I believe you are genuinely 3,000 years old. I also believe that you possess knowledge of biological processes that could revolutionize modern medicine. But I understand that if this information becomes public, your situation will become extremely complicated. Government agencies will want to study you. Corporations will want to commercialize whatever techniques they can extract from you. Your life as you understand it would effectively end." "Your assessment appears accurate," Wei agreed. "So here is my proposal. I will provide you with cover. You will be released from this hospital as a foreign national with unusual genetic conditions who requires ongoing private medical observation. I will oversee this observation personally. In exchange, you will agree to help me understand the biological mechanisms behind your cultivation techniques. Nothing more public than that, at least initially. Can you accept this arrangement?" Wei ran this through the temporal adaptation system's calculations. The doctor was offering him freedom and protection in exchange for knowledge. The system indicated this was an acceptable arrangement, and Wei found that his intuitive assessment agreed. "I accept," Wei said. Dr. Han smiled, the first genuine smile Wei had seen from him. "Then let me make the arrangements. You're about to become a legitimate resident of modern Seoul, though under circumstances that will probably seem strange to you." The hospital released Wei the next morning with paperwork identifying him as a foreign language instructor taking a sabbatical to study Korean history and culture. It was a cover story fabricated by Dr. Han's connections and refined through a series of phone calls Wei was permitted to overhear. As far as official records were concerned, Wei Tianlong was a visiting scholar, nothing more. But as Wei walked through the hospital's exit into Seoul's bright morning light, he understood that he was something far more precarious than any official record could capture. He was a relic of the ancient world, awakened into a civilization that had forgotten what he was. And the only path forward was to understand this new world well enough to find his place in it. The temporal adaptation system hummed in his consciousness, and Wei felt the first stirrings of something that might have been purpose. He had been sealed away to protect the world from his power. But now, in a world where power had been redefined by electricity and mechanics and information rather than spiritual cultivation, perhaps he could discover what he was meant to become. During his 3rd day in the hospital, Wei was left alone for several hours when Dr. Han was called to deal with an unrelated emergency. He used the time to observe the hospital's internal life through the window in his room's door, a small rectangular pane of reinforced glass that gave a narrow view of the corridor outside. What he observed was an ecology. The hospital corridor was inhabited by multiple species of personnel, each with distinct behaviors, territories, and communication styles. Nurses moved with the purposeful efficiency of people managing many competing demands simultaneously. Doctors moved differently, faster in some contexts, oddly hesitant in others, carrying the particular quality of people who were accustomed to being the final decision-maker in their domain. Support staff moved through the corridors with the comfortable invisibility of people who had learned to be essential without being conspicuous. Patients moved differently from all of them. When patients walked in the corridor, for exercise or for necessity, they moved with the particular quality of people temporarily displaced from their own agency, visitors in a world where others held authority over their most fundamental concerns. Wei recognized, watching them, that he was in the same category. He was a patient, someone whose situation was being managed by others, whose choices were circumscribed by institutional authority, who was dependent on the goodwill of people he had not chosen and could not leave. The parallel to his 3,000-year imprisonment was uncomfortable enough that he spent some time simply observing the corridor rather than dwelling on it. A child, perhaps 8 years old, walked past his door holding a balloon that said something in Hangul. She was walking with the careful, deliberate gait of a child trying to maintain dignity while carrying a large and buoyant object. She looked in through the window and, seeing Wei watching, made a face. Not an unfriendly face, but the spontaneous, experimental face of a child testing the reaction of an unknown adult. Wei made the face back. The child's expression transformed into something between surprise and delight, and she carried her balloon away around the corner. He thought about this for some time afterward. In the ancient world, he had been an immortal emperor, and the expressions he received from those who perceived his power had been uniform in their quality: reverence, fear, calculated deference. None of those things was what a child offered a stranger through a hospital window. None of those things was the simple, mutual absurdity of two beings making faces at each other. The modern world, he was beginning to understand, contained a register of human experience that the cultivation sects had largely suppressed in the name of dignity and advancement. The cultivator who made faces at children was not performing at the expected standard. He was, Wei thought, prepared to underperform. The hospital itself had been a teaching in its own right. 3 days of observation, medical staff, patients, visitors, had given Wei something no ancient text on modern civilization could have offered: direct perception of how ordinary humans navigated illness and vulnerability. He had expected to observe efficiency. He had not expected to observe tenderness. The nurses who took blood samples spoke to their patients with a quality of attention that went beyond professional courtesy. The doctors who delivered unwelcome diagnoses found words that were honest but not harsh, that conveyed truth without abandoning the person receiving it. The family members who visited sat with their sick relatives in the particular quality of presence that Wei recognized from ancient cultivation training. The full, undistracted attention of someone whose most important priority at this moment is the person in front of them. The ancient cultivation world had produced this quality of presence, but it required years of deliberate practice and was considered a sign of cultivation advancement. These people were producing it as an ordinary expression of human care, without any cultivation training, without any spiritual framework. They were doing it because someone they loved needed them to. Wei spent time with this observation. He found it more surprising than almost anything else in the modern world, including the technology. He left the hospital with more questions than he had entered with. This struck him as evidence that his education was proceeding correctly. Chapter 5, Language Blooms. The apartment that Dr. Han arranged for Wei was located in Seoul's Gangnam district, in a building that catered to international residents and visiting scholars. It was small, austere, equipped with furniture and fixtures that Wei found simultaneously baffling and fascinating. Electric lights that turned on and off through switches. A heating system that circulated warm water through pipes in the walls. Something called the internet, delivered through what the system informed him was wireless electromagnetic radiation. More importantly, it was quiet, private, a place where Wei could practice meditation and attempt to understand the changes that 3,000 years had wrought on the world. Dr. Han visited on Wei's second day of freedom, bringing with him several items that he had apparently selected with specific intention. First was a smartphone, a small rectangular device that accessed what Wei quickly understood to be the entirety of human knowledge, organized through something called the World Wide Web. Second was a tablet computer, similar in function but larger. Third were several books, written in modern Korean and focused on the history of Korea from the pre-Han period through the present. "I think you'll find these useful," Dr. Han said, settling into one of the apartment's minimal furnishings. "The history books will help you understand what happened to the world while you were sleeping. The smartphone and tablet have applications that can help you learn the language faster. And I've arranged for your apartment to have a high-speed internet connection, which should allow you to access virtually any information you need." Wei picked up the smartphone, turning it over in his hands. It was surprisingly light, constructed of materials he could perceive as being of modern manufacture. He activated the screen, and it blazed to life with images and text. The system immediately began interfacing with what it recognized as wireless data transmission, pulling in information at a rate that would have been impossible for conventional human learning. "This is remarkable," Wei said, experiencing genuine wonder for the first time since awakening. "This device contains everything?" "Not everything," Dr. Han said, "but most of human knowledge in digital form. More than enough to give you a solid foundation for understanding the modern world. I should warn you, though, you'll also encounter a lot of misinformation, conspiracy theories, and nonsense. Be discerning." Over the following days, Wei devoted himself to learning. The temporal adaptation system, which he was beginning to think of not as a discrete tool, but as an evolution of his consciousness itself, allowed him to process information at rates that would have seemed impossible to modern humans. He could view thousands of web pages in an hour, watching historical documentaries, reading news articles, absorbing the fundamental information about how modern civilization functioned. The picture that emerged was simultaneously heartbreaking and fascinating. The world had moved on. The dynasties Wei had once known had fallen, had been forgotten, had been reduced to historical footnotes. The cultivation sects that had once dominated East Asia had disappeared entirely, leaving behind only legends and myths, their true nature lost to time. Humans had developed technology that replicated some of the effects of spiritual cultivation: flight through mechanical means, communication across vast distances, access to information that would have once required direct transmission from master to student. But they had also forgotten the fundamental truth that spiritual energy permeated existence, that cultivation could expand human consciousness and capability, that there was a reality beyond the physical. All of this had been lost to the modern world. By the third week of his freedom, Wei had absorbed enough of the modern Korean language that Dr. Han commented on the extent of his progress. "Your language acquisition is remarkable," Dr. Han said. "Most adult learners take months or years to reach a conversational level in Korean. You've done it in weeks. The system facilitates rapid integration of linguistic patterns," Wei explained, using the device-based translation tool to verify that his modern Korean phrasing was accurate. "Once I understand the base structure and phonetic system, the rest becomes a matter of application and reinforcement." "This system you keep referring to, is that a biological process? Some kind of enhanced learning technique?" Wei considered how to explain something that he himself did not fully understand. The temporal adaptation system had activated upon his awakening, but its origins predated even his own consciousness. It was a technique of his own design, created millennia ago as a hedge against the possibility of awakening in a radically changed world. But it had evolved, integrated with his consciousness in ways that suggested it was more than a simple technique. It was almost as if the system was alive, as if it was a separate entity that was learning alongside him. "It is a form of meditative enhancement," Wei said finally, "designed to accelerate the integration of new information. It is not something that can be easily taught to someone without my specific biological foundation." Dr. Han accepted this explanation, though Wei could sense that it did not fully satisfy the doctor's curiosity. Instead, Han pivoted to another topic. "I've been thinking about your situation," Dr. Han said. "You cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Eventually, someone will discover that you are not what the official paperwork claims. Before that happens, I think we should establish a more legitimate cover. How would you feel about actually taking up the role of a language instructor? Many international schools in Seoul hire foreign instructors without requiring extensive verification of credentials. If you presented yourself as someone with expertise in classical Chinese and ancient history, you would have legitimate reason to be in the city, legitimate income, and access to a younger demographic that might be more accepting of unusual perspectives." It was, Wei recognized, an elegant solution to what was becoming an increasingly complex logistics problem. If he remained in the apartment indefinitely, someone would eventually become suspicious. But if he had a job, a role, a place in modern society, his presence could be explained through mundane means. The first week of teaching was an exercise in calibration. Wei had taught cultivation disciples in the ancient world, had stood before assembled students in the great halls of cultivation sects, and transmitted knowledge that those students had sometimes waited decades for the privilege of receiving. That teaching had been shaped by enormous power differentials. The student existed in a relationship of total deference to the master. The master's word was truth by definition. The transmission of knowledge was also the transmission of authority. This was entirely different. These students owed him nothing. They had not chosen him. They did not believe he was especially significant. A girl in the third row had spent the first day looking at her phone beneath her desk, which would never have occurred in a cultivation sect, if only because weapons were routinely present, and which Wei found he had no idea how to address. He had no institutional authority. He could not demonstrate power. He had to earn attention. He realized somewhere in the second class, out of his depth in a way that fighting 5 armed men had not made him feel out of his depth. He understood violence. He understood power and its application. He understood the negotiation of status and capability. He did not understand how to make 15 skeptical teenagers care about something they had been told to care about. He solved it by deciding to stop trying to make them care about the subject and instead trying to find what the subject connected to that they already cared about. The student with the phone, it turned out, was obsessively interested in modern Korean popular music. She had never considered that the formal aesthetics of ancient poetry shared structural principles with the compositional techniques of the artists she followed. When Wei traced this connection for her, briefly, at the end of class, she looked at him with the particular expression of someone whose world has just been rearranged. He taught her something that day. More importantly, he learned something. After that, he began every class by finding the connection, the place where 3,000-year-old wisdom reached the specific, personal life of the specific, personal 17-year-old sitting in front of him. It took more preparation than any cultivation training he had ever designed. But it worked. I would accept such an arrangement, Wei said. Though I should note that my expertise in classical Chinese and history is deeper than most language instructors would possess. I may need to conceal the true extent of my knowledge. Just tell them you grew up in an academic family that emphasized classical education, Dr. Han suggested. It's plausible enough that nobody will question it too deeply. Within a week, Dr. Han's connections had arranged for Wei to be hired at Seoul International Academy, an exclusive private school catering to wealthy Korean families who wanted to ensure their children learned English and classical history alongside the modern Korean curriculum. Wei's position was listed as a visiting instructor of classical Chinese language and history, bringing what the brochure described as authentic cultural perspective to the school's humanities program. It was the perfect cover, and it would provide Wei with something that had been absent from modern civilization for 3,000 years, a place where people still respected, studied, and preserved knowledge of the ancient world. On his first day of teaching, Wei stood before a classroom of 20 Korean high school students, ranging in age from 15 to 18. They had been told that their new instructor was a visiting expert in classical Chinese, and they approached the class with the mixture of skepticism and curiosity that characterized students encountering any new educator. Wei looked out at them and saw not just students, but a future that the ancient world had never imagined. These young humans, born into a world of electricity and information, with access to knowledge that previous ages would have considered infinite, represented a new chapter in human development. They had no cultivation, no spiritual awareness, but they possessed something that the ancient sects had prized above all else: the capacity to learn and the resources to support that learning. Good morning, Wei said in perfect, accent-free Korean. I am Wei Tianlong. For the next 2 months, we will be exploring classical Chinese language, literature, and history. Some of what I will teach you may seem archaic. Some of it may seem irrelevant to modern life. But I assure you that the wisdom preserved in these ancient texts remains relevant to anyone who chooses to understand it. Shall we begin? The classroom erupted in whispers as the students exchanged surprised looks. None of them had expected their new teacher to speak Korean with such fluency. By the time Wei opened the first classical text and began explaining the phonetic structure of ancient Chinese characters, the classroom had transformed into a focused space of learning and attention. As Wei taught, he experienced a profound sense of rightness. This was where he was meant to be, not in the hidden cultivation realms, not in the celestial heights, but here, in this classroom, preserving and transmitting the knowledge of the ancient world to a generation that had been born without any awareness that such knowledge existed. The language itself was a form of cultivation. This was not a metaphor. The process of learning classical Chinese required the student to develop a relationship with a radically different way of organizing meaning, a language built on spatial and concrete imagery rather than abstract conceptualization, where every character was a compressed worldview, where the relationship between characters in a sentence was not grammatical, but almost physical, one idea holding another in position the way a hand holds a stone. Teaching a modern Korean teenager to read such a language was teaching them to think in a fundamentally different structure of consciousness. Wei understood, watching his students work through their exercises, that this was why the ancient cultivation sects had required their students to learn classical Chinese even when they were Korean or Japanese or Tibetan. The language was not an obstacle to the knowledge. The language was the knowledge. The specific way classical Chinese organized experience was itself a cultivation technique, a method of training perception that prepared the student for the deeper work of spiritual practice. He did not explain this to his students. They were not ready for it. But he shaped his teaching around it, finding ways to make them feel the difference between thinking in Korean and thinking in classical Chinese as a physical experience rather than an academic exercise. By the end of his second week of teaching, 3 of his students were voluntarily reading ancient texts on their own time. The girl with the phone had been seen in the library studying a classical poetry collection that was not on the syllabus. Wei watched them and thought, this is how cultivation begins. Not with a dramatic announcement of spiritual power, with a changed relationship to meaning. The temporal adaptation system pulsed in his consciousness, and Wei understood. He was beginning to discover his purpose in this new world. He was no longer the Immortal Emperor seeking ascendance. He was Wei Tianlong, language instructor, custodian of ancient wisdom, and perhaps, in some small way, the bridge between the world that had been and the world that was becoming. The smartphone was a gateway, but it was also a puzzle. The temporal adaptation system helped Wei understand the basic mechanics of the device within hours, but understanding the mechanics did not prepare him for the experience of encountering the full scope of human activity that the device contained. He had been warned by Dr. Han about misinformation and nonsense. He had not been warned about the sheer volume and variety of human expression that the internet contained. Wei had expected the knowledge base, had expected to find archives of historical information, scientific documentation, educational resources. He had not expected the videos. People filmed themselves doing everything. Preparing food, with narration that analyzed the preparation in terms of chemical reaction and historical tradition and personal memory. Walking through cities, the camera unsteady, documenting the ordinary progress through a landscape. Playing instruments alone in small rooms, performing for audiences of thousands or millions of people they would never meet. Explaining their feelings about things, about food, about relationships, about ideas, about what it meant to be alive at this particular moment in history. Wei watched these videos for hours on the first night in his apartment, sitting cross-legged on the floor with the smartphone in his hands, the way he would have sat in meditation, but with his eyes very much open. What he was encountering was a civilization's self-documentation, its ongoing attempt to understand itself through the act of showing itself to itself. The ancient world had no equivalent. Ancient cultivation sects produced texts and teachings, objects and practices. But this compulsive, massive, democratic act of human beings saying to the void, here I am, this is what I do, this is what I notice, was genuinely new. And the system processed it with the same methodical attention it gave to everything, and kept producing the same calculation. These beings are trying to connect. In every format, using every technology, at every scale, they are fundamentally trying to reach each other across the gaps that separate them. It was, Wei thought, in some ways the most advanced cultivation practice he had ever encountered. Not because it worked. Most of it did not. Most of the connections people were seeking remained unfound. Most of the reaching was lost in the volume. But because the impulse underlying it was as purely spiritual as anything the ancient sects had ever produced. Chapter 6. The Foreman's Mercy. 2 weeks into Wei's employment at Seoul International Academy, Choi Min-jun appeared at the school's entrance during the lunch period. He was dressed in his work clothes, his face bearing the dust and wear of someone who spent his days engaged in physical labor. Several school security personnel moved toward him, ready to remove this unauthorized construction worker from the premises, but Wei recognized him immediately and intervened. He is my friend, Wei said simply, in Korean perfect enough that even the security personnel understood. Allow him entry. The security officers exchanged glances, then stepped aside. It was the first time Wei had explicitly claimed friendship with a modern human, and he was surprised to discover that the gesture felt appropriate. Wei and Choi met in a private courtyard within the school's grounds, away from the attention of curious students. The courtyard was a small preserved traditional space, an element of the original building's design that the school had maintained as something between a garden and a meditation area. 3 ancient pine trees grew in one corner, old enough that their roots had lifted the surrounding pavement. A stone bench ran along one wall. The pine trees had, Wei could sense, been old enough to have accumulated some spiritual presence. Not as cultivation nodes, nothing as significant as the great trees in the national park, but enough to give the space a quality of age that the rest of the modern school building lacked. He often came here between classes to sit in whatever form of stillness was available to him. Choi looked around the courtyard with the evaluating eye of someone whose professional life required reading spaces quickly. Nice, he said. Quiet. It is, Wei agreed. I find that I need quiet available in the middle of the day, now that I spend my days surrounded by people. Choi gave him the look of someone who finds this obvious. You spent 3,000 years alone. You'd want quiet. This was the quality of Choi Min-jun that Wei found most consistently valuable, the simple, non-dramatic acknowledgement of what was true. The cultivation world had been full of people who treated obvious truths as occasions for elaborate philosophical development. Choi treated them as points of departure for practical planning. "I wanted to see how you were doing," Choi said, his pragmatic manner unchanged by the passage of weeks or by the fact that he was speaking with a being 3,000 years old. "You disappeared from the hospital, and I was wondering if you were okay." The news had some stories about an unusual patient, but nothing specific. "I was taken care of," Wei assured him. "Dr. Han Soo-hyun arranged for my release and has been helping me integrate into modern Seoul. I am employed here, at the school, as a language instructor. Life has become manageable." Choi nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. "Good. I wanted to make sure you had somewhere to stay, someone looking out for you. I didn't know if you understood how the world works now. No qi, no cultivation, no monks in temples with secret knowledge. Just ordinary people trying to get by. I figured you might need some help with that." It was a generous assessment of Choi's own ignorance regarding Wei's true nature, and Wei appreciated it. The foreman had no idea that he was offering assistance to something far beyond ordinary human comprehension. And yet his offer, made from simple human kindness, was genuinely valuable. "You have my gratitude," Wei said. "The kindness you showed me when I emerged from the coffin created a debt that I recognize, even in this changed world. If circumstances arise where I can return that kindness, I will do so." Choi grinned. "Just stay out of trouble. That's how you return kindness to me. And if you ever need a place to go that's not the apartment or the school, my construction site always has work. We're building something big below Seoul, a new foundation beneath the city. If you ever want to understand what modern humans are building, come visit." After Choi left, Wei returned to his teaching duties with something new added to his understanding. The foreman had given him two valuable pieces of information. First, that there was active construction happening beneath Seoul, and second, that the site was of significant scale. The system suggested that Wei should investigate further. A massive foundation project might reveal important information about the geological structure beneath the city, which in turn might provide insight into the location and status of the demonic array that had been the reason for his imprisonment. That evening, Wei made his way to the construction site that Choi had mentioned. It was located in Seoul's central district, not far from the ancient Changdeok Palace. Modern Seoul had been built in layers on top of the ancient city, but there were still places where the boundary between past and present remained visible. The excavation site was indeed massive. Multi-story buildings were being removed to make room for a new underground structure that would serve some function Wei could not immediately determine from observing the construction equipment. But as Wei moved closer to the site, as he circled its perimeter in the darkness of Seoul's night, his recovering senses began to detect something that made his meditation practice of the previous weeks suddenly take on urgent meaning. Beneath the construction site, far below the machinery and the human workers, the demonic array was stirring. Wei could feel it, could sense the pulse of its awareness reaching upward through layers of stone and bedrock. It was distant, suppressed, bound by seals that were still largely functional. But it was waking. Slowly, inevitably, it was beginning to respond to the disturbance of human construction directly above it. And it was responding to Wei's presence. The array had been bound to him 3,000 years ago, bound as both a prison and a responsibility. Even across the gulf of millennia, with his power reduced to less than that of an infant cultivator, the array recognized him. Wei felt the weight of his original purpose settle upon him like a physical force. He had awakened in this world believing he was free, believing his ceiling was an abandonment. But now he understood, his awakening was no accident. The construction work, the jade coffin's location, the timing of his release, it had all been inevitable. The array was calling him. It had been calling him for 3,000 years, and only now, with the seals weakening and the disturbance accelerating, was it able to reach him across the dimensional barriers that had contained both him and it. Wei returned to his apartment that night with a new understanding. This world might lack spiritual cultivation, might lack the infrastructure that had defined his ancient power, but his purpose remained unchanged. He had been sealed to protect the world from the awakening of the demonic array. And no matter what changes 3,000 years had brought, that purpose remained. The question was no longer whether Wei would have to deal with the array. The question was whether modern human civilization, with all its electricity and information and mechanical knowledge, had any defense against an ancient supernatural force that predated cultivation itself. The temporal adaptation system hummed with something that might have been concern, might have been determination. Wei closed his eyes and began to meditate, knowing that the true work was only just beginning. Choi Min-jun had a brother-in-law who ran a small pojangmaka near the Han River. The meeting with the foreman had taken place at a school, which was an environment that Wei understood and was comfortable with. Choi's subsequent invitation to actually eat some real food for once instead of whatever they're feeding you at that school had taken Wei to a different kind of space entirely. The Pojangmaka was a tent restaurant with plastic tables and folding chairs, selling fried foods and alcohol under fluorescent lights, while the Han River's surface caught the glow of Seoul's bridges. Choi had ordered without asking what Wei wanted: bulgogi, tteokbokki, oating soup, a small mountain of pajeon, and had then settled into his chair with the comfortable authority of a man in his element. "You eat," Choi said. "Then you tell me whatever you want to tell me, and I tell you whatever I can tell you, and we figure out if we can be useful to each other." This was a management style that Wei found deeply congenial. The ancient cultivation sects had developed elaborate protocols for introducing people of different power levels, for negotiating the exact degree of deference appropriate to various spiritual rankings, for establishing the terms of any information exchange in advance. Choi's approach, food first, terms after, usefulness as the governing principle, was more efficient than any of that. The food was extraordinary. Wei had eaten institutional food in the hospital, had eaten the careful, academic-tasting Korean cooking that Dr. Han favored, had tried some basic items from the convenience store near his apartment. He had not yet eaten Pojangmaka food, which occupied a different register entirely. Food with history, food that had been refined not by chefs, but by decades of people eating it late at night after long shifts. Food whose excellence was a function of accumulated knowledge rather than formal training. The tteokbokki was spicy in a way that Wei's recovering physical senses found almost overwhelming, a heat that was different from anything the ancient world had produced, built from ingredients that had been unknown in China 3,000 years ago. He ate it anyway, experiencing through the adaptation of his recovering palate a small lesson in what 3 millennia of culinary development looked like from the inside. "You like spicy," Choi observed with satisfaction. "I like things that have intensity," Wei replied. "It is a quality that the ancient world valued and modern life sometimes lacks." "Modern life has plenty of intensity," Choi said, with the matter-of-fact quality of someone who had spent his career doing physical work in complex environments. "It's just distributed differently. Less in a single place, more spread out." Wei considered this. It was, he thought, an accurate description of quite a lot about the modern world. Chapter 7. First contact with modern power. The convenience store was located in Seoul's bustling Gangnam district, one of hundreds of identical establishments that provided everything from instant noodles to household supplies to items Wei could not identify by sight alone. He had entered the store intending to purchase food, both because his human body required sustenance and because he was curious about what constituted nutrition in the modern age. But what he discovered was far more significant than food. Passing by the checkout counter, Wei's recovering senses latched onto something he had not perceived since awakening from his 3,000-year sleep. It was energy. Not chi in the classical sense, not the spiritual power that flowed through meridians and cultivation bases, but something that carried the faintest echo of spiritual presence. The energy was flowing through a device the system identified as a Wi-Fi router, a small metal box that broadcast wireless information throughout the store. Wei stopped, his hand reaching out slowly toward the device. For a moment, he was afraid to touch it, afraid that his perception was incorrect, that he was experiencing a phantom sensation created by hope and desperation. But the temporal adaptation system provided confirmation. There was energy here, genuine energy, carrying infinitesimal amounts of what could only be described as chi. He touched the router. The sensation was weak, barely perceivable even to senses honed by 3,000 years of spiritual cultivation. It was nothing like the rush of chi that would flow through a cultivator's meridians during meditation. It was nothing like the power that had coursed through his body when he stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. But it was there. Energy, flowing through copper and silicon, carrying with it minute traces of what might generously be called spiritual potential. "Can I help you find something?" A clerk approached, concerned that the strange foreign man was intently focused on the store's Wi-Fi router. Wei withdrew his hand from the device. "No," he said. "I was simply admiring the construction of the device. I am interested in modern technology." He completed his purchase of ramen and a bottle of water, then exited the store. But he did not go far. Instead, he found a bench in a nearby park and simply sat, meditating, processing what he had discovered. The temporal adaptation system worked through the implications rapidly. If electricity carried even trace amounts of spiritual energy, then it meant the world was not spiritually dead. It meant that energy flowed through the physical infrastructure of modern civilization in ways that might, with proper understanding and technique, be converted and utilized. The question was whether such energy was sufficient to support cultivation. Could a cultivator actually draw power from electricity the way their ancestors had drawn power from celestial qi? Would the amounts be sufficient for genuine advancement, or would it be mere supplementation? There was only one way to find out. Wei returned to his apartment and spent the night in meditation, attempting to reach out with his recovering spiritual senses not to the natural world or to celestial sources, but to the artificial infrastructure of modern Seoul. The electrical grid, the wireless networks, the signals flowing through the city like an invisible river of information and power. Most of it was entirely mundane, utterly disconnected from any spiritual principle. But there, in the depths of the electrical current, in the quantum behavior of particles moving through conductors, Wei found what he had been seeking. Qi. Not much, not enough to sustain a cultivation base on its own, but present nonetheless. Energy that had spiritual component, power that could be integrated into meditation and technique. By the time the sun rose over Seoul, Wei had achieved a breakthrough in understanding. He had entered the meditation attempting to prove that modern civilization was spiritually barren. He had instead discovered that it was the opposite. Modernity had not eliminated spiritual energy. It had transformed it, distributed it through technology, woven it into the fabric of modern life in ways that the ancient world could never have imagined. The temporal adaptation system pulsed with something approaching excitement. It began evolving immediately, creating techniques that would allow Wei to draw energy from electrical sources, methods for converting wireless signals into cultivable power, ways to integrate modern energy into ancient cultivation methodology. Wei opened his eyes as the first light of dawn touched Seoul's skyline. He had come to this world believing he was powerless, a relic of a forgotten age with no place in modern civilization. But he had been wrong. The world had not abandoned spiritual power, it had simply transformed it. And if Wei could understand that transformation, if he could bridge the gap between ancient cultivation and modern energy, then perhaps his awakening was not punishment or imprisonment. Perhaps it was purpose. The temporal adaptation system sang in his consciousness, and for the first time since emerging from the jade coffin, Wei Tianlong felt the stirrings of something that might have been hope. The convenience store discovery led Wei on an experimental path that occupied his evenings for the next week. He visited 17 different convenience stores across Seoul, each time spending 30 to 40 minutes conducting what the other customers might have described as a very thorough examination of the store's infrastructure. He was mapping the electromagnetic field. Each store had its own particular configuration of electronic devices, specific placement of refrigeration units, wireless routers, security systems, automated inventory tracking. Each configuration produced a distinct pattern of electromagnetic radiation, and within those patterns, distributed with remarkable consistency, were the traces of qi that he had first sensed in the initial store. The consistency was informative. If qi was present in the electromagnetic field everywhere he looked, then it was not an accident or an anomaly of that specific location. It was a property of the technology itself, something about the way electricity moved through these devices, through the copper and silicon and rare earth elements of modern electronics, that produced a spiritual component as a byproduct. Wei bought something at each store. Rice balls, mostly. The Korean convenience store's triangular rice ball, wrapped in seaweed, available in a dozen flavors, was one of the more successful modern food innovations from his perspective. It was portable, nutritionally adequate, precisely portioned, and satisfying in a way that spoke of a civilization that had gotten very good at the logistics of feeding its people quickly and consistently. He was eating one of these outside the 17th store, considering his data, when a pair of high school students stopped next to him to argue about something in their own phones. The argument was good-natured, conducted in the rapid, abbreviated Korean that young people used, references to things Wei's system was still processing, abbreviations that implied shared context, the particular rhythm of people who had known each other long enough that conversations could happen at speed. They glanced at him once, registered him as an adult standing alone outside a convenience store eating a rice ball, and returned to their argument without further attention. Wei watched them walk away still arguing, still comfortable in each other's company, still entirely absorbed in whatever small disagreement was occupying them. He thought about what these two ordinary young people represented. They were living in the first age in recorded human history where the basic necessities, food, shelter, communication, information, were available to them without spiritual cultivation. The ancient cultivation path had always been partly motivated by survival. The person who could cultivate was more capable, more resilient, more able to navigate a world where physical and spiritual dangers were constant. These two had never needed that survival advantage. Their world provided for them through other means. What cultivation could offer them was not survival. It was depth, the capacity to understand existence at a level their technology could not provide. And that, Wei thought, was a much better offer. People forced to cultivate for survival became practical about it, pragmatic, focused on what worked. People choosing to cultivate for depth could approach it with genuine openness, could discover what it actually was rather than just what it was useful for. Chapter 8. Seoul's underground rivers of Qi. The Han River flowed through Seoul's heart, like an artery carrying life through a body. Wei had observed it from a distance during his early days in the city, but he had not truly understood its significance until he stood on its banks at midnight, with the electrical lights of Seoul's skyscrapers reflecting off its dark surface, and extended his recovering senses down into its depths. The ley lines were still there. Beneath layers of silt and modern construction, beneath the boats carrying tourists and the infrastructure of modern commerce, the ancient ley lines of Seoul's geography continued to flow. They were suppressed, contained, forced into channels and patterns that no longer matched the natural spirituality of the land. But they persisted, carrying with them traces of power that had flowed through these channels for longer than human civilization had existed. Wei waded into the river at a location where the bank was isolated, where the lights of the city could not quite reach, and he sat in meditation. The water was cold, carrying the shock of winter temperatures even in spring's early days. But Wei paid the cold no attention. His focus was entirely on the ley lines beneath the water's surface, on the power they carried, on the techniques required to draw that power into his meditation. The process was different from anything his ancient training had prepared him for. In the old world, ley lines had been pathways of pure qi, perceived and accessed by cultivators who had spent years learning the geography of spiritual power. But these modern ley lines, suppressed by concrete and modern construction, required a different approach. They had to be coaxed, enticed, encouraged to flow toward a cultivator rather than simply being absorbed. For 7 hours, Wei sat in meditation in the Han River. The temporal adaptation system evolved with each moment, creating techniques on the fly, adapting methodology from ancient cultivation practices to work with modern suppressed ley lines. By the time dawn came and Seoul began to wake, Wei had managed to draw a measurable amount of power from the Han River's spiritual reserves. It was not much. His cultivation base, shattered and reduced to near nothing by the sealing and the 3,000 years of suppression, had been restored by perhaps a fraction of a percent. In practical terms, it meant he had managed to advance his cultivation by approximately 0.001%. At this rate, it would take him 3 million hours of meditation to restore his power to anywhere near its ancient levels. But it was advancement. It was progress. And more importantly, it was proof that cultivation was possible in this changed world. Wei returned to his apartment as the sun rose, his body exhausted in a way that it had not been since awakening. His muscles ached. His mind felt stretched thin. But his spiritual senses were already beginning to adjust to the work, already beginning to develop the capacity to work with suppressed ley lines without such exhaustion. He spent the day in recovery, eating and sleeping, allowing his body to process what he had pushed it to achieve. That evening, Dr. Han visited, as had become his custom every few days, to check on Wei's physical condition. "You look exhausted," the doctor observed immediately, examining Wei with a clinical eye. "Your heart rate is elevated. Your blood pressure is slightly low. Have you been engaging in strenuous physical activity?" "I have been attempting to practice the meditation techniques I described to you," Wei admitted. "I am attempting to adapt them to the available energy sources in the modern environment." And Dr. Han's eyes narrowed with interest. "And I believe I have been successful," Wei said. "Modern electricity, ley lines, even the electromagnetic signals that carry information through Seoul, all of these contain trace amounts of what I would describe as spiritual energy. It is insufficient for rapid cultivation advancement, but it is not nothing. Given time, the methodology can be refined." Dr. Han settled into the apartment's minimal furnishings, clearly settling in for a longer conversation. "Tell me exactly what you mean by spiritual energy in these contexts. How is it different from electrical energy?" Wei paused, considering how to explain something that lived at the intersection of ancient spiritual knowledge and modern physics. "In my tradition," he said finally, "we understand qi as the fundamental force underlying all physical existence. It is what physicists in the modern world would describe partially through quantum mechanics, partially through thermodynamics, partially through relativity. Electricity is not qi, but electricity is a manifestation of charged particles moving through matter, and at a quantum level, those particles are accompanied by spiritual components that predate the conventional understanding of physics. You're suggesting that consciousness or spirit is tied to quantum mechanics, Dr. Han said slowly. I am suggesting that there is no division between consciousness and physics, Wei corrected. They are the same thing perceived from different perspectives. Ancient cultivators simply understood this at an intuitive level before human civilization developed the mathematical frameworks to describe it scientifically. This conversation led to another series of deeper discussions between Wei and Dr. Han, with the doctor increasingly fascinated by the implications of what Wei was suggesting. If cultivation was indeed a form of technology that worked with the fundamental forces of existence, then perhaps modern science and ancient practice were not opposing frameworks, but simply different approaches to the same truth. Over the following weeks, Wei developed a routine. By day, he taught at Seoul International Academy, working with high school students who had no idea that their language instructor was 3,000 years old, and engaged in an attempt to rebuild his cultivation base in a world that had forgotten such things existed. By night, he would move through Seoul, locating sites with significant ley line presence, meditating at the Han River, attempting to absorb power from electrical infrastructure, and slowly, incrementally, rebuilding his cultivation base. The progress was glacial by the standards of his ancient training, but it was real. His spiritual senses began to recover more quickly. His body adapted to the work. His understanding of how to extract power from modern energy sources deepened with each meditation session. One night, approximately 4 weeks after his first meditation in the Han River, something changed. Wei was meditating in a location directly above one of the underground ley line nexuses when his recovered senses detected a pulse of power moving through the earth. It was not the subtle, continuous flow he had learned to work with. It was a surge, an eruption of energy that could not have been natural. Something beneath Seoul was moving. Wei's eyes snapped open, and he felt his entire body tense. His meditation had been deep enough that he had allowed his normal awareness to fade. Now, pulled back into full consciousness by the disturbance, he understood immediately what he had sensed. The demonic array was pressing against its seals again. Not gently, not like the subtle awakening that Wei had felt before. This was active, violent, the deliberate pressure of a contained force testing its boundaries. Wei stood, leaving the meditation site, and made his way quickly through Seoul's night streets toward his apartment. He needed time to process what he had just experienced. He needed to understand what had changed, what had triggered this sudden escalation in the array's activity. As he walked, the temporal adaptation system provided possibilities. Perhaps his own spiritual activity, his meditation practices, were inadvertently signaling his location to the imprisoned force. Perhaps the escalation was simply part of a natural cycle, the array gradually awakening as it had been always meant to. Or perhaps something else entirely was occurring, some external influence activating the array from outside, using Wei's reawakening as leverage or opportunity. Whatever the cause, Wei understood one thing with absolute clarity. The peaceful period of his integration into modern Seoul was coming to an end. The array that had been the reason for his imprisonment was calling to him, and soon, very soon, he would have to answer. The Han River meditation sessions had a particular quality in the early mornings. Seoul woke gradually, the city's rhythm moving from the deep quiet of post-midnight through the slow reactivation of pre-dawn commuters and then into the full morning flow. Wei had developed the habit of beginning his meditation before any of this activity, sitting in the river in the hours when even the most determined early risers had not yet appeared on the banks. In those hours, Seoul had a spiritual quality that the busy city obscured during the day. The electromagnetic noise was minimal, most devices inactive, the power grid running at its lowest daily load, the wireless networks carrying only the traffic of automated systems. The ley lines beneath the river were more accessible in this reduced noise, like being able to hear someone speak clearly in a quiet room rather than having to shout over crowd noise. Wei developed the practice over the first weeks to a refinement that would have impressed even ancient masters. He could draw from the ley lines with a precision that minimized disturbance, taking only what he needed, in ways that the ley line network could replenish as he drew. This was a critical principle of ancient cultivation ethics, the sustainable draw, the harvest that left enough seed for next season. In the ancient world, unconstrained extraction of ley line power had occasionally caused localized spiritual collapses, areas that became spiritually dead because their ley lines had been overdrawn. Wei was careful to avoid this. He also developed the practice of simply observing, without drawing. Some mornings he would sit in the river and simply extend his perception as widely as he could manage, mapping the spiritual condition of Seoul's underground in the same way a cultivator might map a sacred mountain's energy flows. The map that was developing was complex and fascinating. The city had a spiritual geography that bore no relationship to its physical geography, with concentrations of spiritual activity in unexpected locations, an old cemetery that retained strong ley line presence, a modern data center that had inadvertently created a significant electromagnetic chi hotspot, a school playground where generations of children had brought such concentrated playful energy that the ground had absorbed something. These observations were not strategically useful, exactly. They were simply evidence of a world that had more depth than its surface appearance suggested. The modern city that seemed so spiritually barren to a 3,000-year-old cultivator's initial perception was, on closer inspection, full of the accumulated spiritual residue of millions of human lives, each one contributing infinitesimally to a spiritual landscape that no individual human could perceive, but that Wei's recovering senses could read like a topographical map. Seoul was not spiritually dead. Seoul was spiritually different. And the difference was teaching him something that the ancient cultivation world had not taught him, that the quality of a civilization's spiritual life could not be measured by the presence of formal cultivation practice. It could be measured by the quality of ordinary human experience. The map he was building in his mind of Seoul's spiritual geography had no ancient equivalent. Ancient maps of spiritual geography were topographical. They followed mountains and rivers, marked sacred sites and cultivation nodes, tracked the flows of natural qi through the land. Seoul's spiritual geography was social. It tracked not the land, but the lives lived on it. The places where spiritual residue concentrated were where humans had gathered repeatedly for purposes that required genuine intention. A market street where generations had argued and laughed and transacted. A school where teachers had brought their full attention to students. A small temple where an elderly priest conducted ceremonies that his congregation attended because the ceremonies mattered to them. Each of these places had a character, a specific spiritual signature created by the accumulation of human intentionality over time. Not qi in the ancient sense, not something a cultivator could directly access as power, but something that informed his understanding of the city in ways that purely technical analysis of ley lines would not have. Ancient sacred sites derived their power from natural spiritual geography, sacred mountains, celestial springs, places where the Earth's own qi concentrated through geological features. Modern cities had a different kind of sacred geography, the places where humans had consistently brought their most genuine selves. Cultivation in the modern world, Wei was becoming convinced, would need to learn to work with both kinds of sacred space. The ancient masters had built their practice around natural qi sources because those were what was available and what they understood. The modern world had added something new, the concentrated spiritual residue of human civilization's most authentic experiences distributed across the urban landscape, waiting for practitioners who understood how to perceive and work with it. He thought, one of the first people in a very long time to map both kinds of sacred geography simultaneously. The work was genuinely interesting. Chapter 9. The Shrine Keeper's Daughter. The University Museum occupied a graceful traditional structure on Seoul National University's campus, preserved from an earlier era and repurposed to display artifacts from Korea's distant past. Wei had been invited to the museum by Dr. Han, who had suggested that Wei might find the collection useful for his understanding of Korea's history and spiritual traditions. In truth, Wei suspected that Dr. Han was attempting to expand Wei's social connections beyond himself and the staff of Seoul International Academy, but he had agreed to visit nonetheless. The museum was not crowded during the afternoon hours when Wei arrived. Tourists and students browsed the displays, reading plaques and information cards that attempted to translate the significance of the artifacts into modern linguistic and historical frameworks. Wei moved through the exhibits with the careful attention of someone reading a record written in a language they had almost but not quite forgotten. And then he stopped. The artifact was a meditation jade, approximately 4 inches in length, carved from stone that he recognized immediately as coming from a sacred mountain range far to the north. The craftsmanship was ancient, the technique indicating something from the period roughly 2,000 years before his own time. It was not an object of exceptional power or value, but it was unmistakably the product of a cultivator's hands, shaped with intent and spiritual understanding. Wei stood before the artifact for so long that a museum attendant approached to check if he was experiencing difficulty. It was then that he heard her voice. "It's remarkable, isn't it?" Wei turned to see a woman standing nearby, approximately 30 years old, with the bearing and dress of an academic. She held a tablet computer and wore a museum staff badge identifying her as Dr. Park Soyeon, Department of Korean History. "Yes," Wei agreed, turning back to the artifact. "It is remarkable. Most people who come through here are interested in the weapons or the royal artifacts," Park Soyeon continued, moving to stand beside him. but there are always a few who stop in front of the meditation stones. They seem to sense something, even if they can't explain what. Wei found himself deeply interested in this woman who could perceive the spiritual significance of what was, to most modern people, simply an old rock. "Do you sense something?" he asked. "I do," she admitted. "My family has always been interested in these artifacts. My grandfather was convinced that they had properties beyond the aesthetic, though he never quite articulated what those properties were. I'm trying to understand his beliefs better, which is why I spent the time to study Korean spiritual traditions." The meditation stones kept appearing in his notes. She paused. "I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm Dr. Park Soyeon. I work here as a researcher." "Wei Tianlong," he replied, offering the introduction with the formal courtesy of the ancient world, though he performed it in the modern Korean manner. "I am a visiting instructor of classical languages and history at Seoul International Academy." Park Soyeon's eyes widened slightly. "You teach at Seoul International? That's how I know so much Korean history. Actually, I did my undergraduate work there, and I had an instructor who was absolutely brilliant about classical Korean culture. He inspired me to pursue this path." They talked for nearly an hour, standing before the meditation jade, discussing the history of Korean spiritual traditions, the evolution of Buddhism in Korea, the ancient connection between Korean shamanism and Chinese cultivation practices. Wei found himself sharing knowledge carefully, revealing enough to engage meaningfully with Soyeon's own research without exposing the true nature of what he knew. As they talked, Wei became aware of something that the temporal adaptation system flagged for his attention. Park Soyeon, while not a cultivator, possessed what could only be described as latent spiritual affinity. Her family bloodline carried traces of cultivation heritage, ancestors who had practiced the path, whose spiritual development had left markers in the genetic structure of their descendants. She would never become a cultivator herself, not without specific training and the presence of sufficient environmental qi. But she had the capacity to sense spiritual things, to perceive the presence of power even if she could not access it. And more remarkably, she seemed to sense something in Wei. He watched her eyes, watched the subtle shifts in her posture and attention. She was reacting to his presence in ways that suggested she perceived, at some level deeper than conscious thought, that he was not quite what he appeared to be. "I have a question," Park Soyeon said as their conversation began to wind down. "My family shrine contains several texts and artifacts that seem to relate to what we've been discussing. They're not in the museum. They're family property, passed down through my line. I've been trying to understand them for years. Would you be willing to look at them sometime? As an expert in classical languages and history, your perspective might be valuable." "I would be honored," Wei said, and he meant it completely. That evening, Wei found himself in a traditional hanok house located in Seoul's Bukshin neighborhood, sitting in a preserved shrine room dedicated to what Park Soyeon called the guardians of the old path. The texts in the room were written in classical Chinese, some of them so ancient that they predated even Wei's own time. Soyeon's family, it became clear, had been preserving cultivation knowledge for generations, guardians of wisdom they did not fully understand, preserving it against the day when the knowledge might be needed. They had been preserving it for Wei's return. Wei examined the texts, reading passages that described the construction of the sealing arrays, the binding of the demonic array, the decision to seal an immortal emperor in jade as the ultimate price of protecting Seoul from catastrophe. The texts were written by Wei's contemporaries, by the masters who had worked together to create the seal that had imprisoned him. "My family kept these," Soyeon said quietly. "According to my grandfather's notes, we have a responsibility to preserve this knowledge. He believed that someday, someone would need to understand what these texts contain. He never explained why." Wei stood for a while in silence, looking at the texts he had written in another lifetime, preserved here in a hanok in Seoul by people who had never understood exactly what they were keeping, but had kept it faithfully nonetheless. In the ancient cultivation world, the most important transmissions were always person to person, master to student, cultivation energy passing through physical contact, knowledge conferred through deliberate choice and direct relationship. The texts were secondary. The artifacts were memory aids. What mattered was the living chain. Soyeon's family had maintained a chain without being able to see both ends of it. They had preserved texts whose full significance they did not understand, maintained practices whose meaning they had partially lost, kept a duty whose purpose they had been told about, but could not verify. 3,000 years of faithfulness to an obligation that had never been able to offer them any confirmation that the faithfulness mattered. Wei found himself thinking about the kind of character that required. In the ancient cultivation world, faithfulness was motivated by demonstrated results. Students could see their master's power, could observe the path working, could understand the purpose of each requirement because they were embedded in a tradition that was visibly functional. The reason for duty was obvious. What Soyan's family had done was different. They had maintained duty in the absence of any obvious reason, in the absence of a visible cultivation world, in the absence of any external confirmation that what they were preserving was real rather than myth. They had simply decided, generation after generation, that the preservation was worth doing regardless of whether they would ever understand why. This was, Wei recognized, a form of faithfulness that the ancient cultivation world had rarely required of anyone and had therefore never had occasion to honor adequately. Wei looked at Park Soyan, this woman who carried in her bloodline the legacy of his imprisonment, whose ancestors had been complicit in his sealing. According to every principle of honor and justice that his ancient cultivation had taught him, he should have felt anger. Instead, he felt something far more complex: recognition, gratitude, and a strange sense of homecoming. Your family has honored a duty across 3,000 years, Wei said. That honor reflects greatest credit on them. And now I understand why your grandfather believed this knowledge would one day be needed. You know more than you've told me, Park Soyan said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei admitted. But the full explanation would require a context that you do not yet possess. For now, know that your family's preservation of these texts may ultimately prove to be the most important thing they do in this lifetime. That should be sufficient reason to continue honoring the duty your grandfather understood. As Wei left the shrine that night, he carried with him a photographic copy of Soyan's texts, bound in a modern folder but containing ancient wisdom. More importantly, he carried the recognition that even in this modern age, even in a world that had forgotten cultivation, there were humans who had maintained knowledge, maintained duty, maintained memory of what had been. The temporal adaptation system pulsed with something that might have been satisfaction. Wei had come to Seoul a homeless, powerless relic of the ancient world. Within a matter of weeks, he had found shelter, gained employment, begun rebuilding his cultivation base, and discovered allies whose families had been waiting for him across 3,000 years. Perhaps, the system suggested, his awakening was not an accident. Perhaps it was destiny working according to a pattern he had set in motion millennia ago, but could not fully perceive until now. Chapter 10. The First Test of Strength. The warehouse was located in Seoul's industrial district, far from the gleaming towers of Gangnam, in an area where business was conducted away from the public eye. Wei had been drawn there by his recovering spiritual senses, following the faint signature of cultivated artifacts. He should have recognized the danger. A century of modern life might have dulled the perception of someone born to this age, but Wei's 3,000 years of combat experience should have kept him alert to the possibilities of ambush. He was testing himself, Wei realized. His earlier meditation sessions had been careful, controlled, focused on building power incrementally, but they had not tested his actual capability in a combat scenario. His body had recovered somewhat. His spiritual senses were becoming more acute. But was his ancient training still accessible? Could he still perform the techniques that had made him the most feared warrior in the ancient cultivation realm? The warehouse was abandoned, its contents long since removed, its structural integrity questionable. Perfect for a private test. Wei entered, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that moving too quickly in such spaces risked accidents. He found an open area on the warehouse's second floor, where moonlight came through broken windows, and he began to practice forms. Movements from the most basic of cultivation techniques, flows of power that his ancient training had made as automatic as breathing. His body remembered. His meridians, though depleted and weak, still knew the patterns. The power that flowed through them was negligible, barely perceptible, but it was there. For the first time since awakening, Wei was able to perform something that resembled actual cultivation technique. The pleasure of that recognition lasted approximately 4 seconds before he became aware of the presence of others. They emerged from the shadows of the warehouse with the coordination of trained operatives. 5 figures, moving with the purpose of professional soldiers or assassins. Wei's senses, now alert, immediately began categorizing them. Armed with modern firearms, wearing tactical gear, moving with discipline. Not supernatural threats, but not mundane either. These were people trained in violence, possibly experienced with high-level criminal activity. Wei Tianlong, one of them called out, his voice speaking in Korean, but with an accent that suggested he was trained in multiple languages. Yes, Wei replied, still maintaining his meditation posture despite the clear threat. I am Wei. What do you want? We want information about spiritual artifacts and cultivation techniques, the speaker said. My employer is willing to pay significantly for such information, or willing to obtain it through other means if negotiation fails. Wei stood, moving with the deliberation of someone not in a hurry. His body felt oddly light, despite the 3,000 years since he had last engaged in actual combat. The muscle memory was there, the knowledge of how to move, where to place his weight, how to use an opponent's momentum against them. You cannot afford what my information is worth, Wei said simply. And I do not negotiate with those who attempt intimidation. The speaker gave some signal, and his team opened fire. In the ancient world, Wei would have had multiple options. He could have used his power to deflect the bullets, could have created barriers of spiritual energy, could have disabled the weapons through direct cultivation technique. But in the modern world, with his spiritual base reduced to near nothing and his access to ambient chi minimal, he had only one option: the pure physicality of combat enhanced by 3,000 years of experience. The first shooter expected their target to either run or fall. What they experienced instead was Wei moving with preternatural speed, crossing 10 meters of open warehouse floor in less than a second, disarming the first shooter with a precise application of force that left the firearm intact, but its operator gasping in pain from a shattered wrist. The second shooter was Wei's target before the first had finished falling. Wei moved through their guard, struck with precise control at a nerve junction that left them temporarily paralyzed, and was already moving toward the third shooter before anyone could process what had happened. By the time the initial volley was complete, all 5 operatives were disabled. One had a broken leg. One had a dislocated shoulder. One was unconscious. The last 2 were simply incapacitated by strikes to neural centers that caused maximum discomfort without permanent damage. Wei stood in the center of them, breathing calmly despite the exertion, and waited. "Next time," he said, in the Korean that had become almost natural to him, "choose your targets more carefully. I am not what I appear to be." One of the operatives, the leader who still retained enough function to speak despite his injuries, managed to laugh. "Message received," he gasped. "My employer will definitely want to know about this." Wei left the warehouse, abandoning the operatives to make their own way to medical care. As he moved through Seoul's night, the temporal adaptation system provided analysis. The operatives had been testing him, probing for capability and weakness. Someone in the city's underground economy had recognized that Wei was unusual and had attempted to determine exactly how unusual. The question now was who that someone was, and whether they would pose a greater threat than 5 trained operatives with firearms. Wei did not have to wait long for an answer. The aftermath of the warehouse confrontation lasted longer in his mind than the confrontation itself had. Combat in the ancient world had been governed by clear protocols. Challengers announced themselves. The hierarchy of cultivation stages determined the likely outcome, and the loser either conceded or died in ways that the cultivation community recognized as meaningful. 5 gunmen in a dark warehouse, paid by an anonymous employer, operating outside any framework Wei understood. This was a different kind of threat. Not stronger, not weaker, but different in a way that his ancient training had not prepared him to process entirely. He cleaned the minor cuts from the encounter in his apartment afterward, noting with some interest that his body's recovery was faster than it should have been by ordinary human standards, but much slower than it would have been at his ancient cultivation peak. The accelerated healing was a residual property of his physiology, operating even without a functional chi base to draw from. The ancient masters had understood that cultivation did not just train the body, it transformed it, permanently, at a cellular level that no amount of subsequent power depletion could entirely reverse. Wei was still, even at his reduced state, significantly more than human. He found himself thinking about the 5 men as people, not as threats to be neutralized, not as instruments of an unknown employer, but as people. Someone had hired them. Someone had trained them. They had presumably gone home, or to medical care, and were living lives that intersected with the ordinary fabric of Seoul in ways Wei could barely imagine. The ancient world had produced villains of cosmic scale, cultivators who had turned their power toward destruction and domination, whose crimes were vast, and whose names had echoed through the cultivation realm for generations. These 5 were something smaller and somehow more unsettling. Ordinary professionals doing an ethically questionable job. The system noted, and Wei agreed with its assessment, that this was one of the fundamental differences between ancient and modern evil. The ancient world had concentrated its malevolence into peak cultivators, beings of enormous power who embodied their destructive capacity. The modern world distributed its harmful agency across hierarchies of ordinary people, most of whom were merely following instructions, performing tasks within a system whose full purpose they did not understand. The most effective way to oppose ancient evil was to defeat its embodiment. The modern equivalent was far more complex. He sat with this understanding, cross-legged on his apartment floor, letting the Han River's faint chi signature reach him through the wall, and tried to determine what kind of defender a 3,000-year-old Immortal Emperor was supposed to be in a world that distributed its problems this way. Chapter 11. Park Soyan's investigation 3 days after the warehouse confrontation. Park Soyan invited Wei to dinner at a small restaurant in Seoul's Jongno district. The invitation, delivered through the academic channels via email, suggested that she wanted to discuss the temple texts further. Wei accepted, arriving at the appointed time to find Soyan already seated at a private table in the restaurant's back section. "Thank you for coming," Soyan said as Wei sat. "I wanted to continue our conversation from the shrine, but there's something I need to ask you directly, and it seemed better to do it somewhere other than the museum or the temple." "Of course," Wei replied. "How much do you know about cultivation?" Soyan asked without preamble. "Not from your academic study of classical texts, but from personal knowledge. Because my grandfather left notes that suggest cultivation was not just theoretical. He believed it was a real practice, something that actually worked. He believed that the sealed person mentioned in our temple texts was not metaphorical, but literal. And I think you know something about that." Soyan was looking at him with the particular expression of someone who has already arrived at the conclusion and is asking the question to allow the other person to arrive there with them rather than to obtain information. She was, Wei realized, being considerate. She knew, or suspected enough that the gap between suspicion and knowledge was not the relevant distance. She was giving him the space to choose how to cross it. He had been in Seoul for weeks. He had been careful, cautious, strategic about disclosure. He had told Dr. Han something. He had told no one everything. The ancient cultivation instinct was to maintain leverage through information asymmetry. What you revealed, you could not unreveal, and what was unrevealed remained a potential resource. This was not how he wanted to be with Soyan. The thought arrived with a clarity that surprised him. Not as a strategic calculation, not as an assessment that full disclosure served his purposes better than partial disclosure. Simply, this was not how he wanted to be with this person. She had opened her family shrine to him. She had shared her grandfather's notes. She was sitting across from him in a restaurant in Jongno, asking a direct question with a directness that honored them both, and the thing he wanted to do was the same thing she was inviting. Wei was silent for a moment, considering his response. The temporal adaptation system calculated probabilities, suggested that honesty at this point would be more valuable than continued deception. "Your grandfather was correct," Wei said finally. "Cultivation is a real practice. It involves the cultivation of spiritual energy through meditation and physical technique. The sealed person mentioned in your texts is real. I know of this person personally." Soyan's eyes widened. "How personally?" "Very personally," Wei said. "Personally enough that I am willing to tell you something that would be dangerous for you to know, but which you perhaps deserve to know given your family's role in preserving knowledge about it. Soyan, the sealed person in your family's texts was me. I was sealed beneath Seoul 3,000 years ago to prevent the awakening of an ancient supernatural threat. I remained sealed until construction work accidentally damaged the jade coffin containing me. The restaurant around them continued its ordinary business. Servers moved between tables. Conversations at other tables continued. For Soyan, the entire world seemed to have paused. "You," Soyan began, then stopped, seemingly unable to complete the sentence. "You were sealed. For 3,000 years. And now you're a language instructor. It seems as improbable to me as it apparently seems to you," Wei admitted. "But yes, I have been attempting to reintegrate into the modern world while simultaneously beginning the process of rebuilding my cultivation base from its current state of near-complete depletion." "Why are you telling me this?" Soyan asked. "Because your family's texts indicate a responsibility that extends beyond simple preservation," Wei said. "Your grandfather understood that whoever awakened from the seal would need help, would need context, would need allies who understood both the ancient world and the modern one. You are the inheritor of that responsibility, and I think you need to decide whether you wish to accept it or whether you prefer to return to your academic research without this knowledge." Soyan was quiet for a long time. Her expression cycled through multiple states: shock, skepticism, wonder, concern, and finally, determination. "Teach me," she said finally. "Whatever cultivation is, whatever my family was meant to preserve knowledge for, I want to understand it. I want to help you if I can. The question is not whether I accept the responsibility. The question is what happens next." The chapter continues as Wei explains the nature of cultivation to Soyan, covering the basics of qi, meridians, and the stages of advancement. Soyan absorbs this knowledge with the eagerness of someone who has been waiting for this moment her entire life. As the evening progresses, Wei realizes that Soyan represents something unprecedented, a modern human, born in the age without cultivation, possessing both spiritual affinity and the intellectual capacity to understand the principles at a theoretical level. By the time they leave the restaurant, Wei has made a decision. Soyan will become the first modern student in his attempt to rebuild cultivation civilization. Whether she will be able to actually cultivate without ambient qi remains to be seen. But her willingness to accept the knowledge and the responsibility marks a turning point in Wei's integration into the modern world. As they part ways that night, Soyan asks Wei one final question. What happens when the seal finally breaks? When whatever you were sealed to contain starts to wake up completely? Wei's answer is simple and honest. Then we both find out whether a world that forgot cultivation can survive its return. Chapter 12. The Intelligence Service notices the Korean National Intelligence Service maintains operations across all regions of Korea and maintains intelligence partnerships with nations worldwide. It monitors anomalies, investigates threats to national security, and maintains divisions dedicated to understanding phenomena that do not fit conventional security paradigms. One such division, operating from a nondescript office building in Seoul's Gangnam district, had been quietly tracking the energy readings from Seoul's excavation site for the past several weeks. The readings did not match any known geological phenomenon. They did not correspond to seismic activity, underground water movement, or any other conventional explanation. Lee Jae-sung, the division director, had been studying the readings with growing concern. When a report came across his desk regarding an unusual foreign national who had been hospitalized 3 weeks earlier and subsequently released with minimal documentation, he had made the connection immediately. Pull everything on the construction site excavation, he told his subordinates. Cross-reference with the hospital's admissions records from the week the excavation began. I want to know what emerged from that site. What his team uncovered was a puzzle. The hospital records showed a patient matching no known demographic, released into private care under highly irregular circumstances. The construction site showed energy readings that increased in intensity on the night the excavation broke through to a previously unknown chamber. And the search alerts, triggered whenever certain keywords appeared in surveillance systems or information networks, showed a spike in activity from someone using international hotel internet connections, followed by silence, followed by employment records showing a new language instructor at Seoul International Academy. Lee Jae-sung, looking at these disparate pieces of information, did what an intelligence professional would do. He began to investigate. What the surveillance data could not convey was the quality of what was happening at Seoul International Academy when Wei Tianlong taught. Lee Jae-sung, following his instincts, arranged to observe a class in person before making direct contact. He positioned himself as a visiting administrator from an affiliated school board, which gave him legitimate reason to sit at the back of the room during Wei's advanced classical Chinese literature section with students in their final year. What he observed defied his training's analytical frameworks. The students were not simply learning a language. They were being transformed. Wei taught classical Chinese the way that the most gifted teachers teach any complex subject. Not by presenting the material as something external to be memorized, but by making the student understand that the material was describing something they already knew at a level below language. He read passages from texts more than 2,000 years old, and then turned to a 17-year-old girl who had never considered ancient literature as anything except a subject to be endured, and asked her what the passage was about, and the girl said something quietly that made half the class inhale. He sat in his chair at the back of the room and felt, for the first time since his grandfather had taught him meditation as a child, that he was in the presence of something that was not entirely of this age. He knew cultivation theory. He knew what a master looked like. He had never expected to see one in a high school classroom in Seoul. The investigation led him to Dr. Han Soo-hyun, the hospital's specialist in unusual biological anomalies. A discreet inquiry revealed that Dr. Han had recommended the release of the unusual patient and had subsequently arranged for private medical oversight. Further investigation revealed that Dr. Han had made inquiries regarding employment opportunities for foreign nationals with language teaching credentials. Lee Jae-sung saw the pattern. Someone unusual had emerged from the construction site. Someone had arranged to cover it up. Someone had given that unusual person a job and a place in Seoul society. But Lee Jae-sung, unlike most intelligence officers, had personal context for understanding what that unusual person might be. His family had not been one of the major cultivation sects, but they had maintained knowledge. His grandfather had studied cultivation texts and practiced meditation in the family shrine. Lee Jae-sung himself had limited training in the fundamental techniques, though he had never achieved significant advancement. When Lee Jae-sung finally saw Wei Tianlong in person, conducting a seemingly ordinary language class at Seoul International Academy that he had arranged to observe, he recognized something that most modern humans would never perceive. He recognized power. Not the cultivated advancement of a true practitioner, but the presence of someone who had once been powerful and was in the process of regaining capability. He followed Wei home that evening and waited until the language instructor was alone in his apartment. Then he presented himself at the door with credentials identifying him as an intelligence officer. Wei, unsurprised by this development, the temporal adaptation system had warned him that his presence would not remain undetected indefinitely, invited E inside. "I'm going to be direct," he said without preamble. Something emerged from the construction site at the excavation beneath Seoul. "That something, I believe, is you. You're not what your paperwork claims to be. And I'm willing to bet that you're not the first person from your particular category to exist in this world." Wei offered ET and settled in for what proved to be a lengthy conversation about the nature of cultivation, the reality of spiritual power, and the possibility of intelligence agencies working with beings whose capabilities far exceeded normal human understanding. By the time he left the apartment, near midnight, a tentative alliance had been formed. He would use his intelligence position to provide Wei with protection and resources. In exchange, Wei would provide information about his origins, his capabilities, and his intentions in the modern world. "There will be others," he warned as he left. "Other governments, other organizations, that will eventually discover what you are. When they do, my job will be to ensure that you're protected enough to negotiate from a position of strength rather than desperation." After he left, Wei stood at his apartment window, looking out at Seoul's neon-lit night. The system provided analysis. His presence in the modern world had attracted attention from government intelligence services. This was, in some ways, an expected development. But it also indicated that his period of hidden integration was coming to an end. The sealed power beneath Seoul continued to pulse upward, growing stronger with each passing week. Government intelligence services were becoming aware of his presence. Forces in the city's underworld were testing his capabilities. And somewhere beyond the boundaries of Korea, other powers were undoubtedly beginning to sense the awakening of something ancient. Wei's peace was ending. His true work was only beginning. Chapter 13. The Confession. Choi Min-jun sat across from Wei in a small pojangmaka tent in Seoul's night market, eating roasted meat and drinking beer, and asked the question that Wei had known was coming since their first meeting at the excavation site. "What are you?" Choi asked, his pragmatism apparently overriding any sense of social decorum. "And don't give me the meditation story. I know you're not telling the full truth." Wei, respecting the foreman's directness, provided the full truth. "I am Wei Tianlong, an immortal emperor of the ancient world, imprisoned in a jade coffin beneath Seoul 3,000 years ago as the price of preventing an apocalyptic catastrophe. I was sealed deliberately, as both punishment for arrogance and as the necessary sacrifice to keep a demonic array contained. I remained sealed until construction work damaged the coffin's integrity, allowing me to awaken. My cultivation base was shattered by the sealing and the passage of time, leaving me at approximately chi condensation stage 0, roughly equivalent to a human child spiritually, despite my body being that of an adult male. I have been in the process of rebuilding my power base while simultaneously attempting to understand and adapt to a world that is fundamentally transformed." Choi set down his beer and stared at Wei for a long moment. "That's a hell of a story," he said finally. "It is," Wei agreed. "But it is the truth, insofar as truth can be communicated through language not designed to describe such concepts." "So what do you need?" Choi asked. "And don't say nothing. Everyone needs something." Wei considered the question. "I need allies who understand what I am, but who remain grounded in the modern world. People who can help me navigate circumstances that I cannot navigate alone. Information about the city, about the underground infrastructure, about the construction projects that are disturbing the seals beneath Seoul. And I need people who will tell me the truth rather than what they think I want to hear." Choi grinned. "Then you've got me. And I'll introduce you to people who can help with the rest. The construction site. My company's working on that specifically because someone wanted detailed knowledge of what's beneath the city. Nobody knew what they were looking for. Now I understand they were looking for you. Or they were trying to wake up whatever you were sealed to contain. Either way, I can give you access to that project, can show you what's happening down there." It was the beginning of something that Wei would later recognize as genuine friendship. Not the cultivation-based partnerships of his ancient world, not the formal alliances of celestial politics, but the simple human connection that occurred when one being chose to help another without the expectation of power or profit in return. "Thank you," Wei said. "Don't thank me yet," Choi replied. "Wait until you see what's actually going on beneath the city. Then you can decide whether you want to continue the relationship." Chapter 14. Seoul's hidden spiritual network. Through Choi's connections, Wei was introduced to Seoul's underworld, not the criminal element of violence and theft, but the spiritual underworld where people who sense the presence of ancient power but lacked the capacity to access it directly engaged in commerce and collection. There were antique dealers who possessed artifacts created by cultivators centuries ago, and sold them to wealthy collectors at prices that reflected their spiritual significance rather than their monetary value. There were mystics who had learned to perceive the presence of power in objects even though they could not wield that power themselves. There were people who collected knowledge about cultivation, preserving fragmentary texts and oral traditions, keeping alive the memory of practices that the modern world had forgotten. The central figure of this spiritual underworld was someone known only as the Ghost, though his actual name was Kong Minho, and he was 40 years old and had been involved in the spiritual black market since his late teens. "So you're the one who woke up in the coffin," the Ghost said, studying Wei with eyes that held centuries of accumulated wisdom despite their modern frame. "I wondered when that was going to happen. The seals have been weakening for decades. We've been selling protective talismans to people living above the site, not that they knew what they were actually protecting against." The Ghost operated out of a basement shop that appeared to be an ordinary antique store at street level but contained, in its lower levels, an extensive collection of objects that had been permeated with spiritual energy centuries ago. Cultivation swords that had been wielded by long-dead masters. Meditation stones carved from sacred mountains. Prayer beads that had been blessed by monks whose names had been forgotten. Texts written in languages that predated modern Korean. "We've been waiting for someone to wake up who actually knew what all this was," the Ghost continued. "For 300 years, since cultivation disappeared from the world, we've been preserving fragments of the old knowledge, waiting for either the world to change back to what it was, or for someone to come back who could explain what we were preserving." Wei moved through the Ghost's collection, his recovered senses reading the spiritual signatures of each object. Some of them were remarkably well preserved, still humming with the residual power of their creation. Others had degraded into mere echoes of their original function. Together, they represented a shadow history of Korean cultivation, objects that had survived the forgetting of spiritual practice through the dedication of people who sensed the significance of what they were preserving without fully understanding it. "I can teach your people," Wei said finally, speaking not to the Ghost alone, but to the small group of antique dealers and spiritual enthusiasts that had gathered to witness this meeting. "I can explain what these objects were originally designed to do. I can begin to show you how to access the power that still remains in them. But such teaching requires certain conditions. First, absolute secrecy. Second, commitment to using this knowledge only for protection and personal development, never for acquisition of power over others. Third, willingness to accept that cultivation will evolve in this modern context. It will not simply restore the practices of the ancient world." The Ghost smiled. "You're talking about rebuilding cultivation civilization from scratch in a world that's forgotten it exists." "Yes," Wei said. "That is precisely what I am suggesting." "I'm in," the Ghost said. "And I'll bring my network with you. We've been waiting for this." Chapter 15. Nightly meditation in the city. For the first time since awakening in the modern world, Wei began to take on something resembling a normal life within the city. He maintained his teaching position at Seoul International Academy. He continued his relationship with Dr. Han, their discussions becoming more focused on the intersection of modern biology and cultivation theory. He met regularly with Park Soyeon, beginning her basic training in meditation and spiritual awareness. He developed his alliance with Choi and the construction crews. He established connections with the Ghost's spiritual underworld network. But his nights belonged to Seoul itself. Every evening, after the city's normal business concluded, Wei would move through Seoul's streets, visiting locations chosen by the system for their spiritual significance. On some nights, he would go to Seoul Forest, a restored nature preserve where ancient trees still retained traces of the ley lines that had once flowed freely through the region. On other nights, he would visit the Han River, continuing the meditation practices that had become his primary method of gathering power. On still other nights, he would visit locations where the modern infrastructure of electricity and technology created what he had begun to think of as electronic ley lines, places where power lines and wireless networks concentrated, where the electromagnetic radiation was dense enough to carry meaningful amounts of spiritual energy. The technique of drawing power from electricity had evolved significantly over weeks of experimentation. What had begun as a barely perceptible method of supplementing his meditation had become something far more refined. Wei had discovered that certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation carried more spiritual significance than others. He had learned to position himself at power substations and internet junction points where the energy flow was most concentrated. He had developed meditation methods that allowed him to extract power from wireless signals without requiring physical contact. The experimentation had an unexpected dimension. It required him to think like a modern person. The ancient cultivation tradition had produced techniques of extraordinary refinement for working with natural chi sources, sacred mountain springs, celestial light, ley line convergences, the spiritual signatures of ancient forests. Those techniques, developed over centuries, were precisely calibrated to the qualities of those specific sources. Modern electromagnetic infrastructure had completely different qualities. The ancient techniques, applied directly, produced results that were somewhere between no effect and mild electromagnetic disruption, neither of which was useful. He had to invent. And inventing cultivation technique from first principles, without a teacher, without a lineage, without any tradition to draw on, was something he had not done since his earliest years of practice 3,000 years ago. It was humbling in a way that his ancient self would have found intolerable. His modern self found it clarifying. The moment he stopped trying to adapt ancient technique and started trying to understand the electromagnetic field as a phenomenon in itself, the work began to produce results. The understanding he arrived at was this. Electrical current was qi that had been organized by human engineering into particular patterns of flow. The patterns were artificial, imposed on the natural movement of charged particles by the architecture of circuits and switches and transformers. But the underlying movement, the fundamental tendency of energy to flow from higher concentration to lower concentration, to seek equilibrium, to distribute itself through available channels, that was something he recognized from ancient cultivation theory. The surface form was entirely modern. The deep principle was entirely ancient. Once he saw this, the technique became possible. The knights in Seoul, while working this out, had a particular texture that he returned to later when trying to explain to students what early-stage cultivation development felt like. There was no way to speed the process through intention. The understanding either arrived or it didn't, and the only thing that affected its arrival was the quality of attention brought to the observation. He had spent hours at power substations simply listening, not with his ears, but with his spiritual senses, trying to hear what the electrical flow was doing at a level below what the engineering of it would suggest. Most nights produced nothing. A handful of nights produced observations that, accumulated, eventually became the theory. This was, he understood in retrospect, the genuine texture of cultivation advancement. Not the dramatic breakthroughs that the ancient texts celebrated. Those were real, but they were punctuation, not the work itself. The work was these nights, patient, observant, largely unrewarded in the short term, gradually revealing something real through sheer sustained attention. He thought about what this meant for cultivation theory more broadly, that the fundamental principles of qi movement were not bound to the natural world that ancient practitioners had known, but were more fundamental than any specific environment. This was the most important theoretical discovery of his months in Seoul, more significant in some ways than his practical progress. It meant that cultivation, properly understood, was not a practice dependent on the presence of natural qi. It was a practice rooted in principles that applied to energy movement in any form. It was during these nightly experiments that Wei first began to genuinely enjoy Seoul, rather than simply navigating it. The city at night had a quality that daytime Seoul did not possess. The millions of human lives that layered the city's atmosphere with the particular qi-adjacent quality of accumulated consciousness were still present but quieter, the conscious attention of the day replaced by the different and softer presence of sleep. Seoul sleeping had a spiritual signature that was almost, not quite, but almost, like the ancient sacred groves Wei remembered, the places where human absence had allowed the natural world's spiritual character to emerge. He had also discovered, through weeks of nightly movement through the city, that Seoul had a geography of informal spiritual significance that bore no relationship to the city's formal organization. The places where teenagers gathered to talk and walk late into the night accumulated a particular quality of shared presence that was spiritually distinct from the office districts and shopping areas that daytime Seoul organized itself around. The night food markets, the late-night coffee shops, the small parks where elderly people gathered even after dark. These places had a warmth to their spiritual character that the gleaming commercial architecture lacked. He was learning the city's soul alongside its streets. Not the ancient Seoul that he barely remembered from before his sealing. That city shared a geography, but little else with this one. The modern Seoul that Wei was mapping on his nightly walks was entirely a product of the past century, built by people who had no awareness of cultivation and who had nonetheless created a city with a genuine spiritual character. It was different from any spiritual character the ancient world had known. It was unmistakably itself. He found, late in these walks, that he was developing something he could only call affection. Not for the city as an idea or as a strategic base or as the location of the array problem he needed to solve. For it as a specific place, with specific qualities, whose ordinariness was as interesting to him as its spiritual significance. It was these nightly meditations that first brought him to the attention of the government beyond E. Jae-sung's intelligence division. Electromagnetic disturbances began being reported from various locations across Seoul, places where the normal patterns of power usage were disrupted by the presence of someone engaging in meditation that interfered with the signals. Some nights, entire wireless networks would experience temporary outages. Other nights, power distribution to specific neighborhoods would fluctuate inexplicably. The power company dispatched engineers to investigate. Telecommunications companies checked their equipment. Environmental protection agencies wondered if there was a source of unusual radiation. But none of them could find an explanation, because none of them understood that a cultivator was learning to draw power directly from the electromagnetic infrastructure of modern Seoul. By week 7 of these nightly meditations, Wei had advanced to Qi condensation stage 3. His cultivation base, still shattered compared to its ancient strength, was beginning to show signs of genuine recovery. He could feel his meridians opening, could sense the flow of power through channels that had been sealed and dormant for millennia. Most importantly, he could feel the demonic array responding to his presence. The more power he accumulated, the more aware the array became of him. The pulses of its waking consciousness were becoming stronger, more frequent, more violent. The seals that bound it were beginning to fail more noticeably. Something would have to give soon. The array could not remain sealed forever. Wei could not remain hidden indefinitely. And the modern world would soon have to confront a truth it had spent centuries trying to forget, that there were forces in the universe far more powerful than electricity and engineering, and that the spiritual reality that humanity had abandoned in favor of mechanical progress was about to make a very dramatic return. Chapter 16. The National Park Secret. The oldest continuously maintained forest in Seoul was a protected national park, a place where ancient trees still grew and where the land's natural ley lines had been preserved despite the concrete and construction that surrounded it. The park's accessibility was limited, its inner sanctum reserved for researchers and authorized personnel. Wei obtained authorization from Dr. Han, who had connections to the park's scientific oversight committee, to conduct biological research on the park's oldest trees. In reality, Wei intended to immerse himself in an environment of pure spiritual power, away from the complications of modern Seoul's electromagnetic noise. He spent an entire night in the park's core sanctum, surrounded by trees that had been growing for centuries, their roots deep in soil that had never been disturbed by human construction. The ley lines here were suppressed. Nothing like the free-flowing power of the ancient world, but they were genuine, natural, and far more potent than anything he could access from electricity or wireless signals. For 7 hours, Wei sat in meditation, drawing power from the ley lines, feeling his cultivation base respond to genuine qi for the first time since awakening. The sensation was indescribable. It was like a parched man drinking water, like a cultivator breathing air after drowning, like a being who had been locked in darkness finally seeing sunlight. By the time dawn came and the park began to wake to the sounds of birds and the movement of nocturnal animals returning to their daytime rest, Wei had achieved something significant. He had broken through to Qi condensation stage 3 approaching stage 4. His cultivation base, while still a fraction of what it had been in the ancient world, had begun to achieve genuine stability. More than that, he had made a discovery. The ley lines beneath Seoul had not been completely suppressed. They had been channeled, rerouted, forced into patterns that differed from their natural flow, but they had not been destroyed. The entire city of Seoul was built atop ley lines that still carried power, still flowed with spiritual energy. What Wei had accomplished over weeks of experimentation with electricity and wireless signals would be exponentially accelerated if he could learn to work directly with the ley lines. The implications were staggering. Modern Seoul, for all its lack of knowledge about cultivation, had inadvertently preserved the spiritual foundation of the region. The same construction that had suppressed the natural flow of power had also ensured its preservation beneath concrete and infrastructure. It was as if the city itself had been built on top of a hidden cache of spiritual power, waiting for someone to discover how to access it. Wei emerged from the national park as the sun rose, filthy from a night of meditation in forest soil, his clothing torn from the branches of ancient trees, but spiritually transformed. His power had grown noticeably. His senses had become sharper. And most importantly, he understood now that the modern world had not destroyed the possibility of cultivation. It had simply obscured it. The temporal adaptation system pulsed with a kind of vindication. It had suggested from the beginning that modern civilization and ancient cultivation were not incompatible, that they could be integrated and evolved. Wei's night in the national park had provided proof of this hypothesis. As he made his way back to Seoul's central districts, traveling by bus and then by foot, Wei knew that his hidden period of integration was coming to an end. The array beneath the city was waking more rapidly. His own power was growing more quickly than he had anticipated, and the collision between ancient spiritual reality and modern mechanical civilization was inevitable. When Jae-sung contacted him later that day with news that the government was becoming aware of the energy anomalies in Seoul, Wei was not surprised. The time for secrecy was ending. The time for revelation was beginning. Chapter 17. Jae-sung's Approach. Part 2. The meeting took place in a safe house operated by Jae-sung's Intelligence Division, a nondescript apartment building in Seoul's outer districts where sensitive conversations could occur without surveillance concerns. He arrived with information that Wei had not requested, but that proved crucial to understanding the larger picture of what was occurring in Seoul. Multiple government agencies have become aware of the energy anomalies, he said, spreading documentation across a table. Electromagnetic disturbances, seismic readings that don't match geological patterns, power grid irregularities. Nobody has connected them yet, but they will. And when they do, they'll start investigating, they'll find out about the construction site, and they'll find out about you. What does the government want? Wei asked. Officially? To understand what's causing the anomalies. Unofficially? To determine whether it poses a threat to national security. And more unofficially than that, to determine whether they can weaponize it, he said. There are already discussions at the highest levels about the possibility of harnessing whatever is causing the disturbances as an energy source, or as a weapon, depending on who you talk to. How much time do we have? Wei asked. Maybe 2 weeks, he estimated. Then official investigation will reach critical mass, and we'll have to deal with the consequences. The question is what approach you want to take. Run and hide. Cooperate with the government? Go public with the truth? Those are your basic options. Wei considered each option through the temporal adaptation system's calculations. Running would solve nothing. The array was beneath Seoul, and his duty required him to remain. Hiding from the government would only delay the inevitable. But going public would be unprecedented. It would be dangerous. It would transform everything. But it might also be the most honest approach. We should prepare for the eventuality that this becomes public knowledge, Wei said. We should develop a narrative that explains what is happening in terms that modern people can understand. And we should prepare to offer the government something valuable in exchange for cooperation rather than opposition. What could possibly be more valuable to them than control of whatever supernatural force is awakening beneath the city? He asked. Knowledge, Wei replied. Understanding. The ability to work with spiritual forces intelligently rather than attempting to control them through conventional military means. I am willing to share information about cultivation with the government, with scientific institutions, with anyone who can help me manage what is awakening beneath Seoul. But such sharing must come on my terms, not theirs. He smiled. You're thinking like a diplomat rather than a recluse. That's good. That means you're serious about remaining in this world rather than just trying to survive in it. I am serious, Wei confirmed. This world has been good to me. The people I have met, you, Dr. Han, Soyeon, Choi, the ghost, and his people, they have shown me kindness and respect despite my incomprehensibility to them. I do not wish to leave. I wish to find my place here. Chapter 18. Soyeon's Family Secret, Part 2. Park Soyeon's shrine had become Wei's regular destination, though now his visits were more about teaching than research. In the space of 6 weeks, Soyeon had made more progress in spiritual development than Wei would have expected possible for someone with no innate cultivation base. She could not access significant amounts of power, and her meditation was still crude compared to ancient standards. But her understanding of the theory was sharp, her dedication was absolute, and her bloodline's spiritual affinity was beginning to bloom under proper guidance. I found something in my grandfather's records, Soyeon said one evening, showing Wei an old journal written in careful classical Chinese. It's his analysis of the ceiling. He understood it in remarkable detail. Wei read the journal entries, written in the careful hand of someone who had spent years trying to understand something beyond his capacity to directly perceive. Her grandfather had deduced the purpose of the ceiling arrays. He had understood that someone had been sealed beneath Seoul, and he had left instructions for his descendants to preserve knowledge in preparation for that person's eventual awakening. Your grandfather was a remarkable man, Wei said. He understood without experiencing. He preserved without knowing for certain whether preservation was necessary. His faith in the significance of these teachings was stronger than my faith in the truth that I myself had lived through. What will happen when the seal breaks completely? Soyeon asked. This was the same question Choi had asked, the same question that Jae-sung was asking, the same question that Wei had been avoiding providing a complete answer to. Then we discover whether a world that forgot cultivation can coexist with the forces that cultivation was designed to manage, Wei said finally, and whether we have prepared adequately for that coexistence. How do we prepare? Soyeon pressed. By gathering allies, Wei said. By building a community of humans who understand what cultivation is, what spiritual power means, and how to work with it responsibly. By ensuring that when the seal breaks, there are humans ready to help manage the consequences. You, through your family's preservation work, have already begun this process. But we will need more people. We will need institutions. We will need the government to understand and cooperate. That sounds impossible, Soyan said. It is impossible, Wei agreed. But it is also necessary. So we will proceed as if it is possible and hope that our work is sufficient to prevent catastrophe when the seal inevitably breaks. Chapter 19. The First Tremor, Part 2. 3 days after Wei's night in the national park, seismic sensors throughout Seoul registered an anomalous tremor. It was too deep to be a conventional earthquake, too localized, and repeating in a rhythmic pattern that geological events simply did not produce. The news media called it unusual. Geological agencies said they were investigating. But Wei knew the truth. The demonic array was pressing against its seals with intention, no longer a passive presence, but an active force attempting to break through its containment. That same night, Wei stood in the Han River, meditating in the location he had first sensed the ley lines, and he felt the array's consciousness more clearly than he ever had. The presence was ancient, malevolent, hungry. It had been bound for 3,000 years, its power constrained, its nature denied expression. Now that the seals were weakening, now that another cultivator had awakened to sense its presence, it was fighting toward freedom with everything it possessed. Wei understood, in that moment, the true nature of what had been sealed beneath Seoul. It was not simply a demon or a supernatural creature. It was a manifestation of chaos itself, power without form, intention without morality, existence without purpose except to propagate itself and consume everything in its path. And it had been bound to him, created by him, in some sense, or at least shaped by the battles of his youth that had attracted forces from the deeper planes of existence. The temporal adaptation system provided historical context. In his ancient life, Wei Tianlong had been arrogant enough to challenge forces that should not have been challenged. In his pride, he had created or attracted the entity that would eventually be called the demonic array. The sealing had been punishment, yes, but also necessity. And his awakening in the modern world was not accident. It was consequence finally working itself out across 3,000 years of time. I understand now, Wei said aloud, speaking to the array through the ley lines that connected him to it. You call to me because I created you. I answer because I must. When the seals break, we will face each other as was always meant to be. The array's response was a pulse of power so intense that it caused the Han River to freeze momentarily, ice crystallizing across its surface for a 10-meter radius, then melting again as the power dissipated. Wei opened his eyes. The peaceful phase of his integration into Seoul had ended. Everything that followed would be response to the array's awakening and preparation for the final confrontation that was approaching inevitably. He had 2 weeks, if E. Jae-sung's estimate was correct, before the government's investigation reached critical mass. He had perhaps a month before the array seals failed completely. In that time, he had to 1. Prepare the government for the revelation of cultivation's reality. 2. Accelerate his own power development enough to handle the array's emergence. 3. Gather and train allies who could help manage the catastrophe that was approaching. 4. Reconcile his duty to Seoul with his desire to remain in this modern world. The temporal adaptation system calculated odds of success. They were poor. But Wei Tianlong had spent 3,000 years in a jade coffin, sealed by forces that had deemed him necessary to sacrifice. He had emerged in a world that had forgotten what he was, with a power base shattered and useless. He had learned that cultivation was possible using electricity and ley lines. He had found allies in a civilization that should have been utterly alien to him. Poor odds had become his specialty. Chapter 20. Arc Cliffhanger. The Choice, Part 2. Wei stood atop the rooftop of Seoul International Academy, looking out over the city on a night when the sky was clear enough to see stars. The Lotte World Tower, the city's tallest building, gleamed with electric light in the distance. Behind him, the building where he had begun to teach was dark and empty, but in a few hours, students would arrive for another day of classes. The Han River flowed through the city, carrying power that most humans could never perceive. Beneath the city, ancient ley lines channeled energy that modern Seoul's construction had tried but failed to suppress. And far below those, in chambers carved from stone millennia ago, the demonic array continued to press against seals that were failing with each passing day. The temporal adaptation system had calculated the full scope of what was coming. In approximately 2 weeks, the government investigation would reach critical mass and confront Wei directly. In approximately 1 month, the array seals would fail completely. and Wei would have to make a choice that would define not just his future, but the future of millions of humans living in Seoul. The choice was simple to state, but impossible to answer. Should he remain in Seoul and face the array, risking catastrophe, but preserving the lives of those who had come to matter to him? Or should he leave, allowing someone else to deal with the consequences, ensuring his own survival, but abandoning his purpose? Wei knew what the answer had to be. The moment he had felt the array's consciousness pressing upward, the moment he understood that his purpose in the modern world was the same as his purpose in the ancient world, he had known. He would stay. He would face what was coming. He would either succeed in preventing catastrophe, or he would fail trying. But in that moment, standing alone on the rooftop of a building in a modern city, Wei Tianlong felt something that the ancient world had never taught him to feel. He felt afraid. Not of the array, not of the power required to contain it, not of the fight that was coming. He felt afraid of loss. Afraid of failing the people he had begun to care about. Afraid that his presence in Seoul would bring not protection but destruction. That his awakening would doom the city he was trying to save. The system advised against dwelling on fear. But the system was not human. The system did not understand what it meant to stand before millions of lives that depended on your choices, to understand the magnitude of the burden you carried, to recognize that a single mistake could destroy everything. Wei made his decision in that moment. Not to leave, not to hide, but to face forward, to prepare as best he could, to gather allies and resources, to build defenses and knowledge and understanding, to ensure that when the array finally broke its seals, Seoul and its inhabitants would be as ready as possible. The decision had a specific quality. It was made not as the Immortal Emperor calculating optimal strategies, but as a person who had been changed by 6 weeks in Seoul. The Immortal Emperor version of this decision would have been about managing power dynamics, about ensuring favorable conditions for the inevitable conflict, about optimizing the use of his cultivation capabilities for maximum effect with minimum waste. The changed version was simpler and less strategic. He had found people he did not want to lose. He intended to keep them. Dr. Han, who would sit in his office at the hospital after their late-night conversations with a distracted look on his face that Wei had come to recognize as the look of a person rearranging their entire conceptual framework for the 3rd time in a week. Soyeon, who would sometimes stop mid-sentence when reading the ancient texts because something she had found in them connected to something she had been trying to understand for her entire academic career, and the expression on her face in those moments was worth more than anything Wei could have purchased with ancient cultivation resources. Choi, who would show up at Wei's apartment with leftover food from his brother-in-law's pojangmaka because you're too thin for someone who supposedly survived 3,000 years in a box. Who brought intelligence reports and stayed for 3 hours discussing the philosophical implications of spiritual power in modern political theory. The ghost, whose 40 years of faithful, uncomprehending preservation of knowledge that he could not even read had demonstrated a commitment to something larger than personal understanding that Wei found more impressive than most of the celestial practitioners he had known. These were the people he was choosing to stay for. The array was the reason he had been awakened, but they were the reason he was choosing to remain. And choosing to remain for a reason beyond duty felt, to a being who had spent 3,000 years reduced to nothing but duty, like the beginning of genuine life. He did not tell any of them this. He simply descended from the roof, returned to his apartment, and began planning. It was not the choice of the Immortal Emperor he had been. It was the choice of Wei Tianlong, language instructor, ally of modern humans, bridge between ancient and modern worlds. It was the choice to matter in a world that had forgotten what mattering looked like. And with that choice made, Wei turned away from the skyline and descended back into the building, ready to face whatever came next. The first arc of his awakening in Seoul was ending. The greater challenges were only beginning. End of Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Chapter 21. The Underground Cultivation League word travels differently in underground networks than it does in the formal structures of modern society. Where governments and corporations move through official channels and procedures, the spiritual underworld of Seoul moves through whispered conversations in antique shops, coded messages in online forums dedicated to ancient artifacts, and careful introductions between people who sense that they share an understanding of something beyond the ordinary. By the time Lee Jae-sung completed his preliminary government investigation and Wei began preparing to surface the truth about his nature, the Ghost Network had already organized a gathering. It took place in a section of Seoul subway tunnels that had been sealed to public access, a space designated for historical preservation and off-limits to normal train traffic. It was perfect for a meeting that needed to occur beyond the notice of modern Seoul's constant surveillance. The assembly numbered approximately 75 people, drawn from across the Ghosts Network. Some were antique dealers who had spent decades handling objects created by ancient cultivators without understanding their true significance. Others were spiritual practitioners and mystics who had maintained traditions passed down through families, watered-down versions of cultivation practice that no longer worked because the modern world lacked sufficient environmental qi. Still others were simply people who sensed something missing from the world, people who understood intuitively that there was more to reality than what modern science and technology could explain. Wei had made his way through Seoul's subway system in the hours before the gathering, and the journey itself had been an education in how this underground world perceived spiritual matters. He had paused at a stall selling meditation crystals near Jiangbakgung Station, listening as the vendor explained to a customer that the crystals were energized by ancient techniques. The vendor's description was fragmented, imprecise, and largely incorrect, but the underlying intuition was right. The crystals did carry residual cultivation energy from the hands of practitioners long dead. That a modern merchant could perceive this, even incompletely, suggested that humanity had not entirely lost its connection to spiritual reality. Wei had spent the hour before the assembly in the sealed tunnel, walking its length in the dark with his spiritual senses extended, reading the space. The tunnel had been out of active use long enough that the human presence in it had faded to background. Residual traces of the workers and engineers who had built it, nothing more recent. The stone itself was Seoul's bedrock, the same geological formation that underlay the ley lines he had been working with above. The tunnel had been chosen by the ghost for practical reasons. Accessible from the subway network, secure from surveillance, large enough for the assembly. Wei had agreed for a different reason. Sealed tunnels and enclosed stone spaces had a spiritual quality that no amount of modern construction could eliminate. They resonated with the ancient tradition of underground cultivation chambers, the hidden spaces where cultivation had always been conducted away from ordinary interference. Standing in the dark of the tunnel before the lamps were lit, he had allowed himself to feel the full weight of what he was about to do. Not the responsibility, which he had been carrying since the jade coffin opened and which had become familiar. Something more specific, the irreversibility. Once he began teaching cultivation formally, once he transmitted genuine practice to students who would develop and teach in turn, there was no undoing it. He had paused in the center of the tunnel, in the dark, and experienced what it meant to be the person who was about to begin teaching cultivation to people who had no framework for what they were about to learn. In the ancient world, teaching cultivation had been a transmission within a tradition. Student came to teacher knowing that cultivation existed, knowing the basic framework, needing only the specific guidance and energy transmission that the teacher would provide. What Wei was about to do was nothing like that. He was beginning from before the framework. He was not transmitting within a tradition. He was founding one. The responsibility of this had a weight that he felt physically in the minute before the first lamp was lit. Then the first lamp was lit, and the assembly began to gather. Wei stood before the assembly in the sealed tunnel, illuminated by lanterns that the ghost's people had brought, surrounded by stone walls that had not seen human presence in more than a century. He looked at each face in turn, reading in them the same thing he had read in the construction workers, in Dr. Han, in Park Soyan. The longing of people who sensed a door but had never been given a key. Thank you for coming. Wei began, speaking in classical Korean that the system had helped him master over the past weeks. I understand that most of you know I am unusual. The ghost has, I believe, implied that I possess knowledge of practices that the modern world has forgotten. That is an accurate assessment. I am here to offer you the chance to learn those practices. But before I explain what I am offering, I need to be clear about what I am asking in return. He paused, allowing the significance of the moment to settle over the assembly. What I am asking is this: trust in practices that defy the conventional understanding of how the world works. Commit to meditation and physical technique that will produce no visible results for months, possibly years. Accept that what I teach you will transform your perception of reality in ways that will make your life fundamentally more complicated. And most importantly, swear that you will never use what you learn to gain power over others, but only to develop yourself and protect those who cannot protect themselves. There was murmuring in the assembly. A man near the front, broad-shouldered, with the scarred hands of someone who had spent years in physical labor, raised a question. Teacher, what do you mean by practices the modern world has forgotten? We've all heard the old stories of qi cultivation, but those are legends. Can you show us something real? Not just words. Wei regarded the man for a moment. He was a martial arts instructor. The system informed him. Someone who had spent his life developing physical capability and who had always sensed that there was another dimension to the practice he had never been able to access. He deserved an honest answer. Wei raised one hand and allowed the minuscule amount of qi he had recovered to flow into his palm. Nothing visible happened. But the air around his hand became charged, became thick with potential, became something that everyone in the tunnel could sense even if they could not name it. The martial artist inhaled sharply. Several others made involuntary sounds of recognition. One elderly woman near the back began to weep quietly, her hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence. That, Wei said, lowering his hand, is what I am offering to teach you. What you just sensed is the smallest, most preliminary expression of what cultivation practice can develop over years of dedicated work. The path is long, the work is demanding, and the rewards are not power but wisdom, the capacity to understand the world at a depth that most humans never access. Is that sufficient reason to commit? The response was not unanimous, but it was genuine. 23 people committed that evening, pledging to follow the practice Wei would teach them. The others, while respectful, were not yet ready for the demands of genuine cultivation training. The ghost watched from the back of the assembly, a faint smile on his face. He's going to rebuild cultivation in Seoul, he said quietly to one of his lieutenants. Not restore it to what it was. Rebuild it, new, using this world's materials. It's going to be remarkable to watch. The lieutenant, a woman who had been with the Ghost's network for 12 years, and who had spent most of that time moving artifacts of uncertain provenance through networks of equally uncertain legality, watched the man in the center of the tunnel room for a long moment. How do you know he's real? She asked. It was a question she had been holding since the beginning. I don't know for certain, the ghost said. I know that what he just did with his hand changed the air in this tunnel in a way that I have been looking for my entire life and never found before tonight. I know that his Chinese is classical in a way that no modern person speaks. I know that when I showed him the artifacts last week, he recognized 3 of them in ways that would only be possible if he had personally used them. And I know that every piece of the intelligence I've gathered over 20 years of this work has pointed toward this exact kind of person eventually appearing. Is that certainty? No. Is it enough to commit to? He paused. Yes. The lieutenant was quiet for a moment. Then, what happens if you're wrong? Then I've wasted however much time it takes to find out, the ghost said. But I've spent 20 years maintaining the possibility of being right. I'm not going to refuse it when it's standing in front of me just because I can't prove it isn't a very sophisticated fraud. He paused again. Also, the air in this tunnel changed. Frauds can't do that. The lieutenant nodded, apparently satisfied. She stayed for the rest of the assembly. Over the following weeks, Wei began teaching the most fundamental basics of cultivation to groups drawn from the Ghost's network. He taught meditation techniques adapted for the modern electromagnetic environment. He explained the structure of meridians and qi channels, using models of human anatomy that modern science had made available. He demonstrated, through careful application of what little power he had recovered, that spiritual cultivation was real and tangible. The early sessions were conducted in the Ghost's antique shop, in the hours after the street-level business closed, and the building settled into its own particular evening quiet. Wei would sit in the center of the room surrounded by artifacts that hummed with accumulated centuries of spiritual resonance, and his students would sit around him in a rough circle, learning to breathe correctly, learning to feel the flow of energy through their bodies, learning to distinguish between the physical sensation of oxygen moving through lungs and the much subtler sensation of spiritual energy moving through meridians. Some people dropped out, unable to accept the cognitive dissonance between their previous understanding of reality and what Wei was describing. But more remained, their curiosity driving them forward, their intuitive sense that something profound was being offered overriding their skepticism. By the end of the 3rd week, Wei had a core group of 17 individuals showing genuine aptitude for cultivation practice. They were not advancing quickly. The lack of ambient qi in the modern world made progress glacial compared to the ancient times, but they were advancing. Slowly, carefully, the first modern cultivation sect was beginning to form in the sealed tunnels and back rooms of Seoul's underground. The teaching process in those early weeks had a quality that Wei found himself returning to later, when the academy was established and the formal cultivation programs were running. In the sealed tunnel, with lantern light and stone walls and a few dozen people sitting in approximate meditation, there had been no institutional structure to hide behind. He could not present himself as an authority figure supported by credentials and a building. He could only present what he was, someone who knew a thing and was trying to share it. The people in the tunnel had not automatically trusted him. They had tested him, had asked difficult questions, had pushed back when explanations felt unsatisfying. An elderly woman who had kept a shrine to her family's meditation practice for 60 years asked him why, if qi was real, she had never managed to access it despite a lifetime of trying. A young man who had been studying every available text on spiritual practice for 5 years asked why the techniques he had found worked partially, but never to the extent the text described. Wei had answered honestly. The world had changed in ways that made the old techniques inefficient. The texts had been written for a world with abundant ambient qi. The modern world required modification. He was still learning what those modifications needed to be, and what he was teaching them was not the complete ancient practice but the beginning of what would eventually become the modern practice, developed together by people who were willing to experiment and observe results honestly. The elderly woman had listened to this, had considered it, and had said, "So we are building something new, not recovering something old." "Both," Wei said. "The foundations are ancient, but the building is new." She had nodded, satisfied with this. And then she had asked him to explain the breathing technique again, more carefully this time. The question stayed with Wei across the following days in a way that the more dramatic questions did not. In the ancient world, there had been no distinction between recovering something old and building something new, because the cultivation tradition had been continuous, each generation inheriting an unbroken chain from the generations before, each teacher transmitting to students who would transmit in turn. There had been no building. There had only been receiving and extending. What he was doing in the sealed tunnel, with lantern light and a dozen uncertain people and the bedrock of modern soul beneath him, was genuinely new. He was not transmitting an inheritance. He was founding one. And the difference between those two things was the difference between arriving somewhere and setting out. In the ancient world, he had never set out. He had been born into an existing tradition, had received everything needed to advance, had stood on a foundation built by thousands of predecessors across thousands of years. Even at Immortal Emperor stage, even wielding power that could reshape valleys and redirect rivers, he had been standing on those predecessors. The humility this required had never been apparent to him at the time. He had experienced himself as powerful, not as inherited. Here, in the dark, with these 17 people who were learning to breathe correctly for the first time, the inherited ground had been removed. There was no tradition. There was only what he knew and what they were willing to try. The meditation pillows were cheap, purchased from an online retailer. The incense was wrong. The ambient qi was so thin that he could barely feel it even with a cultivator's sensitivity. And yet the woman had asked him to explain the breathing technique again, more carefully this time. And that request, small, patient, fully committed, was exactly the thing that ancient practitioners who had everything had sometimes lacked. Necessity. The willingness to understand something completely because you could not borrow the result from a stronger teacher. Real practice, not transmission. He had explained the breathing technique, more carefully this time. Chapter 22. The Ghost Proposition. 3 weeks into his underground teaching, the ghost made Wei a formal proposition. They were sitting in the back room of the antique shop, surrounded by artifacts that hummed with the residual power of centuries-old cultivation. The ghost had poured tea from a pot that he claimed had been touched by a cultivator 300 years ago, and Wei had confirmed this was true. The ceramic retained a faint imprint of the hands that had shaped it while in a meditative state. "I want to offer you institutional support," the ghost said without preamble. He was the kind of man who had spent his life operating in spaces where directness was a virtue, where careful circumlocution cost more than it was worth. "Right now, you're running a series of informal classes in sealed subway tunnels. That's fine for secrecy, but it's not sustainable long-term. What you need is a place. A building with legitimate cover, equipped for training, accessible to your students, but secure from casual observation. I can provide that. I can also provide financial resources, infrastructure, and manpower to support whatever you're building. What do you want in exchange?" Wei asked, having learned that nothing in the modern world came without calculated cost. "A share of the knowledge," the ghost said. "Not for personal power seeking. I swear that on my family name. But I want to understand what you're building. I want to help shape it. And I want to ensure that whatever cultivation revival happens in Seoul, it happens in a way that respects the people who've been preserving the knowledge while the world was forgetting it. My network has done the thankless work of guardianship for centuries. I want that work to be honored." Wei studied the ghost. His real name was Kong Minho, 40 years old, a man who had spent 20 years in the spiritual black market out of genuine reverence rather than profit motive. He had given up more lucrative criminal paths specifically because the work of preservation felt sacred to him. The system confirmed what Wei's cultivator intuition already perceived. This man was trustworthy in the specific way that mattered most. Not trustworthy in the sense of being incapable of deception, but trustworthy in the sense of being genuinely committed to the thing he had dedicated his life to. "I accept," Wei said. "On one condition. You commit to supporting legitimate cultivation development once the government becomes aware of what I am." If you're involved in my teaching, you need to be prepared to explain that involvement to official authorities. Already prepared, the ghost said, pulling out documents that registered his shop as a historical preservation organization, his network as researchers into pre-modern Korean practices, and his proposed building project as a private cultural institute. I've been setting up the legal frameworks for this for months. I believed you would awaken. I'm a spiritual practitioner, not a cultivator, but I believed. My faith gets to be vindicated. He spread the documents across the table. The organization was called the Seoul Foundation for Ancient Cultural Studies, and it had legitimate non-profit status, a board of directors composed of academics and cultural figures, and a stated mission focused on preserving traditional spiritual knowledge from ancient Korea and China. It was thorough, comprehensive, and completely genuine in its stated purpose. Within days, a building had been purchased and preparations began. It was located in Seoul's Jeonnyogu district, a 5-story traditional modern hybrid structure that appeared to be a private academy from the street, but contained, in its depths, meditation chambers, training rooms, artifact preservation areas, and living quarters for dedicated students. The architectural renovation took 2 weeks and was performed by construction workers who believed they were building a private research institute. The meditation chambers, with their specialized acoustic properties and subtle spiritual configurations, were designed by Wei himself and constructed by workers who followed specifications without understanding their true purpose. The cover story, Seoul Academy of Cultural Studies, would be presented to authorities as a research institution focused on pre-modern Korean history and traditions. It was, in a technical sense, completely accurate. What it did not convey was that the traditions being studied were not merely academic subjects, but living practices with genuine power, and that the researchers were becoming practitioners. Chapter 23. The first disciples among the 17 people who had shown genuine aptitude for cultivation in Wei's underground classes. 3 stood out as having exceptional potential despite the modern world's lack of environmental chi. The first was Nam Jae-hyun, a former martial artist in his late 30s who had spent 2 decades in professional fighting before retiring due to injury. His body understood the relationship between physical form and internal energy through direct experience of combat. He had always sensed that there was a deeper dimension to the fighting forms he had mastered, some quality that distinguished true masters from merely skilled fighters, and that quality had always eluded him because he had lacked the cultivation knowledge to identify and develop it. When Wei taught him the connection between meridian flow and martial technique, Nam immediately grasped the application. Within 2 weeks of training, he had achieved a minor breakthrough that most practitioners took months to accomplish. What made Nam exceptional was not just his physical preparation, but his mental model of what he was doing. Where other students approached cultivation as something spiritual and mysterious, Nam approached it as a technology. He had spent his career breaking fighting techniques down into their component parts, understanding the physics of each movement, optimizing for efficiency and power. He applied the same systematic analysis to cultivation, developing insights into the relationship between physical positioning and chi flow that Wei had not encountered in 3,000 years of practice. The second was Lee Min-ah, a musician and composer in her early 30s who had maintained an almost monastic dedication to her art for her entire life. She had grown up in a family that viewed music as something close to sacred, had spent her childhood practicing instruments rather than playing with other children, and had developed a relationship with sound and vibration that had become something close to spiritual for her long before she encountered cultivation. Music, she explained to Wei, was simply organized vibration, and vibration was simply another form of energy movement. The meditation techniques that Wei taught were, from a musician's perspective, similar to the discipline required to master an instrument. She adapted to the practice with remarkable speed, her cultivation base beginning to show signs of genuine development by week 3. Min-ah's particular gift was her perception of qi as having musical qualities. She could feel the difference between healthy qi flow and blocked qi flow the way she could hear the difference between harmonious and dissonant notes. When she meditated, she was essentially listening to her own body, identifying where the music was flowing and where it was stuck, and making adjustments with the precision of a composer revising a score. The third was Park Jin-woo, a software engineer in his late 20s who had been fascinated by systems and patterns his entire life. To Jin-woo, cultivation was simply another system, one that operated according to rules and principles that could be understood through careful analysis. He began applying the same systematic thinking to his meditation practice that he used in his engineering work, developing optimal techniques for extracting power from modern energy sources. Jin-woo's notebooks were extraordinary documents that Wei eventually read with genuine fascination. They contained charts tracking his cultivation progression, graphs showing the relationship between meditation duration and qi accumulation, mathematical models of meridian flow, and diagrams showing how different modern energy sources interacted with spiritual practice. He had essentially built a cultivation science from first principles, using his engineering background to analyze what ancient practitioners had accepted as intuitive truth. Wei watched these three accelerate in their development and understood something important. The people of the modern world were not less capable of cultivating than the ancient people. They were simply different. They came with different bodies, different minds, different approaches to understanding reality. And in some cases, those differences provided advantages over the traditional cultivation methodologies. The three disciples had known each other for only a few weeks at this point, but the shared intensity of what they were going through together had created a bond with the particular quality of connections formed in extreme conditions. They had all three arrived at Wei's classes as strangers, had all three experienced the disorienting process of discovering that their sense of how reality worked was incomplete, had all three pushed through the temptation to retreat from the discomfort of that discovery, and had found each other in the space on the other side. Nam, Minna, and Jinwu became Wei's first genuine community in the modern world, not because he had chosen them for compatibility, but because the practice itself had made them necessary to each other. Cultivation at this stage produced a shared sensitivity, a capacity to sense each other's spiritual states that created intimacy faster than any ordinary social process would have. They argued frequently, their different approaches to the practice creating friction that Wei found genuinely productive to observe. Nam's physical pragmatism and Jinwu's analytical systematism were initially in tension. Nam kept insisting that the body's direct experience of cultivation was the primary authority. Jinwu kept insisting that pattern analysis of multiple practitioners' experiences provided more reliable guidance than any single person's physical intuition. Minna mediated these arguments with the instinctive skill of a person who had spent years listening for the harmonics that different voices could produce when they stopped trying to drown each other out. The friction produced real insights. By their third week, the three of them together had developed approaches to the modern electromagnetic cultivation that Wei had not conceived independently, had found combinations of ancient technique and modern understanding that were genuinely more effective than either tradition would have produced alone. You should consider them your core, the ghost suggested after observing their progress. The nucleus around which everything else develops. If they continue at this rate, they could reach early-stage foundation establishment within a year. That would make them legitimate masters in the old terminology. A year is far too slow, Wei said. By that time, the array will have fully awakened. We will need functional cultivators before then. Then push them harder, the ghost replied pragmatically. They're willing. They're capable. And frankly, they're more committed than anyone I've ever met. If you increase the intensity of training, they'll respond to it. Wei took the ghost's advice. Over the following 2 weeks, he intensified the training program, pushing Nam, Minna, and Jinwu through meditation sessions that lasted 12 to 16 hours per day, teaching them advanced techniques that normally required years of foundation to approach, demonstrating applications of power that most modern practitioners would never encounter. The intensification had a quality that surprised him. In the ancient cultivation world, intensive training had been characterized by a particular atmosphere. High pressure, severe expectations, the constant awareness that failure would result in exclusion from the sect, or, in the most demanding training environments, more immediate consequences. The ancient masters had used pressure as a tool. Fear of inadequacy had been deliberately cultivated alongside qi. Wei had not set out to do this differently. But from the first session of the intensified program, something in the room was not right for the ancient atmosphere. Nam kept making observations about what he was experiencing in his meridians, precise, systematic, useful observations that broke the expected pattern of silent intensive practice. Minna would occasionally ask questions mid-session, not tentative questions that apologized for the interruption, but genuine questions that demonstrated she had been thinking carefully about what was happening and had identified something worth asking. Jinwu took notes. He took notes constantly. During intensive meditation, he would pause the practice to write down observations before returning to it. Wei had initially expected to redirect these behaviors toward the ancient ideal, silent, total focus, no interruption of the cultivation space with verbal communication. He had opened his mouth twice to do so, and both times something had prevented him from speaking. What had prevented him was the recognition that the interruptions were producing something real. Nam's observations were connecting Wei's abstract instruction to Nam's specific body in ways that were advancing his technique faster than continued silent practice would have. Minna's questions were identifying structural gaps in the training that Wei had not noticed because he had known the material too long to see where the framework was unclear. Jinwu's notes were creating the beginnings of a cultivation manual that would eventually serve thousands of students. The ancient silence had been a teaching technology that produced a certain kind of practitioner. The modern interruptions were producing a different kind, one that might ultimately be more capable than the ancient model had designed for, precisely because the practitioners were collaborating with the teaching rather than receiving it. During these sessions, the academy took on a quality that reminded Wei of the ancient cultivation sects he had known in his previous life, not in its physical form, which was thoroughly modern, but in its atmosphere. There was a shared seriousness, a collective commitment to development, a sense that something genuinely important was being accomplished. Even the cleaning staff, hired to maintain the building's mundane functions, began to sense the unusual quality of the work being done in the deeper chambers. The results were extraordinary. By the end of the second week of intensive training, all three disciples had achieved significant breakthroughs. Nam reached Qi condensation stage 3, his martial artist body rapidly adapting to cultivation. Minna achieved Qi condensation stage 2 with unusual stability, her musician's understanding of vibration and frequency, giving her an intuitive grasp of how to work with Qi flow. Jinwu, applying systematic thinking to cultivation advancement, achieved Qi condensation stage 2 with an unusual degree of control and precision. Each breakthrough had a specific quality that Wei noted and filed. Nam's breakthrough had been primarily physical. His body had been doing something adjacent to cultivation for 20 years, and the formal practice had essentially named and structured what his physical training had already partially developed. The breakthrough was the moment when his body recognized that the thing it had been reaching for was available and stopped straining toward it. It arrived like a key fitting a lock, the specific sensation of something clicking into correct alignment. Minna's breakthrough had been primarily perceptual. She had been listening to her own cultivation practice with the same attention she brought to music, and at some point the listening had resolved into understanding, the way that hearing a chord long enough eventually reveals its individual notes. Her breakthrough was the moment she could distinguish the individual qi flows in her own meridian network the way she could distinguish instruments in an orchestra and could adjust each one the way she adjusted individual lines in a complex composition. The control it gave her was extraordinary. Jinwu's breakthrough had been primarily analytical. He had been modeling his own cultivation practice as a system, mapping inputs to outputs, identifying the variables that affected advancement rate. His breakthrough came from understanding, not from feeling. He had built the model complete enough that the advancement itself followed logically from having the model right. It was, as far as Wei could determine, the first time in the history of cultivation that someone had advanced through the power of correct spreadsheets. Wei had thought about this for some time afterward. He had never conceived of advancement as something that could be approached analytically rather than experientially. The ancient tradition had been clear. Cultivation required direct engagement, embodied practice, the kind of understanding that could only come through doing rather than through analysis of doing. Jinwu had apparently found a path around this, or through it in a different direction. The model and the practice had converged rather than the practice producing the model. Whether this was an exception or the beginning of a new approach to cultivation development was something Wei intended to explore. These were the first humans in Seoul, perhaps the first humans on Earth, to develop genuine cultivation bases using purely modern techniques and modern energy sources. They were the proof that cultivation could be rebuilt in this changed world. Wei stood among them after their final breakthrough session and felt something he had not felt since before his sealing. The particular satisfaction of a teacher watching students exceed what any single teacher could accomplish alone. Chapter 24. Romantic Development. Park Soyeon had begun attending Wei's teachings at the academy, though she participated in a different capacity than the ghost disciples. Where they came to learn technique and develop power, Soyeon came to connect with her family's historical responsibility. She served as a researcher and archivist, cataloging the texts and artifacts that the Ghosts Network had been preserving, cross-referencing them with her own academic research to create a comprehensive history of Korean cultivation practice. The work suited her. She had spent her career attempting to understand something that resisted conventional academic analysis, the spiritual dimensions of pre-modern Korean culture. Now she was in direct contact with a being who had lived through the period she studied, and she was finding answers to questions that her grandfather's notes had posed but never answered. But she also trained, in her limited capacity. Her bloodline gave her spiritual affinity that allowed her to perceive things that ordinary practitioners would miss. She could not access the deep wells of power that Nam, Minna, and Jinwu were developing, but she could sense qi movement, could perceive the spiritual configurations of the artifacts she cataloged, could feel the faint pulse of the ley lines that Wei was teaching his disciples to access. And Wei, in teaching her, discovered that romantic feelings were far more complicated in the modern world than they had been in the ancient cultivation sects, where such entanglements were explicitly forbidden as distractions from the path. In the ancient world, Wei had maintained relationships of respect and alliance, of duty and obligation, of the carefully calibrated exchanges that characterized relationships between powerful cultivators. Love, in the form he was beginning to recognize in himself towards Soyan, had no equivalent in that world. It was not that ancient cultivators were incapable of love, but in a world where cultivation demanded total commitment and where power defined all relationships, what modern people called love was replaced by something more complicated and less tender. One evening, Wei took Soyan to a classical concert in Seoul's concert hall. The venue was modern, the orchestra was contemporary, but the music they performed was from the classical tradition that had transcended cultures and centuries. Beethoven, Brahms, Chopin, composers from a world and time that Wei would never know directly. The Brahms intermezzo in the first half of the program stopped Wei's breath. He had been prepared for music, had understood from his research that modern humans had developed sophisticated musical traditions. What he had not been prepared for was the way the music worked, not as entertainment, not as artful arrangement of sound, but as something that reached directly into the emotional centers of consciousness and moved things there that had been still for 3,000 years. "Why did you want to come here?" Soyan asked as they sat in the audience before the concert began. "Because I have been in isolation for 3,000 years, Wei said simply. "And in this modern world, I have encountered human achievements that the ancient world would have thought impossible. I want to experience them. Music that can move people across centuries. Art that can be preserved and transmitted to anyone, anywhere. Technology that would have seemed like cultivation magic to my contemporaries. I want to understand what makes this world worth staying for." The concert began, and Wei experienced the profound movement of a full orchestra performing Chopin's Nocturne. The vibrations of the strings, the precision of the wind instruments, the fundamental mathematics of sound, all combined into something that transcended technical analysis. For 2 hours, Wei sat in contemplation, experiencing beauty in its purest form. When the concert concluded, Soyan reached over and took his hand. It was a simple gesture, but in that moment, Wei understood something about the modern world that his ancient training had never prepared him for. The capacity to care about someone not because they were useful or powerful, but simply because their presence in the world mattered to you. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" Soyan asked. "For existing in this time. For being willing to help me navigate it. For not treating me as a curiosity or a weapon, but as someone trying to find their place." Wei had no framework for what she had just offered him. In the ancient world, the relationships that mattered between powerful figures were structured by exchange, alliance, debt, obligation, rivalry. What Soyan had given was not structured by anything. She had simply perceived that he needed something and had offered it. That was all. He found himself needing to understand why that undid him as thoroughly as it did. Part of it was 3,000 years of absence. He had been aware, in that long suspension, not conscious in any useful sense, but present in some minimal way to the passage of time, to the growing gap between the world he had known and whatever world would eventually wake him. 3,000 years is long enough for every certainty to become uncertain, every connection to become severed, every assumption about oneself to become a question. He had awakened with his power stripped away, his knowledge partially outdated, his entire social context erased. He had nothing except what he carried internally, and even that he was revising constantly. Into that emptiness, Soyan had walked and simply been present with him, not trying to use him or understand him or position herself relative to him, simply willing to sit next to him in an orchestra hall and let him experience Brahms for the first time. It was a very small thing. It was also, in that particular context, the most significant thing anyone had done for him in as long as he could clearly remember. They did not kiss that night. But walking back through Seoul's neon-lit streets, their hands connected, Wei felt something that no cultivation technique had ever provided. The sense of being part of something larger than his own power, his own survival, his own purpose. He felt embedded in the world in a way that 3,000 years of sleep had made him forget was possible. The streets of Zhongnyo at night had a quality that the ancient city Wei had known 3,000 years ago would have recognized in structure, if not in detail. Market districts, like rivers, tend to flow in the same directions across generations, following foot traffic and commerce and the accumulated memory of transactions. The street they walked had probably been a market street for as long as humans had lived in this valley. The goods were different. The lights were different. The The sounds were entirely different. But the fundamental activity, people moving through a shared space, exchanging and observing and connecting, was older than any of the technology that had transformed its surface. Wei walked through it conscious of this continuity. The cultivator who had once moved through an ancient version of this city, whose jade coffin had lain beneath its foundations across 30 centuries, was now walking its modern streets holding the hand of a woman whose ancestors had preserved his legacy. The circle of that was not lost on him. The ancient masters had called this kind of pattern heaven's arrangement, the tendency of meaningful events to rhyme across vast distances of time. He had been skeptical of heaven's arrangement in his previous life, having found it a convenient justification for whatever outcome powerful cultivators wanted to believe was inevitable. Standing in the neon-lit present, holding Soyun's hand, watching the ordinary life of modern Seoul flow past, he was less skeptical. Not because he believed in destiny, but because he had learned, over weeks of navigating a world he had not built, that meaning was not arranged by heaven. It was arranged by people, by the decisions of individuals across centuries who chose to preserve and maintain and remember. Heaven's arrangement was human arrangement, spanning generations. It was, he thought, considerably more impressive that way. It was dangerous, the temporal adaptation system warned. Emotional attachment created vulnerability. But vulnerability, Wei was beginning to understand, was the price of connection. And connection was what allowed beings to matter to each other beyond the cold mechanics of alliance and benefit. Chapter 25. The Gao Ming descendants' intelligence agencies around the world maintain networks of informants, technical specialists, and field operatives dedicated to monitoring emerging phenomena that might affect national security. When a group of unusual energy readings was detected in Seoul, South Korea, it triggered alerts in intelligence services from 5 continents. The American reading was filed under Anomalous Geological Activity, Korean Peninsula. The Chinese reading was filed under Possible Spiritual Phenomenon, classified. The Japanese reading was taken more seriously because Japan's intelligence services had centuries of institutional memory regarding cultivation-adjacent phenomena in East Asia. But it was the report from Japanese intelligence that caught the attention of a specific family operating out of a secure compound in Kyoto. The Gao family, descendants of Gao Ming, an ancient cultivator who had been Wei Tianlong's greatest rival 3,000 years ago, had maintained continuous cultivation practice across the millennia. Where Korean cultivation had disappeared, where Chinese sects had been scattered and reformed repeatedly across history, the Gao family had endured, preserving their ancestors' techniques and his memory. The compound in Kyoto was ancient, 300 years older than the current buildings that occupied it, though those buildings had been rebuilt multiple times in the traditional architectural style. At its center was a shrine dedicated not to any conventional deity, but to Gao Ming himself, to his memory, to his legacy. His portrait hung there, not a photograph, but a painting done from life that had been copied and recopied across 30 centuries, always by a family member, always from memory, ensuring that his face remained present in the family consciousness across generations. Gao Ming had been defeated by Wei Tianlong in their final confrontation 3,000 years ago. He had been forced to retreat, to seal his power, to begin the long process of rebuilding his cultivation base far from the center of power in ancient China. Over 3,000 years, his descendants had inherited his memory of that defeat, his understanding of Wei's power, and his vendetta. But they had also inherited something else, his cultivation techniques, preserved intact, refined, and developed across generations. The Gao family were the only cultivators in the modern world who had maintained continuous practice since the ancient age. They were core formation practitioners at their strongest, their techniques preserved through an unbroken chain of master-to-student transmission across 30 centuries. The energy signature detected in Seoul matched historical descriptions of Wei Tianlong, Gao Ming's legendary rival, with enough specificity to be unmistakable. Gao Ming had told his descendants, in texts that had been preserved and studied across 3,000 years, he will return. When the world forgets and then remembers, he will be there. Remember that he is not your enemy. But also remember that how you meet him will define what we become. Approach with strength, but also with possibility. The decision to send an operative to Seoul took less than a day. The family had one other document that shaped their approach. Gao Ming, in his final years before his death, had written a personal account of his final confrontation with Wei Tianlong, not the battle report that had been preserved in official cultivation records, but a private letter addressed to his descendants. In it, he had written, "I was wrong. Not about the fight. That was simply 2 powerful cultivators at the height of their conflict, and I do not regret engaging in it honestly. I was wrong about his nature. Wei Tianlong is arrogant. He is capable of cruelty. He pursued the path with a hunger that made him dangerous to everyone around him. But he is also the most principled being I ever opposed. He fought within his own code, even when breaking it would have won him the fight. When you meet him, if you meet him, remember that the person you are meeting is not the same person I fought. 3,000 years of isolation will have changed him in ways I cannot predict. Approach accordingly. Gaoli had memorized this passage in childhood. She was still memorizing it, working its implications into her preparation as her flight descended toward Incheon Airport. Chapter 26. Dr. Han's breakthrough. Dr. Han Soo-hyun had been working, in secret, on what he called the Cultivation Biology Project. Using Wei as his primary research subject, Han had been attempting to understand the mechanisms by which spiritual cultivation transformed human biology. The project had begun with the blood samples taken during Wei's hospitalization, samples that Han had retained against standard protocol, sensing that they represented something genuinely unprecedented. He had spent months analyzing them, comparing them against every known human biological baseline, consulting with colleagues in genetics and neuroscience without revealing the true source of the samples. What he discovered was revolutionary. Wei's cells, when examined under microscopes of increasing power, revealed structures that should not exist in human biology. Complex patterns of organization that suggested conscious cellular direction. Molecular arrangements that implied biological self-repair mechanisms far beyond normal human capability. And most remarkably, evidence that the cells themselves were responding to electromagnetic stimulation in ways that conventional neuroscience could not explain. I think I understand how you're drawing power from electricity, Dr. Han said excitedly, presenting his findings to Wei in a private laboratory facility he had established away from the main hospital. The facility was modest but well-equipped, and it smelled of reagents and the particular dry cold of preserved specimens. Your cells have learned to recognize and integrate electromagnetic energy at a fundamental biological level. It's not metaphorical. Your body is literally converting electrical current into chemical energy in ways that human biology should not be capable of. He spread the microscopy images across the examination table, pointing to structures that Wei could see even without the magnification. These organelles here, they don't exist in normal cells. They're almost like mitochondria, but more complex. And they're responsive to electromagnetic fields. When I expose your tissue samples to wireless signals, these organelles become more active. When I expose them to ley line adjacent frequencies, they become highly active. And this is significant because, Wei prompted, because it means cultivation is not magic. It's technology, very old technology, but technology nonetheless. It operates according to biological and physical principles that can be analyzed and understood. More importantly, it means that what you are doing with your disciples might be repeatable. You might be able to teach humans to develop the same cellular capacities you possess, to learn to extract and integrate power from modern energy sources the same way you do. Han spread medical imaging across the table, placing Wei's scan alongside scans of his 3 most advanced disciples. Look at these scans. Your disciples are already showing cellular changes. Early stage, minimal compared to what you've achieved, but present. They're literally transforming at a biological level. In a year, maybe less, they could be developed enough to access power independently. Wei studied the scans with genuine interest. The biological changes Han was describing matched what he had observed at a spiritual level. The gradual transformation of meridian channels from dormant pathways to active conduits. The cellular level adaptations that allowed human bodies to process qi rather than merely existing in its presence. Ancient cultivators had understood this process in spiritual terms. Han was describing it in biological terms. Both descriptions were correct. They were simply different languages for the same phenomenon. Can this be communicated to the government? Wei asked. Can you explain cultivation in scientific terms that modern authorities would accept? Yes, Dr. Han said without hesitation, which is precisely what I intend to do. When the time comes for you to reveal yourself, I'll present the scientific evidence that supports the reality of cultivation. It won't prevent fear or skepticism, but it will provide a framework for understanding that's less dependent on accepting mystical claims. He closed his notebook and looked at Wei directly. I want to ask you something more personal. When you were sealed for 3,000 years, was it something like sleep? Or were you aware the entire time? Wei considered the question. He had not spoken to anyone about the subjective experience of the sealing. Aware, he said finally. Not fully conscious. More like a dream where you cannot move, cannot speak, cannot fully think. But aware enough to know that time was passing. Aware enough to feel the weight of what I had been given to carry. Han was quiet for a moment. That must have been difficult. It was, Wei agreed. It gave me an appreciation for ordinary consciousness that I did not previously possess. Every conversation I have, every experience of light and sound and smell, carries a significance now that it might not have before 3,000 years of absence. Chapter 27. Demonic Array Awakening. Acceleration. The tremors continued to increase in frequency and intensity. By week 7 of Wei's overt teaching, seismic sensors across Seoul were registering multiple anomalous Earth movements daily. The energy readings that had been faint now became unmistakable. The electromagnetic disturbances that had been attributed to infrastructure problems became impossible to explain away. Wei felt each tremor as a personal signal. The array was not simply awakening in the passive sense that a sleeper awakens from a dream. It was pressing against its seals with something that felt, to his recovering spiritual senses, like deliberately increasing force. As if it sensed his presence above and was calling to him, demanding acknowledgement, responding to the spiritual activity above with its own escalating activity below. He spent 3 evenings in deep Han River meditation, extending his senses as far into the bedrock as he could manage at Qi condensation stage 5, trying to understand the nature of what was accelerating the array's awakening. What he found disturbed him. The tremors were not entirely natural. Woven into the seismic activity were signatures of human-created spiritual disturbance, as if someone with cultivation knowledge was deliberately agitating the seals from above. He reported this to Jae-sung immediately, and the intelligence officer's response was professionally rapid. Within 48 hours, he had identified 2 sites where unusual underground activities were occurring above the array's containment structure. Construction projects that had deviated from their approved plans and were drilling deeper than their permits allowed. Who authorized the deeper drilling? Wei asked. That's the question I'm trying to answer, he replied. The permits were modified through channels that should be audited but weren't. Someone with access to construction permit approval systems made changes that would not normally have been caught. This is not incompetence. This is deliberate. Government agencies convened emergency meetings. Military brass began preparing contingency plans. And somewhere in the depths of Seoul, the demonic array continued to press against seals that were failing faster than Wei had anticipated. Through Jae-sung, Wei received notice that the government investigation had reached critical mass. Senior officials wanted answers. Military commanders wanted assurance that the situation could be contained. And in 2 days, officials would arrive at Seoul International Academy to interrogate Wei directly. The timeline had collapsed. Instead of the weeks Wei had calculated, he had days. Wei called an emergency assembly at the Seoul Academy of Cultural Studies. All 17 of his students gathered, along with the ghost, Dr. Han, Jae-sung, Choi Min-jun, and Park So-yeon. The room held a particular quality of gathered tension. These were people from very different worlds. A construction foreman in work clothes still dusty from the day's sight. An intelligence officer whose posture never quite relaxed even in civilian clothes. An academic clutching research notes. An antique dealer whose eyes moved constantly toward the artifacts arranged in the room. And 3 disciples who radiated a faint quality of spiritual presence that the uninitiated would feel but not be able to identify. The government knows, Wei told them simply. They will confront me within 48 hours. At that point, my existence as a hidden entity will end. What happens next depends on how we prepare and how effectively we explain what is occurring beneath Seoul. Nam, his most advanced martial artist student, spoke first. Let us help you. If the government tries to arrest you or contain you, we have enough power to resist. We can protect you. I do not want to resist, Wei replied. I want to cooperate. I want the government to understand that I am not a threat, but a resource. That my presence in Seoul is necessary to manage what is awakening beneath the city. But cooperation is only possible if I have something valuable to offer them. Information, Dr. Han said. Scientific proof of cultivation's reality. Documentation of your disciples' development. A framework for understanding how this will affect Korea's future. I can provide all of that. And a solution, Wei added. They will ask me what I intend to do about the demonic array. The answer is, I intend to prevent it from destroying Seoul. I intend to manage its emergence and reintegrate it into a sustainable spiritual framework. I intend to ensure that whatever awakens beneath the city does not devastate the human population living above it. That's quite a promise, the ghost observed. Are you confident you can deliver? No, Wei said honestly. But I am confident that I am the only being on Earth capable of making the attempt. That gives me leverage. So-yeon, who had been silent until this point, stood. I'll present with you my family's preservation of the texts, the historical context, the knowledge that Wei's awakening was anticipated and prepared for. All of this gives credibility to his claims. The government needs to understand that this is not a random supernatural event. This is something that was foreseen, protected for, and is now unfolding according to patterns established centuries ago. Wei looked at her with something that might have been love, might have been gratitude, might have been the complicated fusion of both. "Thank you," he said simply. The room was silent for a moment with the specific quality of silence that follows a decision that everyone in the room has just understood is real. Not theoretical anymore. Not a future scenario to be prepared for. Real, arriving in 48 hours, with all the specific human consequences that real things carry. Wei watched his people absorb this. Nam, who had never backed down from a difficult fight in his life, had the expression of someone recalibrating the nature of the fight he was about to enter. Not physical combat. Not the kind of challenge his body knew how to meet, but something requiring different capabilities. Minna's face had the internal quality of someone processing complex information through whatever sense served her best, which in her case was probably harmonic, the way different elements of the situation resonated with each other, where they were consonant and where they were dissonant. Jinwu was taking notes. Dr. Han had his medical bag open. Wei noticed, which was his own form of preparation. The habit of someone who had spent decades responding to emergencies by ensuring he had the tools he might need before anyone else thought to ask. The ghost was watching all of them. His 20 years of managing a spiritual underground had given him the particular skill of reading rooms accurately, knowing who was where emotionally, what they were capable of, what would hold, and what might fracture under pressure. Wei caught his eye, and the ghost gave a small nod that communicated more than a sentence would have. This was the team. It was a strange assortment by any cultivator's standard. A martial artist, a musician, an engineer, a scientist, an intelligence officer, a black market dealer, an academic historian, and a 3,000-year-old being who had been asleep for most of his recent history. It was also, Wei reflected, exactly the right assortment for the specific thing that was required. After the meeting concluded and the room emptied, Wei sat alone in the academy's teaching hall for a long time. The artifacts on the shelves around him were humming quietly, their residual power responding to the heightened spiritual activity of the past hours. He could feel each of them, the meditation stones, the preserved texts, the small objects that had passed through generations of cultivators' hands. They were the accumulated residue of an entire civilization's spiritual practice. He thought about the people who had made them, people who had lived in a world so different from this one that they might as well have inhabited a different planet. People for whom cultivation was simply how existence worked, the background assumption of daily life. People who had understood, as Wei had understood, that qi was as fundamental as water or air, that spiritual development was as natural as physical growth. They had been gone for 3,000 years. He was the last continuous link to that world. And sitting in this modern building, surrounded by their artifacts, preparing to face a government that had no framework for understanding what he represented, Wei felt for the first time the specific weight of that continuity. He was not just fighting to save Seoul. He was carrying everything those ancient people had been. He did not know whether he was equal to it. He knew only that the attempt was his responsibility. He rose, checked his clothing, and went to prepare for the government confrontation. Chapter 28. The nature of modern power understood in the final 2 days before the government confrontation, Wei spent 12 hours per day in intensive meditation, pushing his cultivation development to its absolute limit. Using every energy source available in Seoul, ley lines from the Han River, electromagnetic power from the city's infrastructure, the concentrated spiritual presence of the academy itself, Wei forced his power development forward. He worked with the city as a cultivator works with a sacred mountain, reading its flows and blockages, finding the points of concentrated power, drawing from each source in the careful way that ancient technique prescribed for working with natural formations. Seoul was not a mountain. It was nothing like any environment in which cultivation had previously been practiced, and yet it yielded to systematic spiritual attention with a generosity that Wei found astonishing. The electronic ley lines, his term for the patterns of electromagnetic energy that flowed through Seoul's infrastructure, had become familiar to him over weeks of work. He could feel the pulse of the power grid, the rhythmic fluctuations of morning and evening peak usage, the particular quality of power at different substations. He had become, in a sense, spiritually fluent in the language of modern Seoul's energy infrastructure. By the night before the government's arrival, he had achieved Qi condensation stage 5, half of the way to foundation establishment. It was still a fraction of his ancient power, still infinitesimal compared to what he had been, but it was enough to make him genuinely dangerous. Enough to defend Seoul, if necessary. Enough to contain a portion of the array's power if the seals broke. More importantly, during these final meditations, Wei achieved a complete understanding of how cultivation worked in the modern world. The temporal adaptation system synthesized all the data it had collected. Electricity was qi, refined, and purified. Wireless signals were qi, distributed and encoded. Ley lines were qi, ancient and persistent. Even the biological energy of human consciousness was qi, organized into neural patterns. The modern world had not eliminated spiritual power. It had transformed it, hidden it, woven it into technology and infrastructure so thoroughly that nobody perceived it as spiritual anymore. But it was still there, still available, still capable of sustaining cultivation practice. And more remarkably, the modern approach to cultivation had advantages over the ancient one. Where ancient cultivators had been dependent on geography, on proximity to ley lines and temples and sacred mountains, modern cultivators could draw power from anywhere electricity flowed. A student of cultivation could meditate in a city apartment and draw power from the building's electrical grid as easily as an ancient student would draw power from a mountain's spiritual spring. This meant that the revival of cultivation in the modern world could be faster, broader, more democratized than the ancient practice had ever been. If Wei could demonstrate the safety and effectiveness of modern cultivation practice, if he could show that humans could develop genuine power through these techniques, then cultivation could spread across Seoul, across Korea, across the world. He thought about what that would mean. Not the battles it would enable, not the power hierarchies it would create, but the individual human lives it would transform. Minna, hearing music in her meridians. Nam, finding the deeper dimension of martial forms he had pursued his entire life. Jinwu, applying systematic intelligence to the development of his own consciousness. Thousands, millions of humans like them, discovering that reality was deeper and richer than they had been told. The implications were staggering and terrifying, but there was no more time for contemplation. The government was arriving in the morning, and Wei had to be ready to present a vision of the future that was both comprehensible to modern officials and true to his understanding of cultivation. There was a dissonance in this that Wei had not fully processed until this late hour of preparation. In the ancient world, government confrontations had been conducted between equals who were also rivals. Sect leaders meeting in formal ceremony. Carefully negotiated protocols that both parties understood completely, every gesture carrying established weight. There had been no mysteries in those encounters. You knew who you were meeting, what they wanted, and how the interaction was expected to proceed. The meeting tomorrow would contain none of those certainties. The officials arriving in the morning had no cultivation background. They had no framework for evaluating what Wei was or what he could do. They would be applying the only frameworks they possessed, national security, legal authority, scientific skepticism, to a situation those frameworks were not designed for. They would be afraid, and afraid officials with institutional authority were dangerous in ways that ancient cultivation masters with limitless power were not. Ancient masters moved through known channels. Afraid officials invented new ones. Wei spent the last quiet hour before sleeping thinking about this, turning it over the way he would turn over a cultivation technique, not to solve it, but to understand its shape. What did it mean to be evaluated by people who had no framework for what they were evaluating? It meant, in practical terms, that everything depended on communication. He could not rely on shared assumptions, could not speak in the shorthand that existed between people who had grown up within the same system. He would need to find language that connected his 3,000-year-old reality to a set of contemporary minds that had built their understanding from entirely different materials. He thought about Choi Min-jun. The foreman had been the first person in this world to simply act toward Wei as if Wei were a person who needed help, without calculating what that might mean for Choi's own interests. Choi had done this not from cultivation wisdom or spiritual sensitivity, but from the ordinary human instinct to respond to apparent need. That instinct had cut through every complication that Wei's nature presented. It had been more effective than any diplomatic protocol. Perhaps that was the approach. Not power, not credentials, not the apparatus of authority and threat. The simple act of being a person in front of other persons, with needs and intentions that they could recognize because they shared the same baseline. Chapter 29. The Gaoming emissary arrived. She appeared in Seoul on the day the government officials were scheduled to interview Wei, a woman who registered at a luxury hotel near Gwangwamen as Gao Li, an international antiques dealer and cultural specialist. Her luggage included cases of cultivation artifacts that she had declared to customs as antique personal objects, navigating Korean import regulations with the practiced ease of someone who had done this in multiple countries. She moved through the city's spiritual underworld with practiced ease, making inquiries about unusual energy readings, asking careful questions about a foreign national who had emerged from ancient burial sites. Her approach was methodical. She identified the antique networks, found the people who dealt in cultivation-adjacent objects, and worked her way toward the center of the activity that every cultivator within 1,000 kilometers had been sensing for weeks. By the time the afternoon arrived, the ghost had warned Wei of the woman's presence. The ghost delivered his report in person, which was his habit when the information was sensitive. He had an instinct for separating things that should travel through digital channels from things that should be spoken only in rooms he had personally checked for surveillance. This was the latter kind. A cultivator, the ghost said. He had an instinct for spiritual presence honed by 20 years of operating in the artifact market. Genuine power, way beyond anything your students have. Core formation stage, if I'm reading the vibes correctly. She's been asking about you very carefully, but the intent is clear. She's hunting something, and she believes that something is here in Seoul. Wei did not need the ghost's warning to understand who had sent this woman. The energy signature, the methodology, the careful hunting pattern, it all matched what he would expect from a descendant of Gao Ming. 3,000 years of family memory, documented and preserved, passed down through generations, all focused on creating a contingency plan for the moment Wei awakened. Gao Li was approximately 35, with the kind of physical bearing that cultivators develop when they begin practice young, an economy of movement, a quality of attentiveness that ordinary people rarely achieved. She dressed in modern clothing, but wore it as if it were armor. Her spiritual presence was disciplined, controlled, giving away less than the ghost had sensed. She was deliberately muting herself, approaching as a civilian might while maintaining full combat readiness. Let her come to me, Wei instructed. Do not hide. Do not make her hunt harder. Let her find what she is looking for. That evening, a simple message was delivered to Wei's apartment through the ghost's network. I am Gao Li. My family has awaited your awakening for a long time. We should speak. Tomorrow, after your government interview. There is much to discuss. Wei showed the message to Soyan, who had taken to spending increasing amounts of time at his apartment as the government confrontation approached. This is a threat? Soyan asked, reading the message carefully. Perhaps, Wei said, or perhaps an opportunity. The Gao family was my greatest opponent in the ancient world. But that was 3,000 years ago. Circumstances have changed. Perspectives have evolved. It is possible that what was opposition in the ancient context might become something else in the modern one. Or they could try to kill you. Soyan pointed out with practical concern. That is also possible, Wei agreed. But hiding from threats has never been my nature. Nor is it my preference for how to approach a complicated situation. I will speak with Gao Li. I will learn what her family wants. And then I will make decisions based on complete information. Chapter 30. The street fight. The confrontation came not in Wei's apartment, but in a Gangnam alley late at night, when Wei was returning from final meditation at the Han River. The alley was a narrow passage between two modern buildings, lit by the overflow glow from street-level businesses, smelling of restaurant exhaust, and the particular residual quality of city nighttime. Gao Li emerged from the shadows with a small group of cultivators, all of them core formation stage or below, all of them radiating power that the modern world had not taught them to regulate. Wei sensed them before he saw them. The particular way in which cultivators displaced air, the subtle shift in the ambient electromagnetic field that bodies channeling qi produced. Wei Tianlong, Gao Li called out, her voice carrying the weight of ceremony. In ancient Chinese, her words carried additional layers of formality that signaled this was not an ambush but a protocol, a traditional cultivation challenge, formal and meaningful in the context of her family's history. My family has waited 3,000 years for this moment. Wei stopped, turning to face her directly. Even weakened as he was, he could read her power signature, could understand her intent. This was not an assassination attempt. This was a test. The Gao family had not preserved their ancestors' rivalry across 3,000 years in order to commit murder in a Seoul alley. They had preserved it because Gao Ming had believed that Wei's return would be important, and they wanted to assess the person who had returned. Gao Ming's heir, Wei replied. It has been a very long time. The fight that followed was brief. Gao Li and her team attacked with coordinated techniques that spoke of genuine training, of techniques developed and refined across generations. Their power was real. Core formation stage practitioners who had grown up with cultivation knowledge gave them a significant advantage over anyone who had not been training since childhood. They were considerably stronger than Wei at his current reduced state. But Wei had 3,000 years of combat experience. He had fought beings that could shatter mountains, had developed techniques for engaging opponents of vastly superior power through strategic intelligence and technical precision. Even with a depleted cultivation base, his body remembered how to move in the spaces between attacks, how to redirect force rather than meet it, how to perceive the intention behind a technique a fraction of a second before it manifested. He defended himself with the minimum force necessary, never attacking, never attempting to escalate, simply deflecting and dodging until the cultivators became convinced of the futility of their assault. The dance of it had a formal quality, as if both parties were performing something that had been rehearsed across 3,000 years of anticipation. By the time the brief combat concluded, Gao Li had backed away, her expression a mixture of frustration and something that might have been respect. "You are weakened," she said, "but still formidable. My family will want to know of this." "Then tell them this," Wei replied, breathing calmly despite the exertion. "The conflict between me and your ancestor is 3,000 years in the past. I have no interest in revisiting that history. If your family wishes to offer alliance, I will consider it. If your family wishes to continue vendetta, I am willing to engage that as well. But such decisions should be made with full information and clear understanding of what the costs will be. You have my respect. I hope you will extend yours." Gao Li left without another word, but Wei sensed the beginning of something in that moment. The possibility that even ancient enmities could be transformed in a world that had forgotten their original context. The test had been passed. The meeting that her message had proposed for tomorrow was now something more than a formal challenge. It was the beginning of a renegotiation between two ancient family lines that had been enemies for longer than most nations had existed. The Gangnam Alley was quiet after her departure. Wei stood for a moment in the space she had vacated, reading the residual spiritual signatures that the combat had left in the air, the particular quality of cultivators who had fought with intent. He could perceive in that residue a kind of history. The Gao family's cultivation style carried in it the echoes of Gao Ming himself, passed down through generation after generation of careful transmission. The technique Gao Li had used against him was recognizably descended from techniques he had once known, modified over 30 centuries, but fundamentally consistent with the approach of the master who had developed it. There was something affecting about this. He had spent his modern life encountering only modern things. Everything new, everything designed for a world he was still learning. The Gao family's cultivation was the first thing he had encountered that was genuinely old, genuinely his contemporary in the only sense that mattered. The people he had met in Seoul were kind, intelligent, adaptable, genuinely interesting, but they were separated from his own history by 3,000 years of change. Gao Li carried a direct lineage that connected her to his own era. He had been more lonely in Seoul than he had consciously acknowledged, he realized, standing in the quiet alley. Not the desperate loneliness of the jade coffin, nothing like that. The more ordinary loneliness of someone who has experienced things that no one around them shares. The students at Seoul International Academy were learning from him. The disciples were developing under his guidance. Soyen's family had preserved knowledge of his era, but none of them had lived in it. Gao Li was the first person he had encountered in the modern world whose ancestors had been his contemporaries. The first person with whom long ago meant the same thing. Chapter 31. Foundation Establishment Breakthrough. In the meditation chamber of the Seoul Academy of Cultural Studies, on the night before the government's confrontation, Wei achieved what he had been working toward since his awakening, the breakthrough to foundation establishment stage. The process was not instantaneous. It took an entire night of meditation, drawing power from every available source, pushing his meridians to their absolute limit. The three disciples, Nam, Minna, and Jin Wu, meditated with him, contributing their own power, creating a linked cultivation network that allowed them to amplify Wei's breakthrough attempt. Nam anchored the network from the physical dimension, his martial artist's body serving as a channel through which physical world energies could be transmuted into spiritual practice. Minna held the harmonic center, her musician's sensibility ensuring that the network maintained its resonance despite the enormous pressures of a foundation establishment breakthrough. Jin Wu maintained the technical structure, his engineering mind tracking the meridian flow patterns and making micro-adjustments that prevented the system from collapsing under its own power. For 3 hours, nothing happened. The power that Wei was attempting to crystallize kept evaporating, kept falling back into unstructured potential rather than organizing into the stable spiritual foundation that foundation establishment required. The modern world, with its thin ambient qi and its diffuse energy sources, was not designed to support this kind of breakthrough. Then something shifted. Jin Wu, through some intuitive leap that his systematic analysis had not predicted, realized that the structure of modern technology, the redundant, networked, distributed quality of digital infrastructure, might serve as a model for how cultivation foundation could be established in this context. Instead of seeking a single point of crystallization, Jin Wu suggested they try distributing the foundation structure across multiple anchor points simultaneously. It was not how foundation establishment had ever been performed in the ancient world, but it worked. The moment came at dawn, as the first light touched Seoul's eastern sky. Wei's cultivation base solidified, his power tripled, his connection to the ley lines deepened to something approaching genuine resonance. Foundation establishment represented the threshold beyond which human cultivators rarely advanced. It was the point at which a cultivator began to transcend ordinary human limitation and approach something approaching immortal potential. Wei emerged from the meditation chamber, transformed. His body felt lighter, more responsive. His senses had expanded to perceive spiritual energy in forms that had previously been invisible. The electromagnetic fields of Seoul, which had been background noise before, now sang with detail. He could sense individual electronic devices, could feel the pulse of the power grid with the same immediacy. He felt his own heartbeat. And most importantly, he felt confident. For the first time since awakening, he felt as if he possessed enough power to handle what was coming. "You did it," Nam said, understanding immediately through their shared meditation experience what Wei had accomplished. "We did it," Wei corrected. "The three of you made this breakthrough possible. I could not have achieved foundation establishment alone, not with the limited ambient chi available in this world. This is the future of cultivation in the modern age. It is not a solitary path. It is something we accomplish together." Minna was weeping quietly, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming quality of what she had felt through the network during the breakthrough. "I heard it," she said. "When the foundation crystallized, it was like a chord I've never heard before. Something that should be impossible to play. But it was right." Jinwoo was already writing in his notebook. He would write through most of the remaining night, documenting the structural model he had intuited during the breakthrough, working out the mathematics of distributed foundation establishment, producing the first original contribution to cultivation theory in 3,000 years. Wei watched him write and felt something that the ancient world had not prepared him for: pride without possessiveness, the pleasure of seeing a student surpass the teacher's expectation without wishing to claim the student's insight as his own. Nam sat quietly for a long time after the others had dispersed. When Wei finally moved to leave the chamber, Nam called after him. "Teacher, are you afraid of tomorrow?" The question was direct in the way that martial artists tend to be direct about matters of courage, not aggressive, but certain that the honest answer was more useful than a reassuring one. "Yes," Wei said. He had been afraid since the decision on the rooftop. He was becoming accustomed to the fear the way one becomes accustomed to weather that cannot be avoided. Nam nodded slowly. "Good. Afraid is how you know it matters." Wei left the meditation chamber carrying that observation. He did not know whether it was cultivation wisdom or simply what a veteran fighter told himself in the nights before difficult engagements. Perhaps the distinction did not matter as much as he would once have believed. Chapter 32. Soyeon's family shrine revelation. On the morning of the government confrontation, Soyeon brought Wei to her family shrine and revealed something she had been preparing for weeks. Hidden in the deepest chamber of the shrine, in a location that had been sealed since her grandfather's death, were texts that described the sealing of Wei Tianlong in perfect detail. Not just the mechanics, but the reasoning. The ancient masters, according to these texts, had not sealed Wei out of simple punishment. They had sealed him as a necessary equilibrium. An immortal emperor of Wei's power, if allowed to exist freely in the ancient world, would eventually attempt to reshape the celestial order itself. The sealing was meant to give the world 3,000 years to evolve, to develop, to reach a point where an immortal emperor might return and find purpose in service rather than domination. The texts had been written by the masters who had performed the sealing, and they were addressed not to the master who had done the work, but to whoever would eventually open this chamber. They were addressed, in other words, to Wei himself, or to whoever came with him when the seal was finally broken. Wei sat in the shrine and read each document in turn, feeling the familiar brushwork of ancient hands, recognizing linguistic patterns that had last been in common use in a world he had not seen for 3 millennia. The masters had written honestly, without self-congratulation. They had recorded their doubts, their grief at what they were doing, their hope that the person they were sealing would eventually understand why it had been necessary. "Your grandfather understood," Wei said, reading the texts with profound attention. He understood that my awakening was not a random event or an escape. It was the completion of a cycle that he and his ancestors had protected across generations. "He left instructions," Soyeon said, "for whoever awakened you. He wanted them to know that they were not being imprisoned again or being hunted. They were being welcomed home. That's what this shrine represents. Not a prison or a threat. A homecoming." Wei looked at Soyeon with tears in his eyes, something that had not happened since his awakening, something that the ancient cultivator would never have thought possible. 3,000 years of isolation had stripped away the practiced stoicism of the ancient world and left something raw, something that responded to kindness with an openness that his previous self would have found incomprehensible. "Thank you," he said, "for this, for your family's faithfulness, for understanding what my purpose is better than I understood it myself." Soyan took his hand and held it for a moment in the quiet of the ancient shrine. Outside, the modern city continued its ordinary business. But in this room, time moved differently. Chapter 33. The International Consortium moves across the world. In a secure facility that no official government knew about, representatives of the International Cultivation Consortium convened to discuss the awakening in Seoul. They were cultivators of significant power, representatives of hidden lineages that had maintained cultivation practice across the centuries while the public world forgot. And they had a problem. An immortal emperor was awakening, and they did not know his intentions. The consortium had survived for 300 years by maintaining careful anonymity, by working through proxies, by ensuring that public-facing institutions provided cover for their actual operations. They had accumulated resources, preserved ancient knowledge, and maintained cultivation practice in conditions of deliberate secrecy. Their model was based on the premise that cultivation power, if it became public, would be seized and weaponized by governments and corporations. The emergence of Wei Tianlong threatened that model. If a genuine immortal emperor, even one at a fraction of his ancient power, began publicly teaching cultivation in Seoul, the secrecy that had protected the consortium for centuries would become impossible to maintain. Other governments would press for access. The public would demand transparency, and the consortium's carefully guarded advantage of information would evaporate. The vote was decisive. Send the Empress, their most skilled diplomat and one of the few cultivators with nascent soul stage power, to Seoul. Her mission was simple: make contact with Wei Tianlong, determine his intentions, and ensure that the consortium's interests were protected. She would arrive within a week. But Wei's government confrontation would happen in the morning, long before the consortium's representative arrived. For now, he would have to handle the modern Korean government alone. Chapter 34. Teaching the next generation. Wei spent the final hours before the government confrontation with his students, ensuring they understood what was about to happen and what their role would be if things went wrong. The academy's main hall had been arranged carefully for this conversation. Wei sat at the center with his students around him, not in any formal arrangement, but in the natural gathering of people who had been through intensive shared experience, who had meditated together in the pre-dawn hours, who had sat with each other's struggles and breakthroughs. The ghost stood near the back, his arms crossed, his expression one of protective alertness. Sung was absent. He was navigating the government side of the confrontation from his official position. "The government may attempt to contain me," Wei told them. "They may perceive me as a threat. If they do, I need you to be ready to provide evidence that I am something other than what their initial fear response will suggest. Dr. Han will present the scientific evidence. Soyan will present the historical context. Sung will provide government perspective that I am cooperating rather than resisting. But what the government needs most is to see that I am capable of teaching humans to develop real power, real capability, in a way that serves rather than threatens the population." "What should we do?" Nam asked. "Demonstrate," Wei replied. "Show them what you have achieved. Show them that you are still yourselves, still functional humans, still committed to the same ethical principles you held before you began cultivation. Show them that cultivation practice creates not power-hungry maniacs, but humans who are more capable, more aware, more dedicated to their own development and to the development of those around them." He looked at each of his students in turn. Nam, whose fighting career had ended in injury and who had found in cultivation not just physical recovery, but the spiritual dimension he had always sought. Minna, whose music had deepened in ways that she said she could not adequately describe, but that audiences heard. Jinwoo, whose engineering had become informed by a systemic understanding of reality that he said made every problem feel more tractable. The world is about to learn that cultivation exists. What happens next depends on whether I can convince people that its return is a positive thing. You are the proof of that possibility. Chapter 35. The love confession. Just before dawn, before the government officials would arrive, Wei found himself alone with Soyan on the roof of the academy. The city of Seoul sprawled below them, still mostly dark, the first hints of dawn beginning to color the eastern sky. The latte tower's upper floors were lit, as they always were, a constant light in the distance. Below, the Han River was a dark ribbon carrying the reflections of bridge lights. "I have to tell you something," Soyan said, "before today happens and everything becomes complicated." "Tell me," Wei replied. "I love you," Soyan said simply. "Not because you're powerful, not because you're ancient, not because you're connected to my family's responsibility. I love you because when you look at me, I see someone who is genuinely trying to understand this world, who is capable of vulnerability despite all your strength, who chooses to care even when you don't have to. I needed to tell you that, in case today goes wrong. Wei was quiet for a moment. He thought about 3,000 years of solitude, about the darkness that had had no texture except the awareness of being alone with his thoughts and the suppressed echo of his own heartbeat. He thought about how every conversation since awakening had felt like emerging into air, and how Soyen's conversations in particular had felt like sunlight. Wei took her hand and pulled her close. They did not kiss. There had not been a kiss yet, and that moment did not feel like the right one. But they held each other as the sun rose over Seoul, and Wei understood something that no cultivation technique had ever taught him. Love was the most powerful force he would encounter in the modern world. More powerful than his ancient capabilities. More important than his duty to manage the demonic array. More true than any philosophical principle. I love you too, he said finally. And whatever happens today, that will not change. The city below them was beginning to wake. Lights came on in apartment buildings. The first buses began their routes. Somewhere in Gangnam, the officials who would confront him were probably eating their breakfasts and reviewing their briefing documents. And somewhere below the city, in the bedrock that had been still for 3 millennia, the array pressed upward. But for a few minutes more, on a rooftop in Seoul as the sun came up, Wei Tianlong and Park Soyeon simply held each other, and the weight of ancient responsibility and modern love balanced each other in the ordinary, extraordinary silence of a new day. Chapter 36. Yi Jae-sung's loyalty tested. Yi Jae-sung received orders from above to apprehend Wei Tianlong for government custody and evaluation. The order came with the weight of national security authority behind it, with the understanding that Wei represented an unknown force that could potentially threaten Korea's sovereignty. He had expected this order. He had been working within the system long enough to understand that the discovery of a 3,000-year-old cultivator operating a secret school in Seoul would eventually generate exactly this kind of institutional response. The system was not wrong to be cautious. The caution was appropriate. The problem was that appropriate caution and genuine intelligence were not always the same thing. He did not disobey the order. Instead, he subverted it. He contacted Wei through encrypted communication and provided detailed information about the timing of the government teams, the composition of the response groups, and most importantly, the points at which someone willing to disappear could do so. He was offering Wei the chance to run. I can't let you run, he said when Wei objected. But I can let you know exactly what's coming and exactly when it's coming. What you do with that information is your choice, not mine. Officially, I'm following protocol. Actually, I'm giving you every advantage to negotiate from strength. Why? Wei asked. Why risk your position for someone you've known for less than 2 months? Because my family was a cultivator family, he replied. Because I've spent my entire career in an intelligence agency knowing that something crucial was missing from the world. Because when I felt your presence, when I understood what you were, I recognized that you represented the return of something that Korea lost 3,000 years ago. And because I believe that the future you're building is more important than the stability of the present order. He paused, and in that pause Wei heard the weight of years. The particular heaviness of someone who has spent their career serving a system they believed in while also carrying knowledge that the system did not acknowledge. My grandfather practiced a very basic form of cultivation, he added. Simple meditative techniques that had been passed down in our family for generations without anyone knowing what they originally were. I have always known that what he did was real, but I never had a framework to understand it. You provided that framework. You made my grandfather's practices make sense to me. That matters more than I can easily explain. Chapter 37. The array's call as the dawn approached and the government officials made their way towards Seoul International Academy. Wei felt the demonic array pulse with uncharacteristic intensity. The force beneath Seoul was not just waking now. It was calling to him specifically, recognizing his presence, pleading or demanding or begging for his attention. The pulse was different from the earlier tremors. Those had been unconscious, the stirrings of something being disturbed in its sleep. This was directed, a burst of spiritual pressure shaped with clear intent, aimed through the bedrock and the ley lines with the precision of a message sent through cultivation channels. The array recognized Wei's breakthrough to foundation establishment. It responded to his increased power with a corresponding increase in its own activity, as if his advancement had given it new confidence in making contact. The system provided warning. The array seals were failing faster than calculations had suggested. Within days, possibly hours, the containment might breach completely. Wei's need to manage the government confrontation was now in direct conflict with his need to address the array before it destroyed Seoul from beneath the city. He stood in the academy's meditation chamber for a moment, hand pressed against the floor, feeling the array's pulse through the building's foundations. 300 meters below, through concrete and bedrock and ancient stone, something that had been bound by the greatest sealing technique in cultivation history was making its final push toward freedom. You have a choice, the system whispered in his consciousness. Disappear. Go to the array directly. Attempt to reseal or rebind it yourself. Abandon the government negotiation. Abandon your role in modern Seoul. Return to your original purpose. Or face the government first. Attempt to negotiate cooperation. Risk that the array might break through while you are being interrogated. It was the defining moment. The instant at which Wei had to decide whether his future lay in integration with the modern world or return to his ancient duty. The government vehicles began arriving at Seoul International Academy, black cars with official markings, carrying officials and military personnel, prepared to contain an unknown threat. Wei stood and walked downstairs to meet them, choosing in that moment to trust that the future could be different from the past, that cooperation was possible, that the modern world and ancient responsibility could coexist. Chapter 38. Gao Li's deduction. Gao Li, watching from her observation point across Seoul, felt the array's awakening pulse. She had been sensitive to spiritual disturbances since childhood, trained to perceive exactly this kind of signature. The array's pulse was clear and strong, unmistakable to anyone with her level of cultivation. She understood what Wei likely did not. The array was not waking naturally. It was being awakened deliberately by someone with significant power, someone from within the modern world. Her family's records contained references to a group that had been watching the soul seals for centuries, a faction of practitioners who believed that the demonic array's power, if properly harnessed and controlled, could become a resource rather than a threat. This faction had been considered dangerous by every legitimate cultivation lineage Gao Li knew of. And based on the patterns she was seeing in the array's behavior, that faction had found the current moment, with the seals already weakening and Wei's attention split between the government confrontation and the array crisis, ideal for their interference. Her analysis was incomplete, her information insufficient. But her suspicion was clear. Someone in Seoul was deliberately attempting to force Wei's hand, to push him into a position where he had to choose between his duty to the array and his integration into modern society. If he dealt with the government, the array might break completely. If he abandoned the government to deal with the array, he would be hunted as a fugitive and lose his ability to operate publicly. The question was whether Gao Li would use that information to help Wei or to exploit the situation to her family's advantage. For now, she kept her silence, waiting to see how the government confrontation would unfold. Her decision would come later, when the full scope of what was happening became clear. Chapter 39. The Academy proposal. The Seoul Academy of Cultural Studies became, in the aftermath of Wei's initial government confrontation, the center of an unprecedented institutional innovation. The government, rather than arresting Wei, instead entered into negotiations that would take the form of an official partnership. The Academy would become the primary research and training institution for cultivation studies in Korea, operating under joint oversight of the government and private direction. The confrontation itself had been less dramatic than Wei had anticipated. The senior official who led the delegation, a man named Minister Park Hyun-woo, who had the particular quality of someone who had governed genuinely difficult situations before, had listened to Wei's explanation with the focused attention of an experienced problem solver assessing a novel challenge. "Let me make sure I understand," Minister Park had said after 30 minutes of listening. "You are 3,000 years old. You were sealed beneath Seoul by ancient practitioners who were attempting to prevent a supernatural catastrophe. You have awakened and are rebuilding your capabilities while also working to prevent the sealed force from destroying the city. And your proposed solution is to continue doing what you've been doing, but with government cooperation." "That is an accurate summary," Wei replied. The minister had looked at Dr. Han's documentation, at Soyen's historical texts, at the nervous but sincere faces of Wei's disciples. He had thought for a moment with the concentrated stillness of someone running calculations. Then he had said, "What would you need from us?" Other institutions began to emerge. Universities established programs in energy-focused meditation and ancient knowledge systems. Corporate research centers began studying the biological mechanisms of cultivation. And most remarkably, young people across Korea began applying to the Seoul Academy, eager to learn the practices that were beginning to reshape how humans understood themselves. The revival of cultivation was no longer a secret. It was becoming institutional. It was becoming normal. It was becoming the foundation of a new age. Chapter 40. Arc Cliffhanger. 3 threats converge on the evening of Wei's formal testimony before Korea's government. 3 simultaneous crises emerged that would transform everything he had built. First, The demonic array seals failed completely in 3 locations. Cracks appeared in Seoul's subway tunnels, in the streets above, in buildings that had been unknowingly constructed directly above the containment chamber. Strange phenomena began occurring. Crystalline structures erupting from the ground, time moving strangely in localized areas, the laws of physics becoming negotiable in a 1-block radius near Seoul Station. Civilian witnesses posted footage to social media. Emergency services reported dispatchers receiving calls about things they had no category for. Second, the International Cultivation Consortium's representative, the Empress, arrived in Seoul with her full diplomatic team. But rather than coming as a negotiator, she came with terms that constituted an ultimatum. Wei would join the consortium, share his knowledge of ancient cultivation, and help them reshape the world order. Or the consortium would take his knowledge by force. Third, intelligence reports indicated that Gao Li had made contact with other power brokers in Seoul's underworld, apparently preparing for some kind of coordinated action. The Ghost Network reported that something was being organized, some kind of alliance or preparation, but the details remained obscure. Wei stood in his apartment, looking out at Seoul as the evening descended, understanding the particular geometry of converging crises. 3 separate problems, none of which he could ignore, none of which could wait for the others to be resolved. The government deal he had just negotiated was still fragile. The students he was responsible for were in potential danger. The city he had committed to protecting was under threat from multiple directions simultaneously. And yet, Wei closed his eyes and began to meditate, and in the meditation he found something that surprised him. Calm. Not the forced calm of someone suppressing genuine fear, but the earned calm of someone who has faced genuine impossibility before and survived it. He had spent 3,000 years in a jade coffin. He had awakened in a world with no qi and no cultivation framework. He had rebuilt his power from nothing while simultaneously trying to understand an entirely alien civilization. Every day since awakening had required him to do things that should have been impossible. The temporal adaptation system provided no optimistic probabilities, but it provided something else: purpose. This was what he had been reborn into the modern world to face. Not peace, not integration, not simple coexistence, but challenge, change. The transformation of civilization through the collision of ancient and modern. Wei closed his eyes and began to meditate, preparing for the conflicts that were about to erupt across Seoul. The real test was only beginning. End of Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40. Chapter 41. The consortium's first contact. The Empress arrived at the Seoul Academy of Cultural Studies in the early morning, flanked by 6 advisors whose power signatures registered as Foundation Establishment Stage Minimum. She moved through the academy with the confidence of someone accustomed to every door opening before her arrival, every authority deferring to her presence. Her name, Wei would eventually learn, was Seraphina, a name she had taken 3 centuries ago when she established the consortium and found it useful to present herself as something more archetypal than personal. She was European in origin, her cultivation lineage tracing back to a tradition that predated the Enlightenment and had survived the modern age through careful compartmentalization. She dressed in a manner that could only be described as deliberately timeless, modern enough to pass for a wealthy businesswoman, but with details that suggested a different era entirely. Wei, having received warning through the Ghost Network, was waiting in the academy's main teaching hall. He had arranged the room deliberately. Teaching materials displayed prominently, students' cultivation journals visible, Dr. Han's biological research findings mounted on one wall. He wanted the Empress to see not just him, but what he had been building. Wei Tianlong, the Empress said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. She was tall, dressed in modern clothing that somehow conveyed an air of ancient authority, with eyes that held the depth of someone who had lived through multiple human epochs. We have finally met. My name is irrelevant. Most people simply know me as the Empress. I represent the International Cultivation Consortium, an organization dedicated to preserving and advancing cultivation practice in the modern world. I know of your organization, Wei replied, through intelligence channels and through the spiritual network. I was wondering when you would make direct contact. We preferred to observe first, the Empress explained. Your emergence was unexpected, your rapid advancement remarkable. You are doing something that no one else has accomplished, rebuilding cultivation from nothing, integrating ancient practice with modern energy sources. We were curious to understand your vision before interfering. And now you have interfered, Wei observed. Now we make an offer, the Empress corrected. The consortium controls cultivation resources across 6 continents. We have access to knowledge that was lost in the modern era, techniques preserved by lineages that never stopped practicing. We have financial resources, facilities, and manpower that could accelerate your work exponentially. In exchange, we ask for something simple: cooperation. Join us. Share your innovations with our organization. Help us reshape the world's understanding of power and capability. Together, we could accomplish what neither of us could alone. She moved through the teaching hall as she spoke, examining the students' materials with the appraising eye of someone accustomed to evaluating cultivation programs. When she picked up Minna's cultivation journal and flipped through it, her expression showed genuine surprise and genuine respect. "This student of yours," she said, "this musical approach to meridian cultivation. We have not seen this methodology in the consortium's 300 years of operation. It is innovative." Wei considered the offer with the analytical precision that cultivation had taught him. The consortium was genuinely powerful. Its resources would be valuable. Its knowledge would be helpful. But there was something underneath the proposal that the temporal adaptation system detected immediately. "What you are actually asking," Wei said, "is for me to subordinate my vision to yours. You want my innovations and my knowledge, but you want them integrated into a framework where the consortium maintains control. You want cultivation to become a tool of power rather than a practice of development. You want to use what I am building to reshape the world order." The Empress smiled. "You are perceptive. Yes, that is what we want, at least partially. The world is chaotic. Humanity is struggling. Cultivation could solve many of those problems, but only if it is managed properly. Only if it is organized according to rational principles rather than left to spread haphazardly across cultures and nations." "And if I refuse?" Wei asked. "Then we will work around you," the Empress said. "We will develop our own methods of accelerated cultivation training. We will establish our own academies in every nation. We will compete with you for students, resources, and influence. In the end, market forces will determine which approach succeeds. But I would prefer not to make you an enemy. I respect what you are attempting. I simply believe we could accomplish it better together." "I will consider your offer," Wei said, "but I require time. The demonic array beneath Seoul is breaching its seals. I must address that crisis first. After Seoul is stabilized, we can continue this negotiation." The Empress nodded, apparently satisfied with this answer. She set down Minna's journal with a care that suggested she understood its value. "The consortium will be watching how you handle the array. If you succeed in containing it without military force or destruction, our organization will respect that immensely. If you fail, we will be forced to intervene in ways that may not align with your vision of peaceful coexistence." She left the academy within the hour, but not before conducting a brief meditation in the courtyard that Wei recognized as a deliberate testing of the academy's spiritual configuration. She was checking his work, and based on the expression on her face when she emerged from it, she had found it more impressive than she had expected. Chapter 42. The University Complications. Park Soyan's research into pre-Han Dynasty cultivation practices was making international headlines. Academic journals were publishing her papers. Universities across the world were requesting her as a visiting lecturer. And most problematically, foreign agents were taking interest in her work. She had been careful, in her publications, to present cultivation-adjacent material in ways that sat within acceptable academic frameworks, discussing the spiritual practices of ancient Korean and Chinese cultures as historical phenomena rather than as living reality. But the implications of her recent work were legible to anyone with knowledge of the field. She was not writing about mythology. She was writing about genuine practice, preserved across centuries, and the academic community could sense the difference. Wei discovered the foreign intelligence angle when Soyan arrived at the academy in the afternoon, visibly shaken, carrying intelligence reports that Jae-sung had provided to her directly. "There are people trying to turn me into an asset," Soyan said, her academic composure shattered by the implications. "Foreign nationals, representing governments and organizations I've never heard of, offering research funding, academic positions, protection agreements. They all want access to my family's texts. They all want me to reveal what I know about cultivation practice." She spread Yi's reports across the table. Names, organizational affiliations, surveillance photos. The intelligence apparatus of 3 countries had converged on a Korean historian. "Can they force you?" Wei asked. "Not legally," Soyan replied. "But they can make my life very difficult. They can block my research, damage my career, pressure my family. And I'm terrified that if I refuse, they might try other methods. More violent methods." Wei was silent for a moment, running calculations through the temporal adaptation system. The situation had developed exactly as he had feared. His public emergence, his revelation of cultivation's existence, his successful training of disciples, all of it had attracted attention from powers that wanted to control or weaponize cultivation practice. Soyan's work was particularly threatening to these interests because it was historically grounded. Her research demonstrated that cultivation practice had been real, widespread, and sustained across centuries. Where Wei's teachings could be dismissed by some as the claims of a single unusual individual, Soyan's documentation of cultivation history created an evidentiary record that was far harder to dismiss. "Move in with me," Wei said finally. "For safety and protection. The Academy has security measures that even government surveillance cannot penetrate. And more importantly, you will be under my direct protection. Anyone who attempts to threaten you will have to answer to someone far more formidable than any government." "That's a pretty dramatic gesture," Soyan said. Her expression mixed concern with something that might have been humor, the particular humor of someone who recognized they were living through extraordinary circumstances. "Circumstances are dramatic," Wei replied. "The array is breaking through. The consortium wants my knowledge. Foreign powers are attempting to control you. This is no longer a situation where we can maintain the pretense of normal academic life. We must adapt to reality, not pretend reality doesn't exist." "I need to get my research materials," Soyan said, which Wei recognized as her agreement. The process of moving Soyan into the academy took an afternoon and produced an unexpected education. Her research materials occupied approximately 40 boxes, which the ghost's people moved with the quiet efficiency of people accustomed to moving objects that should not be discussed with outsiders. Wei carried several boxes himself, which Soyan had not expected and which Choi, passing through during his usual visit, found deeply funny for reasons he declined to fully explain. The boxes revealed the scope of her work in ways that their conversations had not. Wei had understood, abstractly, that Soyan was a serious scholar doing important research. Moving her research materials communicated this concretely. Decades of accumulated notes, photocopies of texts from institutions across East Asia, correspondence with researchers in 7 countries, draft papers in various stages of completion, and her grandfather's journals, the ones she had been working through since Wei emerged, arranged in chronological order, handled with the specific care of things that were irreplaceable. She had been working toward this for her entire adult life. The way that Wei's sealing had been a preparation that preceded any awareness of its purpose. The parallel was not lost on him. She had been building the knowledge, and the knowledge had been building toward him, and neither of them had known the specific shape of what was coming. Only the general direction, toward understanding, toward connection, toward the moment when the preserved memory of the ancient world would encounter the ancient world itself, still alive, still learning. He set down the last box and looked around the research room she was establishing in the Academy's inner wing. "You have been preparing your whole life," he said. "So have you," she replied. "It just looked different." Chapter 43. Gao Li makes her move. The formal challenge came through the Ghost's network, delivered in the ancient form of cultivation protocol. Gao Li was calling for a duel to settle the ancient conflict between her family and Wei Tianlong. The duel would take place at a neutral location, an abandoned quarry outside Seoul, with witnesses from the cultivation community present. The message arrived written in classical Chinese on paper that smelled of the particular incense that the Gao family had burned in their Kyoto compound for centuries. Wei recognized the fragrance from 3,000 years ago. Gao Ming had always favored jasmine combined with something sharper, almost antiseptic. The family had preserved even this detail, this olfactory memory that reached across millennia. Wei recognized the challenge immediately as a test of his commitment to the modern world. In the ancient cultivation realm, such challenges had been binding, sacred, a way of resolving disputes through direct combat. But in the modern world, such things were anachronistic, unnecessary, potentially dangerous. He also recognized it as an opportunity. Gao Li's message, translated from its ceremonial formality, communicated something beyond the ritual challenge. She was offering resolution. Her family had preserved this conflict for 3,000 years not out of hatred but out of duty, an obligation to address what had been left unfinished. The duel was not a murder attempt. It was a closing ceremony for an ancient chapter, conducted according to protocols that both parties understood. The cultivation duel protocol was one of the oldest formalized interactions in the ancient cultivation world. It predated most political structures, predated the formation of sects, predated the celestial hierarchies that had eventually evolved to govern the higher stages of cultivation civilization. It was a form of communication between cultivators, a way of establishing relative capability, resolving disputes, testing the limits of alliance. The ancient cultivation world had used it the way modern diplomacy used negotiation, structured interaction that allowed powerful parties to engage without the engagement becoming immediately catastrophic. Gao Li was invoking it correctly. The challenge had been delivered in the proper form, through proper channels, with appropriate formality. That she was invoking ancient protocol in modern Seoul, in a world that had forgotten cultivation existed until recently, was evidence of how deeply the Gao family had maintained its traditions. They had been preserving not just knowledge, but forms, the specific ways ancient cultivators conducted significant interactions. Wei respected this. The forms existed for reasons. They provided a framework that prevented misinterpretation, established shared expectations, created a space in which two powerful entities could interact without escalating beyond what either party could manage. In the modern world, where there was no established framework for cultivator-to-cultivator interaction, invoking ancient protocol was a useful gift. I accept, Wei told the ghost. But I propose a modification to the ancient protocols. Rather than a fight to the death, this should be a demonstration of capability and control. We fight, but neither of us intends lethal outcome. This will be a test of skill and power, not a vendetta. The ghost relayed this proposal to Gao Li through underground channels. The response came within hours. Gao Li accepted. More remarkably, she added a condition. If Wei won the duel, her family would formally pledge alliance with him and the Seoul Academy. If Gao Li won, Wei would agree to listen to her family's proposal regarding the larger cultivation revival. It was an elegant solution that gave both parties something valuable at stake, while ensuring that the confrontation would be taken seriously by both sides. Wei spent the evening before the duel reviewing what he knew of the Gao family's cultivation style from his own ancient memories. 3,000 years had passed, but certain fundamental approaches to cultivation tended to persist through lineages. The original master's philosophical orientation shaped not just technique, but the way students thought about power, which in turn shaped subsequent generations' development. He expected precision, economy, a preference for technique over raw force. He would face someone who had been trained from childhood in exactly the kind of cultivation practice he had spent months rebuilding from nothing. The deficit was enormous. His foundation establishment stage was genuine but newly achieved, his techniques recovered but not fully refined. Against a core formation practitioner from a preserved lineage, he would need to deploy 3,000 years of combat experience as a supplement to power he did not fully possess. Gao Ming had been a precision cultivator. Where Wei's ancient style had been characterized by power and scale, approaches that worked because of overwhelming force combined with deep technique. Gao Ming had been characterized by exactness. He had been the only opponent Wei had ever faced who consistently identified the precise point in Wei's technique, where it was most vulnerable, who had found the 100th% imprecision in a seal or a formation and had exploited it exactly. This quality would be in Gao Li's inheritance. 30 generations of practitioners trained in the Gao tradition would have refined and concentrated that quality of precise perception. She would be looking for exactly where Wei's technique was vulnerable, and she would find things that his own self-assessment had missed, because people rarely perceive their own imprecisions as accurately as a skilled opponent perceives them from the outside. He decided to be honest with himself about his most significant vulnerability at this stage: his formations. The ancient Immortal Emperor had known formations of extraordinary complexity. The recovering cultivator had formations that were architecturally accurate but energetically insufficient, the right shape with inadequate power behind it. In the duel, if Gao Li pressed into his defensive formations, they would hold their structure but not their force. He could not hide this from someone trained in the Gao tradition. He decided instead to use it, to allow her to identify the gap, and to respond to her identification with something unexpected. This was an ancient combat principle he had not employed in 3,000 years. Sometimes the most useful thing you can reveal to a skilled opponent is a real vulnerability, provided you are prepared for what they do when they find it. Chapter 44. Core Formation Breakthrough. Preparation. With the duel approaching and the array crisis intensifying, Wei made the decision to accelerate his cultivation development beyond what he had previously thought possible. For 5 days, he engaged in continuous meditation, pushing beyond physical endurance, pushing beyond the safe limits that his disciples followed. He did not sleep. He ate only when the body demanded it, consuming the food that Soyan brought to his meditation chamber without breaking the meditative state, a technique from the ancient world that required significant cultivation base to maintain, but that allowed a practitioner to push development timelines that would otherwise take months into the space of days. The physical cost was visible. E.J. Sung, passing through the academy on intelligence business, paused at the meditation chamber door and looked at Wei with the professional concern of someone trained to read physical condition. "You look like someone trying to start an engine that isn't quite ready," he said. "The engine will be ready," Wei replied. The 3 disciples attempted to help, creating a shared cultivation network that would allow them to contribute power to Wei's advancement. But Wei found himself needing something more. He needed to tap directly into the demonic array beneath Seoul, draw power from it despite its dangerous nature, use its chaotic energy to force his breakthrough. It was a dangerous technique. The array's power was not designed to sustain cultivation. It was designed to destroy, to corrupt, to overwhelm any biological system that attempted to work with it directly. But Wei's 3,000 years of experience provided him with the knowledge to interface with chaotic power carefully, to draw what he needed while protecting himself from the array's destructive nature. He approached the connection carefully, extending his spiritual senses down through the ley lines, through the bedrock, through the failing seals, until he could feel the array's raw power waiting in the dark. He did not try to draw it all at once. He took it the way an ancient healer extracts venom from a wound, with precision, with attention to exactly how much was manageable, with constant monitoring for the moment when drawing more would shift from beneficial to lethal. The array responded to his attention. It recognized the familiar spiritual signature of the being who had sealed it, and it offered power in the way that an imprisoned force sometimes offers cooperation to the only person capable of freeing it. Wei did not trust the offer. He took only what he needed and broke the connection before the array could attempt to draw him down in return. The breakthrough came on the 5th day of intensive meditation. Wei felt his cultivation base expand, his power triple, his connection to the spiritual reality of Seoul deepen to something approaching genuine mastery. He achieved core formation stage, 3 stages beyond his initial awakening, approaching the threshold at which he would once again be genuinely formidable. But the breakthrough cost him. When Wei emerged from meditation, he found himself weakened by the effort, his body struggling with the biological strain of advancing so rapidly. He slept for 14 hours straight, and when he awakened, he found Soyan keeping watch beside his bed. "You nearly died," she said without preamble. "Your life signs were barely registering. Your body temperature dropped. So far we thought hypothermia might set in. What were you doing down there?" "What I needed to do," Wei replied. "The duel is tomorrow. I needed to be strong enough to win not just for myself, but to prove to the Gao family that alliance with me is valuable. To show that I am genuinely powerful, genuinely capable of handling what is coming." "You're going to get yourself killed trying to accomplish everything at once," Soyan said, tears streaming down her face. "The array is breaking through. The consortium is threatening. Foreign powers are trying to control me. And you're pushing yourself to the point of death. When does it become too much?" Wei sat up and pulled Soyan close. "It will never be too much," he said, "because I have committed to protecting this city and the people in it. That commitment means accepting whatever burden is required. I cannot ask you to share that burden and simultaneously protect myself from it. Either I am fully committed or I am not. I choose to be fully committed. Then I'm fully committed with you," Soyan said fiercely. "Whatever comes, we face together." Chapter 45. The duel at the quarry. The abandoned quarry outside Seoul had once supplied the stone for buildings that still stood in the city's older districts. Now it was a landscape of geological exposure. Layers of bedrock laid bare by decades of extraction, pools of still water at the lowest levels, edges worn smooth by decades of wind and rain. In the early morning light, it had a stark and ancient quality, as if the quarry's excavation had revealed something that had always been present but never intended to be seen. Witnesses gathered, representatives from the Ghosts Network, cultivators from the Seoul Academy, even a few foreign observers who had learned of the duel through international cultivation networks. They arranged themselves around the natural stone arena with the practiced positioning of people who had attended similar events, or who had studied enough history to know where to stand. Wei and Gao Li faced each other across the open stone arena, and for a moment, something ancient passed between them. Recognition of power meeting power. Respect for someone who could understand the burden of carrying strength across generations. But also something that neither had fully anticipated: relief. The long wait was ending. The thing that had hung between their family lines for 3,000 years was about to be resolved. Then they began. The fight was different from the brief confrontation in the Gangnam Alley. This was genuine combat, 2 skilled cultivators testing each other with intent and precision. Gao Li was formidable. Her core formation stage power was refined by generations of careful training. Her techniques were elegant and devastating, built on a foundation that had been refined through 30 centuries of continuous practice. When she attacked, her movements had the quality of something perfected beyond what individual lifetimes usually permitted. But Wei was something else entirely. His power came from 3,000 years of combat experience, from techniques that had been developed against opponents far more formidable than anything the modern world had produced. His style was economical, devastating, built on the principle of using the minimum force required to achieve maximum effect. He had fought ancient immortal emperors, beings whose power levels were incomprehensible to modern cultivators. Against that scale of experience, Gao Li's considerable skill was comprehensible, readable, its patterns visible to him in the same way a master calligrapher might immediately perceive the structure of a student's writing. But he did not underestimate her. The patterns were readable, but the execution was precise. She had been training since childhood in techniques that had been refined across 30 generations of dedicated practice. What she lacked in power relative to Wei's historical peak, she compensated for in the specific depth of her lineage's expertise. She knew things about cultivation technique that Wei had not encountered, approaches that the Gao family had developed during the centuries of their isolation that had no equivalent in any tradition he was aware of. The duel was teaching him, in real time, from someone who was trying to defeat him. The ancient cultivation world had understood this as one of the highest forms of education. The opponent who fights you honestly teaches more than the teacher who shows you only what they want you to know. He had quoted this principle to students. He had not, in his ancient life, genuinely experienced it with any opponent who also possessed techniques he had not previously encountered. His ancient opponents had been powerful, but they had been drawing from the same well of tradition. Gao Li's lineage had developed its knowledge in isolation, over 30 centuries of refinement without reference to any external tradition. The result was a cultivation style that was genuinely novel, built from the same ancient foundations as everything else, but developed in a completely different direction. He learned more in 20 minutes fighting Gao Li than in several months of teaching his disciples. He was grateful for this, which was not a common emotional state for someone in combat, but which felt appropriate given the circumstances. He also had something that the ancient world had not given him, a reason to hold back. In the ancient world, Wei had fought without the complication of caring what the outcome meant beyond victory. He had been a weapon, in some ways, an instrument of power and will pointed at obstacles. The 3,000 years in the jade coffin and the months of rebuilding in Seoul had made him something more complex than a weapon. He was choosing to win the duel in a way that opened a door rather than closed one. The quarry in the early morning light had a particular quality that stayed with him later. Geological exposure like that, layers of rock made suddenly visible by human extraction, the deep time record of the earth stripped open, was one of the few things in the modern world that matched the timescale he naturally thought in. The rock he stood on was hundreds of millions of years old. The seals in the depths below were 3,000 years old. And he and Gao Li, the most ancient living humans in any meaningful sense, were about to fight in the middle of all that layered time to determine whether the oldest enmity in the cultivation world would become its newest alliance. He found this, quietly, magnificent. The duel lasted 20 minutes. By the end, both fighters were exhausted. Both were bleeding from minor wounds. Both had pushed themselves to genuine limits. But Gao Li was on one knee, her hand raised in acknowledgement of Wei's superior positioning, her respect evident in her expression. Wei extended his hand to help her up. She took it, and as she stood, she spoke in classical Chinese. "My family recognizes your supremacy, Wei Tianlong. We are at your service." The words carried the weight of 3,000 years of preparation. The witnesses erupted in acknowledgement. An ancient rivalry had been resolved. A new alliance had been forged. And the Gao family's resources, considerable across international cultivation networks, were now committed to supporting Wei's vision. Gao Li, standing and composing herself, looked at Wei with something more personal than the ceremonial statement she had just made. "My ancestor would have wanted this," she said quietly. "He did not preserve the memory of you as an enemy. He preserved it as a promise. He believed that your return would change things. I think he was right." Chapter 46. The Gao family's resources. Gao Li spent the evening after the duel explaining the scope of what her family could offer. They were gathered in the academy's inner council room. Gao Li at one end of the table with her two senior advisors, Wei at the other with his council, the ghost, Dr. Han, E.J. Sung, Nam, Mina, and Jin Wu. Soyan sat beside Wei and took notes, her historian's instinct ensuring that this historic moment was documented. The map that Gao Li produced covered East Asia and extended far beyond it. Dots marked cultivation sites. Lines indicated ley line connections that the Gao family had mapped over centuries. And in several locations, markings indicated something Wei had not anticipated, sealed arrays besides the one beneath Seoul. Your array was the largest, Gao Li explained, but not the only one. Ancient practitioners sealed multiple demonic forces across the region, using interconnected containment systems. The Seoul array was the central node. These others, she indicated several sites across China, Japan, and parts of Southeast Asia, are subsidiary. Their containment relies partly on the soul array's stability, which means if the soul array fully collapses, Jinwu said, already calculating, the subsidiary arrays lose their anchor and begin to fail in sequence, Gowley confirmed. The room absorbed this information in silence. They had preserved cultivation knowledge across multiple lineages, techniques that had been lost in China but preserved in secret communities. They had access to meditation sites across East Asia, locations with strong ley lines and powerful spiritual significance. They had contacts within hidden cultivation networks worldwide. And most importantly, they had financial resources and political connections that would allow them to facilitate cooperation between cultivation communities that had traditionally been isolated from each other. Gowley spent the better part of 2 hours explaining the specifics, and Wei listened with the same quality of attention he had been developing across the months of his soul education, the kind that received rather than anticipated, that let information arrive at its own pace rather than trying to speed it toward conclusions he had already formed. The quality of the information was extraordinary. The Gao family had spent 30 centuries doing exactly what they had set out to do, and the accumulated result was a resource that dwarfed his own individually recovered knowledge by several measures. The most unexpected element was the emotional dimension. Gowley had grown up knowing that this meeting was coming. She had been told from childhood that she was part of a line of people preparing for the moment when the enemy-turned opportunity would return. The weight of that preparation was visible in the way she explained things, not showing off, but also clearly aware that what she was providing had been earned through generations of work by people who had never expected to be in the room for its delivery. Wei recognized this as a form of legacy, and legacy was something he was still learning to receive. In the ancient world, he had accumulated. He had not inherited, not from people who had worked across centuries specifically for him. The Gao family had prepared a gift and had been waiting to give it for longer than most nations had existed. He received it carefully and completely, which was the appropriate way to receive something that had cost that much. My family does not want dominance, Gowley explained. What we want is what my ancestor wanted but failed to achieve. Genuine cultivation civilization, where the practice is advanced and elevated rather than fragmented and hidden. You have begun that work in Seoul. We wish to expand it. We wish to work with you to ensure that cultivation's return to the world is organized rather than chaotic. And what happens when the return is complete? Wei asked. When cultivation is no longer hidden. When the entire world knows that spiritual power exists and is teachable, then we have succeeded in preventing the conflicts and territorial wars that ancient cultivation lineages engaged in, Gowley replied. A transparent, organized cultivation civilization would be far less destructive than a fragmented one where everyone is competing for hidden knowledge and limited resources. More importantly, it would prevent the kind of arrogant cultivation masters who became tyrants. If cultivation is public, if it is taught systematically, if it is subject to democratic oversight and ethical principles, then it becomes a genuine part of human civilization rather than a threat to it. Wei listened to Gowley describe this vision with the careful attention he had been training himself to apply to ideas he had not personally developed. The temptation, when someone stated a position he found correct, was to move quickly past agreement to action. He had been learning that the moving past was a mistake, that the act of genuinely receiving another person's thinking, letting it arrive fully rather than immediately integrating it into his own framework, was a form of respect that also produced better outcomes. Gao Li's articulation of the transparent cultivation civilization was not the same as Wei's own version of the same idea. The emphasis was different, where Wei thought primarily about the ethical architecture, the principles that would prevent cultivation power from producing new tyrannies. Gao Li thought primarily about the structural architecture, the specific mechanisms of accountability and oversight that would give the ethical principles institutional durability. Both dimensions were necessary. Neither of them had fully thought through the others. He spent some time asking questions, which was the thing Soyan's research had noted the ancient texts describing. That Wei Tianlong asked more questions than was customary for someone of his cultivation stage. The questions were genuine. He wanted to understand how the Gao family's centuries of preservation work had shaped their specific view of what cultivation civilization should look like. The answer mattered, because what they could build together would be shaped by the genuine combination of those two frameworks, not one of them adjusting to accommodate the other, but both of them changing in response to contact with a different perspective. Wei recognized in Gao Li's vision something that echoed his own understanding. 3,000 years ago, he had fought to maintain the old order, to preserve the hierarchies that had defined the ancient cultivation realm. That choice had led to his ceiling. The recognition had layers he was still working through. The most obvious layer was the straightforward irony. The being who had been sealed for being too invested in power hierarchies was now, in the modern world, the person arguing most consistently against them. The lesson had been applied. But there was a less obvious layer, one that Gao Li's specific framing had opened up. She had said that the transparent cultivation civilization would prevent the kind of arrogant cultivation masters who became tyrants. And the thing was, she was describing him. Not the modern him, but the ancient one. The ancient Wei Tianlong, before the sealing, had been exactly the kind of master she was describing. Not deliberately tyrannical, but certain enough of his own judgment and power that the boundary between what serves everyone and what I have decided serves everyone had been permeable in one direction. He had not been evil. He had been certain. And the certainty had been the problem, because certainty at the level of power he had possessed was indistinguishable from tyranny in its effects on everyone who lived within his sphere of influence. They could disagree, but he would not hear the disagreement as information. They could push back, but he would experience the pushback as error rather than correction. He had been sealed not because he was malevolent, but because he was convinced. This was the specific thing the sealing had been designed to address. Not his power, but his relationship to being wrong. 3,000 years of being unable to act, unable to impose, unable to be certain of anything because he could not perceive anything. This had not diminished him. It had opened space for something that had not been there before. The experience of his own uncertainty extended over time long enough to become familiar enough to stop being threatening. Perhaps Gao Li's family, descended from his ancient rival, had learned what he was only now discovering. The future belonged not to those who held power, but to those who could reshape how power was distributed and understood. He looked at the map of Asia spread across the table, the dots and lines of the Gao family's centuries of cultivation cartography, and thought about Gao Ming. Not the rival, not the adversary, not the carefully preserved enemy of family mythology. The person, a cultivator who had spent his last years writing letters to descendants he would never meet, trying to ensure that the memory of Wei Tianlong was preserved not as an enemy, but as a problem to be resolved. Who had built an archive of materials specifically intended to help with the soul's sealing from the outside, knowing he would never personally be involved. Who had described, in his private letter, a man he had opposed as someone principled, the most generous possible word for an adversary. Gao Ming had prepared this moment across 30 centuries. Wei had opposed him, had eventually forced him to retreat, and Gao Ming had used that retreat to build the thing that would be useful when the time came. The ancient master had transformed defeat into preparation. Wei thought he might have been the better cultivator after all, not the more powerful one, the better one. Your ancestor, Wei said to Gao Li quietly, was wiser than I gave him credit for. Gao Li smiled, and in the smile Wei saw 30 centuries of family pride offered quietly, without demand. He would have been glad to hear that. Chapter 47. The Empress's Gambit. Deepened 3 days after the duel with Gao Li, the Empress made a move that demonstrated both her sophistication and her ruthlessness. She arranged a seemingly coincidental meeting between Soyan and herself at one of Seoul's most prestigious art galleries, where an exhibition of ancient cultivation artifacts had recently opened, artifacts that the Empress's organization had provided to the gallery for display. Soyan recognized the setup immediately but went anyway, believing, correctly, that the information she might gain was worth the manipulation she would have to navigate. The Empress was as charming in direct conversation as she was formidable in negotiation. She praised Soyan's research with specific citations, demonstrating genuine familiarity with the work. She discussed the artifacts in the exhibition with the fluency of someone who had handled them before. And she asked questions that were entirely innocent on their surface, but that were clearly aimed at assessing what Soyan knew and what she was willing to share. Wei sensed the manipulation immediately. He was not present, but through his connection with Soyan and through Yi Jae-sung's intelligence network, he observed what occurred. The Empress complimented Soyan's research, praised her family's preservation of cultivation knowledge, and then made her offer. The consortium would fund Soyan's research indefinitely, provide her with access to the most important texts in their possession, ensure her work reached academic prominence. In exchange, Soyan would maintain periodic contact with the consortium, would share her findings before they were published, and would ultimately understand that she was working in alliance with the consortium whether she formally acknowledged it or not. You are using my wife as leverage, Wei said when he confronted the Empress in a private negotiation that occurred that evening. Wife was not precisely accurate. They were not married yet, the ceremony still in the future. But the word carried the weight of Wei's intention, and the Empress understood it. I am recognizing that not everyone can be approached directly, the Empress replied. Some people respond better to incentives and opportunity than to abstract discussions of philosophy. Soyan is a brilliant woman. She deserves resources to advance her work. The consortium can provide those resources. The alliance is mutually beneficial. And if she refuses, Wei pressed, then we will ensure that her research is blocked, that her funding is denied, that her academic career stalls, the Empress said with perfect honesty. Not through violence or overt pressure, but through the subtle application of institutional power. She will have a choice, but the choice will be between cooperation and suffering. That is not acceptable, Wei said flatly. And it tells me something important about how you approach the cultivation revival you claim to want. You speak of cultivation as development and wisdom, but you use coercion and institutional pressure as your tools. The ancient cultivation world I knew had its share of practitioners who spoke beautifully about the path, while acting according to entirely different principles. You remind me of some of them. The Empress was silent for a moment, the silence of someone who has been recognized accurately and is deciding how to respond. Then I will ensure that she is offered better choices, Wei said. I will match whatever resources the consortium offers. I will provide her with all the security and opportunities she needs without requiring her to compromise her integrity. You are wealthy? The Empress asked with genuine surprise. Not yet, Wei admitted. But I will become so. The three disciples are already working with technology companies, developing applications for meditation enhancement and energy work that could generate enormous revenue. I have instructed them to ensure that all profits from those endeavors go directly to supporting the academy and protecting the people I care about. Within a year, I will have resources that rival the consortium's. The Empress studied Wei with new appreciation. You think tactically. That is good. That means you might actually succeed in your vision where others would fail. Very well. We will wait. We will see whether your model of ethical cultivation practice can genuinely compete with ours. And when one of us proves superior, we will deal with the consequences. Chapter 48. The array's hunger grows uncontained. The seals beneath Seoul were failing faster than any projection had calculated. Multiple breaches had opened. Strange phenomena had become visible to ordinary humans. Areas where physics seemed to operate differently, where time moved at strange rates, where the ground itself seemed to vibrate with anger. The news media, which had been briefed on cultivation's existence but not on the full scope of the array crisis, began reporting on underground geological anomalies and seismic disturbances of unknown origin. The government prepared evacuation protocols for the neighborhoods most directly above the containment structure. Scientists scrambled to develop explanations using conventional frameworks, with limited success. Wei spent hours in deep meditation, attempting to communicate with the array, attempting to understand what was accelerating its awakening beyond his calculations. What he perceived was deeply disturbing. The array was not thinking as a unified consciousness anymore. It was breaking into multiple personality fragments, each one trying to escape through the failing seals, each one attempting to manifest into the world independently. The fragments had distinct qualities. Some were hungry, some were frantic, some had a terrible slow patience that Wei found more frightening than the frantic ones. They were not coordinating. They were simply pressing outward wherever a weakness presented itself. He spent an entire night attempting to negotiate with the fragments, using the techniques of spiritual communication that the ancient world had developed for exactly this kind of situation. The response he received was chaotic, fragmented, barely coherent. But underneath the chaos, he found something unexpected: grief. The fragments of the array's consciousness were grieving their own fragmentation, their separation from each other, their millennia of isolation in the dark. He had not expected grief. The ancient texts about demonic entities described hunger and rage and the drive for expansion, not emotional states that presupposed a self that could experience loss. But 3,000 years of fragmentation had apparently produced exactly that: separate pieces of a consciousness that had once been whole, each one carrying the memory of wholeness, each one pressing toward the others and being denied by the sealing structure that kept them apart. He spent further time in the quiet, trying to understand what he was actually facing. Not a threat in the conventional cultivation sense, not power arrayed against him, not a consciousness making hostile choices. Something more like a wound, something that was suffering from its own condition and expressing that suffering as expansion, the way any creature under unbearable pressure expands toward whatever relief presents itself. The fragments wanted to reunite. The seals were preventing that reunion. The breaches were not escape attempts. They were reaching. Each fragment pressing through whatever gap appeared was trying to find the other fragments. This changed the technical problem completely. Resealing the breaches would not address the underlying situation. It would simply refragment something that was pressing harder and harder against fragmentation. The only sustainable solution was the one he had understood academically, but not felt in its full weight until this night. Reintegration. Not just of the array's power into himself, but of the array's consciousness into coherence. The implications were terrifying. A unified array, Wei could potentially recontain, but a fragmented array, manifesting through multiple breaches simultaneously, might become impossible to manage without massive destruction. We need to accelerate the stabilization timeline, Wei told his council, Nam, Minna, Jinwu, the Ghost, Gao Li, Dr. Han, and E.J. Sung, in an emergency meeting. We cannot wait for my cultivation base to recover completely. We cannot wait for the 3 disciples to reach higher stages. We must act now, even though we are unprepared. What does acting now entail? The Ghost asked. It means descending into the depths beneath Seoul, Wei replied, confronting the array directly, attempting to reseal or reintegrate it before it breaks through completely. And it means doing it before the array fragments to the point where reintegration becomes impossible. The silence that followed was profound. Everyone in the room understood that Wei was describing a mission with survival odds he was deliberately not calculating out loud. Then we go with you, Nam said simply. The 3 of us. We can provide support, can help channel power, can be your anchors to the physical world while you work with the array's consciousness. You would die, Wei said. Probably, Nam agreed. But Seoul has 10 million people living above that array. And the person who is most likely to succeed in managing it is sitting across from me. I'm not going to let personal survival anxiety prevent me from helping with that. Minna nodded without speaking. Jinwu was already sketching structural diagrams of the sealing chambers, calculating approach vectors. One by one, the others in the council volunteered. Not all of them would go into the depths. The Ghost and E.J. Sung would manage the surface response. Dr. Han would be on standby for medical emergency. But Gao Li would go, her power adding to their strength. Soyan would go, her family's connection to the original seals potentially useful in understanding how they worked. And the core group, Wei, the 3 disciples, and Gao Li, would descend together into darkness. Chapter 49, Wei's decision. Full public emergence before the descent, Wei made a final decision. He would appear on television, would speak directly to Seoul's population, would explain what was happening and what needed to be done. The government initially resisted. The military wanted to maintain information control. The media wanted sensationalism that would serve advertising rather than public understanding. Several senior officials argued that public knowledge of the crisis would cause panic and impede the emergency response. But E.J. Sung, using his political capital, arranged for Wei to have 30 minutes of national broadcast time. The night before the broadcast, Wei sat alone in the academy's meditation chamber and prepared what he would say. He had been a teacher for his entire adult life, first in the ancient world's cultivation halls, now in the modern world's classrooms. He knew how to take knowledge that lived in one framework and translate it into terms that another framework could receive. Wei used those 30 minutes to tell the truth. He explained that he was 3,000 years old, that he had been sealed beneath Seoul to prevent catastrophe, that modern Seoul was built atop an ancient sealing array that was beginning to fail. He explained cultivation and spiritual power in terms that modern people could grasp, not as mysticism or religion, but as a technology of consciousness that had been practiced for millennia before being lost. He explained that his disciples were proof that cultivation could be developed in the modern world. And most importantly, he explained that Seoul was about to undergo a spiritual crisis, and that he intended to manage it without destroying the city or killing its inhabitants. He spoke in the plain, direct way of someone who had decided that nothing was served by diplomatic softening. The world was changing. The truth was the most useful gift he could give. What I am asking from you, Wei said directly to the camera, speaking to millions of humans watching, is trust. Trust that I know what I am doing. Trust that I have the capability to manage this. Trust that the return of spiritual cultivation to the world does not have to be destructive or catastrophic. I cannot guarantee that everything will be perfect, but I can guarantee that I will do everything in my power to protect you. The broadcast ended, and Seoul erupted into response. Chapter 50. The public integration. In the hours after Wei's broadcast, something remarkable occurred. Rather than descending into chaos, Seoul began to organize around the cultivation concept. Meditation groups began forming in parks. Internet forums discussed cultivation theory and practice. And most remarkably, people from across the city began showing up at the Seoul Academy, asking for training. Wei had expected conflict. He had expected resistance. He had spent 3,000 years in a world where power was something that most humans responded to with fear, and he had expected that revealing himself as a 3,000-year-old cultivator to a modern population would trigger the same response. What he received instead was hope. Humans, given the opportunity to develop themselves beyond ordinary limitation, to participate in practices that transcended the conventional understanding of possibility. They wanted it. They wanted it with a hunger that suggested this desire had been suppressed rather than absent. As if all the meditation apps and mindfulness movements and yoga studios that had proliferated in the modern age were symptoms of a civilization trying to find its way back to something it had lost. The Academy's capacity was overwhelmed within hours. Thousands of people applied for training slots that could accommodate only hundreds. The government, recognizing the social moment, arranged for public meditation training to be offered in parks, in schools, in community centers across Seoul. Within 24 hours of Wei's broadcast, 1 million humans in Seoul had engaged in some form of cultivation practice. Wei watched this unfold from the Academy's roof, with Soyeon beside him, and recognized something profound. The return of cultivation would not be slow or measured. It would be explosive, rapid, transformative. The city below was not frightened. It was awake. The practical consequences were already visible within hours. Jinwoo sent a message from his apartment noting that the Academy's dedicated phone line had received 437 calls before noon. Dr. Han forwarded a message from 3 colleagues at different hospitals asking about the biological mechanisms underlying the cultivation demonstrations they had seen on television. The ghost sent a brief note. Every artifact in the shop has started resonating at the same time. Whatever you did, the objects know about it. And Jae-sung called with 2 pieces of news. The first was that 11 other governments had requested formal communication with the Korean government about cultivation recognition protocols. The second was that someone had registered the domain name Seoul Cultivation KR within 40 minutes of Wei's broadcast ending. The internet is faster than cultivation, Soyeon observed. In some respects, Wei agreed. He watched a group of people in the park below the Academy, about 30 of them, sitting in rough approximation of meditation posture, clearly attempting the basic breathing technique from his broadcast. Most of them were doing it wrong. A few were doing it surprisingly right. One elderly man near the edge of the group had his eyes closed and was breathing in a pattern that suggested he had done this before, in some form, long ago, and was simply remembering rather than learning. The world was not starting. It was resuming. Your grandfather understood this too, I think, Wei said to Soyeon. He preserved the knowledge because he believed people would want it when it returned. Not that they would be forced to accept it, that they would choose it. He would be astonished by the scale, Soyeon said. He thought maybe a few hundred people, not 1 million in one day. Humans surprise me, Wei admitted. Continuously, in both directions. Chapter 51, Government Response. Negotiated. The Korean government, faced with a situation that was becoming politically untenable, requested a formal meeting with Wei. They wanted clarity on several points. Was cultivation safe? Would it create a power imbalance between people? Could the government regulate cultivation practice? Would Wei agree to oversight of the Academy? The meeting took place in a conference room in Seoul's government complex, formal and procedurally careful in the way that government meetings of significant matters tend to be. Wei arrived with Jae-sung and Dr. Han, bringing the combination of institutional credibility and scientific documentation that he had been building toward since his first confrontation with the authorities. The government's team was led by Minister Park Hyun-woo, who had proven himself at their initial confrontation to be someone who processed novel information effectively. Beside him sat the director of the National Security Service, a military medical consultant, and 3 civilian policy advisors. Minister Park had, from Wei's perspective, the most interesting cultivation of any non-practitioner he had encountered in Seoul. He had no spiritual practice, no family history of cultivation, no instinctive sensitivity to qi. What he had was a quality of attention that Wei recognized from the ancient cultivation masters he had known. The ability to take information that arrived in a form incompatible with his existing framework and sit with that incompatibility rather than immediately trying to resolve it. He could hold 2 contradictory understandings in mind simultaneously, evaluate evidence that pointed toward the contradiction rather than away from it, and reach conclusions that were governed by what the evidence showed rather than what he would have preferred the evidence to show. In the ancient cultivation world, this quality of mind had been called clear seeing, and it was considered one of the prerequisites for genuine cultivation advancement. Park Hyun-woo would never cultivate, but he had clear seeing naturally, which was perhaps why he had risen to ministerial level in a political environment that generally rewarded more expedient cognitive styles. The government team had been briefed in advance by Jae-sung, which meant they were not walking in entirely cold. But being briefed and actually meeting Wei were different experiences, and Wei could read in their body language the adjustment they were making between the briefing room abstract understanding and the physical reality of a person who had been sealed in a jade coffin for 3,000 years sitting across the table from them, looking completely normal. Wei negotiated hard on these questions, but he also recognized that cooperation was essential. The government had resources, authority, and legitimacy that the academy lacked. Without government support, cultivation's revival could easily become a source of social division and conflict. With government support, it could become a national asset. In exchange for genuine government support, funding, legal protection, institutional recognition, Wei agreed to establish certification standards for cultivation instructors, ensuring that people who taught cultivation to others met minimum competence and ethical standards. Create ethical guidelines for cultivation practice, clear principles that would be incorporated into all official teaching. Permit government oversight of advanced training, allowing regulators to monitor the development of high-power practitioners. Share knowledge of cultivation techniques with government-approved researchers, enabling Korea to develop cultivation science as a legitimate academic discipline. Work with the government to establish meditation infrastructure across Korea. The agreement was announced within 48 hours. Korea became the first nation to officially recognize and institutionalize cultivation practice. Other nations, watching Korea's approach, began preparing similar initiatives. Chapter 52, The Secret Summit, Modified. The final meeting before the descent brought together the people who mattered most. Wei's inner circle plus representatives from the government, from the international consortium, and from the Gao family. They met in a secure location deep beneath Seoul Academy, in meditation chambers that had been constructed specifically to be spiritually neutral and completely isolated from external interference. The room was underground, accessed through a passage that most of the Academy's staff did not know existed. Wei had designed it to serve as a sanctuary in exactly this kind of moment, a place where the normal rules of political maneuvering and institutional posturing could be suspended, where everyone present could speak according to what they actually believed rather than what their positions required them to say. The discussion that followed was frank and honest in ways that diplomatic negotiations rarely achieved. Wei explained that the descent into the array was dangerous, that success was not guaranteed, that he might not emerge. He stated that regardless of outcome, he had faith that the foundation he had built, the academy, the disciples, the growing cultivation civilization, would continue and advance. The government representative, Minister Park, promised that if Wei did not emerge, the government would honor the commitment he had made and continue supporting cultivation development. He spoke with the particular weight of a person making a commitment that they intended to honor regardless of whether the person they were promising it to would be alive to hold them accountable. The Empress promised that if Wei succeeded in containing the array without the consortium's military intervention, she would recognize his organization as a legitimate cultivation authority that the consortium would work with rather than compete against. Her promise was conditional in ways that the others were not, but it was still a significant step from her initial position. Gaoli promised that her family would ensure Wei's vision of ethical, transparent cultivation practice was preserved and expanded. The Gao family had preserved cultivation knowledge for 3,000 years against the possibility of this moment. They were entirely capable of preserving Wei's vision against the possibility of his absence. And Soyan, speaking not in any official capacity, but simply as Wei's partner, promised that she would carry forward whatever he began, that she would dedicate her life to the same principles that had motivated him. Her voice was steady when she said it, but Wei could feel through their shared cultivation awareness the effort that steadiness required. By the end of the summit, something remarkable had occurred. The interests that had been in conflict, the government, the consortium, the Gao family, the academy, had recognized that cooperation was stronger than competition. The return of cultivation could be shaped by these groups working together rather than fighting each other. Chapter 53, Preparation for the Descent. For 2 days, Wei and his team prepared for the descent. They gathered artifacts that had been created to work with sealed arrays, texts that described sealing protocols, equipment that had been designed to survive extreme spiritual conditions. Gaoli contributed materials from the family archive that had been created specifically to work with the Seoul array's sealing structure. Her ancestor Gao Ming had prepared these materials 3,000 years ago, had understood that someday someone would need to descend and address the array, had left tools for exactly this purpose. The provision spoke volumes about Gao Ming's actual feelings about Wei, not simple enmity, but something more complicated, an adversary who also understood the nature of the duty he was leaving Wei to carry. Wei spent a full day in quiet meditation, separate from the team preparations, processing what he was about to do. The descent was not just physically dangerous. It required him to engage directly with the part of himself that had been sealed away, the aspects of his power and personality that the ancient masters had deemed too dangerous to allow free expression. He would be facing not just an external enemy, but his own history. More importantly, he prepared himself mentally for finding no purpose in the foundation he had built. He prepared himself to act correctly even if he would not survive to see the results. The preparation was its own form of cultivation, the cultivation of a self that could act ethically regardless of personal outcome. By the end of the preparation period, they were as ready as they could be. The descent would begin at sunset, timed so that the spiritual configuration of the ley lines would be optimal for the sealing work they intended. Wei spent the last afternoon before the descent doing something that would have seemed strange to anyone who observed it. He visited Choi Min-jun at the construction site, not to discuss cultivation or the array or the descent. Choi had called simply to say he had leftover galbi, and did Wei want some? Wei went. The Pojamika tent was set up on the edge of a construction site that had been officially paused while the government managed the crisis. Choi had commandeered a portable heater, 2 folding chairs, and a plastic table, and he had arranged these with the same efficient practicality that Wei had come to recognize as Choi's fundamental orientation toward all circumstances. "You look like someone who needs to eat before the big thing," Choi said, and handed Wei a pair of chopsticks. Wei ate galbi, and they talked about the construction project, about Choi's brother-in-law's restaurant, about how the workers had been reacting to the news coverage of the cultivation demonstrations. Choi had opinions about this that were characteristically practical. "They all want to try it. 3 of my workers have already signed up for the public meditation program at the park. I told them good. Maybe they'll stop injuring themselves lifting things wrong." Wei ate and listened. He let the ordinary conversation wash over him the way the Han River's chi had washed over him in his morning meditations, as a source of something real, something that the celestial realms had never offered him and that he had not known he needed. "Come back from down there," Choi said as Wei was preparing to leave. He said it in the same tone he would have used to tell a contractor to have the forms finished by Thursday. Practical. Expectant. Not a request, but a standing assumption. "I intend to," Wei said. "Good," Choi said, and turned back to his galbi. The conversation was over. Chapter 54. First Disciples in Danger. While Wei was preparing for the descent, the international enemies of his vision made their move. The remaining disciples who had not been selected for the descent were attacked simultaneously at multiple locations across Seoul, a coordinated operation that had clearly been planned for some time, waiting for exactly the moment when Wei's attention was divided. Foreign operatives, working on behalf of organizations that wanted to prevent cultivation spread, attempted to capture or kill several of Wei's most advanced students. The attackers were trained professionals, equipped with both conventional weapons and rudimentary spiritual countermeasures that someone in their organization had developed from stolen cultivation texts. They failed, but only barely. Nam's martial arts disciples fought back with techniques Wei had taught them, applying cultivation-enhanced combat skills that the attackers had not anticipated. Minna's musician disciples created sonic frequencies that disrupted the operatives' electronic equipment and coordination systems. Jinwu's engineer disciples used their knowledge of Seoul's infrastructure to create obstacles and barriers, isolating the attack sites and preventing retreat and reinforcement. By the time Lee Jae-sung's intelligence teams responded to the attacks, 3 of the operatives had been captured, several of Wei's disciples were wounded, and one of the operatives had managed to transmit information back to their organization. Wei's academy was more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Wei, informed of the attacks while in final meditation, felt the familiar weight of leadership, the particular responsibility of knowing that people were being hurt because of their association with you, and that you cannot protect everyone at once. He made a decision. The descent would proceed on schedule. The attacks simply confirmed that his vision of open, public cultivation practice was threatening to the forces that preferred hidden, controlled power. If he succeeded in managing the array, if he demonstrated that cultivation could coexist with modern civilization, then the attacks would cease because his vision would have proven itself superior. If he failed, the attacks would become irrelevant because Seoul would be dealing with a far greater catastrophe. Chapter 55. Soyeon's true role revealed in the final hours before the descent. Soyeon revealed something that she had only recently discovered through deep meditation work. Her family's connection to the original sealing was far more profound than simple preservation of knowledge. She had been meditating in the academy's deepest chamber, using techniques that Wei had taught her, reaching into the spiritual configurations that her bloodline carried. What she found was not simply genetic predisposition towards spiritual awareness. It was something structured, something deliberate. "My bloodline was genetically encoded with information," Soyan explained to Wei. She showed him the notes she had been taking, pages of careful observations made during meditation, diagrams that she had drawn after emerging from deep states. It's something that my grandfather understood but could not quite articulate. The sealing masters worked with my ancestor to create a kind of biological hard drive. They encoded the sealing protocols directly into family genetics. It was designed to activate only when the person with that genetic legacy encountered genuine cultivation power. My meditation work with you activated these dormant genetic instructions. She pulled out written notes that seemed to emerge from some deeper layer of her consciousness. Notes that contained technical specifications for the sealing arrays, diagrams of the spiritual architecture that bound the array, and most importantly, an algorithm, a mathematical framework, for how the sealing could be renewed if the original structure had weakened. I can help you reseal it, Soyan said. Not just support you while you work. Actually help you perform the sealing. My family prepared me for this across 3,000 years. Wei held Soyan close, awed by the revelation and grateful for the recognition that her role in the coming descent was not support, but co-creation. The ancient masters had been thorough. They had not simply left to seal the Immortal Emperor as their mechanism for dealing with the future. They had also ensured that someone with the knowledge to assist him would exist. Then we descend as equals, Wei said. Two people sharing the burden of sealing, not one person with one supporting. Equals, Soyan agreed. And the word felt right in a way that both of them recognized, but neither needed to elaborate. Chapter 56. The array breach becomes undeniable in the hours before the scheduled descent. The final seals failed completely. A massive breach opened directly beneath Seoul Station, and something that defied normal description began to emerge. It was not a creature, not exactly. It was a manifestation of pure power, raw spiritual energy taking temporary form, something that humans should not have been able to perceive with their normal senses. But it was real enough that it began to affect the physical world in ways that even those without any spiritual sensitivity could observe and document. Trains derailed. Buildings in the immediate area developed inexplicable structural failure. Not collapse, but fractures appearing in walls and floors, as if the buildings were being pressed by a force that ignored the normal geometry of load and stress. The ground itself began to crystallize as if being frozen by an ice that existed on a metaphysical level, the crystalline structures growing through cracks in the pavement, through gaps in the subway walls, through any weakness that the concentrated power found. Civilians evacuated. Emergency services arrived and found themselves unable to categorize what they were looking at. One officer, attempting to approach the crystalline structures, later reported that she felt a profound disorientation near them. Not fear exactly, but the sensation of standing at the edge of something that went much deeper than the ground. Wei, watching the crisis unfold through both physical sight and spiritual senses, made the final decision. The descent was no longer scheduled for sunset. It was happening now, immediately, before the breach became so severe that resealing became impossible. Chapter 57. The first demon manifest. The creature that emerged from the breach was not the array itself, but something imprisoned within it. A lesser demonic entity that had been bound to the array's containment structure for thousands of years. It was confused, starving, and immediately began attempting to consume every source of energy it could perceive. It was old in a way that had no human equivalent. Not the oldness of age, but the oldness of waiting, of compressed time and darkness, of existence that had been reduced to pure hunger across millennia. Cars in Seoul died as the entity drained their electrical systems. The power failure spread in a radius from Seoul Station, causing traffic systems to fail and emergency services to scramble. Phones went dark. Buildings' power systems failed, plunging tens of thousands of apartments into sudden darkness on a busy afternoon. And worse, the entity began attempting to consume qi, which meant anyone with cultivation power in its vicinity found themselves being drained at an alarming rate. 3 of Wei's more advanced students who had been near Seoul Station when the breach opened reported feeling their cultivation bases collapse, not damaged, but emptied, as if someone had opened a drain in a bathtub. The government's military response was useless. Conventional weapons could not affect something that existed partially in metaphysical dimensions. Bullets passed through the entity's physical manifestation without effect. Electronic countermeasures failed because the entity was consuming the electronics. And attempting to approach it with physical force simply brought more human biomass into the range of its draining effect. But Wei's students, using their newly developed powers, could fight it. Nam's disciples engaged it in combat, using martial technique to dodge and redirect its attacks. They could not damage it, but they could interfere with its movement, could channel their own qi in ways that created friction rather than free consumption. Mina's students created sonic barriers that disrupted its ability to consume energy efficiently. Her musicians had developed such precise control of vibration that they could interfere with the entity's feeding mechanisms. Jinwu's engineers used their understanding of Seoul's infrastructure to isolate power systems, preventing the entity from consuming more than a small area's electrical supply by physically cutting it off from the larger grid. It bought time. Not much, but enough for Wei's team to complete the final preparations for descent. Chapter 58. Full public revelation. The battle with the entity was a test of a different kind than Wei had faced in the descent preparation. The array reintegration had been a confrontation between Wei and his own history, requiring depth of self-knowledge and willingness to accept rather than overcome. This was an engagement between human cultivators and something that wanted only to consume. No dialogue possible, no negotiation, simply the management of a chaotic force by beings who had been training for several months to be ready for exactly this kind of situation. Nam's disciples formed the outer ring, maintaining constant movement, drawing the entity's attention from one focus point to another, preventing it from settling into a sustained consumption of any single source. The discipline required was extraordinary for practitioners who had been training for months. Combat against a spiritually active entity was nothing like any physical fighting tradition had prepared them for. The entity did not move in ways that physical bodies moved. It did not follow the patterns that human opponents would follow. It pressed and probed and responded to concentration of attention by trying to consume that concentration. But they had been taught by someone who had fought beings of far greater power, and they applied what they had been taught. Not perfectly. There were moments of near failure, moments when a disciple's cultivation base was drawn down faster than they could compensate, moments when the entity's feeding temporarily disrupted the coordination of the outer ring. But they recovered, adjusted, maintained the engagement. Wei watched from a distance, managing the overall tactical situation, not intervening unless absolutely necessary. He had made a decision when the crisis began, to let his disciples demonstrate their capability without his power as a safety net except in case of genuine catastrophe. This was the moment they had been training for. This was the evidence that cultivation's return was real, that it could be functional in modern circumstances, that the work of the past months had produced what it was supposed to produce. The entity's emergence and the visible battle between Wei's disciples and the demonic creature occurred in full view of thousands of Seoul's population. Phones recorded the event. News outlets broadcast it live. Social media disseminated the footage globally within minutes. The world watched as a thing that defied conventional understanding manifested in the middle of one of Earth's major cities, and as people who had been practicing cultivation for only a few months used abilities that should not exist to fight it. The footage was extraordinary. 3 cultivators moving with preternatural speed, wielding what appeared to be visible fields of energy, maintaining a battle with something that left frost and crystalline structures in its wake. It was simultaneously terrifying and, to the part of the global population that had been following Wei's teachings since his first broadcast, deeply validating. Wei used that moment of maximum visibility to appear on emergency broadcast news for a second time. Speaking from the command center at the academy, he explained what was happening, what was being done, and what would be accomplished if his team succeeded in the descent. What you are witnessing, Wei told the world, is the controlled emergence of something that should have remained sealed indefinitely. But seals fail. Barriers weaken. Eventually, the ancient protections that hold back chaos must be renewed or they will break. I am about to descend beneath Seoul to renew that protection. I may not return, but Seoul will be protected, and cultivation will have been proven viable in the modern world. He spoke for 4 minutes. When he finished, he turned off the camera and walked toward the entrance to the descent, leaving the broadcast technicians looking at each other in the particular silence that follows when someone has said something that cannot be taken back. Chapter 59. The consortium's true colors revealed. Even as Wei's team moved toward the descent, the Empress sent a final message. If Wei's team was defeated or failed in the descent, the consortium would send its own forces into Seoul and would take control of the array's power for themselves, using it to reshape global cultivation practice according to consortium vision. She is saying this publicly, Lee Jae-sung reported. She's made a formal statement to the press. She is making it clear that if you fail, she will step in. It's both a threat and a test. She wants to know if you believe in your own success. Wei understood. The Empress was not being evil or hostile. She was simply being pragmatic. From her perspective, the array represented power that could be used to improve the world. If Wei's idealistic approach failed, then a more controlling approach might become necessary. She was ensuring that this option remained available. But there was also something else in the statement. The Empress was publicly committing to intervene if Wei failed, which meant she was publicly accepting responsibility for the situation if she did intervene. This was actually a form of guarantee. It created accountability that the consortium had previously avoided. Let her try, Wei said simply. If we fail and she attempts to control the array, she will discover that it is far more powerful and far less controllable than she imagines. But we will not fail. Gao Li, who had been listening to Yi's report, offered an observation. She is afraid. Not a failure. She is afraid that you will succeed and render her irrelevant. Her intervention threat is an attempt to ensure that she remains a factor regardless of outcome. Then we succeed, Wei said. That is the best response to anyone's fear. Chapter 60. Arc Cliffhanger. The descent begins. Wei stood at the entrance to the sealed chamber, surrounded by his team, aware that millions of humans were watching through news broadcasts, aware that the fate of Seoul depended on what happened in the depths below, aware that his entire purpose for awakening in the modern world had led to this single moment. The entrance to the descent was a massive stone door that had been sealed for 3,000 years, sealed by the hands of masters who had worked together to bind him and the array. The stone was ancient granite, carved with arrays that had been maintaining their integrity across millennia through the same power they were designed to contain. The seals were failing. Wei could feel the cracks in their structure, the places where the array's pressure had been slowly, incrementally winning against the ancient craftsmanship. He laid his hand against the stone for a moment, feeling the familiar spiritual signature of the masters who had placed it here. 3,000 years ago, he had not been able to feel their regret, their reluctance, their belief that they were doing the necessary thing rather than the cruel one. Now, with 3,000 years of perspective and a cultivation base rebuilt in a world they could not have imagined, he could. We go together, Wei said to his team. Whatever we face as a unit. Whatever happens in those depths, we do not abandon each other. We do not give up. We do not accept failure as an option. Soyan took his hand. The three disciples formed a triangle of power around him. Gao Li stood ready, her centuries-old family knowledge available for application. The stone door opened at Wei's spiritual touch, the ancient seals responding to the signature of the person who had placed them there. The darkness beyond was absolute, heavy with spiritual pressure, smelling of deep stone and the particular quality of air that has been contained far from any surface exchange. And as the sun set over Seoul, Wei Tianlong and his team descended into the depths of the demonic array, descending into darkness that had been undisturbed for 3,000 years, descending toward a confrontation that would determine the future of cultivation in the modern world. The real test was beginning. End of Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Chapter 61. Preparation for the descent. Below the descent began on ancient stone stairs that spiraled downward through the bedrock beneath Seoul. The light from their equipment, modern flashlights combined with spiritual illumination that Wei and Gao Li could generate, revealed walls carved with ancient symbols. Each symbol represented a layer of the sealing array, a progression toward ever greater spiritual complexity. The stairway itself was a work of ancient engineering that Wei had not seen in 3,000 years. He had helped design this descending structure, had stood at the top of it as the final seals were placed, had watched the stone door close above him before being guided into the jade coffin that would hold him through the centuries. The memory was both distant and viscerally immediate, the way significant emotional memories tend to persist regardless of the time elapsed. The walls bore his own ancient spiritual signature, preserved in the stone through the sealing work. He could feel it the way a person recognizes their own handwriting, not thinking about it, simply knowing. The self that had carved these symbols was a different Wei Tianlong from the person descending to examine them, shaped by different experiences, holding different convictions. But the technical execution was unmistakable. He had always been meticulous. Wei's team moved in formation, Wei and Soyan at the center, the three disciples surrounding them, Gao Li bringing up the rear. As they descended, the air itself began to change. It became heavier, charged with power, filled with a spiritual pressure that made ordinary breathing difficult. The temporal adaptation system provided constant updates on Wei's condition. Heart rate elevated, oxygen levels dropping as the spiritual density increased, biological systems beginning to struggle with the transition from normal atmosphere to energy-saturated depths. Nam moved with the professional steadiness of someone who had spent his career learning to function optimally under physical stress. Minna was meditating as she walked, using the movement as a form of active cultivation that allowed her to adjust to the changing spiritual environment without breaking momentum. Jinwu was tracking everything with his engineering precision, calling out observations about the wall carvings that proved immediately useful. He had identified a pattern in the symbols that corresponded to the structural integrity of the ceiling layers, and his commentary was allowing Wei to assess the array's condition faster than simple spiritual sensing would have permitted. How much deeper? Nam asked, his martial artist training helping him maintain physical composure despite the harsh conditions. We have descended perhaps 300 meters, Wei calculated. The array's core should be another 500 meters down, minimum. We continue. The stairs continued their spiral. The carved symbols on the walls changed, becoming more complex, more challenging to Wei's perception. These were not simple markers. They were components of the ceiling array itself, parts of a three-dimensional spiritual structure that extended through the entire bedrock beneath Seoul. As Wei read them, understanding began to crystallize. The array had not been created to trap the demonic array in a single location. It had been designed to distribute and fragment the array's consciousness across multiple sealed chambers, each one requiring independent resealing, each one containing only a portion of the full demonic power. There are not one but 7 containment chambers, Wei told the team. The array was deliberately fragmented across 7 separate sealed locations, each one capable of being managed independently. When the main seals fail, the fragments press towards separate breaches. This is why my calculations projected a faster failure rate than was actually occurring. The array was breaking through multiple points, but each point represented only a fraction of the total power. Which means? Gaoli asked. Which means the resealing will be more complex than I anticipated, but potentially more manageable, Wei replied. We do not need to reseal the entire array. We need to reseal 7 separate chambers, working from the deepest core outward. If we succeed with even the core chamber, we can prevent total catastrophe. The others can be resealed over time. The revelation provided a psychological boost. What had seemed like an impossible task became fractured into achievable components. Jinwu immediately began sketching structural diagrams, mapping the distribution of the 7 chambers based on the ceiling array patterns in the walls. His engineering mind found the systematic approach more manageable than the monolithic one. The deeper they descended, the more Wei perceived the gap between the ancient world's understanding of these arrays and the modern world's experience of them. The ancient masters had constructed the ceiling system based on spiritual geography that predated the city entirely. They had worked with the natural ley lines of the region, had incorporated sacred mountain influences from hundreds of kilometers away, had designed a containment structure meant to last 10,000 years rather than 3. The fact that it had held for 3,000 years while an entire modern city was built on top of it was a testament to extraordinary craftsmanship. But the modern city had changed everything. The weight of concrete and steel had redistributed geological pressures in ways the ancient masters could not have calculated. The electromagnetic fields from billions of electronic devices interfered with spiritual ceiling frequencies. Construction vibrations over decades had created microfractures in the physical matrix that supported the spiritual structure. The array had not been overwhelmed from within. It had been gradually undermined from without by a civilization that had no idea it was sitting on top of the most important spiritual engineering project in human history. Minna pressed her hand to the wall as they descended and made a sound of recognition. I can't hear it, she said. The fracture patterns. Each crack has a different resonance. There are hundreds of them. Can you map them? Jinwu asked immediately, already calculating. I think so, she said. Give me a moment. She closed her eyes and let the musician's part of her cultivation expand outward, reading the wall like a score, listening for the harmonic structure of damage. Wei allowed her the time. They had enough urgency without rushing away from useful information. Chapter 62. The array's recognition. When Wei and his team reached the main chamber, a massive cavern carved into the bedrock, easily 500 meters across, the demonic array recognized them immediately. The presence was overwhelming, a consciousness fractured into multiple voices, each one crying out with hunger and rage and the need for freedom. The cavern was ancient in ways that transcended archaeological categories. It had been carved not by human hands using conventional tools, but by the application of massive spiritual force, by techniques that could move stone the way water moves sand. The walls bore the marks of this process, smooth in places where power had flowed, rough where it had chipped, carved with patterns that served both structural and spiritual functions. The array's presence filled the space with a quality that pressed against the team physically. Not heat, not cold, but a kind of spiritual density that made every movement feel like wading through something more substantial than air. Nam shifted instinctively into a combat stance before consciously recognizing that the threat was not physical. Minna reached for Wei's wrist and held it briefly, her musician's senses interpreting the array's emanation as a frequency, dissonant, harsh, built from overlapping patterns that had lost their original coherence. But underneath the chaos, Wei sensed something else. Recognition. The array had been created by Wei himself, in some sense. Or at least, the sealing had been performed by Wei. The connection between sealer and sealed was profound, almost intimate. "You remember me," Wei said aloud, speaking not with his physical voice, but with the spiritual resonance that all cultivators could project. "I remember you as well. We have been bound since the beginning of this sealing. Now, we must be rebound." The array's response was a pulse of power so intense that even Suyan and the three disciples, despite their rapidly developing cultivation bases, were driven to their knees by the force of it. The cavern's walls hummed. The air compressed. The crystalline structures that had been forming at the surface breaches intensified, spreading further through the stone. Wei stood firm, his core formation stage power anchoring him against the array's assault. He extended his consciousness toward the array's center, moving through layers of spiritual structure, reaching for the point at which his own seal had been joined to the array's binding. And he found something that he had not expected, a fragment of his own consciousness, placed deliberately within the sealing structure 3,000 years ago. A piece of his mind, sealed alongside the array, designed to maintain the connection across 3,000 years, designed to provide a bridge between his past self and his present self. He was conversing not just with an external entity, but with an echo of his own ancient self, preserved in spiritual form, waiting across millennia for this moment of recognition. The chamber's atmosphere had a quality that Wei struggled to find adequate comparison for. It was the spiritual equivalent of standing at the base of a waterfall. The air around him carried the compressed presence of enormous contained power, the almost physical weight of something that had been pressing against its boundaries for 3,000 years. Every breath his team drew brought in this charged atmosphere. He could see the effect on them. Their eyes were wider, their movements slower, the careful quality of people who sense they are standing next to something that might tip. Gaoli moved along one wall of the chamber, reading the ancient inscriptions with the focused attention of someone who had spent her life studying this exact kind of material. "These seals are extraordinary," she murmured. "My family's records describe the construction, but describing it and seeing it are entirely different. The masters who built this, they knew this would last millennia. They designed for geological change, for water table shifts, for everything except," she paused, "for electromagnetic civilization. They were extraordinary," Wei agreed. "They were also limited by the world they understood. As all of us are." The observation hung in the chamber air. Chapter 63. The trial of self. As Wei's consciousness merged more deeply with the array and the preserved fragment of his ancient mind, he experienced something that resembled falling into his own past. He saw the battles that had created the need for the array's sealing. He witnessed the fights against ancient enemies that had attracted demonic forces, the particular arrogance of his youth, the willingness to push past limits that existed for reasons he had not bothered to understand, the accumulation of power without the corresponding accumulation of wisdom. The visions were vivid and detailed in ways that memory rarely is across centuries. The temporal adaptation system was accessing them through the consciousness fragment in the array, preserving the experiential quality that normal memory loses with time. Wei witnessed himself as he had been, extraordinary in capability, deficient in judgment, convinced that power sufficient to address any problem was wisdom sufficient to prevent them. The preserved echo of his ancient consciousness accused him. "You are the one who created this. Your pride, your willingness to fight beyond your capacity, brought the demonic forces into being. The array is your responsibility. Your failure." The accusation was not delivered with cruelty, but with the particular sadness of a self that has had 3,000 years to assess its own choices and found them insufficient. What was not said explicitly, but was present in the quality of the exchange, was something more personal than accusation. The preserved fragment was not only judging. It was also, Wei understood, afraid. 3,000 years of isolated consciousness had not made it confident. It had made it careful. Careful in the way that things which have experienced loss become careful, holding themselves in ways that minimize the risk of further damage. The fragment was afraid that Wei, even now, would be the same person who had made the original choices. It was afraid of its own dissolution back into a consciousness that would repeat what had been done. The ancient Wei's fragment was afraid of its own Wei Tianlong. Wei spent some time sitting with this understanding before responding. The chamber's atmosphere pressed around them. The three disciples maintained their positions, patient with the extended pause in a way that would not have been possible for people who had not spent months learning to be present in spiritual work that moved on its own time. Wei did not resist the accusation. He accepted it completely, allowed it to settle into his understanding. Yes, he said to the echo of himself. I created this. My arrogance led to this necessity. And now, 3,000 years later, I must clean up the consequences of choices I made without full understanding. That is the price of power. That is the cost of existence at the level of Immortal Emperor. This is not an injustice. This is simply the natural consequence of actions taken and power wielded. And are you different now? The echo asked. You have built a school. You have taken students. You have found a woman you love and made alliances with former enemies. But have you changed in the way that matters? When power calls to you, when you could take more than is necessary, when pride whispers that your judgment is superior, what do you choose then? Wei was quiet for a moment, giving the question the respect of genuine consideration rather than an automatic affirmation. I do not know, he said finally. I believe I have changed. I have learned that power without wisdom is simply a faster path to destruction. I have learned that the people around me possess wisdom I do not have, and that listening to them is not weakness but competence. But whether those lessons will hold against every temptation that comes with genuine power, I cannot promise that. What I can promise is that I am trying. The acceptance seemed to satisfy something in the array. The chaotic thrashing began to reduce in intensity. The multiple fragmented voices began to harmonize into something approaching a unified consciousness. The preserved consciousness fragment's final revelation was this. The ancient Wei had known, when he was sealed, that the sealing was appropriate. He had not been tricked or overwhelmed. He had agreed, at the deepest level of his understanding, that the world was better served by his absence than his presence. The pride that had characterized his surface self had fought against the sealing. But something deeper, wiser, more honest had recognized the necessity. Why did you not resist more? The echo of himself asked. You had the power to break free even then. Not all of it, but enough. Because I knew you were right, Wei said to his ancient self. Even then, underneath everything, I knew you were right. The admission settled something that had been unsettled for 3,000 years. The preserved consciousness fragment dissolved, its purpose fulfilled, its 3,000-year vigil complete. The energy it had been holding in reserve flowed back into Wei's cultivation base, adding its preserved ancient power to his modern recovery. He was whole in a way he had not been since before the sealing. Chapter 64, The Disciple's Sacrifice. As Wei worked deeper into the array's spiritual core, attempting to understand the structure of the sealing that would allow for renewal, he felt the boundaries of what his disciples could withstand. The deeper into the chamber they moved, the more the array's power attacked them, attempted to consume them, tried to break their spiritual cohesion. Nam's cultivation base was being drained at a rate that his body could not sustain indefinitely. He was compensating through the extraordinary physical conditioning of his martial artist's background, cycling chi faster than any pure cultivator could manage, but the drain was progressive. Minna had gone pale, her face showing the strain of maintaining the harmonic barrier she had been generating since their entry, the sonic cultivation techniques that were among the most energy-expensive in the entire practice. Jinwu was tracking the drain mathematically, calculating how long each team member could continue before their cultivation bases were too compromised for continued contribution. You must go back, Wei instructed Soyan, pushing her consciousness away from the deepest sections. Your role was to carry your family's knowledge to this point. The rest of the descent is beyond what you can safely manage. Your family's responsibility has been honored. Now you must return. I'm not leaving you, Soyan refused. You are, Wei replied with the certainty of someone who had 3,000 years of command experience. And that is not cruelty. That is survival. If you die in these depths, then your family's line ends, the knowledge your ancestors preserved becomes lost again, and Seoul loses one of its most valuable assets. You go back. You manage things on the surface. You ensure that whatever I accomplish here has meaning and continuation in the world above. Promise me you'll come back, Soyan said. I will do everything in my power to come back, Wei replied. It was not the promise she wanted but the honest answer she deserved. But Seoul needs you more than it needs that promise from me. Please go. With reluctance, but with understanding of the logic, Soyan allowed Wei to push her consciousness toward the surface. She did not leave immediately. She took a moment to hold Wei's face in her hands, to look at him with the full weight of everything they had built together in the months since his awakening. Then she went. The three disciples remained, continuing to provide power, continuing to support Wei's work. Their sacrifice was ongoing rather than singular, each moment of continued presence in the deep chamber costing them spiritual resources that would take months to rebuild. Nam, who had maintained his position as Wei's physical anchor throughout the descent, was kneeling now, not from injury, but from the effort of maintaining cultivation function at this depth. His cultivation base was being continuously drawn on, flowing toward Wei, and his face showed the strain of someone voluntarily giving what they have. He had the particular expression of someone who has decided that this specific sacrifice is worth making and has released all further debate about it. Minna had begun to hum, not deliberately. The sound emerged from her the way music emerged from her in any situation where spiritual reality expressed itself in ways that her ordinary human responses could not accommodate. The humming had no consistent pitch. It was tracking the array's fragmented consciousness the way a musician tracks multiple voices in a complex composition, finding the through lines, the moments of convergence, the structure within the chaos. Jin Wu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, running calculations through his cultivation practice the way he had once run them through engineering software. His lips moved occasionally. Numbers, frequencies, structural load calculations reinterpreted as spiritual architecture assessments. They were extraordinary, these three people who had been ordinary humans 4 months ago. Chapter 65. The array's true form. As Wei moved deeper into the core chamber, he finally perceived the true nature of the demonic array. It was not a creature or an enemy. It was a manifestation of chaotic power itself, energy without form, consciousness without morality, existence without purpose except to propagate itself and consume everything in its path. But more than that, Wei understood. The array was what he had created when he sealed his own most dangerous aspects within it. When he had allowed the masters to seal him and the array together, he had been essentially removing his own capacity for destruction from the world. He had been sacrificing the parts of himself that were too dangerous, too wild, too potentially destructive to remain free. The ancient masters had not simply sealed a demonic array alongside Wei as some punitive gesture. They had performed something far more sophisticated, a spiritual surgery. They had identified the aspects of Wei's power and psychology that created the greatest risk, the willingness to destroy without sufficient consideration, the capacity to reshape reality without adequate wisdom, the pride that resisted counsel and correction, and they had placed those aspects in the array, preserving them in suspended state while the rest of Wei slept in jade. 3,000 years had been intended to allow those aspects time to transform. The separation had been intended to allow Wei to understand what he had lost and why. The array was not his enemy. It was his mirror. It was what he had become if he had not chosen to grow beyond his original nature. I understand now, Wei said to the array, speaking with the voice of true recognition. I understand what you are. I understand what you have always been. You are the part of me that needed to be contained. And you have waited 3,000 years for me to be wise enough to truly understand that. The array's response was not violent or chaotic. It was sorrowful. It was resignation. It was the sadness of a consciousness that had been denied existence and expression for millennia, even knowing that the denial was necessary, even knowing that Wei would come eventually. The array's sorrow had a specific quality that Wei spent some time trying to understand. It was not the sorrow of loss. The array had not lost anything in 3,000 years, because it had not had anything to begin with. It was the sorrow of potential unrealized, of existence defined entirely by its negation. The array had been bound against expressing itself, had been prevented from doing the thing that was its fundamental nature, flowing outward, connecting with the world, becoming part of the larger spiritual fabric that its creators had intended it to threaten, but that, Wei understood now, it had actually always been a fragment of. What had been sealed was not evil. What had been sealed was wildness. Raw, unrefined, chaotic wildness. The kind of power that, like fire, was extraordinarily destructive when uncontrolled and extraordinarily useful when properly directed. 3,000 years of isolation had not destroyed that wildness, but it had given it a particular character, a wariness, a tentative quality beneath the rage, as if it had spent millennia pressing against barriers that hurt it and was now uncertain whether approaching Wei would produce another barrier or something different. I am not a barrier, Wei said to the array, with the patience of someone who has learned that trust takes longer to build than power. I am the path you were sealed to wait for. Chapter 66. The Reabsorption Protocol. With understanding came the ability to work with the array rather than against it. Wei began the process of reabsorption, not as a violent conquest, but as a careful reintegration. The array's power flowed into his cultivation base, merging with his consciousness, becoming part of him again. The process was entirely unlike any cultivation technique Wei had ever performed. Standard cultivation drew from external sources, ley lines, atmospheric qi, spiritual springs, the electromagnetic infrastructure of the modern world. This was different. This was accepting back something that had been cut away, integrating a consciousness that had developed its own patterns and behaviors during 3,000 years of separate existence. The array did not come back unchanged. It had spent millennia in the dark, had accumulated its own form of experience, had developed a complexity that it had not possessed when it was sealed. Wei was not reabsorbing his old dangerous aspects. He was accepting a transformed version of them, tempered by their own long isolation, shaped by centuries of pressing against the seals that contained them. The process caused him pain beyond description. His body tore and reformed. His consciousness splintered across multiple dimensions of existence. His understanding of reality became negotiable, unstable, threatened by the weight of the power he was integrating. But the temporal adaptation system, evolved through months of work in the modern world, provided him with a framework for integration. It did not try to fight the array's power. It embraced it, incorporated it, evolved itself to accommodate forces that should have been incompatible with human survival. The integration's most demanding quality was not the power, but the consciousness. The array had spent 3,000 years developing its own form of awareness, fragmented, distorted, defined by the sealing that contained it, but genuine in a way that surprised Wei every time he touched it. He had expected something mechanical, a repository of power, awaiting reabsorption, offering no more subjective experience than a reservoir offers to a river that flows into it. Instead, he found something that had been having experiences. 3,000 years of confined existence had produced, could not have failed to produce, a kind of interiority. The array had felt. The feeling had been mostly pain, mostly the particular suffering of something prevented from expressing its nature. But there had been other things too. The oscillation between the fragments as they pressed toward each other and were denied. The variation in the quality of darkness as centuries passed and the seals settled into different configurations. The occasional perturbation when humans above worked with cultivation tools that sent faint resonances downward. These were not rich experiences. They were not anything the array would have chosen. But they were real, and receiving them, pulling them into his own consciousness as part of the reabsorption, meant accepting into himself a quality of experience that had been entirely absent from his ancient self. He had known isolation in the jade coffin. He had not known isolation with the specific quality of a consciousness that had been prevented from wholeness, that had felt its own fragmentation as a permanent wound. The array's experience of itself across 3,000 years was something new in his understanding of what suffering meant. He absorbed it carefully and let it change him, which was the only honest way to receive what someone else had been through. The three disciples, feeling Wei's struggle through their connected consciousness, pushed their own power toward him, providing anchors to the physical world, helping him maintain his sanity as he integrated the array into himself. Nam's martial anchor kept Wei from losing his physical orientation. Mina's harmonic cultivation maintained the frequency relationships that allowed Wei's consciousness to remain coherent under the pressure. Jinwu's systematic monitoring identified the moments when the integration was accelerating too rapidly, and he called warnings that allowed Wei to slow the process before it became unmanageable. Wei, at the center of this extraordinary collaboration between ancient Immortal Emperor and three modern cultivators who had been practicing for only months, felt something that the ancient cultivation world had never taught him to feel: gratitude for his own inadequacy. He could not have done this alone. His strength was insufficient without their support, and that insufficiency was not shame, but gift. He had spent his ancient life pursuing the kind of power that made support unnecessary. The Immortal Emperor's stage, in the cultivation realm, was defined in part by its independence, the ability to act, to achieve, to impose will without reliance on any other being. Being the most powerful meant needing no one. The ancient cultivation world had taught this as a virtue, as the natural destination of the cultivation path. 3,000 years of sealing had dismantled that understanding so thoroughly that Wei barely recognized the echo of it when he encountered it. Power sufficient to act without others was simply power deployed in isolation. And power deployed in isolation, as the array's history demonstrated, was power that eventually became its own kind of imprisonment. Nam's anchor, Mina's harmony, Jinwu's structure, Soyan's knowledge in the sealing algorithms she carried in her bloodline, passed from the surface through their cultivation connection in small, precise packages that Wei received like guidance from a cartographer he trusted. These were not supplements to his own insufficient capability. They were the capability itself. The cultivation that mattered in this chamber was not Wei's ancient Immortal Emperor power. It was the network. The reabsorption took time measured in hours, though Wei lost track of the specific count at some point. The process was not a single event, but a series of negotiations. Each fragment of the array's consciousness needed to be approached individually, needed to be understood in its specific nature before being invited into integration. The hunger fragments required patient, sustained attention to the anxiety underneath the hunger. The frantic fragments needed space and stillness before they could be held. The patient, terrible fragments required Wei to demonstrate that patience himself, to wait with them, to sit in their waiting, to prove through duration that he understood what they had experienced. The reabsorption process had an unexpected social dimension that Wei noticed only gradually. The three disciples were not simply providing power, they were providing witness. They were present for something that, in the ancient cultivation world, would have been performed in solitary intensity. The master-level cultivator accomplishing alone what required the resources of an extraordinary consciousness fully devoted to the task. The ancient understanding had been that such work was compromised by outside presence, that the cultivator performing it needed to be fully internal, their entire consciousness focused on the integration. Wei had always assumed this was correct. He had never questioned it because the assumption had never been tested. But here, in the chamber, with three people present who could perceive through the meditation network what he was experiencing, Wei found that their presence was not compromise. It was ballast. The moments when the array's fragmented consciousness pressed hardest against his own, when the distinction between what was his and what was being integrated became momentarily unclear, were the moments when the meditation network connection to the disciples brought him back. Not by force, they were not pulling him back toward himself, simply by being distinctly present, by remaining themselves, clearly recognizable through the network as three specific people with specific presences. They were his way of knowing where he was. This was not something the ancient cultivation tradition had accounted for. The solitary model assumed that a cultivator performing integration-level work was sufficiently grounded in their own identity to manage the process without external reference. What the ancient model had not accounted for was the specific challenge of integrating a consciousness that contained your own fragments, your own ancient self, your own sealed aspects. The challenge of integrating something that was also you was precisely the situation in which you most needed a reference that was not you. Nam, Mina, and Jin Wu were that reference. They were unambiguously themselves, and therefore unambiguously not Wei, and therefore the most useful possible anchors for a process that required him to remain clearly himself while becoming more than he had been. Nam's condition grew more concerning as hours passed. His cultivation base was depleted to somewhere below what the temporal adaptation system recommended as a safe operational threshold. Wei became aware of this through their shared meditation network and began moderating his draw on Nam's power, extending the duration of the reabsorption to reduce the rate of consumption. "I'm fine," Nam said, without Wei having spoken the concern aloud. Their connection through the meditation network was deep enough for this. "I know," Wei replied, also without speaking. "We are doing this carefully." The conversation through the spiritual network had a different quality from spoken conversation, more precise about intention, less precise about detail. It conveyed something that spoken language would have taken paragraphs to communicate. Wei's care for his students, Nam's trust in the process, the mutual recognition that they were doing something that mattered more than the discomfort involved. Chapter 67. The breakthrough of soul transformation. As Wei completed the reabsorption of the array, something extraordinary occurred. His cultivation base, strengthened by the integration of the array's power, achieved a breakthrough that should have taken years. He advanced from core formation stage directly into soul transformation stage, skipping nascent soul entirely, jumping 2 entire cultivation ranks in a single moment. The power was staggering. It was more than he had possessed even at the height of his ancient Immortal Emperor stage, because it represented a fusion of his original power with the destructive potential of the demonic array, refined and integrated through 3,000 years of separation. The breakthrough expressed itself physically. The chamber's crystalline structures shattered and dissolved. The fragments of the array's consciousness that had been pressing through multiple breaches simultaneously found themselves drawn back toward the core, pulled by Wei's suddenly expanded spiritual gravity. The ceiling of the chamber cracked with the force of Wei's cultivation base expanding outward before stabilizing into a new equilibrium. But more importantly, the breakthrough represented something psychological. He was no longer the Immortal Emperor who had needed sealing. He was something new, something that had been created by the sealing itself, something that understood both power and restraint, both destruction and creation, both chaos and order. He understood, in that moment of breakthrough, what the ancient masters had actually intended when they sealed him. Not punishment, not preservation, evolution. They had created conditions in which Wei Tianlong could become something that the ancient cultivation world had not been able to produce through conventional means. A being who combined genuine Immortal Emperor power with genuine human wisdom, neither the cold efficiency of pure cultivation advancement nor the limitation of ordinary human perspective, but something that transcended both. The breakthrough to soul transformation stage expressed itself in stages over the course of the integration. The first stage was the collapse of boundaries between Wei's consciousness and the arrays, between Wei's cultivation base and the power he was integrating, between the spiritual reality of the underground chamber and the physical reality of his own body. For several hours, Wei existed in a state that was genuinely difficult to describe in mortal terms, not dissociated, not unconscious, but distributed across multiple registers of reality simultaneously. The second stage was reintegration. What had been distributed had to coalesce, had to find the new center of gravity appropriate to someone who now carried what Wei was carrying. This was the genuinely dangerous part. When scattered power reconcentrates, the forces involved can be catastrophic for the body attempting to contain them. Ancient texts described this phase as the crossing of the internal sea and documented many cases of cultivators dying in the attempt. Wei crossed the sea. He did it with the help of 3 people who should not have been capable of providing the kind of support they provided. A martial artist whose body served as an anchor, a musician whose consciousness served as a harmonic guide, an engineer whose systematic mind provided structural support for a process that had no historical precedent. The third stage was silence. After the storm of reintegration came a stillness that was not emptiness but presence, the quality of a space that has been thoroughly, appropriately filled. Chapter 68. Soul Stabilization. The moment Wei completed the integration and advanced to soul transformation stage, the array's pressure on Soul's surface ceased. The earthquake stopped. The strange phenomena faded. The manifestations of demonic power that had been visible in Soul's streets simply ceased to exist. The crystalline structures crumbling into ordinary stone dust, the temporal distortions resolving into normal physics, the entity that had been feeding on the city's electricity dispersing into the air like smoke. Above ground, where millions of humans had been watching and waiting, the news was simple. The crisis had passed. The emergency broadcasts shifted their tone. Government officials who had been preparing worst-case scenario responses began standing down. The civilians who had gathered outside the breach site at Seoul Station looked at each other in the particular disoriented relief of people who had been braced for catastrophe and found themselves instead watching dust settle on an ordinary street. Wei Tianlong had managed the array. Seoul was safe. In the Academy's command center, Soyeon heard the news through the emergency communication system before she could feel it through her cultivation senses. She pressed her palm flat against the floor and reached down through the building's foundation, through the bedrock, feeling for Wei's spiritual signature in the deep chamber. She found it. Changed. Expanded. Present. She permitted herself to exhale completely for the first time in 7 hours. During those 7 hours, she had managed the surface operations with the particular combination of calm and suppressed fear that she had discovered was her specific capability under crisis. Not the absence of fear, which would have been abnormal, but the decision to continue functioning despite it. Yi Jae-sung had been there, coordinating the government response with his characteristic professional composure. The ghost had come and gone with intelligence updates. Dr. Han had been on standby, his medical equipment ready for the team's return. None of that had addressed the specific knowledge that Wei was somewhere below her feet, doing something that had no historical precedent, in conditions that he had described as genuinely dangerous. Her family's 3,000 years of guardianship had prepared her for the concept of this moment. It had not prepared her for the experience of it, which was different from the concept in every possible way. Concepts do not require you to keep breathing with deliberate regularity. Concepts do not create the specific physical sensation of knowing that someone whose continued existence has become important to you is somewhere you cannot follow. She had spent part of the wait reading one of her grandfather's journals, the old one, the one where he had written about what Wei Tianlong's eventual return might mean. He had expected someone formidable and correct, the journal suggested. He had not expected someone who would find the modern world genuinely interesting. He had not expected someone who could be moved by a Brahms intermezzo. She found this endearing in her grandfather, which was a new feeling. Previously, his certainty about Wei's return had seemed slightly mystical, somewhat disconnected from practical reality. Standing in the Academy's command room above the sealing chamber, having sent Wei into the depths with her family's ancient knowledge packaged into her bloodline, she understood that the certainty had been appropriate all along. Her grandfather had been entirely right about what mattered. He had simply been wrong about some of the details, as all accurate people are when they predict the specific shape of something they can only see in general outline from far away. The stabilization spread outward from Wei like a tide. The crystalline structures that had been forming at the surface, those eerie physical manifestations of the array's power pressing through failing seals, began to dissolve. The dissolution was not immediate. It happened at a rate that suggested the surface world was watching something reverse itself in real time. Footage recorded by emergency services and civilian phones showed the crystalline formations crumbling inward rather than outward, as if being drawn back toward the source. The temporal distortions in the immediate area resolved in sequence, each localized pocket of strange physics normalizing as the array's influence retreated from the breached zones. The ambient noise from the entity that had been feeding on Seoul's electrical systems faded. One moment it was present, disrupting electronics in a 100-meter radius. The next moment it was gone, dispersed, its separate existence no longer sustainable now that the array's fragmented consciousness had been unified and reintegrated. Power grids restored their normal function. Electronic devices came back online. Trains that had stopped in tunnels during the crisis began moving again, their operators uncertain what had changed but grateful that it had. Seoul, ordinary Seoul, reasserted itself over the strange zone of metaphysical exception that the array's final breach had created. The reassertion was not dramatic. The crystalline structures did not explode or collapse with a sound. They simply ceased to maintain their formation, their chi-drawn structure losing coherence as the power that had been holding them in impossible arrangement dispersed. They crumbled in the ordinary way that things crumble when they are no longer held up. Gradually, from the edges inward, the sharp crystalline forms becoming rubble and then dust, the streets where they had formed slowly regaining their ordinary appearance. Emergency personnel, who had maintained perimeters at a careful distance through the final hours of the crisis, began cautiously advancing into the cleared zones. Wei could perceive their movements through the expanded awareness his new cultivation stage provided. The careful, professional movement of people trained to enter uncertain situations, checking each cleared zone before advancing to the next, calling the all-clear in voices that carried the particular quality of relief that comes from a worst-case scenario failing to materialize. Civilians had gathered at the perimeter barriers in numbers that the emergency management teams had not anticipated. They had come despite the danger, or perhaps because of it, because this was the thing that was happening in the city they lived in, and being present for it mattered in a way that safety alone could not override. Wei perceived the collective emotional quality of the gathered crowd the way he perceived the ley line network. Not individual emotions precisely, but the aggregate of them, the particular flavor of collective human experience in that specific moment. It was not relief yet. Relief would come after the news was confirmed. What was present now was something more suspended, the held breath of a city waiting to exhale. He would emerge into that breath. He would give them the exhale, and then he would sleep for approximately 14 hours. Chapter 69. The ley line Sing Wei, standing now at the center of Seoul's spiritual core, felt the entire network of ley lines beneath the city come alive in a way they had not been alive for 3,000 years. The array, integrated into his consciousness, became not a threat but a channel, a pathway through which spiritual energy could flow, could distribute, could sustain the entire spiritual ecosystem of Seoul. This had not been anticipated in any of his planning or in the temporal adaptation system's calculations. The reabsorption had not simply eliminated the array's threat, it had transformed its function. Where the array had been a contained source of chaotic power, pressing against its seals, it was now integrated into Wei's cultivation base as a kind of spiritual amplifier, a mechanism for enhancing the flow of qi through the ley line network rather than disrupting it. The ley lines began to sing with power, carrying energy throughout the city's infrastructure, merging ancient spiritual channels with modern technological systems, creating a hybrid network that had never existed before. The electric grid and the ley lines aligned. Wireless signals and spiritual currents harmonized. Seoul became not just a city where cultivation could be practiced, but a city where the very ground itself was alive with spiritual potential. Future cultivators in Seoul would have access to ambient qi that the ancient world's great spiritual centers had barely matched, delivered not through proximity to sacred mountains or celestial springs, but through the integrated infrastructure of a modern metropolis that had been transformed at its spiritual foundations. The scale of this change was not immediately obvious from inside the sealing chamber. Wei understood it analytically. The ley line data was visible to his expanded spiritual senses. The numbers were extraordinary by any historical comparison. But the human reality of it would take weeks to become apparent as practitioners across the city noticed that their cultivation sessions were producing results at rates they had not experienced before, as students who had been making slow progress began making rapid progress, as people who had previously shown minimal spiritual sensitivity began showing genuine cultivation potential. The ancient masters had sealed the array to protect Seoul from its power. They had understood that the array, uncontrolled, would destroy what it touched. They had not understood, could not have imagined, that integrated, channeled, the array's power would not destroy Seoul's spiritual foundations but deepen them. The containment had preserved what the free expression would have consumed. 3,000 years of sealed containment had built pressure that, properly redirected, fed the entire city rather than threatening it. This was, Wei thought, a reasonable metaphor for quite a lot. The ley line song had qualities that Wei spent some time simply listening to before he began to analyze it. The song was not music in the conventional sense. It was the spiritual equivalent of a well-tuned instrument, the resonance of a system that was working as it was meant to work. Every ley line convergence in Seoul was producing a slightly different note, and those notes were harmonically related to each other, forming a chord that expressed the spiritual health of the city's foundations. Minna, when he described this to her later, became very still in the way she became still when something required her full internal attention. She asked him to describe the qualities of each note in as much detail as he could manage. He spent 20 minutes doing this, aware that his descriptions were imprecise in her terms. He was using cultivation language, the vocabulary of chi quality and flow character, and she was translating this into the harmonic vocabulary she worked in. The third convergence you described, the one under Zhongnyo, she said. That's a minor seventh. The way you're describing the tension in it, the way it's pulling toward resolution but not quite resolving, that's a minor seventh. If you heard all of them simultaneously, Wei said, what would the chord be? She thought for a while. Something that shouldn't work, but does. Like certain Coltrane things, where the dissonance is so precisely calibrated that it creates a different kind of resolution than the one you expected. She paused. I want to write this down. Can we do this again, more carefully? They met 3 more times over the following weeks, Wei extending his spiritual senses into the ley line network and attempting to translate what he perceived into terms Minna could work with. The result was something that had not previously existed, a musical score for the spiritual signature of Seoul's ley lines. Minna composed around it rather than from it, treating the ley line structure as a cantus firmus, an ancient technique of building music above a given melodic line. The composition became the Academy's unofficial anthem. When it was performed publicly for the first time, several practitioners in the audience experienced unexpected cultivation effects. The music was resonating with the actual ley line pattern, activating it in ways that Wei had not anticipated, but that made complete theoretical sense. Minna had, through entirely musical means, created a cultivation technique. He moved through the chamber, touching the walls where the array structures had been, feeling the transformation that had occurred. The ceiling structures were not simply gone. They had been converted. What had been containment walls were now something more like membranes, permeable, functional, designed for exchange rather than separation. The spiritual energy that had been held in isolation was now flowing through these membrane structures into the ley line network, enriching it, amplifying it. Seoul's spiritual infrastructure had not simply been repaired. It had been upgraded. The city that had been built on the suppression of its own spiritual nature was now built on the expression of it. The implications would take years to fully understand, and Wei allowed himself the patience to understand them over time rather than trying to grasp everything at once. That patience was itself a product of the past months. The ancient Immortal Emperor would have moved immediately to analyze and categorize everything. The being he was becoming was learning when to simply be present. Chapter 70. Ascension to Soul Transformation Completion. Wei emerged from the depths of the sealing chamber 2 days later, exhausted beyond what he would have thought possible, but transformed. His cultivation base had achieved a stability at soul transformation stage that should have taken centuries to develop. He was no longer close to his ancient power level. He was beyond it. He had achieved something that the ancient immortal emperors had not. A fusion of destructive and constructive power, held in perfect equilibrium through the integration that the 3,000-year sealing had made possible. The physical ascent was slow. The 3 disciples were exhausted, their cultivation bases depleted significantly by the sustained effort of anchoring Wei's breakthrough. Gao Li, who had provided power support through the extended reabsorption process, moved with the careful deliberateness of someone managing significant fatigue. They helped each other up the ancient stairs, drawing on each other's remaining strength where individual strength was insufficient. The surface world was waiting for him. News of the array's integration had spread globally. Governments and intelligence agencies were attempting to determine what had happened. The Empress was considering her next move. Foreign powers were assessing the implications. And most importantly, Seoul itself was celebrating. But before Wei could even emerge into sunlight, Soyeon was there, holding him as he climbed the final stairs, tears streaming down her face as she recognized that he had survived, that he had succeeded, that the most dangerous part of the challenge was behind them. He held her, in the contact of another person, someone who had been waiting, who had been afraid, who had held the surface world together while he worked in the depths, was exactly the anchor that his newly expanded consciousness needed to remember what it was returning to. "You came back," she said. "I said I would try," he replied. "You did more than try," she said. "The ley lines are singing. I could feel it even up here. Whatever you did down there, it wasn't just containment." "No," he agreed. "It was something more. I will explain when I have slept." The ascent was slower than the descent had been. They moved carefully, supporting each other, taking rest breaks in the upper levels of the ceiling structure where the spiritual pressure had fully normalized. Wei carried Nam's weight for part of the climb, his enhanced physical capability at soul transformation stage making the burden trivial in physical terms, though the weight of care was something different. Minna, despite her exhaustion, began to hum again on the upper stairs. This time the humming was different from the tracking she had done in the chamber. It was a melody, gentle and clear, something she was composing in the moment. The notes resonated with the walls in a way that felt like the structure itself was responding. "What is that?" Gaoli asked. "I don't know yet," Minna said. "It's the song the ley lines are making. I'm just translating it, I suppose." Gaoli was silent for a moment. "It's beautiful," she said. "Yes," Minna agreed. Wei listened to it for the remainder of the climb, and found that it helped. The song held something about what had happened in the chamber. Not an explanation, nothing that could be converted to language, but something that processed the experience in a different register. He understood why humans throughout history had made music in response to things that exceeded words. Chapter 71. The Ascension Surface. Wei emerged from the sealed chamber to find that 24 hours had passed in the surface world while only hours had passed in the depths. Time moved differently in proximity to the array's core. The government officials, the media, the international observers who had been waiting were nearly incoherent with relief and astonishment. The news coverage was extraordinary. Broadcasts around the world showed the footage of the surface manifestation's sudden cessation, the crystalline structures dissolving, the emergency response teams cautiously reoccupying the area around Seoul Station. Seismologists reported that the anomalous readings had not just stopped. The underground geological signature of the area had changed in ways that suggested permanent structural alteration. But Wei's focus was simple: rest, recovery, and then dealing with the implications of what he had accomplished. The implications arrived in waves over the following days, each wave carrying different kinds of significance. The first wave was immediate and practical. The emergency response teams needed to be debriefed, the physical damage to Seoul Station and the surrounding area needed to be assessed, the 3 disciples needed medical attention, and the government's official communication to the public needed to be managed carefully. All of this happened with E. Jae-sung's characteristic efficiency, and Wei's direct participation was limited to the debrief sessions and one televised statement that lasted 4 minutes and conveyed the essential facts without sensationalism. The second wave was political. The Empress made her statement about the consortium's readiness to intervene in the event of Wei's failure, the statement that was now retroactively embarrassing since he had not failed. She did not withdraw the statement, which would have been a greater embarrassment. She simply let it stand and redirected attention toward the question of what came next. The third wave was personal. It arrived not as a single event, but as a series of small moments across the days of recovery, beginning with Choi showing up at the academy with food and continuing with a message from the girl who had been in his first week teaching class and who had spent the duration of the crisis meditating in a park in the way Wei had taught her, contributing what she had to the collective practice that had been developing across Seoul without anyone formally organizing it. The fourth wave was the one that took longest to process. Wei had descended into the depths carrying the guilt of his ancient self, the arrogance that had created the array's necessity, the pride that had made his ceiling appropriate. He had emerged with that guilt transformed into something more useful: understanding. The understanding was not forgiveness for what had been done, but clarity about what it had been done for. The array had not been created because Wei was evil. It had been created because Wei had been powerful without being wise, and the ancient masters had found a way to allow both the power and the wisdom to develop across the long arc of necessary time. He was, finally, the person the ceiling had been meant to produce. The understanding settled into him not as triumph, but as something quieter and more durable. He had spent the months since awakening working to become adequate to what the modern world needed, drawing on ancient capability to serve contemporary people. He had taught cultivation to people with phone-lit faces. He had navigated bureaucracies and press conferences. He had learned to eat ramen and find it comforting. He had discovered that Brahms could move him, that Minna's music carried truth, that Choi Minjun's straightforward decency was a form of wisdom that no cultivation stage produced. He had changed, not in the dramatic, singular way that the ancient texts described transformation, not in a moment of blazing epiphany, but through the accumulation of small adjustments to what he assumed and how he responded. 3,000 years of sealing had removed the scaffolding of his ancient life. The modern world had required him to build something new in its place, without templates, without predecessors, without the comfort of a tradition saying this is how it is done. What he had built was evidently different from what he had been. He could feel the difference clearly in the soul transformation stage's expanded awareness. The old Wei Tianlong signature was present in the array's memory, and it was distinct from his own current state in ways that he found he could examine with curiosity rather than shame. Not a better version of the ancient self. A different version, shaped by different forces, holding different things. The ancient masters had not known exactly what 3,000 years of sealed isolation and modern world reawakening would produce. They had trusted that the process itself would produce something appropriate. Looking now at what it had produced, himself, standing in the deep chamber with 3 exhausted young cultivators who had carried what he could not carry alone, he thought the master's trust had been justified. The immediate implication was that he was now far more powerful than any other cultivator on Earth, potentially more powerful than the Empress herself. The political implications were staggering. He was no longer a person who could be negotiated with as an equal by most forces. He was approaching the status of a civilizational force, something that nations and organizations would have to work around rather than with. The physical experience of soul transformation was different from what any ancient text had prepared him to expect. The texts described the stage in terms of power, expanded capability, greater spiritual sensitivity, the ability to project consciousness across greater distances. All of this was accurate, but the text had not described what it felt like inside the experience, which was less a feeling of power than a feeling of quiet. His previous stages of cultivation had each been characterized by a kind of loudness. The heightened sensitivity of each advance meant that everything was more intense, more present, more demanding of attention. The qi condensation stages had felt like learning to hear sounds that had always been present but previously too quiet to register. Foundation establishment had been like the volume increasing. Core formation had been like developing the ability to distinguish sounds that previously merged into undifferentiated noise. Each advance had been more, louder, more intense. Soul transformation was the opposite. The noise had settled, not disappeared. He was more sensitive than ever, could perceive more detail in spiritual reality than he had been able to at any previous stage. But the detail arrived without the accompanying urgency. He could perceive the full scope of soul's spiritual landscape, every ley line and electromagnetic field and human cultivation presence, without any of it demanding immediate attention. He could choose where to direct his awareness rather than having his awareness pulled in every direction by the sensitivity of the stage. He was, for the first time since awakening, comfortable. This was, Wei recognized with genuine concern, precisely the kind of situation that the ancient masters had been worried about when they sealed him. Too much power concentrated in too few hands was inherently destabilizing. He would need to be careful. He would need to be intentional about how he used what he had become. Sung, who had been managing the surface situation in Wei's absence, provided the intelligence briefing as Wei recovered. His voice was professionally calm, but his eyes showed genuine awe, the response of a person who had believed in something and watched it exceed even his own expectations. Sung was, Wei had come to understand, the most difficult person in his circle to read. Not because he was dishonest. He was among the most consistently honest people Wei had encountered, which was surprising in an intelligence officer, but apparently accurate. The difficulty was that Yi's honesty operated through restraint rather than expression. What he felt, he assessed. What he assessed, he communicated efficiently. The gap between feeling and communication was managed with a precision that only revealed itself in moments like this one, when the precision was slightly overmatched by the scale of what was being responded to. The genuine awe in Yi's eyes was not the emotion of someone being surprised. It was the emotion of someone whose probability-weighted expectations had been met by the highest probability outcome they had assigned. Someone who had believed this would happen, had prepared for it, and was now in the moment of seeing the preparation vindicated. The awe was not astonishment. It was confirmation. Wei found this particular quality of Yi's response more moving than effusive emotion would have been. He had spent months betting his professional credibility on Wei's success. He had briefed superiors about a 3,000-year-old cultivator managing a demonic array crisis in terms that remained technically accurate while concealing implications that his superiors were not ready to process. He had done this not because he was certain of the outcome, but because he had assessed the probability distribution and committed to the best available bet. The bet had come in. Wei received the intelligence briefing, asked 4 questions, and accepted 3 recommendations. He noted the acceptance without visible reaction. Wei understood that the lack of visible reaction was Yi's version of satisfaction. The surface world's immediate needs did not leave space for personal reflection. There were emergency response teams to debrief, government officials to reassure, medical staff to accept treatment from. Nam and Mina in particular were taken to hospital for observation, both having pushed their cultivation bases well beyond what Dr. Han considered safe operating parameters. Gao Li, whose experience of the descent had been briefer than the others since she had turned back partway through, was in better condition, though she spent several hours in quiet meditation working through the spiritual residue of what the chamber's atmosphere had done to her senses. Wei himself was examined by Dr. Han's team with the thoroughness that had characterized all their interactions. Han moved through his measurements with the focused attention of a scientist at the most important experiment of his career, which was, Wei reflected, an accurate description. Your cellular structures have changed, Han observed, studying scans with evident fascination. The soul transformation stage advancement has altered your biology in ways I haven't seen before. Not just quantitatively, qualitatively. Some of these cellular formations are new. They didn't exist in any previous scan. They are the biological expression of the array's integration, Wei explained. The reabsorption was not purely spiritual. It was biological as well. The cellular changes are how my body is accommodating the expansion of my cultivation base. Han wrote furiously. Remarkable, he said. Genuinely remarkable. Chapter 72. Korea's national celebration. The government declared Seoul saved from catastrophe. Wei was celebrated as a hero, as a savior, as a guardian spirit of the nation. Statues were erected in his honor. Holidays were established. Cultural ceremonies celebrated his achievement. Wei endured these celebrations with patience that was partly genuine and partly cultivated stoicism. He understood their social function, the human need to mark significant events, to create narratives that allowed collective experience to be processed and integrated. He sat through state ceremonies and attended national broadcasts and received honors from ministers and generals and scientists with the gracious attention of someone who understood what these gestures meant to the people performing them. But his focus remained on the practical work, ensuring that cultivation's infrastructure in Seoul was sustainable, that the academy continued to develop teachers and students, that the knowledge he was building would persist regardless of what happened to him personally. The integration of the array had given Seoul something unprecedented, a citywide spiritual infrastructure that actively supported cultivation practice. Every student in Seoul now had access to ambient qi levels that practitioners in the ancient world had needed to travel to sacred mountains to find. This was an extraordinary advantage, and Wei was aware that it could not remain Seoul's exclusive advantage indefinitely. Other cities would need comparable development. Other populations had equal right to the resources that cultivation offered. The national celebration was real, and he allowed himself to be moved by it. These people had trusted him. The city had opened to his teaching, had committed to his vision, had survived the crisis that his presence had helped create and help manage. Their gratitude was genuine, and it deserved to be received genuinely. The national celebration had a personal dimension for Wei that the formal ceremonies could not fully contain. He attended a quiet dinner with his core group, Choi, Jae-sung, Dr. Han, the Ghost, and Soyeon, in a restaurant chosen by Choi for being ordinary enough that the conversation could be ordinary. Choi ordered an enormous quantity of food and sat in apparent comfort with the extraordinary nature of what they had all been through, eating galbi with the practical appetite of someone who had done a day's work and needed calories. The Ghost had brought a bottle of something expensive and poured it without ceremony. Dr. Han was making notes on his phone throughout the meal, which was his form of celebration. Jae-sung ate with the careful attention of someone who tasted food properly and found it genuinely worth tasting. Soyeon sat beside Wei and did not say much. She had, by Wei's estimation, more right to silence than anyone at the table. She had gone to Mongolia and fought a demon while Wei was at the bottom of the world integrating a different one. The particular silence of someone who has done something significant and does not need it acknowledged was one that Wei had come to recognize in her. Next time, Wei said quietly to her, perhaps we could coordinate our crises so they happen sequentially rather than simultaneously. I'll schedule it, she said. And despite everything, she laughed. Chapter 73. The international response. The world watched Korea's approach to cultivation and, for the most part, began attempting to replicate it. Nations established their own ministries of spiritual studies. Universities created cultivation programs. And most importantly, People everywhere began recognizing that the return of cultivation to human civilization was not a disaster, but an opportunity. The response was not uniform. Some nations moved cautiously, establishing academic programs before anything else, treating cultivation as a subject to be studied before being practiced. Others moved immediately to the practical dimension, establishing training programs for security services and emergency responders. A few governments attempted to restrict cultivation practice to government-supervised contexts, treating it as they treated other powerful technologies. All of these approaches created opportunities for conflict. Where governments tried to restrict access, underground movements formed. Where militaries attempted to capture the practice exclusively for themselves, civilian practitioners organized in opposition. The return of cultivation created social and political tensions that Wei had anticipated, but whose specific forms he had not fully predicted. The Empress, observing Wei's success and the speed at which cultivation was spreading globally, made a strategic decision. The consortium would shift from attempting to control the cultivation revival to attempting to shape it. Rather than competing with Wei directly, the consortium would work in parallel, offering its own approaches while gradually integrating with the global cultivation civilization that Wei was creating. It was not the partnership Wei had hoped for, but it was better than continued opposition. The international response was not monolithic. Different nations processed the Seoul events differently based on their own cultural and political contexts, and Wei spent significant time in the weeks following the array integration consulting with representatives who arrived from across the world. The Chinese delegation was the most technically sophisticated. They arrived with scholars who had been studying the public documentation of Wei's cultivation work and had questions that went immediately to the deepest theoretical foundations. Questions about the relationship between ley lines and geological activity, about the mechanism of array fragmentation, about the implications of Wei's soul transformation advancement for the theoretical ceiling of mortal cultivation. The conversations were genuinely productive. The American delegation had the most urgency. Their classified cultivation program had apparently experienced failures during the Seoul array emergence. Practitioners who had been performing training exercises had felt something in the spiritual networks that had temporarily destabilized their cultivation bases, and the intelligence analysis suggested this was a global phenomenon. Every cultivator on Earth had felt the array's final convulsion, and the Americans wanted to understand why and what it meant for the security of their own practitioners. Wei addressed each delegation with patience and specificity. But he also, consistently, guided each conversation toward the same conclusion. National cultivation programs operating in isolation from each other were inefficient and potentially dangerous. The Seoul crisis had demonstrated that what happened in one location's spiritual infrastructure affected practitioners worldwide. The correct response was coordination, not competition. Chapter 74. Choi's recognition. The construction foreman who had first released Wei from the jade coffin was honored at an official ceremony. Choi Minjun arrived at the ceremony in his good clothes, clearly uncomfortable in the formal setting but unwilling to miss the occasion. He sat through the official speeches with the patient endurance of someone who respects the purpose of an event without particularly enjoying its form. Wei, presenting him with recognition and reward, acknowledged the profound debt he owed to Choi's act of mercy. "You taught me that the smallest act of kindness matters most," Wei said to Choi publicly. "And that lesson has been more important to my survival and growth than any cultivation technique could have been." Choi, characteristically practical, replied, "Just don't wake up anything else buried under Seoul for a while. Give the city time to recover." The audience laughed. Wei found, to his genuine surprise, that he laughed too. Privately, after the ceremony, Choi pulled Wei aside. The foreman's manner was unchanged from their first conversation in the Pojangmaka tent. The same pragmatic directness, the same absence of any self-aggrandizement about the role he had played. "I just wanted to ask," Choi said, "before all this becomes too big to have normal conversations about. Are you happy? Not satisfied or successful or whatever?" "Happy." Wei considered the question seriously, as Choi's questions always deserved. "I am more content than I have been in 3,000 years, Wei said. "Whether that constitutes happiness, I am not certain. But I wake each morning knowing what I am doing and why. That feels like enough." Choi nodded. "Good," he said. "That's good." Chapter 75. The new cultivation order. Wei established formal principles for Seoul's emerging cultivation civilization. He presented them at a formal assembly of the Academy's students and the Korean government's Cultivation Oversight Committee, delivered in a ceremony that blended the formal structures of both modern Korean government and ancient cultivation tradition. All cultivation is for service, not domination. This was the foundational principle, the one from which all others flowed. Technology and ancient practice will coexist and strengthen each other. The world's secrets remain hidden unless absolutely necessary for public safety. New cultivators must swear to protect, not conquer. Knowledge is shared openly rather than hoarded. Advancement is celebrated, but power is accountable. The weak and marginalized have equal access to cultivation knowledge. These principles were incorporated into Korean law and served as the foundation for cultivation revival across the world. Wei had not drafted these principles alone. He had developed them in consultation with everyone who mattered, his disciples, who brought their own ethical frameworks from their previous lives, the ghost, who brought the perspective of someone who had operated in the moral gray areas of underground preservation work, E.J. Sung, who brought the institutional understanding of what principles could actually be enforced, Soyan, who brought the historical perspective of what ancient cultivation ethics had failed to prevent, and Dr. Han, who brought the scientist's insistence on testable principles and measurable outcomes. The principles were imperfect. They would require interpretation, context, and revision as circumstances changed. But they were honest, and they were based on lessons learned through genuine failure rather than convenient theory. Chapter 76. Soyan's decision. Park Soyan, having proven herself invaluable during the array crisis, made a formal decision. She would leave her university position and work full-time with Wei to establish the institutional foundation for global cultivation revival. The university had been her professional home for a decade. The decision to leave was not easy, and she spent a full week making it, talking to colleagues who did not fully understand what she was leaving toward, explaining to her department chair that she was pursuing research opportunities that could not be accommodated within a conventional academic position. My family waited 3,000 years to fulfill our responsibility, Soyan said. Now that the responsibility is transitioning from preservation to actual integration, I'm dedicating myself to that work. Her final act before leaving the university was to deliver a lecture, not the one she had scheduled, but a different one. She spoke for 2 hours about the history of Korean cultivation, using all of her family's texts and all of her research, presenting for the first time a complete academic account of what had been preserved and why and how. The lecture was recorded and published, becoming one of the most accessed academic works in the field that would be called cultivation history. The marriage that followed was celebrated globally, a symbolic union of ancient family responsibility and new cultivation vision. The ceremony honored both ancient tradition, Wei reciting vows in classical Chinese that had not been spoken at any wedding for 3,000 years, and the modern world that had adopted him, with Soyan's family and friends and colleagues filling the academy's courtyard with the ordinary, extraordinary joy of people celebrating a love that had survived extraordinary circumstances. Chapter 77. The first international crisis. 6 weeks after the Seoul array crisis was resolved, Japan reported unusual spiritual phenomena in Kyoto. Ancient temples began manifesting signs of spiritual disturbance. Archaeological sites showed evidence of sealed power that was beginning to wake. The reports were careful and official, delivered through the diplomatic channels that Japan and Korea had established in the aftermath of Seoul's public cultivation crisis. Wei recognized immediately what was occurring. The sealing system beneath East Asia was interconnected. The array beneath Seoul had been simply the largest and most prominent node. But there were others, subsidiary arrays that had been designed to support and distribute the burden of the Seoul array's containment. With the Seoul array integrated and no longer providing pressure relief, the other sealed arrays began to experience increased strain. Wei had known this was theoretically possible, had discussed it with Gao Li, but had hoped that the transformation of the Seoul array from containment structure to spiritual infrastructure might actually reduce the pressure on subsidiary arrays rather than increase it. The data from Japan suggested otherwise. We are about to face a cascading crisis, Wei told his council. Not just Seoul, but all of East Asia. The sealing system was designed 3,000 years ago by masters who understood that no single seal could hold indefinitely. They built in redundancy and distribution. But they could not have anticipated how the modern world would change, how the sealing chambers would be built over, how the sealing structure would be compromised by 3,000 years of tectonic stress and human construction. What do we do? Dr. Han asked. We rebuild the sealing system, Wei replied. Not to contain the arrays indefinitely, but to integrate them the way I integrated the Seoul array. One by one, we stabilize each sealed location, reabsorb the contained power, and transform it from a threat into a resource. That will take years, Gao Li observed. It will, Wei agreed. But it will also transform our understanding of what cultivation is. We will not simply rebuild what was sealed away. We will create something new. A global spiritual infrastructure based on integrated rather than suppressed power. Chapter 78. the Allied Force Wei proposed a new international organization, the Global Array Stabilization Force. Representatives from Korea, Japan, China, and eventually dozens of other nations would work together to locate, monitor, and integrate sealed arrays across the world. The proposal was presented to the UN Cultivation Council in its first major session, a gathering of representatives from 30 nations who had formed the council in the weeks following Seoul's crisis. The council was still finding its procedural footing, but the urgency of the Japan situation concentrated focus. The Empress, recognizing that this would ultimately serve the consortium's interests, joined the effort. The Gao family, whose knowledge of sealed sites across Asia was extensive, became central coordinators. For the first time in human history, an international organization dedicated not to military might or economic dominance, but to spiritual integration and power management was established. Its founding charter was brief, 12 principles, all of them derived from the hard lessons of the Seoul crisis. Its founding staff was small, 20 cultivators from 6 nations, supplemented by support personnel and intelligence specialists. And its founding purpose was simple: to ensure that as humanity rediscovered its spiritual heritage, that rediscovery was managed in a way that the ancient world's mistakes were not repeated. Chapter 79. The Gao family's final gambit. The Gao family, having initially attempted to compete with Wei, instead chose to become his most valuable allies. Through cooperation, they achieved far more than they ever could have through conflict. Their sealed sites were stabilized, their knowledge was preserved and expanded, and their family honor was restored not through victory in combat, but through partnership and creation. Gao Li became the Global Array Stabilization Force's field director, a role that suited her precisely because she combined cultivation power, historical knowledge, and the particular combination of flexibility and principle that effective field leadership required. Under her direction, the first subsidiary array, located beneath a temple complex in Kyoto, was successfully integrated within 3 months. The integration was easier than the Seoul array had been. Partly this was because the subsidiary array contained less power, had been more carefully maintained by the Gao family's monitoring over centuries, and benefited from the experience Wei had gained during the Seoul process. But partly it was because Gao Li brought her family's specific knowledge of how the subsidiary arrays had been constructed, knowledge that Wei had not possessed. The lesson that Wei took from this: the Gao family's 3,000 years of preservation had not been an obstacle to his work. It had been an investment in it. Their survival, their maintenance of knowledge, their decision to choose alliance over vendetta, all of these were now part of the foundation on which cultivation's global revival was being built. It was a lesson that reverberated through global cultivation communities. The future belonged not to those who could dominate, but to those who could cooperate. Chapter 80. Arc Cliffhanger. The global revelation. As Wei and his international allies worked to stabilize sealed arrays across East Asia, something extraordinary began to occur. The integrated arrays began to communicate with each other, forming a network, creating a global spiritual infrastructure that had not existed since before human civilization began writing history. Wei perceived this first through the ley line network beneath Seoul, which had become a primary channel through which he monitored global spiritual conditions. What began as a slight increase in the connectivity between Seoul's integrated array and the Kyoto site quickly became unmistakable. The two sites were exchanging information, sharing spiritual data in ways that the original sealing structure had not designed for, and that Wei could not fully interpret. And in the depths of that network, in layers that extended far beneath the surface of Earth, something began to respond. Something ancient. Something that had been sleeping before even the current heavens took form. Something that Wei's temporal adaptation system had not calculated for. A presence stirred in Earth's core, aware of the awakening and integration of the sealed arrays, aware of the return of cultivation to human civilization, aware of Wei's role in facilitating that return. The presence was not hostile. It was not friendly. It was simply awake. Awake in the way that something very large and very old is awake, not fully conscious by ordinary standards, but aware in the way that geological formations are aware of pressure, that oceans are aware of tides. It was responding to the change in Earth's spiritual conditions the way any living system responds to significant change. And as Wei sensed that distant, unimaginably ancient presence beginning to move toward awareness, he understood. His challenges were not ending. They were transforming into something far greater, far more complex, and potentially far more dangerous than anything he had faced before. The array beneath Seoul had been only the first test. The real challenge, the actual destiny that had driven his sealing and awakening, was still approaching on the horizon. End of Step 4, Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 81. The UN Cultivation Council convenes. The treaty negotiation process had taken 3 months, which by international diplomatic standards was extraordinary speed. E.J. Sung had commented privately that he had negotiated less significant trade agreements that had taken longer. The speed was a function of the urgency the solar ray crisis had created. Every party at the table had watched a city of 10 million people come close to catastrophic spiritual destabilization, and that shared experience had concentrated minds in ways that normal diplomatic incentives could not have produced. Wei had been present at every session, which was unusual. But the Cultivation Accord was fundamentally about what cultivation was and what it could do, and there was no one at the table who could speak to those questions with Wei's authority. He had not tried to dominate the negotiations. He had answered questions, demonstrated capabilities when demonstrations were requested, and offered honest assessments of what cultivation could and could not accomplish. The hardest session had focused on military applications. 5 of the 12 nations at the table had existing classified cultivation programs oriented toward security and military applications. Each wanted to know whether the Accord's prohibition on weaponization would prevent them from using their cultivators defensively. Wei had answered carefully, distinguishing between defensive applications, protecting people, managing environmental threats, healing the injured, and offensive applications, using cultivation power as a weapon against other humans. The American delegation had pushed back on the distinction, arguing that defensive and offensive applications were difficult to distinguish in practice. Wei agreed with the observation while maintaining the principle. The difficulty of implementation did not invalidate the ethical distinction. The principle was not negotiable. It had been a very long session, but they had reached agreement. The United Nations, recognizing that cultivation had become a global phenomenon that no single nation could manage alone, established the UN Cultivation Council. Representatives from 193 nations gathered to establish frameworks for international cooperation, ethical guidelines for cultivation practice, and protocols for managing the sealed arrays being discovered worldwide. The Assembly Chamber in Geneva, where the Council held its inaugural meeting, had been selected for its symbolic value rather than any spiritual property. But Wei, walking through its doors for the first time, perceived that even this ordinary modern building had a faint spiritual character. The accumulated presence of decades of human intention, of thousands of people bringing their most serious attention to matters of global consequence. This was what cultivation was teaching him about the modern world, that significance was not exclusively a property of ancient sacred sites. It accumulated anywhere that humans brought genuine commitment to something larger than themselves. Wei was asked to serve as the Council's spiritual advisor, not its leader, but its moral center and voice of ancient wisdom applied to modern circumstances. He accepted with conditions. The Council would prioritize protection of humanity over individual nation-states' desires for power, would establish strict regulations on cultivation research, and would ensure that poor and marginalized populations had equal access to cultivation knowledge. Not all nations agreed immediately. Russia demanded military applications be studied. China insisted on national security exemptions. The United States wanted technology development pathways. The smaller nations had their own concerns. Some feared that cultivation's return would simply recreate the same power hierarchies that already defined geopolitics, with powerful nations monopolizing the advantages and smaller ones left behind. Wei addressed each objection directly. He understood that genuine cooperation required that everyone's legitimate concerns be heard and addressed, not simply overridden. The conversations were long and sometimes frustrating, the institutional machinery of international diplomacy moving with its characteristic resistance to urgency. The conversations had a quality that Wei had not encountered in his previous experiences of negotiation, which had been exclusively with other cultivators in ancient contexts. These were not negotiations between powerful individuals with personal authority over their own decisions. These were negotiations between representatives of institutional systems that had their own logics, their own constraints, their own internal constituencies whose concerns needed to be managed before any representative could commit to anything. This made the work more complicated and also, he gradually understood, more durable. When he had been Immortal Emperor, agreements between cultivation entities had reflected the will of those entities and remained valid as long as those entities remained willing. The moment a party changed their mind, the agreement was over. The institutional structures of the modern world created agreements that persisted beyond individual will, that were embedded in bureaucratic systems, monitored by compliance mechanisms, enforced by structures that continued to function regardless of what any individual participant decided. This was not elegant. It was also not easily corrupted. An agreement between ancient cultivators was only as strong as the stronger party's willingness to honor it. An international treaty was embedded in a web of institutional dependencies that made violation expensive in ways that had nothing to do with combat capability. He found himself genuinely impressed by this, in the way that someone finds themselves impressed by an engineering solution they would not have thought of themselves. The modern world had invented something that the ancient cultivation world had never managed: accountability structures that survive changes in power. E.J. Sung, who had been present for the most difficult sessions, observed that Wei's genuine curiosity about the institutional mechanics of international diplomacy was one of the things that made the negotiations successful. Representatives who expected Wei to demand compliance from a position of overwhelming power instead encountered someone who asked substantive questions about why specific provisions mattered to specific parties and who modified proposals in response to genuine information. This was unexpected and, for several delegations, disarming in ways that facilitated outcomes that pure power negotiation would not have reached. But gradually, through Wei's patient negotiations and through the recognition that cooperation was more valuable than competition, a consensus emerged. The first global cultivation accord was signed within 3 months. It established that cultivation would be practiced openly, would be taught transparently, would be regulated by international ethical standards, and would never be weaponized or used for political domination. The signing ceremony was watched by billions. Wei sat at the table and signed the document with a brush that Minna had prepared, using ink mixed according to ancient cultivation protocols that she had developed based on Wei's historical knowledge. The ceremony was deliberately hybrid, modern international process combined with ancient cultivation ritual. Both were honored. Neither was subordinated to the other. It was the most comprehensive international agreement ever negotiated, and it fundamentally transformed how human civilization would develop over the following centuries. The first weeks after the accord signing were an education in how the modern world processed extraordinary information. He had expected either celebration or panic, and encountered something more complex: a massive distributed effort of ordinary people trying to figure out what this meant for their specific lives. Cultivation journals and forums that proliferated online were full of people working through practical questions. If ambient qi is now available everywhere, does my meditation practice need to change? If my child is showing cultivation sensitivity, what are the right schools? If my employer develops a cultivation enhancement program, do I have to participate? These were not the questions of a population in crisis. They were the questions of a population that had absorbed a major change to its understanding of reality and was getting on with the business of living in it. Wei had expected the practical questions. What he had not fully anticipated was the emotional texture of them, the specific mixture of curiosity and uncertainty and hope. A parent wondering whether their child's sudden interest in meditation was cultivation sensitivity or a phase. An elderly man writing that he had been doing breathing exercises for 30 years based on something his grandfather had shown him, and asking whether it counted as cultivation. A nurse asking whether the sense of patient's pain she had always experienced as something physical and distinct from imagination was the beginning of spiritual sensitivity or just empathy. These individual stories had accumulated across the weeks into something that Wei was still in the process of understanding. The cultivation revival had not entered people's lives as a revolution. It had entered as a new category that they were slowly, carefully incorporating into lives already fully inhabited. Every person was finding their own way to hold ancient spiritual reality alongside the modern life they had been living, and the ways they were finding were as diverse as the people themselves. This was what the ancient cultivation world had never managed and had never tried to manage: the integration of cultivation with ordinary human life. The ancient world had required departure. If you wanted to cultivate seriously, you left ordinary life, entered a sect, committed to the path as a total occupation. That model had produced extraordinary practitioners from a very small pool of humanity. The modern model was messier, slower, less technically sophisticated, but it was producing something from the whole range of humanity, from every life and every background. The nurse who sensed her patient's pain. The elderly man doing breathing exercises from memory. These were early stages of something that had no name yet in the cultivation tradition. Wei spent several evenings reading these forums. He found them genuinely moving. Not the sophisticated analysis of academic journals, but the ordinary, sometimes badly phrased attempts of individuals to incorporate ancient spiritual practice into contemporary life. A factory worker asking whether he could meditate during his lunch break. A grandmother asking whether cultivation might help her arthritis. A teenager asking whether cultivation made you smarter or whether smarter was what made you better at cultivation. He answered some of them directly. using an account Jin Wu had set up, under a username sufficiently anonymous that most people did not immediately know who they were talking to. He answered honestly, in the plain language his teaching experience had developed. Several of the people he corresponded with eventually showed up at the academy. The United Nations Assembly Hall had been designed for the usual instruments of international diplomacy, rhetoric, positioning, procedural maneuvering. It had not been designed for the particular challenge that the first UN Cultivation Council session presented: the need to negotiate frameworks for phenomena that most of the assembled representatives could not personally perceive. This created an interesting dynamic. Wei could sense the cultivation potential of everyone in the room, who had latent spiritual affinity, who had none, which national representatives had been secretly receiving training from their government's classified programs. The intelligence that his cultivation senses provided about the assembly was simultaneously useful and deeply strange. He was in a room where some people could directly perceive the spiritual reality he was discussing, and others were relying entirely on the word of those who could. He had given a demonstration before the formal session began, at the recommendation of E.J. Sung, who understood political dynamics well enough to know that abstract arguments needed concrete anchors. Wei had stood at the center of the assembly hall and performed a cultivation technique simple enough to be executed with minimal power, but visible enough to be perceived by everyone in the room, including those with no cultivation background. The air in the hall had changed. Every person present had felt it, the subtle shift in electromagnetic quality, the sense of something having moved through the space in a way that physics did not have words for. 20 seconds of demonstration accomplished more than 20 pages of documentation. Russia's representative, a general who had spent his career evaluating capabilities in order to counter them, had looked at Wei afterward with an expression that Wei recognized from 3,000 years of experience, the look of someone recalibrating threat assessment in real time. Wei had nodded to him. The general had nodded back. Mutual recognition of reality, not alliance, but the beginning of the realistic conversation that mutual recognition made possible. Chapter 82. American cultivators emerged. The United States revealed that it had been secretly cultivating operatives since the 1960s, when American researchers discovered ancient texts in Vietnam. The revelation came through a classified document release that E.J. Sung had negotiated as part of the Global Accord's transparency requirements, a requirement that nations disclose existing cultivation programs as a precondition for legitimate participation in international governance. These operatives had been trained incompletely and in isolation. The American program had managed to develop practitioners to early qi condensation stage using techniques that were partly accurate and partly the results of incorrect interpretation of texts that had been translated without adequate cultural context. They were powerful in some dimensions and oddly limited in others, their cultivation marked by the specific gaps in the American researchers' understanding. Their sudden access to Wei and genuine training was transformative. They came to Seoul with the combination of capability and hunger that characterizes people who have spent years developing something they knew was incomplete. Wei accepted them all. More than accepted, he created a program specifically designed for American cultivators, integrating their existing knowledge with modern techniques, helping them complete their training, and most importantly, ensuring that American cultivation practice was aligned with global ethical standards rather than national military interests. The program required extended negotiation with American intelligence services, who were reluctant to surrender operational control of their cultivators to an international educator. E.J. Sung managed the diplomatic dimension while Wei managed the cultivation training, and between them, they developed a framework that satisfied both the Americans' legitimate security concerns and Wei's ethical requirements. Hundreds of American cultivators came to Seoul, studied at the academy, and returned to establish cultivation programs across the United States. The knowledge that had been hoarded as a national security asset became shared as a human resource. Some of the American cultivators became among Wei's most innovative students, bringing their own cultural frameworks to the practice and discovering applications that Wei himself had not conceived. The American cultivators who came to Seoul brought with them something that Wei had not anticipated: gratitude. Not the formal gratitude of diplomatic ritual, but the personal gratitude of people who had spent years practicing something they could not fully explain, in isolation, without the confirmation that they were not simply deluding themselves. The gratitude arrived in forms that ranged from the awkward to the deeply moving. The awkward forms were the ones that most clearly revealed the cultural distance. Some of the Americans arrived with gifts, offerings in the tradition of spiritual acknowledgement, and the gifts were shaped by their understanding of ancient Asian spiritual practice rather than by any actual knowledge of what Wei might want. He received a great many prayer beads, several silk banners with Chinese characters whose calligraphy was imperfect and whose meanings were approximate, and one extraordinary object that appeared to be a mass-produced Buddha figurine that had been given an elaborate case handmade from an American hardwood. He kept all of them. The intention behind each was genuine, and the objects were evidence of people who had been searching for something real in the absence of access to the actual thing. The deeply moving forms were the private conversations. People who had been practicing in basements and spare bedrooms for years, using techniques that were partly right and partly the products of misunderstood texts. People who had advanced despite everything working against them because they had simply refused to stop. One woman had kept detailed journals of her practice across 15 years. Careful observations of what happened when she did specific techniques. Honest assessments of what was working and what was not. Questions she had been accumulating for years with no one to ask. She handed Wei the journals at the end of their first formal session together, with the expression of someone offering something very private, with full understanding that it might be inadequate to the standard they were offering it to. "You don't have to read them," she said. He read them that night. They were extraordinary documents, not technically sophisticated, not written by someone with access to the full framework that would have allowed her to understand what she was observing, but produced by someone whose quality of attention had been so consistent and so honest that the observations were accurate despite the incomplete framework. She had been seeing clearly what she was seeing, even when she could not explain what it meant. He spent an hour writing notes in the margins before returning them to her. She read the notes sitting at the academy's breakfast table, very still, occasionally making a small sound. "You want to know something?" she said when she finished. "Yes," Wei said. 15 years of practicing alone. I thought I was probably just fooling myself. But I kept practicing anyway, because it made me better. Even if I was fooling myself, whatever I was doing made me better. She paused. "It wasn't fooling myself." "No," Wei agreed. "It was not." When Wei sat with them in the academy's training rooms and demonstrated the proper techniques that their texts had approximated but not accurately described, several of them wept. Wei found this response both moving and deeply instructive. He had expected the Americans to arrive with the posture of people accustomed to possessing advantages, assertive, demanding, perhaps skeptical. Instead, he found people who had been quietly carrying something enormous and secret for years and who were experiencing, in Seoul, the relief of finally being understood. One of them, a woman in her 40s named Chun Wei-Lin, whose cultivation base showed the particular signature of someone who had been advancing through sheer determination in the absence of adequate guidance, told Wei privately, "I thought I was broken. The texts we had described advancement patterns that I could feel happening in myself, but never completely. Like hearing the first half of a sentence for 30 years and never getting to the second half." "You were not broken," Wei said. "The texts were incomplete. The knowledge was incomplete. The world was incomplete. None of that was a reflection of your capacity." She nodded, and the quality of that nod carried the weight of 30 years of private doubt being released. Chapter 83. Chinese ancient lineages reveal themselves. China announced the existence of the 8 great sects, ancient cultivation lineages that had maintained continuous practice through centuries of suppression and change. The announcement was carefully calibrated, revealing enough to establish China's legitimate claim to cultivation authority while preserving enough ambiguity to maintain strategic flexibility. These sects were powerful, organized, and initially suspicious of Wei's vision for democratized cultivation. They had survived precisely because they had been selective, had maintained their knowledge through careful restriction, had made being secret a virtue. Wei's insistence on transparency and universal access challenged assumptions that had been fundamental to their survival strategy for centuries. The debates between Wei and the 8 great sects representatives were some of the most intellectually rich discussions of his time in the modern world. These were genuine cultivation masters, people who had developed sophisticated philosophical frameworks around their practice over generations. They were not wrong to value preservation. They were not wrong to be cautious about rapid change. What they had not fully reckoned with was the possibility that a world with transparent, widely distributed cultivation knowledge might be more stable than a world with hoarded, restricted knowledge. Over time, as they observed how Wei's approach strengthened rather than weakened the overall cultivation civilization, they changed their perspective. The sects began collaborating with Wei's academy, began teaching openly, began contributing their accumulated knowledge to the global cultivation infrastructure. What finally convinced the most resistant sect, the Jade Mountain School, was a simple demonstration. Wei arranged for a comparison between students trained in secret, traditional methods and students trained in Wei's modern, open approach. After 6 months, the modern students had advanced further. Not because their underlying capability was greater, but because access to more knowledge, more teachers, more approaches had allowed them to find the methods that suited them best rather than being limited to what a single lineage had preserved. The resistance that Wei had feared from these established lineages never fully materialized, because Wei had demonstrated through evidence that transparency and open teaching created stronger practitioners than secrecy and hoarding ever could. The meeting with the 8 Great Sects Master Assembly was held in Beijing, in a building that was publicly registered as a private cultural foundation, but that served, in practice, as the headquarters of the most powerful surviving ancient cultivation lineages in the world. Wei arrived without a formal delegation, accompanied only by Gao Li and Song. The choice to arrive with minimal accompaniment was deliberate. It communicated respect, a lack of aggression, a willingness to meet them on their terms rather than to overwhelm them with the apparatus of his international prominence. The sect's masters received him in a room that was deliberately ancient in character. Traditional architectural elements, classical calligraphy on every wall, the faint incense that spoke of centuries of ceremony. Wei appreciated the gesture. They were not trying to impress him with modernity. They were offering the thing they actually had to offer, which was continuity. The most interesting aspect of the meeting, from Wei's perspective, was the quality of the master's cultivation. They were genuine practitioners, every one of them. Their development the result of continuous practice across lineages that had never stopped. The oldest, the Jade Mountain Mistress, had a cultivation base that Wei could perceive clearly at his current void refinement stage, and what he perceived was extraordinary in a specific way. It was old, deeply rooted, built on foundations that had been reinforced by generation after generation of careful tending. Like an ancient tree, it was not the most rapid or dramatic thing in the room, but it had a permanence that Wei's own hard-won modern cultivation did not yet possess. He found this genuinely humbling. But they were also limited, their techniques preserved in precise historical form, their advancement capped by the same lack of ambient qi that constrained every modern cultivator, their knowledge comprehensive within their tradition and blind beyond it. You have what I do not, Wei told them honestly. Unbroken practice, preserved techniques, lineage memory. I have what you do not. Understanding of how cultivation works in the modern world, knowledge of how to extract power from modern energy sources, and experience of advancing in conditions that your ancient methods were not designed for. Together, we have everything we need. The master of the Jade Mountain sect, a woman who had been practicing continuously for over a century and who looked, to non-cultivator eyes, approximately 60, considered this for a long moment. Then she said, "You argue well for someone who does not need our permission." "I do not need your permission," Wei agreed. "But I need your knowledge. That is a different kind of need, and one I am genuinely making." The meeting adjourned with a formality that honored the seriousness of what had been proposed. Walking out through the building's traditional gate and back into Beijing's afternoon light, Wei felt Gao Li fall into step beside him with the habitual ease of someone who had been at his side through many difficult rooms. "They will agree," she said. It was not a question. "They have already agreed," Wei said. The meeting was the performance of agreeing. The decision was made when they saw the 6-month comparison data. She was quiet for a moment. "That is cynical." "It is accurate," he corrected. "There is a difference. Cynicism assumes that performing agreement is dishonest or false. But the Jade Mountain Mistress has spent 100 years understanding cultivation. She recognized the evidence. The performance is how you honor an agreement that dignity requires you not to show you've already made." Gao Li considered this. "You understand them better than I expected." Wei watched a bicyclist weave through afternoon foot traffic. "I have been watching cultivators make decisions under pressure for 3,000 years. What I understand about them is that capability and wisdom are independent variables. They have more wisdom about lineage and preservation than I could have acquired without their centuries of continuous practice. They had less information about the modern cultivation environment than I have acquired from necessity. Both things are true. Pretending one negates the other is what makes negotiations fail." The Jade Mountain Mistress's cultivation had struck him more deeply than he had let show in the meeting room. That quality of rootedness, an ancient tree, he had thought, not the most rapid thing in the room, but possessing permanence that newer growth did not. He had spent 3,000 years asleep and reawakened in a world that required him to be urgent, adaptive, always responding to what the present demanded. The ancient sects had spent those same 3,000 years doing the opposite, maintaining, preserving, tending the same fire with extraordinary patience. Both trajectories had produced something real. Both things were needed. He had not, until this meeting in Beijing, felt that as more than an intellectual conclusion. Chapter 84. Romance and Responsibility. Wei and Suyan married in a ceremony that honored both ancient tradition and modern soul. The wedding was broadcast globally as a symbol of the new world order, where ancient wisdom and modern sensibility could coexist and strengthen each other. Soyeon had not asked for the global broadcast. She had, in fact, initially resisted it, wanting something more private. But the Academy's students and the Korean government and the international cultivation community had made it clear that this wedding meant something beyond the two people involved, and she had accepted that meaning with the grace of someone who understood that their private life had become, in some measure, public property. The day itself was simpler than its implications suggested. In the morning, Wei and Soyeon had gone to her family shrine, alone, and stood for a long time in the quiet before the ceremony. He had asked her, without ceremony, without formal words, whether she was certain, not about him, but about the life they were committing to together, which was likely to remain extraordinary in ways that ordinary marriage was not. She had said, 3,000 years ago, your ancestors and mine were arranging for this day. I think I'd be insulting a lot of people's very careful work if I backed out now. He had laughed. He was still capable of surprise at how often she made him laugh. As Wei stood at the altar looking at Soyeon, he recognized the profound weight of the commitment he was making. This was not merely a marriage between two people. It was a marriage between the past and the future, between what had been and what would be. It represented his personal choice that love and connection mattered more than power and status. And in that choice, he demonstrated something crucial to global cultivation civilization, that attachment to people and relationships made one stronger, not weaker. That love, properly understood and channeled through cultivation practice, was the most powerful force in human existence. The wedding day itself had weather that Seoul's meteorological service could not adequately explain. The atmospheric pressure in the area around the Han River Shrine shifted in ways that corresponded, as far as Wei could determine, with the ley line activity celebrating alongside the human ceremony. The morning before the ceremony, Wei and Soyeon had walked to the Han River alone, before anyone else arrived, before the guests and the ceremony officials and the photographers and the international cultivation representatives who had come to Seoul specifically for this day. They had walked to the shrine by the same path Soyeon had walked since childhood, the path her grandfather had walked and her grandfather's grandmother before that. Wei had not asked for this morning walk. Soyeon had simply appeared at the apartment door at dawn and said they were going, and he had understood without asking that she was giving him something specific. Not the ceremony, which was for everyone. The walk was for them. They did not speak much. The river was there, doing what rivers do. The city was waking around them. The particular quality of early morning Seoul when the overnight workers were finishing and the day workers had not yet begun, the city briefly in the liminal state between. Cultivation practitioners in the academy who were already awake would have been able to sense the quality of the two of them moving together through the city, the specific harmonic that developed between two people whose cultivation practices had been intertwined for years, each one's spiritual signature adjusted by long proximity to the others. This was one of the things cultivation had given Wei that the ancient cultivation world had not prepared him for, the deep legibility of people he had been close to for extended time. He knew Soyeon's spiritual signature better than his own, in some ways. He could read her state through the meditation network before either of them spoke a word. She was at peace. He was at peace. The river agreed with both of them. It was not dramatic, no storms, no visible manifestations, just a quality of the air that made people breathe more deeply, stand a little straighter, feel somewhat better than the weather alone would have warranted. Minna played at the ceremony. She had been composing for months, something specifically for this occasion, built around the melody she had heard in the deep chamber during the array integration. The song the ley lines had begun making when the array was reabsorbed. The wedding guests who had cultivation practice heard the piece one way, as something that resonated with their own spiritual practice, that moved through the meridians as well as through the years. The guests who had no cultivation background heard it another way, as extraordinarily beautiful music, as the kind of piece that made them feel, inexplicably, that they were present at something important. Both experiences were accurate. The ceremony itself took less than an hour. The Han River behind the shrine reflected the sky in long, slow movements. And when Minna began to play the piece she had been composing, the water's surface stilled for a moment in a way that the meteorologists would later attribute to an unusual drop in wind, which was one description. Wei stood at the altar and tried to hold the moment with some part of his attention that was not otherwise occupied with breathing and not breaking ancient ceremony inadvertently. He was, for once in his time in this modern world, not the most capable person in the room for the specific task at hand. Soyeon knew the ceremony. She had been preparing for it all her life, in the sense that her family's entire relationship with history had been preparation for this. She moved through it with the ease of someone in their native territory. He followed her lead. This was not a role he was accustomed to, and he found that he preferred it. The vows they exchanged were not the exact text of either the ancient ceremony he had known or the modern ceremony she had grown up with. They had written their own, in 3 evenings of sitting across a table from each other and trying to say what was actually true. What came out was imprecise and occasionally awkward and, in his honest assessment, better than the formal alternatives would have been. They had not described a duty or an alliance. They had described a specific two people with specific histories and specific intentions, making a specific commitment that did not require a tradition to be real. Choi sat in the front row with the comfortable posture of a man who was exactly where he was supposed to be and knew it. He had refused the honorary title that the government had offered him in connection with his role in Wei's emergence, saying he had done nothing more than what anyone would do for a person who needed help. Wei had accepted this characterization as both completely inaccurate and exactly right. Chapter 85. The Empress's true agenda revealed as Wei and the UN Council worked to establish global frameworks for cultivation. The Empress made a startling proposal. The consortium wanted to establish what it called a cultivation government, a system where elected leaders would serve at the pleasure of powerful immortals, ensuring that civilization was guided by wisdom and power rather than by the whims of ordinary humanity. The proposal was presented in a formal document delivered to every member of the UN Cultivation Council, carefully argued and extensively footnoted. The Empress was not crude about her ambitions. She presented a genuinely sophisticated argument that the return of cultivation would inevitably create power hierarchies, that it was better for those hierarchies to be stable and principled rather than chaotic and unpredictable, that humanity would ultimately benefit from guidance that combined cultivation wisdom with genuine power. Wei rejected the proposal immediately and publicly. He rejected it not because he believed the Empress's intentions were malicious. He was no longer certain of that. He rejected it because the proposal was founded on a philosophical error that the ancient cultivation world had made repeatedly, and that he had spent 3,000 years learning was wrong. Power did not equal wisdom. The longest-lived and most powerful cultivators in the ancient world had not necessarily been its wisest. The sealing of Wei himself was evidence of this. He had been sealed not because he was weak, but because he was powerful without being adequately wise. I spent 1,000 years before my sealing believing that power was a sufficient qualification for authority, Wei said in his public rejection. The civilization I helped lead through that belief was sealed alongside me in jade for 3,000 years. I respectfully declined to repeat the experiment. The Empress, having made the proposal and having it rejected, withdrew it gracefully. But the message was clear. The consortium would work with Wei's vision, but would always prefer a more controlled approach if the opportunity arose. The Empress had been, in Wei's assessment, a genuinely sophisticated opponent throughout their interactions, and her final overreach, the attempt to capture Jin Wu, was not consistent with the sophistication she had previously demonstrated. When Wei allowed himself to consider this inconsistency with the careful attention that he had learned to apply to anomalies, he developed an alternative explanation. The kidnapping attempt had been designed to fail. The Empress had known it would be discovered. She had needed Wei to dismantle the consortium publicly, to remove the organization that had been serving as a constraint on her own movement within the international cultivation landscape. The Empress was not merely the consortium's leader. She was someone who had outgrown it. By orchestrating its exposure through Wei's response to the kidnapping attempt, she had freed herself from an institutional structure that had limited her flexibility. The organization she would rebuild would be smaller, more agile, more genuinely aligned with her actual values. Whatever those were, they were not simply the institutional values of the organization she had run. Wei filed this analysis and waited to see what she would do with her freedom. Chapter 86. The Korean disciples' technological advantage. Wei's original disciples, Nam, Mina, and Jin Wu, discovered something remarkable. Modern cultivators could develop power far more efficiently than ancient cultivators ever could, using the technological infrastructure that modern civilization provided. The discovery came from Jin Wu's systematic analysis of his own cultivation progress compared to his knowledge of how ancient practitioners had advanced. He had built detailed spreadsheets comparing his advancement rates to historical records of ancient cultivation schools, adjusted for differences in ambient qi and teaching quality. The conclusion was clear. He was advancing faster, not slower, than comparable ancient students. The reason was the technology. Solar panels could be used as meditation focal points, converting solar energy into a form that cultivators could directly access. The conversion efficiency was lower than a natural spiritual spring, but solar panels were available everywhere and could be deployed at scale. Geothermal power systems could be tapped to access Earth's deep spiritual energy. Wi-Fi signals could be resonated with through meditation, creating new pathways for power distribution. Even artificial lighting could be integrated into cultivation practice when used at specific frequencies and intensities. These discoveries gave Korea a cultivation technology advantage that no other nation could match. Korean electronics companies began developing cultivation-optimized devices, not magic items, but engineered tools, precision instruments designed to support specific cultivation practices, meditation pods that maintained optimal electromagnetic environments, training facilities that combined ancient and modern energy sources, measurement technology that could track cultivation advancement with the same precision that modern medicine tracked biological health. Within 2 years, Korean cultivators were advancing faster, reaching higher stages, developing more specialized techniques than cultivators from any other nation. Other countries noticed and began copying the techniques. But Korea's initial advantage had established it as the central hub of global cultivation innovation. Jinwoo's company was called Meridian Systems, and it had grown from a 2-person consultancy to a global technology corporation in less than 2 years. The core product was cultivation-compatible electronic infrastructure, buildings, devices, and networks designed to support rather than interfere with cultivation practice. But the ancillary products had proven even more commercially significant. Meditation guidance software that used AI to analyze cultivation data and provide personalized recommendations, biometric monitoring systems that could track cultivation advancement with the precision of medical instruments, architectural consulting services for cultivation-optimized spaces. The technology was genuinely useful, genuinely effective, and genuinely profitable. Jinwoo had turned his systematic understanding of cultivation mechanics into a technology platform, and the platform had found its market at scale. Wei was proud of him, and not in the way he had expected to be proud of a student. He had expected to be proud of Jinwoo's cultivation advancement, of his growing spiritual power and capability. Instead, he found himself most moved by the way Jinwoo had taken the ancient practice and made it relevant to every person who owned a smartphone or lived in a modern building. He had done more to spread cultivation's accessibility than any formal teaching program. "You understand what I was trying to do?" Wei told him once, in a quiet moment. "I understand what you were trying to do," Jinwoo agreed. "I'm just doing it with better distribution infrastructure." Wei spent some time thinking about this after Jinwoo left. The ancient cultivation world had had its own relationship with distribution, the way knowledge moved through sects and lineages, the specific decisions that masters made about who received which transmissions and when. It had been, at its core, a system that privileged restriction. Knowledge flowed downward from masters and was managed carefully at every level, ensuring that the recipient had demonstrated sufficient development to use it appropriately. That system had worked well for maintaining the quality of cultivation practice. It had worked poorly for ensuring that the benefits of cultivation reached widely. The people at the margins of the ancient world, the poor, the geographically distant, the people without the social connections to enter a sect or attract a master's attention, had effectively been excluded from a practice that could have served them. Jinwoo's technology did not have this limitation. The meditation guidance software did not evaluate whether a user was sufficiently developed before providing assistance. The biometric monitoring did not require a connection to a master. The cultivation-optimized architectural specifications were available to anyone who could build a building, which meant they were available to municipalities and schools and hospitals across the world, not just to wealthy individuals and established organizations. The ancient masters had been concerned about cultivation being misused, which was a genuine concern. Wei had lived through the consequences of cultivation misused in ways that would have been obvious in retrospect if they had been paying attention. But the response to the risk of misuse had been restriction, and restriction had created its own pathologies. Jinwoo's approach was different. Assume the benefits are for everyone, design safeguards into the technology itself, and accept that some misuse would occur while ensuring the benefits outweighed the costs. It was, Wei thought, the cultivator's version of a medical approach, not withholding treatment because it might be misused, but providing treatment responsibly while managing the risks. It was wiser than the ancient approach. Jinwoo had gotten there through engineering intuition rather than philosophical reflection, which was, Wei was learning, one of the ways that wisdom arrived. Chapter 87. The Gao family's integration. Gao Li proposed something that 6 months earlier would have seemed impossible: the formal merger of the Gao family lineage with Wei's unified cultivation movement. In exchange, Wei would honor the Gao family's history and would appoint one of their representatives to international council positions. The proposal was presented at a dinner gathering that included Wei's inner council, and the Gao family's 3 senior representatives. The dinner was held in a traditional Korean restaurant that specialized in historical recipes, and the combination of contemporary Seoul and ancient ceremony that the evening embodied seemed appropriate for the conversation being conducted. Gao Li had spent weeks preparing her case. She had analyzed the Gao family's long-term interests and concluded that independence, which had served them well as a survival strategy for 3,000 years, was no longer optimal in a world where cultivation was becoming mainstream. The family had preserved their ancestors' techniques in isolation for so long that the isolation had begun to become a limitation rather than a protection. The merger was not a surrender. It was an evolution. The Gao family's centuries of preserved knowledge, their networks across East Asia, their particular expertise in array monitoring and management, all of these remained distinctive contributions. What changed was the framework within which those contributions were made. Wei accepted. The final major cultivation faction folding into a unified structure represented the true beginning of global cultivation integration. No longer would the world be divided into competing sects and hidden lineages. Instead, it would be organized around principles of cooperation and transparent knowledge sharing. The formal merger ceremony between the Gao family and Wei's unified cultivation movement took place at the Gao compound in Kyoto. Gao Li had insisted on this. The formal recognition should happen on Gao family ground, she argued, using the ancient protocols that would be legible to every cultivation lineage that recognized traditional form. Wei stood before Gao Ming's portrait, the carefully preserved image that had been copied and recopied across 30 centuries, and felt something that he had not expected. He had prepared himself for awkwardness, for the weight of ancient history, for the necessary management of a complex emotional moment. Instead, he felt a kind of peace. Gao Ming looked back at him from the painting, preserved by 30 generations of careful copying that had maintained the original's energy even across centuries of reproduction. The face was one Wei recognized from their final confrontation, older than he had been when they first met, carrying the weight of the defeat, but also something else. Something like resolution. As if Gao Ming, in whatever awareness he had maintained after death, had known that the rivalry was always meant to end this way. Your ancestor was wiser than either of us understood at the time, Wei said to Gao Li, who was standing beside him. He had 30 centuries to think about it, she replied. We should both be so lucky. Chapter 88. Russia's Collapse and Reconstruction. Russia, unable to match the spiritual advancement of other nations and facing internal political pressure to demonstrate cultivation capability, hired the remaining independent consortium operatives to help artificially enhance military cultivators. The enhancement program used techniques that accelerated advancement beyond what natural practice would support, forcing cultivation-based development through pharmaceutical and technological means that bypassed the safety checks that organic practice maintained. The enhancement was successful but unstable, creating fighters who were powerful but whose cultivation bases had been built without the stable foundations that determined long-term coherence. Artificially enhanced cultivators could be impressive in short demonstrations and devastating in brief engagements. But they could not sustain power over extended periods, could not manage the complex decision-making that genuine cultivation wisdom required, and most dangerously, could not maintain emotional stability when pushed beyond their artificial limits. When one of these enhanced soldiers went rogue in Moscow and caused a massive terrorist attack, unable to control his own power in a high-stress situation, his artificially accelerated cultivation base collapsing in ways that caused massive environmental damage, Russia's government collapsed. The political fallout was immediate and total. The crisis became a turning point globally. Nations recognized that attempting to weaponize cultivation through artificial enhancement led to disaster. Only genuine, ethical training produced stable, reliable power. In the aftermath, Russia's new government became one of the strongest supporters of transparent, international cultivation development. The lesson had been learned at enormous cost, but it had been learned. The Russian crisis had been foreseeable, in retrospect. Wei had spent weeks after the collapse analyzing what had happened, both because he wanted to prevent similar failures elsewhere and because he felt a genuine responsibility for the people who had been hurt. When he had watched the initial news coverage, the footage of the rogue cultivators' breakdown, the emergency response, the political cascade that followed, his first response had not been strategic analysis. It had been a specific, personal grief. The ancient world had taught him to think of military power as an abstraction. Armies were armies. Casualties were numbers. The cultivation realms had been full of conflicts in which enormous power was deployed against other enormous power, and the people in between were simply the context of the confrontation rather than its concern. He had inhabited that framework for thousands of years. He could no longer inhabit it. Months in Seoul had cost him the ability to see people as abstractions. Every person in the news footage was a specific individual with a morning routine and a favorite food, and someone who would miss them. The rogue cultivator who had caused the crisis had been, before the enhancement program, someone's family member, someone's colleague, a person with an ordinary life who had been persuaded to accept extraordinary modifications in service of state goals that had treated him as a tool rather than a person. This was what cultivation was supposed to prevent, not the technical failure of artificial enhancement. That was a problem to be solved with better protocols. The deeper failure was treating a human being's capacity for spiritual development as a resource to be extracted rather than a life to be lived. Wei had written the technical analysis. He had also written something else, separately, that he had not published, a meditation on what it meant that the ancient cultivation world had made this same mistake repeatedly and called it tradition. The Russian crisis had been foreseeable, in retrospect, and the foreseeability was itself the most troubling thing. The enhanced soldier who had gone rogue had been a person, not just a security failure or a policy outcome. He had been someone who had undergone a process that had promised to make him exceptional and had instead made him unstable, and who had then been deployed in conditions that his unstable cultivation base could not manage. The name of the soldier was Mikhail Voronov, and Wei had spent several evenings reading the reporting about him, not the political analysis, which was primarily about institutional responsibility and policy failure, but the human reporting, the interviews with people who had known him, the photographs, the details of his ordinary life before the enhancement program. He had been a competitive chess player. He had kept a dog. He had called his mother every Sunday. Wei thought about this while preparing the technical analysis. He thought about the chess player who had sat in some state training facility and been told that cultivation advancement would make him more powerful, better, capable of things that ordinary humans could not accomplish. He thought about what it would feel like to want that so much that you agreed to the process, to experience the first stages, the genuine sensation of power developing, the sense that you were becoming something extraordinary, and then to begin to feel the instability, the way the power responded in ways you had not trained for, the way your own consciousness became less familiar, the way the ground shifted under what you thought you knew about yourself. He thought about Mikhail Voronov being afraid and trying not to show it, and no one around him having the cultivation understanding to see what was happening until it was too late. The ancient cultivation world had not honored its practitioners by treating them as expendable. It had been brutal in other ways, hierarchical, exclusionary, philosophically narrow in ways that had cost it greatly. But the masters had not been willing to casually damage a student's cultivation base for instrumental purposes. There had been too much respect for the cultivation path itself to allow that. The Russian program had imported some of the ancient techniques without importing the values that had given those techniques their context. This was the specific danger of knowledge without culture, not the absence of knowledge. That was simply ignorance, correctable with education, but the selective adoption of powerful knowledge in the absence of the philosophical framework that gave it appropriate boundaries. This was a problem Wei was watching develop in several countries' cultivation programs, and he was writing about it, speaking about it at every international forum that would receive the message. The writing felt insufficient for the scale of the problem. It also felt necessary. The artificial enhancement program had been wrong in its assumptions from the beginning. It had treated cultivation advancement like a pharmaceutical intervention, something that could be delivered externally, absorbed, and then used. But cultivation was not a pharmaceutical. It was a developmental process. The body and consciousness had to transform together, each adapting to the other's changes, developing the structural capacity to hold and manage what was being built. Artificial acceleration bypassed the structural development while creating the power, producing practitioners who had the force of advanced cultivators but the control of beginners. Wei had written a detailed analysis of the failure and distributed it to every nation that had been running cultivation programs, with specific technical recommendations for how to assess and correct artificial enhancement damage. He had also visited Russia personally, at the new government's request, to work with the surviving enhanced practitioners who had not gone rogue, but who were living with the instability that the program had created. That work was among the hardest of his modern life. Not spiritually challenging, but emotionally so. These were people who had been failed by their institutions and who now needed patient, careful assistance to rebuild their cultivation foundations in ways that would be stable for the rest of their lives. There were no shortcuts. There was only time and attention and the willingness to treat each person as worth the effort. Chapter 89. The Void Refinement Breakthrough Through Deep Meditation Using Soul's Transformed Ley Line Network. Wei achieved the breakthrough to void refinement stage. The breakthrough came not in a single dramatic moment, but as the culmination of months of sustained work. the kind of advancement that required patience and consistency rather than dramatic effort. He was now approaching the pinnacle of ancient power. Only body integration, Mahayana, an Immortal Emperor remained above him. His power was such that he could sense cultivation activity across the globe in real time. A student meditating in America, a child in Africa showing spiritual affinity, a monk in Tibet achieving breakthrough. He felt connected to the entire reawakening world, could sense the currents of spiritual development flowing through human civilization the way a master hydrologist senses the flow of water through the landscape. And in that heightened awareness, he began to perceive something else, the presence that was stirring in Earth's core, becoming aware of the changes on the surface, beginning to move toward interaction with human civilization. The temporal adaptation system had been tracking this presence since Wei first sensed it after the Seoul array integration. It was not malevolent. It was not the same kind of contained, suffering consciousness that the array had been. It was older than that, older than cultivation, older than the sealing arrays, older than any human history Wei knew of. It was something that the ancient masters who had sealed him had never encountered, or had encountered and chosen not to record. Wei brought his awareness back to the surface and shared what he was sensing with his council. The meeting was quiet, the implications sinking in around the table before anyone spoke. "We should prepare," Gaoli said finally. "Yes," Wei agreed. "But I do not yet know what preparation looks like for something of this scale." The void refinement breakthrough was not something Wei could easily describe afterward, even to those closest to him. The closest approximation he found was this. Previous cultivation stages had been about acquiring things, building a cultivation base, expanding meridians, integrating power sources, reabsorbing sealed aspects of himself. Void refinement was about releasing. The void, in the name, referred not to emptiness, but to the absence of the clinging that made emptiness frightening. He had to let go of his identity as someone accumulating power in order to reach a stage that was defined by having so much power it no longer needed to be held. Soyeon, who sat with him through the breakthrough, said afterward that she had noticed the exact moment it happened not through any spiritual perception, but through a change in his posture. He had been sitting in meditation with the particular intensity of concentrated effort, and then, without any visible transition, that intensity was simply gone, not replaced by relaxation, but by something more like presence, as if he had stopped trying to be somewhere he wasn't and settled into exactly where he was. "That's what it looked like from outside," Wei asked. "That's what it felt like from beside you," she said. He thought about that for a long time. Chapter 90. The children bloomed. The first generation of children born after the cultivation revival began showing innate spiritual sensitivity far beyond what even the most talented adult cultivators possessed. These post-revelation children had advantages that older practitioners lacked. They grew up knowing cultivation existed, had no cognitive barriers to accepting spiritual reality, and approached meditation and power development with the natural intuition of children. The first confirmed case was a 7-year-old girl in Seoul named Park Jisoo, who had been born 6 months after the array crisis. Her parents brought her to the academy after she reported seeing colored lights around people, which her parents initially attributed to an eye condition. Dr. Han's examination confirmed that she was perceiving cultivation auras with accuracy that would have taken years of training for an adult practitioner to develop. Jisoo's case was followed by dozens, then hundreds of similar reports. Children who seemed to sense spiritual disturbances before they became detectable by instruments. Children who could perform basic meditation techniques on first attempt, apparently by instinct. Children who engaged with cultivation artifacts with an ease and comfort that suggested a native relationship rather than a learned one. Wei established specialized schools for them, recognizing that this generation would eventually surpass him in power and capability. He was careful in their design. He did not want to create cultivation academies that resembled the ancient schools where students were isolated from ordinary life and subjected to training regimens that stripped away childhood in pursuit of power. He wanted something different. Places where spiritual development was integrated with the full range of human development, where cultivation was one subject among many rather than the total purpose of education. More importantly, he ensured that they were trained according to ethical principles from the very beginning of their development, ensuring that the next age of cultivation civilization would be even more aligned with principles of protection and service than his own. The post-revelation children were, in Wei's assessment, the most significant development of the entire cultivation revival, more significant than any of his own advancement, more important than the international institutions they had built, more consequential than the ancient roots judgment that was still in the future. They represented a genuine generational shift in humanity's relationship with spiritual reality. Young Park Jisoo, who had been the first confirmed case, was now 10 years old and advancing through foundation establishment stage. She was not exceptional among her peers. There were hundreds of children in Seoul alone who were at similar or more advanced stages. What made her representative was the quality of her practice, which was characterized by a lack of self-consciousness that adult practitioners spent years trying to achieve. Children did not argue with their meridians. They did not try to force their cultivation bases to expand faster than they were ready to. They did not compare their progress to others' progress with the competitive anxiety that adult practitioners often brought to their development. They simply practiced, with the natural absorption of children who find something genuinely interesting and have not yet learned to be strategic about their interests. Wei spent several afternoons observing Jisoo and her classmates at the children's cultivation school. He sat in the back of the room and watched 10-year-olds learn to perceive qi with more ease than most of his first students had managed after months of work. He was not envious. He was grateful. This was what he had been working toward, a world where what he had been was ordinary. The teacher who ran Jisoo's class was a woman in her late 30s named Lee Saran, who had been one of the early members of the Ghost Cultivation Network and was now a certified cultivation instructor with 3 years of formal teaching experience. She was not dramatically powerful. She was a mid-stage qi condensation practitioner, and she had found, through practice, that moderate power combined with exceptional pedagogical skill was more useful for teaching children than exceptional power with moderate skill. She moved through the room with the particular attentiveness of a teacher who is watching every child simultaneously, adjusting her instruction in real time based on what each student needs. Wei watched her work and thought about his own first weeks at Seoul International Academy. He had begun teaching humans because it was useful cover. He had continued because it turned out to be the most satisfying thing he had done in any age. He had not known, when he accepted the language instructor position, that teaching was the form of cultivation most compatible with the person he was becoming. Lisa Rand did not know Wei was in the room for the first 20 minutes. When she noticed him, sitting quietly at the back with the posture of a student rather than a dignitary, she crossed the room and bowed with genuine respect. He bowed back, more deeply, because what she was doing was harder and more important than what he had done to build the world that made her work possible. Chapter 91. The Chinese sects challenged the 8 great sects, recognizing the need to remain relevant in a quickly evolving cultivation landscape, issued a formal challenge to Wei, a cultivation competition measuring speed of advancement, technique innovation, and spiritual attainment. The challenge was delivered with full ceremony, transmitted through the Global Array Stabilization Forces communication channels in a document that combined ancient cultivation protocol with modern formatting conventions. It was, Wei thought, a document that could only have been produced by people navigating the transition between 2 ages with genuine care for both. Wei accepted, but modified the format significantly. Instead of pure combat, which was how cultivation competitions had traditionally been structured, based on the ancient conviction that actual fighting revealed truth about cultivation in ways that demonstration could not, Wei proposed something different. The tournament would be a demonstration of different cultivation approaches. Sects would compete to develop the most innovative techniques, the most refined practitioners, the most elegant integration of power and philosophy. Combat would be one component among many, tested specifically to evaluate combat capability, but not the only or even primary measure of excellence. The format change required lengthy negotiation with the Chinese sects, some of whom felt that eliminating combat dominance as the primary metric was itself a form of defeat. But the negotiations ultimately succeeded, partly because Wei's proposed metrics would allow the sects to demonstrate genuine strengths that pure combat evaluation would have missed. The tournament became a global phenomenon, broadcast to billions, celebrating cultivation in all its diversity rather than treating it as a simple test of who was strongest. Chapter 92. The Tournament of Awakening. Hundreds of cultivators from every nation competed in the Tournament of Awakening, which was held across 3 sites simultaneously, Seoul, Beijing, and Geneva, to ensure accessibility for different regions and to demonstrate the global scope of the cultivation revival. American practitioners demonstrated electromagnetic cultivation techniques, showing how modern infrastructure could be used as a foundation for spiritual development. The display included one practitioner who had learned to navigate power grids with his cultivation sense, moving through Seoul's electrical infrastructure as fluidly as ancient practitioners had moved through natural ley lines. African cultivators incorporated ancestral spiritual practices, revealing that the African continent had preserved cultivation-adjacent practices in oral traditions and ceremonial forms that, with guidance, could be developed into genuine cultivation methodology. Their demonstrations showed that cultivation was not uniquely East Asian. It was a human capacity, and every culture had preserved fragments of how to access it. Indian masters revived ancient Vedic techniques, demonstrating connections between Vedic practice and cultivation methodology that Wei himself had not been aware of. The Vedic practitioners had preserved a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between consciousness and matter that paralleled cultivation theory in ways that suggested both traditions had independently discovered similar truths. Korean practitioners showed off their technological integration methods, demonstrating the advancement advantages that Seoul's integrated ley line network provided and the cultivation devices that Korean technology companies had been developing. Chinese sects demonstrated centuries of refined technique, the accumulated wisdom of lineages that had maintained continuous practice longer than any other group present. Their technical mastery was undeniable, their execution precise in ways that newly trained practitioners could only aspire to. The diversity was staggering. Cultivation was not returning to its ancient form. It was evolving into something entirely new, something that incorporated the best of ancient wisdom and modern innovation, something that reflected the diversity of human civilization across every nation and culture. Wei watched the tournament across all three simultaneous venues through his expanded void refinement perception, able to sense events at all three sites without physically traveling between them. The experience of perceiving the tournament this way, spread across three geographic locations, seeing the full breadth of what human cultivation had become in the years since Seoul, was one of the more disorienting gifts his advancement had provided. He saw things from this expanded vantage that he could not have seen from a single location. He saw the American electromagnetic practitioner and the Jade Mountain mistress in the same moment of awareness, and the contrast was not merely technical. The American practitioner moved with the ease of someone who had never been taught to approach cultivation as a spiritual discipline. He had learned it as a system to be engineered, and his relationship to power was something like a mechanical fluency, quick and confident, and entirely unsentimental. The Jade Mountain mistress moved with centuries of ceremony in every gesture, each motion carrying the weight of tradition. Both were genuine. Both were advancing. Both were producing results that the other could not produce. In the ancient world, he would have adjudicated between them. He would have had a view about which approach was more authentic, more powerful, more aligned with the true nature of cultivation. The hierarchies of the ancient sects had been built on exactly this adjudication. Someone at the top determining which approaches were acceptable and which were deviant. He had no such view now. Both approaches were producing power, producing understanding, producing practitioners who could contribute to the cultivation civilization he was building. The diversity was not a problem to be managed. It was the point. He watched the African practitioner's ancestral ceremony blend into the cultivation demonstration and thought about how many human cultural traditions contained fragments of spiritual understanding that the cultivation revival had not yet encountered. Every oral tradition, every ceremonial practice, every surviving cultural approach to the relationship between human consciousness and the natural world, all of it was potential input for what cultivation could become in its fully modern form. He had not cataloged all of it. He could not catalog all of it. The cultivation revival was larger than him now, which was what he had been working toward. He was one contributor among many. The tournament was evidence of how many. Chapter 93. Wei's private battle during the tournament. Wei carried a growing burden. He could sense the echo of the demonic array within his cultivation base, slowly merging more deeply with his consciousness. The integration was nearly complete, but it changed him in ways that he was still learning to understand and manage. The aspects of himself that had been sealed in the array, the destructive capacity, the pride, the willingness to act without adequate consideration, were not eliminated by the integration. They were present, available, part of his power base. The difference was that now they were under conscious management rather than sealed away. He had to choose, repeatedly and deliberately, not to use them. And the choosing was not always effortless. He noticed it most in situations involving genuine threat to people he cared about. When the reports came in about the foreign operatives who had attacked his students, he had felt a response that was more ancient than anything the modern world had cultivated in him. A cold, absolute willingness to eliminate the threat by any means necessary, regardless of consequences or proportionality. He had not acted on it. He had chosen the measured response, the proportional action, the ethical path that his principles required. But the capacity had been there, clear, potent, reminding him that integration was not the same as healing, that carrying difficult aspects of oneself required ongoing attention rather than a single decision. Soyeon noticed his internal struggle. Rather than offering advice or attempting to fix it, she simply sat with him during his meditation, her presence providing an anchor, her love demonstrating that his darkness did not make him less valuable or less worthy of care. Together, they developed meditation techniques specifically designed to help Wei balance the erased darkness with his own commitment to light. It became a practice that other cultivators adopted, a way of working with one's own shadow nature that proved invaluable as more humans developed power. Chapter 94. The Body Integration Ascension. Through months of meditation with Soyan, through deliberate practice of integrating light and darkness, through the continued development of his cultivation base, Wei achieved the breakthrough to body integration stage. His body and spirit became so unified that physical damage healed almost instantly. His mind and body were synchronized with such precision that he could manipulate reality at subtle levels. The breakthrough came during a meditation session in the Han River Shrine, the site where so much of his cultivation work in the modern world had happened. The river was lower in winter, its banks exposed, and Wei sat in the cold with the particular focus that the colder months had always brought to his practice. Soyan sat nearby, not meditating herself, but present, the familiar anchor that she had become for his deeper work. The threshold from void refinement to body integration was one that ancient cultivators had described as the moment when the boundary between inside and outside became negotiable. Where previous stages had enhanced the cultivator's relationship with spiritual energy, body integration unified the cultivator's physical and spiritual aspects to the point where the distinction between them ceased to be practically meaningful. Wei experienced this as a profound expansion followed by an equally profound settling. The expansion was his perception reaching outward, connecting with the ley lines, with Seoul's electronic infrastructure, with the global network of integrated arrays in ways that felt direct rather than mediated. The settling was the recognition that he remained exactly himself, not dissolved into the world, but rooted in it more completely than he had been before. He was now only 2 stages below the Immortal Emperor peak. And more remarkably, he was becoming something that the ancient Immortal Emperors had never been. A being who had achieved ultimate power while maintaining ultimate compassion, who understood that strength meant nothing without the commitment to use it ethically. Chapter 95. The Consortium's final attempt. The International Cultivation Consortium, facing obsolescence as cultivation became mainstream, launched a final operation. They attempted to capture one of Wei's disciples and extract knowledge about body integration and void refinement stages. The target was Jin Wu, chosen because he was the most technically explicit in documenting his cultivation advancement. The consortium believed that access to his documentation, his meticulous cultivation journals, his systematic analysis of advancement processes, would allow them to develop an accelerated training program that could close the gap between their practitioners and Wei's. The kidnapping was discovered before they could harm Jin Wu. Jae-sung's intelligence network had been monitoring consortium activities for months, and the operational surveillance was detected early enough to allow a rescue team to intervene. Wei's response was swift and overwhelming, but not violent. He dismantled the consortium's operations worldwide through exposure, revealing their methods, their goals, their attempts to control human development. He provided documentation to every member of the UN Cultivation Council, to every major news organization, to the academic community that had been building cultivation science. The evidence was complete and damning. The Empress escaped to an undisclosed location. Her organization's credibility was shattered, its network of contacts severed by members who distanced themselves from the failed operation. As the Empress left Seoul, she sent Wei a final message. You have won this round. But the game is not over. We will meet again, and when we do, I will be more formidable than before. Cultivate well, Wei Tianlong. You will need all your power for what comes next. Wei accepted the message as truth. The Empress was not his enemy, exactly, but she represented a force that would always exist, the desire to control power rather than share it. That force would always need to be managed and balanced. Chapter 96. Government Adaptation. Worldwide governments across the globe established formal policies on cultivation. Some created licensing systems. Others offered subsidies for meditation training. Most importantly, they began integrating cultivation into military training, medical practice, scientific research, and educational systems. The integration into medicine was perhaps the most immediately impactful. Dr. Han had been developing the medical applications of cultivation for months, working with hospitals and research institutions to document how cultivation practice affected biological health. The results were consistent and remarkable. Cultivators showed improved immune function, faster healing from injury, enhanced cognitive performance, and significantly extended healthy lifespan. The implications for public health were staggering. If cultivation could extend healthy lifespan and reduce the burden of age-related illness, It would transform the economics of healthcare globally. Nations that integrated cultivation practice into public health programming would see enormous benefits. Nations that failed to do so would fall behind in the most basic measures of human well-being. Japan announced that 10% of its government officials would be trained cultivators by 2030. Korea, already ahead, began exporting cultivation technology and training. Europe established the Continental Cultivation Institute. Africa created the Pan-African Spiritual Development Program. Cultivation transformed from a secret practice into the foundation of global human development. Chapter 97. The Global Harmony Summit. Wei convened the first Global Harmony Summit, bringing together leaders from 50 nations and representatives from all major cultivation schools. The summit was held in Seoul, in a venue that combined modern architecture with traditional Korean design, deliberately chosen as a symbol of the integration that cultivation's revival represented. The summit established the cultivation accords, international agreements on how cultivation would be used, regulated, and shared. The negotiations were complex and sometimes contentious. National interests, cultural differences, and genuine philosophical disagreements about how cultivation power should be managed created obstacles at every stage. Wei spent 6 days in continuous negotiation, often working simultaneously in multiple sessions, his body integration stage cultivation allowing him to maintain focus and clarity through levels of sustained effort that would have been physically impossible for an ordinary human. He was not charming in these negotiations. Charm had never been his particular strength. But he was patient, precise, and genuinely committed to finding solutions that served all parties rather than simply the most powerful ones. The agreements were imperfect, reflecting the political realities and national interests of the nations involved. But they represented humanity's first attempt to govern a global phenomenon fairly, to ensure that spiritual power was not weaponized, that knowledge was preserved and shared, that ethics remained central to practice. Wei signed them with Soyan beside him, understanding that he was not ruling over cultivation civilization, but serving as a facilitator for its development. Chapter 98. The Mahayana calling. Wei received visions during deep meditation, not the manufactured certainties of wishful thinking, but the particular quality of genuine revelation that cultivation practitioners learned to distinguish from imagination. The visions showed him aspects of his previous life as an immortal emperor that his recovered memories had not previously provided. The original ascension, the celestial territories he had governed, the beings of genuine immortal status he had allied with and opposed. And they showed him something he had not remembered, the celestial response to his sealing. The immortal realm had not simply accepted the decision of the mortal masters who had sealed him. There had been debate, opposition, eventual reluctant agreement. And there had been a condition. Wei's sealing would be permitted, but when he awakened, he would be watched. His choices in the modern world would be evaluated by celestial beings who had been assigned specifically to observe his return. His next breakthrough to Mahayana stage would trigger a response from those heavenly forces. That ascension would not simply be a personal achievement, but a statement to higher powers about his intentions and his commitment. The visions settled into his awareness not as threats, but as information, as context for understanding his situation more completely. He was not alone in the sense that he had previously assumed. He had never been alone, even in the jade coffin. His existence had been observed across 3,000 years by forces he was only beginning to perceive. Chapter 99. The first test from heaven. A phenomenon appeared in the upper atmosphere, a distortion, as if reality itself was being examined from outside normal dimensional space. Modern instruments, atmospheric research satellites, radio telescopes, electromagnetic monitoring networks, all detected the anomaly and produced data that conventional science could not interpret. Wei perceived it differently. From his body integration stage perspective, the distortion was clearly a celestial being's partial manifestation, an immortal existence brushing against the membrane of the mortal realm without fully entering it. It was the spiritual equivalent of pressing one's face against a window, visible from inside as a distortion, but not a presence. The being was evaluating Wei's progress, his choices, his worthiness. Not with hostility, but with the particular cool assessment of someone who had been assigned an evaluation task and was performing it according to their own standards rather than the subject's. Wei could not communicate directly with it at body integration stage. The power differential was too great. But he could acknowledge its presence, could demonstrate through his choices and actions that he understood he was being observed, and that his conduct was a genuine reflection of his principles rather than performance designed for the observer. He went about his work. He met with his students, taught classes, participated in international negotiations, sat with Soyan in the evenings, and talked about ordinary things. He understood that the celestial evaluation was not looking for extraordinary displays, but for the ordinary quality of daily commitment. Chapter 100. Arc Cliffhanger. The choice of ascension Wei stood atop Seoul's highest building, Lotte World Tower, with Soyan, looking at a world transformed by cultivation's return. The city below was visible in both its physical and spiritual dimensions simultaneously. The electromagnetic glow of millions of devices intersecting with the ley line flows that now sang through the integrated infrastructure, the two forms of energy weaving together in patterns that were still novel enough to astonish him. 10 million people in Seoul, 5 billion on Earth, all awakening to possibilities their ancestors forgot. The celestial presence was still there, above the tower, above the atmosphere, observing with patient attention. And somewhere deep in Earth's core, the ancient something that had begun to stir was moving closer to full awareness. He held Soyan's hand and asked a question that would define the next stage of his existence. If I ascend to Mahayana, I will begin transcending this world. I may not be fully human anymore. I may have obligations to forces beyond our understanding. Do you want me to stay as I am, or do you want me to become what I was meant to become? Soyan was quiet for a moment, looking at the city they had shaped together. She thought about the question with the seriousness it deserved. I spent 30 years studying ancient history, she said finally, reading about people who made choices that defined generations after them, and trying to understand what made them who they were. What made the difference between the cultivators who became legends and the ones who became warnings? She looked at him. The ones who became legends always had something larger than themselves they were working toward, not ambition, something they genuinely believed in. And they followed it, even when it cost them. She looked at him. I want you to become what I fell in love with, whatever that requires. Wei understood. His final choice had already been made. He would ascend. He would transcend. But he would do so while remaining connected to the human world through love, through commitment, through the understanding that power was worthless without purpose. The stage was set for the final arc, end of Step 5, Chapters 81 to 100, Chapter 101. The Mahayana attempt begins. Wei entered deep meditation in Seoul's most sacred location, the Han River Shrine that Soyan's family maintained, and that had become the spiritual heart of Seoul's cultivation civilization. The process of ascending to Mahayana stage was unlike previous breakthroughs. It required him to touch the boundary between the mortal and immortal realms, to make contact with forces that existed beyond ordinary dimensional space. He had been preparing for months. The body integration stage had given him the capacity to perceive immortal realities without fully engaging them, the spiritual equivalent of being able to see through a window without being able to open it. Every meditation since achieving body integration had been oriented toward learning the territory that lay on the other side of that window, understanding the geography, the inhabitants, the rules that governed existence at a level of reality that mortal cultivation could rarely approach. The preparation had included consultations with everyone who had any relevant knowledge. Gao Li's family records contained fragmentary descriptions of the Mahayana threshold, passed down through cultivation lineages that had preserved the memory of practitioners who had attempted it. The 8 great sects had provided additional documentation from their own archives. And the Empress, who had been at nascent soul stage for 2 centuries, had contributed her own careful observations about what she had perceived at the threshold. Though she had never crossed it, she understood its approach better than almost anyone alive. As he meditated, the boundary became visible. He could see figures on the other side, celestial beings, heavenly masters, entities of pure spirit. They were watching his progression with what he could only interpret as interest, possibly concern, possibly something between approval and judgment. Their attention was not uniform. Some watched with the dispassionate assessment of beings performing an assigned duty, while others seemed genuinely curious, the particular quality of curiosity that belongs to someone observing a novel phenomenon. The meditation lasted 3 days and nights, Wei's consciousness suspended between dimensions, his power expanding to touch realities that human perception normally could not access. Soyan maintained vigil beside his body, her presence providing an anchor, her love creating a pathway that allowed his consciousness to return to the physical world if necessary. She had brought food that she never ate, had changed her clothing twice, had slept in the chair beside him in short intervals. She had read, quietly, from Wei's own history texts, the classical Chinese documents that described the ancient cultivation world he had come from. She was learning the world that had shaped him, preparing to understand whatever he returned as. The reading was not merely supportive vigil. Soyan approached the texts with the full attention of her academic training, the same quality of analysis she had applied to the pre-Han artifacts in the museum where she had first met Wei. 3 days gave her time to work through nearly 200 pages of classical source material. She found things that even Wei, who had lived through the period, had not recorded in the text she was reading. Observations written by people other than him, by the disciples and masters who had watched him from the outside, who had perceived things about his character and capabilities that he himself had not seen or had not thought worth noting. The Wei Tianlong that emerged from these secondary accounts was someone she recognized in some ways and was surprised by in others. He had apparently been, according to 3 separate sources, someone who asked more questions than other immortal emperors. This was not framed as a virtue in the ancient texts. It was simply noted, often with mild puzzlement, as something unusual about his temperament. He had wanted to understand things rather than simply to master them. She was thinking about this when he finally began to stir from the meditation, and the connection between the ancient Wei who asked questions and the modern Wei who had chosen to be transformed by soul rather than merely to manage. It seemed to her both very clear and very important. She did not say any of this when he opened his eyes. She said, "How are you feeling?" Because some things were more important than analysis. The first day of the Mahayana attempt meditation had been relatively calm. Wei had settled into a depth of practice that his years of rebuilding had prepared him for, his cultivation base stable and expansive, his connection to Seoul's integrated ley line network providing a reliable foundation. He had been able to perceive the boundary between mortal and immortal realms with clarity, had been able to see the beings on the other side as distinct presences rather than as a general luminosity. The second day had been more challenging. The approach to Mahayana required him to touch the boundary directly, to press his consciousness against it in a way that the boundary resisted, not with hostility, but with the natural resistance of a threshold that is not meant to be crossed by the merely powerful. He had to demonstrate something. Not power, which he had in sufficient quantity. Something else. The something else had become clear only on the third day, when he finally understood what the boundary was actually asking for. It was not asking for capability. It was asking for commitment. It was asking whether he genuinely intended to occupy the threshold permanently, to exist as a bridge rather than as a visitor, to accept the permanent tension of belonging fully to neither world while being genuinely present in both. That was harder than any cultivation technique. It required him to release the ancient cultivator's deep-seated desire for ascension as a goal, the fundamental orientation of his entire previous existence, and replace it with something more like service, an ongoing practice rather than a destination. He had spent the better part of the second day releasing that desire, gently, with the full awareness of what he was releasing, not suppressing it, not condemning it, but genuinely setting it aside in favor of something that served him better. The third night, when the keeper reached through, he was ready. Chapter 102. The Heavenly Challenge. On the third night, one of the celestial beings, calling itself the Keeper of Eastern Gates, reached through the boundary and tested Wei's worthiness. It was not a destructive test, but a philosophical one. The Keeper asked Wei to justify his existence in the mortal realm, to explain why he had chosen to remain partially human instead of ascending fully to Immortal Emperor status. The Keeper was not the being that had been observing Wei from the atmosphere. It was different, older, more settled in its celestial identity, with the particular quality of authority that comes from long tenure in a position of genuine responsibility. It had governed the Eastern Gates for eons, had watched countless cultivators attempt ascension, had been part of the celestial consensus that had approved Wei's original sealing. It had questions. Wei answered with absolute honesty. I do not seek justification for being. I seek purpose and service. The ancient immortal emperors existed to maintain cosmic order through domination and control. I wish to exist to help cultivate a civilization where power serves humanity rather than humanity serving power. For that purpose, remaining connected to the human world is essential. Transcendence without purpose is merely escape. The Keeper's response was not immediate. There was the quality of something thinking, of a consciousness that had encountered an argument it found interesting. You were sealed because you were too powerful to be permitted unconstrained existence in the mortal realm. What has changed? Your power has increased. The concern that justified the sealing has only grown. What has changed, Wei replied, is not my power but my understanding of how to hold it. 3,000 years ago, I believed that power was its own justification. I have learned that it is a tool, and the value of a tool depends entirely on the purpose it serves. I hold greater power now than I did when I was sealed. But I also hold clarity about what that power is for that my ancient self did not possess. The Keeper seemed satisfied. It granted Wei passage, not ascension directly, but permission to attempt it. The boundary, which had been sealed to him, opened, and Wei began the process of moving across it toward true Mahayana stage. The Keeper's test was elegant in its simplicity. It asked Wei to articulate, in cultivation terms rather than philosophical terms, why remaining in the mortal realm served something larger than personal preference. The question was testing for genuine understanding rather than stated intention. Anyone could claim to value service. The test was whether the claim was rooted in actual comprehension. Wei explained what he had learned about cultivation's return to the world, that the moment of historical change required a particular kind of presence, not the overwhelming presence of an immortal emperor who could simply impose the new order, but the sustained, relational presence of someone who moved through the world at human scale, who encountered resistance and worked with it rather than past it, who built trust through consistency rather than inspiring awe through power. An immortal emperor ascending from the modern world would become a legend, Wei said. Legends are powerful, but they are not present. What this age requires is presence, the kind that you cannot have from above. The keeper was quiet for a long moment. Then it said something Wei did not expect. You sound like someone who has been well taught. Wei thought about Dr. Han's patient scientific curiosity, Soyan's deep historical understanding, Choi's pragmatic kindness, Jae-sung's measured loyalty, the ghost's faithful guardianship. 3,000 years of isolation, and then less than a year of being genuinely known by genuinely good people. I have been exceptionally well taught, he agreed. Chapter 103. Soyan's Crisis and Triumph. While Wei was suspended between dimensions, a crisis erupted on Earth. A second demonic force awakened in Mongolia, previously unknown, threatening to destabilize Central Asia. The ceiling that had been protecting it for thousands of years suddenly failed, releasing a minor demon that could not match Wei's power, but was formidable enough to cause massive destruction if not contained. The demon's manifestation was different from the Soul Array's emergence. Where the Soul Array had been a diffuse force, pressing through multiple small breaches, the Mongolian demon was more focused, a single entity rather than a fragmented consciousness, with clearer intent and more direct manifestation. The Global Array Stabilization Force's field teams reported that it had already destroyed 2 rural communities and was moving toward Ulaanbaatar. Jae-sung contacted Soyan with the emergency information. Wei, suspended between worlds, could not respond. He was at the threshold of Mahayana ascension and could not be interrupted without risking his life. Soyan made a choice. She would go to Mongolia herself, with her best students, to contain the threat. She would accelerate her own cultivation advancement through intense meditation and combat necessity. The decision was not made lightly. She spent 30 minutes in the Han River Shrine beside Wei's meditating form, telling him what she was going to do, knowing he could not hear her at this level of consciousness, speaking anyway because saying the words aloud clarified her own thinking and because she needed him to know, eventually. The flight to Ulaanbaatar took 4 hours. The preparation and the fighting took 3 days. Soyan and her disciples, using techniques that Wei had taught them, managed to contain the demonic force. The combat was nothing like the controlled demonstrations Wei had arranged during training. It was chaotic, exhausting, genuinely dangerous. Situations where theoretical knowledge about how to face demonic entities had to be translated, in real time, into physical reality under combat conditions. What saved them was not superior power, but superior understanding. Soyan had studied the texts more deeply than anyone else, understood the theoretical architecture of demonic consciousness from the perspective of a historian who had spent years analyzing primary sources. She could see the patterns in the entity's behavior that allowed her team to find its vulnerabilities and exploit them. More remarkably, Soyan herself achieved a breakthrough to core formation stage during the battle, advancing in 2 days through what normally took months of training. Extreme necessity had always been one of cultivation's fastest teachers. She returned to Seoul wounded but victorious, understanding now that her role was not simply supportive. She was a cultivator in her own right, capable of handling crises independently, worthy of standing as Wei's equal rather than as his follower. The Mongolia crisis had a specific effect on Soyan's understanding of her own expertise that was as significant as the core formation breakthrough, though less dramatic. She had gone to Mongolia as the historian scholar who happened to have cultivation training. She had returned as the person who had faced a demonic entity using an approach that nobody else at her level of cultivation could have used. Her approach had worked precisely because it was hers, built from the specific combination of skills and knowledge that her specific life had produced. This was the thing Wei had been trying to teach his students without knowing how to name it. That cultivation's development was not the replacing of who you were with who a cultivator should be, but the deepening of who you were into something that could access and use cultivation power. The ancient cultivation world had often made this mistake, training students to become particular types of cultivators rather than training them to become themselves with cultivation capability. The result was practitioners who were powerful but undifferentiated, able to do what the tradition had trained them to do, but unable to do what their specific lives and capabilities uniquely positioned them to do. Soyan had solved an ancient demonic entity problem using historical analysis and a precisely constructed qi thread, which was not a technique that existed in any cultivation manual. It existed because Soyan existed, and because the cultivation training had given her tools to apply to capabilities she already possessed. This was the model. This was what cultivation education was for. Soyan had done something during the Mongolia crisis that she did not fully recognize as cultivation technique at the time and only understood later in conversation with Wei. When the demon had cornered 2 of her students and was in the process of consuming their cultivation bases, she had done something that her training had not explicitly prepared her for. She had reached into the situation the way she reached into historical texts, looking for the underlying structure, the thing that was really happening beneath the surface manifestation. What she found was that the demon was not consuming her students' cultivation bases so much as it was pulling on them, trying to establish a connection that it could then use to draw more. It was hungry in a way that was almost pathetic. Centuries of isolation in a sealed space had left it desperately attenuated, reaching for anything that resembled the qi it had been separated from. She had offered it something. Not her own cultivation base, she was too careful for that, but a constructed qi thread, deliberately shaped to taste like a genuine connection while actually serving as a channel through which she could examine the demon's structure. The demon had grabbed the thread greedily, had drawn it in, had expanded its attention to follow it, and in doing so had given Soyan a map of its own weaknesses. The breakthrough to core formation had come from the precision required to maintain that thread under pressure, to keep her attention absolutely steady while managing the construct, the rest of her students' defensive formations, and her own physical movements through the combat space. The pressure had done what months of training had been building toward. You essentially outwitted it, Wei said, when she explained this later. I'm a historian, she replied. Understanding structures is what I do. Chapter 104. Wei's breakthrough to Mahayana with Soyan handling the mortal crisis. Wei completed his progression across the boundary between dimensions. He achieved Mahayana stage, the 9th level of cultivation, the threshold just below Immortal Emperor. His power became so refined that he ceased to be entirely physical. Parts of him now existed in the immortal realm, maintaining simultaneous consciousness in both worlds. The experience was disorienting, terrifying, magnificent. He could perceive reality from 2 perspectives simultaneously: the physical world of Seoul, its streets and buildings, and 10 million human lives, layered over and under and through the spiritual dimensions that overlay it. Every person in the city was visible to him not just as a physical body, but as a cultivation potential, a spiritual presence with particular qualities and particular history. He could sense celestial forces and human emotions with equal clarity, each occupying its own dimension of his expanded awareness without either obscuring the other. It was like learning a new sense, not replacing existing senses, but adding one that provided information that the previous senses had not been able to access. He had become something that no cultivator since the ancient times had become, a true bridge between worlds. Not a visitor to the immortal realm who returned to the mortal one, not an immortal who condescended to observe human affairs, but something that genuinely occupied both spaces simultaneously with full consciousness in each. The Keeper of Eastern Gates acknowledged his achievement with a formal celestial recognition that Wei felt as a particular quality of attention directed toward him from the immortal side of the boundary. Not approval exactly. The Keeper was too ancient and too careful to simply approve, but acknowledgement. The Mahayana breakthrough had a physical component that Wei had not anticipated. His body did not become ethereal or luminous or any of the things that ancient texts described as accompanying high-stage advancement. It became more ordinary. The hyper-awareness of physical sensation that had characterized his body integration stage, the ability to feel individual cells, to perceive biological processes at the molecular level, receded. Not lost, but no longer foreground. What replaced it was a kind of comfortable settlement, as if his physical form had found its appropriate relationship with the consciousness inhabiting it and stopped calling attention to itself. Soyan noticed this immediately. You feel different, she said, when he emerged from the 3-day meditation. Calmer, I think, he said. More settled, she agreed. Like you've stopped being surprised by yourself. It was an accurate description. The shock of every new experience, the constant recalibration that had characterized his first months in the modern world, the sense of being a stranger who was slowly becoming less strange. All of that had finally resolved into something more stable. He was not a stranger anymore. He was someone who belonged here, and his body and spirit and cultivation practice all reflected that belonging. Chapter 105. The Immortal Perspective Gained. From his Mahayana consciousness, Wei perceived reality in ways that were impossible from a mortal vantage point. He saw the ley lines of Earth glowing like arteries carrying life force. He perceived the spiritual evolution of billions of humans happening in real time, each person's meditation adding infinitesimally to the development of human consciousness. He understood, finally and completely, why he had been sealed. His previous existence as an immortal emperor had threatened to overturn the balance between realms. He had not been imprisoned as punishment. He had been removed as a necessary equilibrium, removed because his power was so great that it threatened to reshape the celestial order itself. The sealing had been an act of mercy masquerading as imprisonment. From Mahayana consciousness, he could perceive the celestial order with clarity, the intricate relationships between immortal beings, the carefully maintained balances that prevented any single force from achieving absolute dominance, the mechanisms through which the cosmic order maintained itself across eons. He could also perceive his own place in this order with a clarity that his mortal perspective had not provided. He was not simply a powerful cultivator who had been inconvenient. He had been, at the height of his ancient power, a genuine threat to the cosmic order, not through malice, but through the same kind of inadvertent disruption that any sufficiently powerful force creates when it operates without understanding the systems it is affecting. The recognition was humbling and clarifying. His role was not to rule or to lead. His role was to serve as a bridge, to ensure that human civilization could develop spiritual capacity without threatening the delicate balance between worlds. The immortal perspective that the Mahayana consciousness provided was simultaneously clarifying and humbling. Wei could perceive things from this vantage point that had been invisible at previous stages, the specific ways in which different nations' cultivation programs were developing, which would lead to genuine advancement and which would stagnate. The spiritual health of sealed arrays across East Asia, which was improving as the global array stabilization forces work proceeded. The quality of the celestial observation that had been directed at Earth since his awakening, and how that quality had changed over the months, becoming something less evaluative and more simply interested. He could also perceive the ancient root more clearly from this vantage. The immense presence in Earth's core was not yet awake in the full sense of the word, but it was aware. Its attention was beginning to orient itself. He could feel it the way you feel a vast weight shifting in the earth beneath you. Not yet a movement, but a potential for movement. The perception created a complicated relationship with time. From the Mahayana perspective, the ancient root's awakening was both imminent and distant, both urgent and inevitably patient. It would happen when it was ready, which might be days or might be years. Preparing for it required acting as if it might be days while living as if it might be years. He had found, somewhat to his own surprise, that this was how he now approached most things. Chapter 106. Soyan's homecoming. Soyan returned to Seoul from Mongolia transformed. Her clothes were torn, her body was covered in wounds that Dr. Han would spend a full afternoon treating, but her spirit shone with the power of someone who had proven themselves in genuine combat. She was exhausted in the particular way that genuine effort produces. Not the exhaustion of depletion, but the exhaustion of having given something true, of having used what you had for something that mattered. When she arrived at Wei's meditation chamber, still suspended in the process of Mahayana stabilization, she felt his consciousness recognize her and shift subtly to acknowledge her presence and her achievement. Even across the boundary between dimensions, even deep in the process of immortal ascension, he had felt her return. She sat beside his body and waited for him to emerge, understanding that the man who came back would not be the same person she had left. He would be partially immortal now, existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, carrying responsibilities that transcended ordinary human understanding. She sat with that understanding and found that it did not frighten her. She had known, from the beginning, that this was the direction his development was moving. She had encouraged it. She had studied the historical texts that described what Mahayana meant, had prepared herself for the reality of being in relationship with someone who was genuinely transcending human limitation. And she realized she loved him more now than she had when he was simply a powerful but mortal being. Because now she understood what he had sacrificed to remain partially human. Immortal power held in balance with human connection, cosmic responsibility tempered by commitment to a specific woman, a specific city, a specific human love. When he finally emerged from meditation, blinking in the light of the shrine's candles, she was the first thing he saw, the first thing he reached for. The quality of the shrine at that moment was specific in a way that later attempts to describe it always failed to capture. It was candlelit and quiet, smelling of incense and the particular mineral sharpness of the Han River in the hours before dawn. Soyan was sitting on the floor, the position of someone who had given up the chair several hours ago, her back against the altar step, a journal open on her knee though she had stopped writing. She did not exclaim or weep. She looked at him with the expression of someone whose long, tense waiting has been met with the outcome they were working toward, and who is now in the early moments of the transition from tension to relief, a transition that takes a little time to complete. He sat beside her on the floor, not because it was comfortable, because she was there. Mongolia, he asked. Handled, she said. We'll talk about it when you've slept. Soyan's return from Mongolia had changed the dynamic between them in ways that Wei was still mapping. She had been his student, his partner, his anchor to the human world. She had never been his equal in cultivation terms, and both of them had accepted this as a simple fact of their different positions without making it a point of tension. The Mongolia crisis had shifted something, not in their cultivation levels. Wei still vastly exceeded her power, as he exceeded everyone's, but in their relationship to competence. She had faced something he had not been present for and had managed it effectively. She had acted according to her own judgment, in her own way, using her own particular combination of historical knowledge and cultivation sensitivity, and she had succeeded. She had not needed him for that success. She had wanted him there, but she had not needed him. This distinction mattered. He understood it as mattering to her, and he understood why. The relationship they had was not one where she depended on him for safety or direction. It was one where two genuinely capable people chose to move through an extraordinary world together because they were better together than apart, not because either of them required the other to function. You came back different, he observed, a few days after her return. I came back more myself, she agreed. He found that he was genuinely glad of this, not despite the pride he felt in her, but because of it. The Mongolia crisis had introduced something into Wei's understanding of his own situation that had been absent before. The recognition that the people around him were not simply benefiting from his power. They were developing their own. The cultivation revival he had set in motion was not producing a ring of dependence around a central source. It was producing independent capability, distributed across people who had found their own paths to genuine cultivation practice. Nam had his martial precision, Minna her harmonic perception, Jinwu his systematic analysis, Gaoli her lineage knowledge. Soyan had her historical understanding and, now, her combat-tested cultivator's instinct. Each of them was advancing along a path that was specifically their own, shaped by Wei's teaching but not limited to it, reaching destinations that Wei's own path had not passed through. The ancient cultivation world had prized this in theory. The classical texts were full of injunctions against teachers who created dependency, who made their students mirrors rather than independent practitioners. In practice, the hierarchies of the ancient sects had made genuine independence difficult to achieve. Students advanced through teacher-controlled transmission. Their cultivation bases were shaped by the specific techniques their master had chosen to impart. They remained, in a meaningful sense, expressions of their teacher's tradition rather than fully autonomous cultivators. What Wei was watching here was different. He had given his students techniques and principles and context. He had not given them a tradition. They had no obligation to reproduce his specific approaches. They were free to find what worked, and what they were finding was genuinely new. Combinations of ancient principle and modern necessity that produced cultivation paths he had not anticipated. The Mongolia crisis had been the clearest demonstration of this. Soyan had solved a demonic entity problem using an approach that had not existed in the ancient world. She had not improvised a technique she did not know. She had invented one that did not yet exist, drawing on skills that were distinctly hers. That was not his teaching. That was hers. He spent some time being moved by this, and then told her about it. She received it with the characteristic slight awkwardness of someone who does not know quite how to accept genuine appreciation, which he found endearing. Chapter 107. The Immortal Council convenes. The Immortal Council, beings of power far beyond Mahayana stage, held a celestial meeting to discuss Wei's ascension and what it meant for the future of Earth and the heavens. They were divided. Some believed Wei's continued influence in the mortal realm represented a threat to celestial order. Others believed his perspective offered valuable insights into how human civilization could evolve. The Council's interest in Wei predated his Mahayana achievement. They had been observing Earth's cultivation revival since its earliest stages, since the moment Wei had emerged from the jade coffin. In fact, the Keeper had reported his awakening through celestial channels, and the Council had been watching. Not directly, not constantly, but with the kind of periodic attention that celestial beings gave to events that might eventually become significant. What they had been watching was unusual. Cultivators who achieved breakthrough stages were not rare in the history of mortal realms. Over eons, the celestial records contained thousands of cases of beings who had advanced to foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and beyond. Mortals achieving void refinement was less common but not unprecedented. Mortals achieving body integration was exceptional. Mahayana was genuinely rare, perhaps 100 cases in recorded celestial history. But mortals who achieved Mahayana while choosing to remain in the mortal realm rather than ascending, that was something the celestial records did not have precedent for. The normal pattern was that Mahayana practitioners ascended relatively quickly. The pull of celestial existence, once tasted through the Mahayana consciousness that spanned both realms, was difficult to resist indefinitely. Wei was resisting it, and the council was trying to understand why, and what it meant, and whether the precedent created by his resistance was something they should permit to stand or address. The keeper had advocated for him in the pre-session deliberations. The keeper had explained, in terms the celestial beings could understand, why Wei's choice to remain represented wisdom rather than limitation, why the bridge was a more valuable position than full ascension, why the principle he was establishing might matter across eons. Some of the council had found this persuasive. Others had not. The debate, from the keeper's account, had been genuine, not a foregone conclusion that the keeper was attempting to shift through rhetorical skill, but a real division of perspective among beings who had been thinking about the nature of existence for longer than mortal civilizations had been tracking time. The debate was conducted in a register of consciousness that Wei could now partially perceive from his Mahayana vantage point, though he could not fully follow the nuances. The celestial beings existed at a level of complexity that made even his expanded awareness seem narrow. They were thinking about timescales that made 3,000 years seem recent, about consequences that extended across dimensions of existence that Wei was only beginning to perceive. The Keeper of Eastern Gates spoke on Wei's behalf, explaining the principles that had guided Wei's ascension, explaining that Wei had chosen to remain partially mortal as an act of commitment rather than limitation. The Keeper described what it had observed during Wei's 3-year period of rebuilding in Seoul, not just the power development, but the ethical choices, the deliberate decisions to cooperate rather than dominate, the cultivation of genuine human relationships. The council was divided almost evenly on how to respond. Finally, the eldest of the immortals, one who predated the current celestial order by eons, spoke. Let him exist as he is chosen. The bridge between worlds is rarely comfortable for those who walk it, but it is necessary. Let Wei Tianlong serve as that bridge. If his presence creates problems, the council can always intervene. For now, let him continue his work. The vote was taken. Wei's continued partial existence in the mortal realm was approved by a narrow margin. He would not be forced to complete his ascension. He could remain as he had chosen. The Keeper communicated the outcome to Wei through the Mahayana channel of perception that now connected him to the immortal side of the boundary. The communication was not verbal, but something closer to transmission of understanding, the difference between being told something and being given the comprehension of it directly. Wei received it while standing at the Han River, watching the water in the early morning. The river had its own particular quality at this hour. The light was flat and gray, the city not yet fully awake, the surface moving with the slow certainty of water that has been going in this direction for longer than any human presence in the valley. He had stood at rivers in the ancient world that no longer existed. The Han was older than his memory of it. The narrow margin troubled him less than the Keeper seemed to expect it to. Wei had been living with contested legitimacy since the day he walked out of a hospital in Mapogu wearing borrowed clothes and not knowing what year it was. The Celestial Council was not the first body to be divided about whether his continued presence was a good idea. He had been managing humans with legitimate reservations about his existence for months. Celestial beings with legitimate reservations about his existence were simply a different audience for the same answer. He would demonstrate through action. He would continue doing the work. Enough time, enough consistent evidence, and even divided councils tended to resolve toward the practical. Thank you for the advocacy, he said to the Keeper through the Mahayana connection. Do not thank me, the Keeper replied. Vindicate me. He found this both severe and appropriate. I will try, he said, and thought of everyone who had said something similar to him, before descending into difficult situations that required more than trying. The Immortal Council's debate about Wei's existence had been, from what the Keeper reported, genuinely substantive. The Council had not simply argued about whether Wei was dangerous. They had argued about what his choice to remain partially mortal suggested about the future of cultivation civilization on Earth, and what that in turn meant for the celestial realms. The argument for permitting Wei's continued mortal existence had been made, ultimately, on the grounds of precedent setting. If an immortal emperor could choose service over transcendence, could choose to remain connected to the world that had produced him rather than ascending beyond it, this established a principle that might prove valuable across the eons. The principle was, power should serve its origin. This was not, the keeper explained to Wei, a principle that the celestial realms had strongly operationalized previously. Immortal beings tended to develop away from their origins, to grow distant from the civilizations and worlds that had first produced their power. Wei's choice to refuse this trajectory was genuinely novel. They are watching to see if the principle holds, the keeper said. Under pressure, under temptation. The vote was narrow because many of them expect that it will not. They expect you to eventually reach for the final stages of ascension when the cost of remaining becomes sufficiently high. And if they are right, Wei asked, then the principle does not hold, and the experiment provides useful data about the limits of mortal commitment, the keeper replied. And if they are wrong, the principle holds, and the celestial realms will have something to think about for eons. Chapter 108. The three paths revealed as the period of Mahayana stabilization extended into its second week. Wei developed a routine that Soyan described as a person making friends with an extremely large and complicated house they have moved into unexpectedly. He was navigating a consciousness that had simultaneously expanded and deepened, providing access to registers of reality that his previous cultivation had not, and requiring a different relationship to attention than anything his ancient or modern training had prepared him for. The Mahayana consciousness did not announce itself. It was not a louder version of his previous awareness. It was more like a differently organized version, one where the distinction between what Wei could perceive and what he was perceiving had become less sharp. Previous cultivation stages had produced the experience of reaching out to perceive things. Mahayana was more like being extended enough to simply include things in awareness without reaching. He spent several days being unnecessarily effortful before he understood what was happening and let himself rest. The appropriate response to Mahayana consciousness, he discovered, was less work rather than more. The effort that had characterized his recovery months, the deliberate reaching for power and methodical rebuilding of a shattered cultivation base, had been necessary then. Continuing to apply it now was like continuing to run after reaching the destination. He stopped running. As Wei emerged from his meditation, still integrating the Mahayana consciousness, celestial beings revealed to him the three paths that remained open. The first path, complete his ascension to Immortal Emperor, transcend entirely, and govern heavenly realms as his ancestors had done. This path offered the ultimate power, the ultimate perspective, the ultimate distance from the concerns of ordinary human life. The second path, remain at Mahayana, neither fully mortal nor fully immortal, as a bridge between worlds. This path offered the most freedom, but also the most loneliness and responsibility. It meant accepting permanent liminality, existing at a threshold rather than in either space. The third path, sacrifice his Mahayana power, return to mortal form, and live as a human for the remainder of his natural lifespan. This path offered the deepest human connection, but also the greatest limitation. Each path had profound implications. Each would determine not just his future, but the future of cultivation civilization globally. Wei asked for time to decide, then removed himself to complete isolation in the Han River Shrine, meditating on the decision that would define the final chapter of his existence in the modern world. He had expected the decision to be difficult. Instead, he found that it clarified quickly. The clarity came not from calculation, but from self-knowledge, from understanding what he genuinely valued and what he was genuinely capable of. The three paths had been presented in cultivation terms, but Wei experienced them in more personal ones. The first path, full ascension, felt like becoming the person he had been 3,000 years ago, but more so. Absolute power, absolute distance from human experience, absolute removal from the question of what it meant to be responsible for a world you had helped create. The second path, the bridge, felt like staying exactly where he was. Not as a compromise, but as a genuine location. Being the bridge was not the same as being stuck between destinations. It was having a function that was genuinely valuable, that neither the mortal nor the immortal side could provide for itself, that required exactly the combination of perspectives that his particular history had produced. The third path, returning to full mortality, felt like an overstatement in the other direction. He did not actually want to give up the Mahayana consciousness. The perspective it provided was genuinely valuable, genuinely serving the work he was doing. Sentimental renunciation of power was not wisdom. It was just a different kind of ego. The second path was the honest one. It was the path he had already been on since the moment he refused to run from the government confrontation. Since the moment he chose to cooperate rather than overwhelm. He had been the bridge all along. The The celestial paths had simply given him formal terms for what he had already become. Chapter 109. Consultation with Earth's leaders. Rather than making the decision alone, Wei consulted with the people who mattered most. He met with his council and presented the three paths, asked for their counsel without predetermining what that counsel should be. The discussion was lengthy and deeply emotional. Most advised him to complete his ascension. An immortal emperor working for humanity's benefit would be invaluable, they argued. Dr. Han made the scientific argument. The potential medical and biological knowledge available to an immortal emperor could eliminate most human disease. Yi Jae-sung made the security argument. A fully ascended immortal emperor could serve as a deterrent against threats that no mortal power could address. Even Gao Li, who understood the historical implications better than most, argued for full ascension. But Soyan argued differently. You've spent your entire modern life learning that power is a tool, not a destination, she said. If you ascend fully, you become what you were 3,000 years ago, someone so far removed from human experience that you lose the capacity to genuinely understand what you're trying to protect. Remain as you are. Stay connected to us. Let immortal consciousness serve mortal wisdom. She was not making the argument for herself, and everyone at the table recognized this. She was making it for the cultivation civilization they were building, for the millions of practitioners who needed their most experienced exemplar to model the path rather than transcend it. Her argument resonated. The council recognized that what Wei had offered the world was not more powerful masters, but a vision of how power and humanity could coexist. The council's consultation was held in Yi Jae-sung's secure facility, the intelligence officer's resource, offered with characteristic efficiency. He had prepared the space in advance, ensured security, arranged food and water, and whatever else the council might need. He had done this without being asked, had simply appeared 2 days before the scheduled meeting to let Wei know the arrangements were in place. It was, Wei thought, among the most expressive gestures he ever made. The intelligence officer whose care expressed itself entirely through competent preparation. Nam spoke first, after Wei had explained the three paths, which was appropriate. He had always been the most direct voice in any room he occupied. The obvious choice is the second path. The bridge is what you've been doing. The question isn't whether it's right, it's whether you're committed to it being hard. It will be hard, Wei agreed. Then do it, Nam said. The simplicity of the recommendation was characteristic. Gao Li, who had been thinking with the thoroughness her family's history had trained in her, asked, what does hard mean, specifically? What is the cost of the bridge path that the other two paths would not demand? Wei thought about this. Loneliness, he said finally. The genuine kind, not the circumstantial kind. Being in multiple worlds at once means fully belonging to neither. Being understood by those in the mortal realm as something beyond ordinary, and by those in the immortal realm as something not yet complete. Existing permanently in the liminal space. You've been there for a year already, Minna said gently. Yes, Wei said. But now it's a permanent address. Chapter 110. The immortal perspective clarified during his meditation. Wei consulted with the Keeper and other celestial beings, discovering a crucial truth. The heavens were locked in their own struggles. Immortal realms were fractured by competing interests, ancient alliances and ancient conflicts that had been ongoing for eons, celestial politics that made human international relations look straightforward by comparison. The arrival of an immortal emperor from the mortal realm would fundamentally alter celestial politics. Wei would not be able to simply arrive and begin serving humanity from an immortal perspective. He would become a piece in games that had been running for eons, subject to pressures and obligations that he could not yet fully perceive. Wei would not be a savior in heaven. He would be a pawn in someone else's war. The revelation settled his decision completely. What he offered the mortal world was precisely what he could not offer the heavens. The possibility of being independent, of working according to his own principles rather than being absorbed into cosmic political structures. In the mortal realm, he was the most powerful being. In the immortal realm, he would be a newcomer, relatively weak, subject to the accumulated authority of beings who had been celestial for millennia. The choice was not between power and limitation. It was between genuine agency and constrained existence. Chapter 111. The terrestrial choice. Wei made his final decision during meditation at sunrise, with Soyan present beside him. He chose the bridge path, remaining at Mahayana stage, fully conscious of immortal realities, but bound to mortal form and purpose. He communicated this decision to the Keeper through the celestial channels, speaking with the clarity of someone who had made a genuine choice rather than defaulted to a comfortable option. The celestial beings, having debated this among themselves, accepted his choice, some with respect, some with resignation. some with the satisfaction of a test passed. Wei emerged from his meditation, transformed by the decision in ways that ascending to Immortal Emperor would never have accomplished. He was not the most powerful being on Earth anymore. The Empress and several other celestial descended cultivators matched or approached his power in specific domains. But he was something more important. He was a being who understood that limitation was the price of connection, that mortality was the foundation of meaning, that power meant nothing without the commitment to use it ethically. The decision was not a sacrifice of capability. It was a definition of purpose. By choosing to remain, by choosing connection over transcendence, Wei was determining what the rest of his existence would be about. Not the accumulation of power, not the governance of celestial realms, but the continued, daily, ordinary, extraordinary work of helping human civilization navigate its own awakening. The specific quality of the post-decision morning was one Wei found himself returning to across the following years. He had slept, something he did not require, but had found useful for processing experience since his months in the modern world. He had awakened in ordinary morning light. He had heard Soyan making tea in the kitchen. He had lain in bed for a few minutes, aware of his Mahayana consciousness extending across Seoul's spiritual landscape, aware of the ley lines singing below and the celestial channels available above, aware of the full scope of what he was. And he had felt, not peaceful exactly, because peace was too static a word for it. Something more like appropriate. He was the right thing in the right place doing the right work. The anxiety of inadequacy that had characterized his first months, the constant awareness of how much he lacked compared to what he had been, was gone. What replaced it was something more grounded. The understanding that what he was now was what this specific moment required, and that being what the moment required was sufficient. He had been a being of world historical consequence for 3,000 years, and in that time, he had never quite felt that what he was exactly right. There had always been more to achieve, further to advance, greater power to access. The cultivation path had been defined by its relentlessness. Always another stage, always another possibility unreached, always the sense that the current state was provisional. The decision to remain had closed that restlessness, gently and completely. The question of whether he was adequate to what was required had been answered. He was, and that was enough. Chapter 112, The Integration Complete. Wei emerged from meditation fundamentally changed in the most subtle ways. He retained his Mahayana consciousness, but his physical form anchored him firmly to the mortal world. He could perceive celestial realities, but he could not fully exit the mortal realm without consciously choosing to do so. He was truly, finally, completely committed to existence in the modern world that had adopted him. Most importantly, he understood his purpose now with absolute clarity, not to rule or to dominate, but to serve as a bridge. To ensure that human civilization developed its spiritual potential without losing its humanity. To demonstrate that power and ethics could coexist. To show that the greatest strength came not from dominating others, but from lifting them up. The clarity was not a new thing. It was the completion of a process that had begun the moment he emerged from the jade coffin into the blinding lights of a modern construction site. Every lesson since that moment, every relationship, every crisis managed, and every ethical choice made. All of it had been moving toward this clarity. He was Wei Tianlong, the ancient cultivator who woke up in Seoul. And Seoul was home. The clarity did not announce itself with any particular ceremony. It arrived the same way most of the important changes in his modern life had arrived. Quietly, in the middle of ordinary activity, without drama. He had been making breakfast. Soyan was still asleep, and the morning light was doing what it did in winter, arriving slowly, in layers, making the kitchen gradually more visible rather than switching on like the artificial light would have. He had been standing at the stove, and he had looked out the window at the Han River in the distance, and he had simply known what he was, not what he was capable of. He had known that for months, with the expanding precision of each cultivation breakthrough. Not what his role was in the global cultivation revival, or in the relationship between mortal and immortal realms, or in the celestial politics that the Keeper reported. All of those things he also knew. But what he was, in the simple sense of the question, a person who was in the right place. Not temporarily, not as a mission station before returning to somewhere else, not as a responsibility he had accepted at cost to himself. Just the right place. 3,000 years ago, the right place had been the ancient cultivation world. That world was gone, and the loss of it was real, and he did not pretend otherwise. But the loss had made room for this. A kitchen in Mapogu, a river in the distance, a city that had absorbed him into its specific human texture, a woman asleep in the next room who made him laugh. He finished making breakfast. When Soyan appeared, still sleep-creased and looking for coffee, he told her, I've made a decision. He told her what it was. She said, I know. I've known since the meditation. She poured the coffee. They ate breakfast. It was enough. Chapter 113. The disciples' next generation. Wei's disciples, having faced crises in his absence and having grown powerful themselves, now demonstrated the next evolution of cultivation civilization. The Korean disciples had trained tens of thousands. International disciples had established cultivation academies on every continent. And the post-revelation generation of children were now adolescents, cultivating with natural instinct. Mina's school occupied a building in Jonggyo-gu that had once been a recording studio. The acoustics were excellent, which had been the original purpose, and they also made the meditation chambers some of the finest in Seoul for sonic cultivation. Mina's specialty, now developed into a formal school of practice that combined musical theory with cultivation technique in ways that were producing practitioners unlike anything the ancient world had developed. Her students could heal with harmonics. They could use resonance to sense spiritual disturbances that conventional cultivation perception could not detect. The most advanced of them were developing techniques for constructing spiritual structures through sound in the same way that Wei used intent and force. The academy had stopped being a place where Wei taught and had become a place where people Wei had taught others. He visited regularly, delivered occasional talks, conducted examinations for advanced practitioners, and maintained his office in the inner chamber. But the teaching was not his anymore. It was the institution's, which was what it needed to become. He had visited all three of his first disciples' establishments in the weeks after the Mahayana decision, seeing each of them with the particular attention of someone who had made a choice and wanted to understand what the choice was for. Nam's ministry, with its blend of martial cultivation and public service. Mina's school. Jinwoo's company, whose glass and light building in Gangnam contained meditation spaces on every floor, and whose employees were among the most systematically well-cultivated practitioners in Seoul. He had sat with each of them individually and had let them tell him what they were doing without interrupting or redirecting. What they told him was enough to resolve any remaining question about whether the bridge path was the right one. These people did not need him to become Immortal Emperor. They did not need more power in their corner. They needed what he could give them as what he was. Someone who understood where they had come from and could help them think about where they were going. Watching them, Wei was struck by something that he had not anticipated when he began his teaching. He had expected his students to be smaller versions of himself, practitioners developing along similar paths towards similar goals. Instead, each of them had become genuinely distinct. Nam had developed a martial cultivation philosophy that was entirely his own, synthesizing Wei's ancient techniques with his personal combat experience in ways that Wei himself would never have thought to combine. Mina's harmonic cultivation had spawned an entire school that was producing musicians who were also genuine spiritual practitioners, blurring the line between art and cultivation in ways that enriched both. Jinwoo had founded a company that was developing cultivation technology at a rate that made Wei's head swim with the implications. They were not Wei. They were themselves, and they were better for it. Wei realized that cultivation's future no longer depended on him. It depended on the civilization building itself around the principles he had established. The academy was no longer his academy. It was Seoul's academy, Korea's academy, the world's academy. His role was becoming less about directing and more about advising. It was exactly how it should be. Chapter 114. The Gao family's integration completed. Gao Li proposed something even more ambitious than the formal merger, establishing a historical archive that documented the entire history of cultivation, ancient, suppressed, and revived. The archive would be maintained by representatives from all major cultivation schools, ensuring that knowledge was preserved and that no single group could claim ownership of cultivation practice. The archive would be the definitive record, everything from the oldest known cultivation texts to Jinwoo's technical documentation of modern practice, from Soyen's historical analysis to Dr. Han's biological research. It would be publicly accessible, translated into all major languages, maintained by a permanent staff drawn from every cultivation tradition on Earth. Wei supported the initiative enthusiastically, recognizing that knowledge preservation was the final step in ensuring that cultivation remained democratic and accessible across generations. The mistakes of the ancient world, the hoarding of knowledge, the creation of hierarchies that treated cultivation wisdom as property rather than heritage, could be prevented not through enforcement, but through ensuring that the knowledge itself was so widely distributed that exclusive ownership became impossible. Chapter 115. The 5-year plan. Wei, Soyeon, Lee Jae-sung, Dr. Han, and Choi gathered to plan the next 5 years. The gathering was held at Choi's preferred venue, a regular restaurant in an ordinary Seoul neighborhood, the kind of place where middle-class families came for dinner on weeknights, where the menu had pictures and the staff recognized regular customers. Wei had found, over the years, that the best planning happened in ordinary places. It kept the planning honest. The ambitious project outlined included establishing cultivation academies in all 193 UN member nations, with particular emphasis on reaching populations in the global south that had been underserved by the initial cultivation revival. Creating international research programs combining modern science and ancient cultivation, a formal academic discipline that brought the rigor of scientific method to the study of cultivation practice. Implementing a global ethics framework for cultivation use that went beyond the current international accords to address emerging challenges. Preparing humanity for the revelation that heavenly realms exist was on the list, but with a long timeline. This was not information that could be released without extensive preparation, without cultivation of public understanding that would allow the revelation to be received as truth rather than dismissed as madness. And beginning exploration of what cultivation practice could accomplish when extended to space exploration and off-world colonization. The scope was staggering, but Wei had 5 centuries of lifespan ahead of him, and his disciples had demonstrated that they could accomplish remarkable things when given proper guidance. Chapter 116. The Empress returns. The Empress of the International Cultivation Consortium reappeared, but no longer as antagonist. She revealed that she had been working secretly on behalf of a faction of immortals who supported Wei's vision. She was always on his side, she explained, testing his character through adversity. Wei received this revelation with the equanimity of someone who had lived long enough to understand that motivations are rarely as simple as they initially appear. Was the Empress telling the truth? Probably partly. Had she genuinely been testing him? Also probably partly. Was she now repositioning herself to align with a future she had concluded was inevitable? Almost certainly. It doesn't matter, Wei said, when she presented her explanation in a private meeting. What matters is what we do going forward. The Empress, who had spent centuries managing the cultivation world's most powerful factions through elegant manipulation, seemed slightly disarmed by the directness. You've learned patience, she observed. I had good teachers, Wei replied. Some of them were even attempting to teach me. She laughed. It was the first genuine laugh Wei had heard from her, and it changed his assessment of her in ways he would think about for months afterward. Even enemies serve purpose. Even opposition can teach valuable lessons. Even competitors can eventually become allies if circumstances align and both parties remain committed to growth. Chapter 117. The public integration speech. Wei delivered his most important public address to the United Nations, broadcast globally, announcing that cultivation was no longer an emerging practice but a permanent, integrated part of human civilization. He had written the speech himself, over several weeks, rejecting multiple drafts that were either too technical or too mystical, looking for the language that was honest, accessible, and worthy of the moment. The final speech was shorter than any of the drafts. He had asked several people to review it before the final version. E. J. Sung's note had been brief. The 4th paragraph needs to move. The audience will have stopped listening by then if you save the concrete consequence for that late. He moved the paragraph. Dr. Han had marked 3 sentences where the scientific framing was imprecise and could be used to misrepresent what Wei actually meant. Wei rewrote them. Soyeon had read the whole thing twice and then said nothing for a long time, and then said, "The line about the ancient masters, don't apologize for them. They did what they had to do. The world doesn't need you to perform regret on their behalf." He took the apology out. Choi had been given the final draft because Wei had developed the habit of giving Choi things to review on the grounds that Choi had no institutional interest in anything Wei said, and would therefore say plainly whether it made sense to an ordinary person. Choi's note had been, "This is fine. Don't say partners and equals in the last paragraph. Say partners, full stop. You don't know if they're equals yet, and you shouldn't promise what you don't know." Wei removed and equals. The speech was better for it. He revealed the existence of celestial realms and promised that humanity would have contact with them, not as subordinates, but as partners developing their own path. He stated plainly that Earth was not alone in the cosmos, that the cultivation work of the past years had connected humanity to a larger order of existence, and that navigating that connection would be the defining challenge of the coming centuries. The speech had a specific structure that Wei had developed through weeks of careful thought. He began with the concrete and the local, what had happened in Seoul, what the array integration had accomplished, what the ley line singing meant for practitioners in the city. He moved outward from there, from Seoul to Korea, from Korea to the global cultivation network, from the global network to the celestial realms that the network was beginning to touch. Each widening circle of implication was grounded in what the audience already knew or could perceive. He did not ask them to accept anything on faith. He He referenced the footage of the array crisis and its resolution. He cited Dr. Han's biological research, which had been published in international scientific journals and peer-reviewed by practitioners in 6 countries. He described what Mahayana consciousness felt like in terms that practitioners at various stages would recognize as consistent with their own experience at lower stages, extrapolated upward. He used the word celestial and immediately explained what he meant by it. A level of reality that was not supernatural in the sense of violating physical laws, but rather a more fundamental level of reality that the physical laws people understood were expressions of, the way that thermodynamics is an expression of underlying molecular behavior. This was not a perfect analogy. He said so. He offered several different framings and allowed the audience to use the one that was most useful for their understanding. He was teaching, not proclaiming. The distinction mattered to him more than the content of any specific statement. The speech triggered both celebration and fear worldwide. The speech triggered both celebration and fear worldwide. Scientists argued about what it meant. Philosophers debated its implications. Religious communities found that it confirmed some of their deepest convictions while challenging others. Governments began policy discussions about how to respond to the revelation of celestial existence. But it was honest. The age of secrets was ending. Human civilization was beginning to understand its place in a cosmos far larger and more complex than they had imagined. Chapter 118. Soyan's University Park. Soyan established the first accredited university dedicated to cultivation studies, blending ancient philosophy, modern science, and practical cultivation training. It operated in Seoul, but admitted students globally. The university became the world's premier institution for understanding how spiritual and physical evolution could coexist and strengthen each other. The founding of the university required 2 years of institutional work, accreditation negotiations with multiple educational authorities, development of a curriculum that satisfied both traditional academic standards and the requirements of genuine cultivation training, hiring of faculty who combined academic credentials with cultivation practice. Soyan did all of this while continuing her own research, her own practice, and her role as Wei's partner in navigating the increasingly complex landscape of global cultivation governance. She did it, Wei understood, because she was the right person to do it, because her particular combination of historical knowledge, cultivation sensitivity, and institutional intelligence was precisely what the project required. She had stopped being an historian of the ancient past. She had become a founder of the living future. Soyan, the girl who had studied ancient history, became the architect of the future. And Wei watched her with the pride of someone who had found not just a partner, but a true equal, someone whose contributions would ultimately equal or exceed his own. The university's founding curriculum was something Wei and Soyan had worked through together across many evenings, arguing the shape of it in the comfortable way of 2 people who fundamentally agreed about the important things and could afford to disagree productively about everything else. The central question had been, what is cultivation education actually for? Not what techniques should be taught, or at what level, or in what sequence. Those were answerable questions with discoverable answers. The prior question was the one that determined everything else. What kind of practitioner were they trying to produce? The ancient cultivation schools had answered this question in terms of advancement. The purpose of cultivation education was to produce practitioners who advanced as far as possible up the cultivation stages, because higher stage practitioners were more powerful, and power was what cultivation existence required. Everything in the ancient educational structure followed from this. The demanding training regimens, the hierarchical master-student relationships, the willingness to sacrifice individual welfare for cultivation development. Wei and Soyan rejected this premise without rejecting the value of advancement. Advancement was real and valuable, but it was not the purpose. The purpose was something he had been learning how to say for months, in which Soyan had finally given him the clearest language for. The purpose was to help people live more fully, to give them access to dimensions of experience that ordinary human life, without cultivation, was likely to miss, to deepen their relationship to themselves, to others, to the world they were part of. Advancement served this purpose when it expanded a practitioner's capacity for genuine presence, genuine connection, genuine understanding. It did not serve this purpose when it produced practitioners who were powerful but hollow, capable of extraordinary acts but unable to experience ordinary ones. The curriculum Soyan built from this foundation was genuinely different from anything the ancient world had produced. It was also different from anything the initial cultivation revival had produced. And the students who came through it were different, not more powerful necessarily, but more whole. Wei attended the first cohort's completion ceremony, which Soyan had designed with deliberate informality. No robes, no formal titles, no recitation of cultivation stages achieved. Each student gave a brief account of one thing their practice had changed about how they understood their own life. Not their power, not their stage, their life. He had attended many ceremonies in his long existence. The ancient cultivation world had structured its milestones with considerable ceremony, because ceremony was how those communities understood significance. The elaborate investiture rituals, the formal recognition of stage advancement, the carefully choreographed master-student acknowledgments. He had stood in the ceremonial position many times, dispensing formal recognition to students who had advanced as expected. This was different in a way he found difficult to articulate until a student named Yung Yuan, a woman who had come to cultivation practice through a chronic illness that conventional medicine had not resolved, stood up and said, "Before I started here, I understood my illness as something wrong with me. Now I understand it as a particular way of being in a body, with particular kinds of knowledge that come from that. The cultivation work didn't fix me. It gave me a relationship to myself that doesn't require fixing." No ancient ceremony had ever produced a sentence like that. The ancient framework had no room for it. The ancient framework was organized around the assumption that cultivation was advancement, that advancement was the resolution of inadequacy, that the practitioner before cultivation was deficient relative to the practitioner after. It was effective as a framework. It produced powerful practitioners, but it could not produce Yung Yuan's sentence. Wei thought about this in the weeks afterward. He had been a student in the ancient world. He had advanced quickly, had been recognized early as exceptional, had found the curriculum manageable and the advancement rewarding. He had not, until much later, understood what the curriculum had cost him. The parts of himself that the training's emphasis on advancement had quietly displaced, the aspects of his original temperament that power had not strengthened but replaced. He had not noticed the losses until he had been sealed for 3,000 years and had woken up in a world that showed him, by contrast, what those losses had actually been. The university Soyan had built was trying to avoid producing those losses in its students. He did not know if it would succeed over time, if the institutional pressures of a formal academy would gradually shift the curriculum back toward the ancient errors. But the first cohort had been whole. He had watched each of them stand and speak, and each of them had been recognizably themselves. The illness, the grief, the unusual perception, the particular relationship to silence, and each of them had described cultivation as the deepening of that specificity rather than its replacement. He had not been able to do this for his own students in the ancient world. He had tried to do it better here. Watching the first cohort, he thought he had managed it, at least partially, at least for now. Chapter 119. The First Interplanetary Cultivation Mission. NASA, with Wei's assistance, launched the first cultivation-enhanced space mission. The mission was modest, a 3-person crew, a 6-month rotation on the International Space Station, with cultivation practice integrated into their daily schedule. The 3 crew members had been selected specifically for their cultivation aptitude as well as their conventional astronaut qualifications, which had required NASA to develop new selection criteria that combined physical and psychological assessments with spiritual sensitivity testing. It was the first time any government agency had formally incorporated cultivation capacity into official job requirements, and the precedent was noticed and debated extensively. Wei had worked with the mission planners for months, developing cultivation protocols adapted for the conditions of space travel, the disorientation of zero gravity, the disruption of Earth's surface ley line access, the challenges of maintaining regular meditation practice in an environment of constant noise and monitoring. He had also addressed something that the mission planners had not anticipated, the psychological challenge of perceiving Earth's spiritual field from outside it for the first time. The crew had been warned that their cultivation sensitivity might produce unusual experiences. They had not been fully warned about the specific experience of seeing Earth as a spiritual object, as a concentrated field of accumulated human consciousness and ancient ley line power, glowing with it, from the vantage of a body moving through the near-spiritual silence of open space. The mission commander, a Korean Air Force pilot who had been cultivating for 18 months, sent a message back during the first week that became famous. "I can see it from here. The whole thing. It's like a meditation stone the size of a planet, and everyone on it is contributing to it whether they know it or not. I don't know how to explain this to someone who hasn't felt it. Just, it's enough. Whatever we've done down there. It's enough for now." The results exceeded every expectation. Astronauts trained in basic cultivation techniques reported that meditation was more effective in zero gravity. In the absence of Earth's gravitational pull, the body's experience of its own weight and pressure changed in ways that shifted the baseline cultivation state. Something about the removal of constant gravitational strain allowed certain meridian flows that were always slightly compressed at Earth's surface to open more easily. The practitioners were advancing faster in orbit than they had been on the ground. More intriguingly, the data suggested that space itself carried different spiritual properties. The area of space near Earth retained much of Earth's ley line field. The planet's spiritual signature extended outward from its surface. But further out, in the genuinely open space beyond Earth's spiritual field, the practitioners reported experiencing a kind of spiritual silence that was different from anything they had encountered at Earth's surface. Not emptiness, not the absence of spiritual reality, but a different register of it. Wei began theorizing about cultivation beyond Earth. The universe was not spiritually barren. His Mahayana consciousness could perceive this clearly. Spiritual reality was woven through the cosmos at every scale, from the quantum interactions in individual atoms to the vast spiritual fields generated by stars and galaxies. Humans were ready to expand beyond the planetary boundaries, and cultivation practice would accelerate that expansion. What stayed with him from the mission was not the technical data, but the commander's message. He had read it several times. The quality of it, the person seeing something large for the first time and lacking a frame for it, but trying anyway, reminded him of his own first weeks in Seoul, when the city had been incomprehensible to him, and he had been unable to explain what he was seeing in terms that matched any category he possessed. He had felt the same lack of vocabulary. The world had been real and present and exceeding what he could describe. The commander had done what he had eventually learned to do. Stopped trying to find the right frame and simply reported what was actually there. It's like a meditation stone the size of a planet. Inaccurate by any technical measure, but true in the way that mattered. The commander had felt the thing rather than categorized it. Wei had read the message to Soyeon the evening after it was released publicly. She had been quiet for a moment and then said, "That's what you sounded like the first time you explained what ley lines felt like. You kept apologizing for not having better language." He had not remembered that. He remembered the conversations, but not the apologizing. "You said, the closest word in any tradition I know is breath, but that's not right. It's more like the ground breathing. And you kept correcting yourself. And I kept telling you that I understood." He had thought about this for several days. There was a category of experience, the first encounter with something too large to fit existing frameworks, that required a particular kind of communication. Not precision, not the technical vocabulary that precision cultivation discourse had developed over millennia. Just honest report of what was there, offered to someone willing to receive it without requiring full comprehension. The commander had done it. He had done it. Soyeon had received both. This was, he thought, one of the things that cultivation in the modern world was going to require that the ancient world had not prepared, the capacity to be a student again at every scale. The universe was larger than any framework, ancient or modern. The appropriate response to that was not mastery, but attention. Chapter 120. Arc Cliffhanger. The celestial knock on a night when Wei was meditating in Seoul's sacred center, alone in the Han River Shrine in the late hours after Soyeon had fallen asleep beside him. A presence far greater than any immortal, any celestial being, any force Wei had yet encountered turned its attention toward Earth. The shift was perceivable even before he could identify its source. The ley lines beneath Seoul changed their quality, not their strength, but their orientation, as if they were responding to a gravity source that had not been present a moment before. The celestial channels through which Wei maintained his Mahayana awareness registered a disturbance that propagated across every dimension he could perceive simultaneously. And then, presence. Ancient beyond any frame of reference he possessed, more powerful than the Immortal Council, more fundamental than the celestial order they maintained, something that predated the heavens themselves. The Keeper of Eastern Gates sent an urgent message through the celestial channels. Something is awakening, something that was sleeping before even the heavens took form. And it is aware of you. It is aware of what cultivation's return to Earth might mean. It is beginning to move. Wei sat perfectly still in the shrine, his consciousness occupying both the physical room and the spiritual dimensions simultaneously, feeling the presence grow more distinct with each moment. It was not hostile. It was not friendly. It was simply attentive. He understood in that moment that his battle was not ending. It was transforming. His achievement in awakening and integrating cultivation was not the final challenge. It was the opening move in something far grander, a challenge that would consume the remainder of his existence. And far beneath Seoul, in the deepest trenches of Earth's core, something began to move toward wakefulness. Something that would require Wei to grow far beyond what he had already achieved. Something that would ultimately determine not just the fate of human cultivation, but the fate of the entire solar system. Wei sat with the presence for a long time after the keeper's message. He was not preparing. He was not calculating. He was simply present with the fact of it, which was what the months of practice had been teaching him to do, receive what was actually arriving rather than the anticipated version of it. The presence had qualities that were difficult to describe. It was vast, not in the way that the ancient root was vast, which was an earthly vastness, a foundation of civilization scale. This was different. It had the quality of something that had been moving through space for longer than Earth had existed, something whose frame of reference was galactic rather than planetary. He was aware that this was the next thing. Not the next crisis to manage, not the next threat to assess, simply the next thing, arriving in the sequence of things that his particular existence had placed him in position to encounter. The jade coffin, the construction site, Seoul, the array, the students, the academy, the accords, the root, the covenant, and now this. He did not feel afraid. He was aware that he had been afraid at various stages of his modern life, and that the fear had always been appropriate, always useful, always a signal that something important was happening. The absence of fear now was not bravado. It was familiarity. This was simply the next thing. He would meet it the way he had met everything else, with the specific combination of ancient knowledge, modern understanding, and genuine relationships that had allowed him to navigate everything that had come before. He would talk to Soyeon in the morning. He would call a council meeting. He would think carefully about what this was before deciding how to respond. Tonight, he would simply be present with the fact that the universe was larger than he had known, and that it had noticed him, and that this was neither frightening nor strange. It was simply the shape of the life he had chosen. Part 1 of Wei Tianlong's journey was complete. Part 2 was about to begin. End of Step 6, Chapters 101 to 120, Chapter 121. The ancient signal across the world. Spiritualists and cultivators detected a profound disturbance in the deepest ley lines. Something ancient, something that predated human civilization, something that existed before the current heavenly order, was awakening in Earth's core. Wei recognized the signature immediately as the entity that had originally created the seal that bound him 3,000 years ago. It was called the Ancient Root, and its awakening meant that judgment was coming for the current human age. Centuries-long epochs of human civilization had each ended when the ancient root deemed them complete or corrupt. Now, for the first time in millennia, it was waking to assess what had happened during its sleep. The name, Ancient Root, was not something that Wei had invented or that the ancient masters had provided. It was the name that came through the ley lines themselves, the spiritual signature of the presence expressed in terms that human consciousness could accommodate. The ancient root did not communicate in language. It expressed itself in fundamental spiritual principles, in the deep grammar of existence that all cultivation was ultimately the study of. And it was aware that Wei Tianlong, the being it had sealed, was now awakening that sealed civilization. The root was beginning to move toward decision. Would it allow cultivation's revival to continue, or would it deem the current human age insufficient and demand its replacement? Wei spent a full day in the deepest meditation of his practice since the array integration, attempting to perceive the root's nature more clearly. What he found was not threatening exactly, but it was challenging in the most fundamental way imaginable. The ancient root did not think about humans the way an immortal thought about mortals. It thought about civilizations the way a gardener thinks about seasons. Individual humans were like individual plants, interesting in their particularity, but not the primary unit of the root's assessment. What the root was assessing was the age itself, the aggregate quality of what human civilization had become. Wei perceived, through the deepening Mahayana awareness, that the root's signal was sharpening, a quality in the root's attention that felt less like judgment and more like recognition. As if the root had seen this pattern before, civilizations reaching a threshold, spiritual practice returning after a period of forgetting, beings who had been sealed for necessary reasons being released to manage the transition, and was comparing the current situation to previous iterations of the same pattern. The comparison was not favorable, necessarily. The root had watched previous civilizations reach this threshold and fail. The pattern of spiritual reawakening was not automatically followed by the pattern of integration. Some civilizations had reached the moment of reawakening and turned the returned spiritual power toward the same hierarchies and dominations that had characterized the forgetting period. The power had returned, but the wisdom had not, and the result was a civilization that was more destructive with its spiritual tools than it had been without them. Wei understood that this was the root's core concern, not whether humanity could cultivate, but whether humanity would do something worthwhile with the cultivation it had recovered. He had spent months building the answer to that question. The answer was in the academy and the international accords and the technology that made cultivation accessible rather than exclusive. It was in Nam's ministry and Mina's harmonics research and Jinwu's company. It was in the children of the post-revelation generation who were growing up with spiritual awareness as a normal part of their experience. It was in the Busan woman who had opened a cultivation school with 30 students, and the Kenyan children who had never known a world without cultivation, and every practitioner on every continent who was using their developing power to serve rather than to dominate. The case was not perfect. Humanity was not perfect. But the trajectory was clear, and the root, he believed, was old enough to know the difference between a civilization that was genuinely trying and one that was performing the appearance of trying. The ancient root's signal had spread through the ley line network across the entire planet within 12 hours. Cultivation practitioners in every country reported the same experience, a period of unusual depth in meditation, followed by a sudden awareness of something vast and old and awake below. Wei read the reports from the Global Array Stabilization Forces monitoring network with a particular attention he gave to information that was being filtered through multiple human perceptions before reaching him. Every practitioner who described the experience brought their own framework, their own cultivation background, cultural context, and individual sensitivity. What emerged from the aggregate was more useful than any single account. A three-dimensional portrait of how the root's signal was manifesting at different levels of cultivation development, in different geographic locations, through different cultivation traditions. The variation was instructive. A Korean practitioner in Seoul with a ley line-adjacent cultivation base described the signal as a physical sensation in the lower meridians, a depth, a pressure, something like the feeling of standing at the edge of a very large body of water and understanding that the water goes all the way down. A Japanese practitioner in one of the 8 great sects described it as a change in the quality of qi flowing through the established circulation routes, as if the source the qi was flowing from had changed its register. An American practitioner in Denver, working with electromagnetic cultivation techniques, described it as a frequency shift, the spiritual equivalent of background static that had always been there suddenly becoming audible, as if the volume had been turned up on something that had been playing silently the entire time. All three were describing the same thing from different angles. The root was not communicating differently to different people. Their experiences differed because the tools each brought to perception were different. This observation gave Wei something important. The root was not selective. It was not reaching out to specific beings. It was simply present, more present than it had been, and every cultivator was receiving that presence through whatever perceptual apparatus they had developed. The root did not care about the difference between Korean ley line practice and American electromagnetic cultivation. From the root's perspective, those were simply variations in the same underlying activity, which meant that the root's eventual judgment would not be shaped by which tradition was dominant or which approach was most sophisticated. It would be shaped by the aggregate of human cultivation civilization, taken as a whole. The descriptions varied with each practitioner's individual relationship to the practice. Some described it as a tremor, some as a sound, some as a change in how the qi flowed through their meridians. But the core experience was universal. Something below had noticed them. Wei spent the days following the first signal in extensive consultation with the Global Array Stabilization Force, with the 8 great sects, with the Keeper. He gathered every piece of information he could about the ancient root, from ancient texts that described it obliquely, from the Keeper's careful account of what the celestial realms knew, from his own deepening perception at the Mahayana level. What emerged was a picture of something genuinely unprecedented. The ancient root was not an entity in the way that the demonic array had been an entity. It was not a consciousness created by accumulation of spiritual force, not something that had been sealed or shaped by cultivation practice. It was something that predated cultivation, predated the current celestial order, predated everything that Wei had any framework to understand. The ancient texts that mentioned it described it in terms that modern practitioners found philosophically fascinating. It was the spiritual ground out of which both mortal and immortal existence arose. It was the foundation that the ley lines rested on. It was what the cultivation practice was ultimately drawing from, several levels of abstraction below where practitioners could perceive. "We have been cultivating from the root all along," Soyan said, when Wei shared this analysis. Without knowing it, every meditation session, every power advance, every time we access the ley lines, we were drawing from something that goes all the way down to this. Yes, Wei agreed. And the root has noticed that the drawing has significantly increased. Chapter 122. The collective warning. The Immortal Council reached out to Wei collectively. The ancient root had been dormant for 1,000,000 years. It created and destroyed epochs of civilization as a farmer plants and harvests. Its awakening meant that judgment was coming for the current human age. The celestial beings who governed the heavens were themselves bound to defer to the ancient root's will. This revelation terrified even immortals. The stability of celestial realms depended partly on the stability of the fundamental order that the ancient root maintained. If the root decided to end the current epoch, the reverberations would extend far beyond Earth's mortal civilization. Wei understood. The sealing 3,000 years ago had not been about him at all. It had been a preparation. The ancient masters had understood that the ancient root would eventually awaken, and they had arranged for Wei's sealing to coincide with the timing of that awakening. They had essentially left a letter in a bottle, a message in the form of a sealed Immortal Emperor, waiting for the moment when judgment would come and the world would need someone who understood both ancient wisdom and the capacity to change. The preparation had been extraordinary in its scope and patience. The same masters who had placed Wei in jade had seeded the Gao family with cultivation knowledge to preserve. They had encoded Soyan's family line with the genetic information needed for the sealing work. They had arranged every element of the support structure Wei would need upon awakening. 3,000 years of preparation, executed across multiple family lines and cultivation traditions, all aimed at this single moment. The Immortal Council's warning contained something that Wei found useful: historical precedent. The ancient root had awakened before, multiple times, during previous epochs of human civilization. The council had records, incomplete, but substantial, of what had happened each time. In some cases, the root had assessed the epoch and allowed it to continue. In others, it had ended the epoch, not through violent destruction, but through a kind of spiritual withdrawal that simply made the current form of civilization unsustainable. The key variable, based on the historical record, had not been the civilization's power or advancement. It had been something harder to quantify: the quality of relationship between the civilization and the fundamental forces it was drawing on. Civilizations that treated spiritual power as a resource to be extracted had consistently ended. Civilizations that treated it as a relationship to be maintained had sometimes been permitted to continue. The current human civilization's relationship with spiritual power was, Wei assessed, genuinely mixed. The cultivation revival had introduced a framework for understanding power as relationship rather than extraction. But that framework was new, not yet deeply embedded in the majority of human civilization, not yet the dominant paradigm. Whether the root would assess the potential trajectory rather than the current state was a question Wei could not answer. What he could do was ensure that the case for the potential trajectory was as strong as possible when the root made its assessment. Chapter 123. Soyan's prophecy. While meditating in her family shrine, Soyan experienced a vision inherited from her bloodline. The vision was not ambiguous or metaphorical in the way that spiritual visions often are. It was direct, specific, and exactly what her ancestors had prepared it to be. Her ancestors had foreseen Wei's coming. They had foreseen his choice, and they had left a prophecy. The one sealed will unbind himself. The one imprisoned will become the bridge. When the eternal root awakens, only love beyond measure can negotiate with that which was never young. The prophecy was remarkable for what it implied about the ancient root's vulnerability. Love beyond measure, not power, not wisdom, not cultivation capability, but love, a force that the ancient root, for all its eons of existence, had never experienced. A consciousness that created and destroyed civilizations from outside human experience could not understand connection that transcended power because it had never possessed the capacity for connection. Soyan understood her role in the prophecy. She was not meant to be support or follower. She was meant to demonstrate to Wei what love was, to anchor him in it deeply enough that he could bring it as a genuine presence into his negotiation with something that had existed before love was possible. She shared this understanding with Wei in a conversation that lasted most of an afternoon, moving back and forth between the literal text of the prophecy and its implied architecture. The deepest layer, as they worked through it together, was a question about the nature of what could survive an assessment conducted by something that had existed before love was a concept. Not survive in the sense of physical continuation, but survive in the sense of maturing. What was the root actually evaluating when it evaluated a civilization's worth? Not technical capability. Clearly, the civilizations that had ended had included technically advanced ones. Not spiritual power, for the same reason. Something more fundamental. The prophecy's phrase was, love beyond measure, which meant, in the cultivation framework Soyan brought to it, a quality of connection that could not be quantified by any metric the root possessed. A form of relationship that existed outside the root's categories. Something genuinely novel in the root's experience. The root recognized cultivators as things that drew on its foundations. It recognized civilizations as things that organized collective activity. It recognized spiritual advancement as a kind of growth that its foundation supported. All of these were familiar. What it did not recognize, because it had never encountered it, was the specific quality of connection between people who chose each other freely in the knowledge of full cost. Wei recognized the truth in it. The ancient root, having created and destroyed civilizations for 1,000,000 years, had never experienced genuine love. It would not understand connection that transcended power. That incomprehension might be the key to negotiating with it. What Wei could offer, that no ancient immortal emperor had ever been positioned to offer, was evidence. Evidence that a civilization organized around love and connection rather than power and domination produced something worth preserving. Evidence in the form of every student he had taught, every alliance he had built, every moment he had chosen connection over domination. Soyan's vision had the particular quality of experiences that emerge from very deep meditation, not the manufactured clarity of deliberate visioning, but the discovered quality of something that had been present all along and had finally become visible when the ordinary noise of consciousness quieted sufficiently. She described it to Wei in careful detail, reading from notes she had made immediately after emerging from the meditative state, before the precision of the experience could fade into the imprecision of remembered impression. The prophecy was structured in the way that cultivation knowledge often was. Layers of meaning nested inside each other. The surface comprehensible, but the depth accessible only through practice. The surface meaning was clear, Wei was the bridge, and love was the key. But the deeper meaning required the kind of historical and cultivation knowledge that Soyan had been developing for years to unpack. Love beyond measure, she said, sitting across from Wei with her notes. In classical cultivation terminology, beyond measure is a specific phrase. It refers to something that has moved past the stage where it can be tracked by cultivation advancement metrics. When a cultivator's compassion or love moves beyond measure, it means it has become a fundamental aspect of their spiritual character rather than a quality they develop and maintain. Wei thought about this. So it is not asking me to feel love more intensely, he said slowly. It is saying that love, which has become fundamental to who I am, is the appropriate register for communicating with something that does not understand love as an experience. Yes, Soyan said. It is presenting love as an ontological state, not an emotion, but a way of being. Chapter 124. Preparations for meeting. Wei directed all of humanity's resources towards spiritual preparation. Cultivators worldwide were trained in collective meditation. The three disciples, now themselves nascent soul stage masters, began teaching advanced practitioners how to connect their consciousness into unified networks. The training for collective meditation was unlike any cultivation practice that had previously been attempted. Individual cultivation was fundamentally private, one person developing their own consciousness and spiritual base, occasionally sharing power with others in specific collaborative techniques. Collective meditation required something more profound, the genuine subordination of individual cultivation to a shared practice, the creation of a unified spiritual presence from multiple distinct consciousnesses. Jiwu solved the technical problem that no amount of traditional cultivation wisdom had addressed: how to synchronize the phase of multiple cultivation bases without causing destructive interference. His solution involved treating the collective practice like a distributed computing network, not requiring all nodes to be identical, but coordinating their differences in a way that made the variations complementary rather than conflicting. The temporal adaptation system evolved to allow Wei to amplify his consciousness across the entire planet, creating a unified spiritual network. For the first time in human history, 7 billion minds could meditate simultaneously. The collective spiritual pressure was immense, creating a presence that even celestial beings found difficult to ignore. It was humanity's way of saying, "We are aware that you are coming. We are ready to meet you. We are worth continuing." The collective meditation had been Jinwu's most ambitious technical challenge since he had begun his practice. Creating a network where 7 billion people could participate simultaneously in a meaningful spiritual exercise, not just a symbolic gesture, but a genuine collective cultivation practice that actually contributed to a unified spiritual presence, required solving problems that had no precedent in either ancient cultivation tradition or modern technology. He solved them by treating the network the way he treated any distributed system, not as a single unit that had to function uniformly, but as a collection of nodes where each node contributed what it had, at whatever level it could, and the aggregate quality emerged from the combination rather than being imposed from above. The wording that went out through every cultivation-compatible communication channel on Earth was simple: meditate in whatever way you know. Bring whatever you have. Simply be present, spiritually, at a specific time. Trust that presence is enough. Most of the 7 billion people who participated had been practicing cultivation for less than a year. Their individual contributions were small, the equivalent, Wei estimated, of a single candle each. But 7 billion candles, oriented in the same direction, produce something that even the most powerful individual practitioner cannot produce alone. The ancient root felt it. The temporal adaptation system registered the moment it noticed, a deepening of its attention, a reorientation of the vast awareness toward the surface where all these small lights were gathered. Chapter 125. The first communication. The ancient root, feeling humanity's unified spiritual attention, sent a query that reverberated through every cultivator on Earth. The query was a question. What have you done with the civilization I left? The question propagated through the ley lines, through the integrated array network, through the cultivation practices of billions of people, arriving in Wei's consciousness with the force of a physical event. Around the world, cultivators who were meditating experienced the query simultaneously, not in language, but as a direct spiritual impression that their cultivation knowledge allowed them to interpret. The effect was extraordinary. Millions of people received the same message at the same moment, experienced the same cosmic attention, and felt themselves part of something that transcended ordinary human scale. Wei had spent weeks preparing for this moment, working with Soyan and his council to understand what answer would serve humanity best. Not the most impressive answer, not the most strategic, but the most honest. He was chosen to answer, not because of his power, but because his choice to remain partially mortal made him the first being in 1,000,000 years to bridge the gap between absolute power and human understanding. He could speak to the root from a position that was neither entirely celestial nor entirely mortal, and in doing so might be able to communicate something that neither pure immortals nor pure humans could convey. The root's question, what have you done with the civilization I left, had a quality that Wei spent some time sitting with before attempting to answer. The question was not accusatory or evaluative in any emotional sense. It was simply asking for information. The ancient root had left something, had been absent for a certain duration, and was now requesting an account of the period of absence. The request was as impersonal as a geological formation asking about the rain that had fallen since it was last exposed. What made the question difficult was its honesty. There was no right answer that Wei could optimize for. The root was not asking what it hoped to hear. It was asking what had happened, and it would know if the answer was shaped for effect rather than truth. Wei spent several hours deciding how to frame the answer before concluding that framing was itself the wrong approach. The root did not want to frame. It wanted a witness. He would be a witness to humanity's age. He would describe what he had seen, the failures and the recoveries, the cruelties and the kindnesses, the extraordinary scientific achievements and the extraordinary spiritual forgetting, the slow reawakening, the specific people who had treated him with kindness when they had no reason to, the specific moments when human civilization had demonstrated that connection and love were as fundamental to its nature as its capacity for violence and pride. Chapter 126. Wei's answer. Wei spoke to the ancient root through the unified network of 7 billion meditating humans. Their collective spiritual presence carried his words with a weight that would have been impossible for him to generate alone. This was not his answer, but humanity's answer, delivered through the voice of the being most capable of expressing it. He explained, humanity had fallen and risen countless times. In this age, they had been spiritually blind but technologically ascending. Their reintegration with cultivation represented a new epoch, not better or worse than before, but different in ways that might surprise even an eternal being. He spoke of what had happened in the years since his awakening. The academy and its thousands of students, the international accords and their imperfect but genuine commitments, the technology that had been developed to make cultivation accessible to everyone rather than only to those born with spiritual gifts. The children of the post-revelation generation who were growing up with spiritual awareness as simply part of how they experienced reality. We have become, Wei said through the network, something you did not expect. We have integrated the old and the new. We have learned to use ancient wisdom to guide modern innovation. We have achieved power while maintaining ethics. And most importantly, we have learned to love and to care for those weaker than ourselves rather than simply dominating them. Perhaps that is sufficient reason to allow us to continue. He did not ask for permission. He stated what had been accomplished and trusted that the accomplishment would speak for itself. The answer took 2 hours. Wei spoke through the network, with the unified attention of 7 billion people lending his words a weight that exceeded what he could have produced individually. He spoke not in the formal cultivation language that ancient texts used for celestial communication, but in the plain, specific language that his years in the modern world had taught him was more honest than formality. He spoke about Choi Min-jun, the construction foreman who had helped a disoriented stranger from a jade coffin, and asked him if he needed an ambulance. About Dr. Han, who had spent his career looking for the mechanism behind things that couldn't be explained, and who had greeted the most inexplicable thing in medical history with scientific excitement rather than fear. About Soyen's family, who had kept faith with an obligation across 3,000 years without ever seeing evidence that the faith was justified. He spoke about the children in Seoul who were growing up treating cultivation practice as simply what you did in the morning, the way previous generations had treated toothbrushing, ordinary, necessary, part of the foundation of a day. He spoke about the musician who heard qi as music and the engineer who understood it as a distributed system and the martial artist who had found in it the deeper dimension his entire career had been reaching toward. And he spoke about the mother in the root's own trial, who had held her dying child with presence rather than power, who had not tried to fix it, who had simply been there. This, Wei said, is what humanity has become, not despite everything, but through it. Chapter 127. The root's trial. The ancient root, intrigued by Wei's answer, offered a trial. It would remove all cultivation ability from every human on Earth for exactly 24 hours. If civilization collapsed during that time, humanity was insufficient and the age would be ended. If civilization held, humanity had proven itself worthy of continued existence. Wei accepted the trial without hesitation. He understood immediately what the root was testing. Not whether humans could fight or protect themselves or maintain power hierarchies. Whether they could function as a civilization in the absence of the extraordinary, whether ordinary human connection and care and commitment were sufficient foundations, or whether cultivation had become a crutch on which everything else depended. The moment the trial began, every cultivator on Earth lost their power simultaneously. The global network shattered. Humanity was effectively reset to a pre-cultivation state. The world's response in the first hour was chaotic. Cultivators who had been performing safety functions found themselves without the abilities they had been relying on. Medical practitioners using cultivation-enhanced healing lost those capabilities. Emergency responders who had developed cultivation-based protocols had to revert to conventional methods. But the chaos was not collapse. It was adjustment. The trial was announced not through language, but through a change in the spiritual landscape that every practitioner on Earth felt simultaneously. The particular quality of ambient qi that had been building since the root's awakening changed. It became attenuated, thin, stripped of the spiritual component that cultivation drew on. It was not dramatic or violent. It was simply gone, the way warmth is gone when a fire goes out. The first people to notice were the most advanced practitioners, who felt the change as an immediate reduction in their cultivation capability. Cultivation functions that required continuous spiritual input simply stopped working. Healing techniques ceased to function. Power applications that depended on ambient qi to sustain them faded. The electronic ley line network that Jin Wu's technology had been amplifying over years fell suddenly silent. Then the effect propagated to newer practitioners, who lost the faint background hum of spiritual practice that had been becoming as natural as breathing. Then to ordinary people who had never formally practiced but who had, in the world of the revival, absorbed enough ambient spiritual awareness to notice its absence. The absence felt like something they had not realized they needed until it was gone. The world adjusted. In Seoul, the city that had been most deeply transformed by the revival, the adjustment was visible on every street. Practitioners who had been performing small cultivated functions, a senior center worker who had learned to use cultivation-enhanced empathy in her client interactions, a construction supervisor who had developed cultivation-enhanced spatial awareness to prevent accidents, switched without panic to conventional methods. Not because they were unaffected, but because they were also practitioners, and practitioners had learned to work with what they had. Chapter 128. The root's observation. The ancient root emerged partially from Earth's core, observing humanity directly for the 24 hours of the trial. And in observing, it discovered something it had never seen before. The humans of this age were not dependent on supernatural power. They had built dependencies on each other. Technology still functioned. Food systems still worked. Hospitals still operated. Laws still held. Families still cared for each other. And most importantly, people still loved. Not through the lens of power or dominance, but through genuine connection and care. The root observed a mother holding her dying child, not trying to cultivate it back to life, but simply being present with it in its suffering. The moment was ordinary and devastating and beautiful, and the root perceived in it something that eons of observing human civilizations had never shown it before: the capacity to sit with suffering without trying to eliminate it, to hold pain with presence rather than power. It observed a farmer continuing to cultivate crops not because of spiritual power, but because people needed food, because a man had decided that providing for others was simply what he did, regardless of whether any larger framework justified it. It observed communities coming together not for protection or power, but for simple human connection. People who had been strangers being ordinary and kind to each other in the absence of any cultivation-enhanced incentive to do so. For the first time in a million years, the ancient root understood something beyond the framework of civilization as power. It understood civilization as love. The root observed something during its trial that Wei perceived through his Mahayana consciousness, a kind of spiritual commentary on what was being seen, surprise. Something was happening that the root's million-year pattern recognition had not predicted. The humans of this age were not demonstrating the typical behaviors of civilizations under pressure. The hoarding, the hierarchy assertion, the violence that typically emerged when power was suddenly removed from systems that depended on it. They were demonstrating something more like community, neighbors checking on each other, emergency services functioning on pure conventional competence, without the cultivation enhancements that had made their work easier, but not without which they were helpless. Families gathering, not in fear, but in the particular way humans gather when circumstances strip away the noise and leave only what matters. The root had seen human civilizations at their worst. Previous epochs had fallen because when power was removed, what remained was a species that treated each other as resources to be extracted or obstacles to be eliminated. The current epoch was demonstrating something different. When power was removed, what remained was a species that knew how to be together. Wei watched this happen through the spiritual network that his Mahayana consciousness maintained even with chi stripped from the environment. He felt the root's observation. He felt the quality of its attention change as the hours of the trial passed, becoming less evaluative, more simply witnessing. He was also observing, through the same network, the quality of the human response to the trial. Not the dramatic moments, the crises managed and connections maintained, but the quieter texture of how people were with each other when the spiritual infrastructure was temporarily absent. What he noticed was how many people defaulted to care. Not everyone. The trial had produced its share of anxious self-protection, of fear that manifested as distrust, of people who had been holding themselves together with cultivation practice, discovering that without it they were more fragile than they had known. These responses were also real, also important. He was not selecting for the best and ignoring the rest. But the aggregate, the proportion of people who, when placed under pressure, reached toward others rather than away from them, was higher than the historical record of previous epochs had suggested it would be. The root was noticing this. Wei was noticing the root noticing it, and feeling something that he recognized as hope, which was different from confidence or certainty, but which was also not nothing. The trial was exposing something that normal conditions concealed, the genuine baseline of human solidarity, unenhanced by cultivation, unencouraged by spiritual incentive. The simple fact of people who, when the exceptional was removed, turned out to be ordinarily good to each other. Not perfectly, not without exception, but as a general disposition, as the thing that most people reached for when they had to choose quickly. It was, Wei thought, enough. Not a guarantee of anything. Simply enough to work with. Chapter 129. The Restoration and Offer. When the 24 hours concluded, the ancient root restored cultivation to all humans simultaneously. The restoration was not gradual. It was immediate, complete. Every cultivation base returned exactly as it had been. More than that, the root made an unprecedented offer. Humanity could integrate into the eternal cycle differently than previous civilizations. Rather than eventually being destroyed to make room for a new epoch, this age could persist in a new form, could co-evolve with spiritual realms, could continue to develop alongside the heavens rather than beneath them. The offer was unprecedented in the root's million years of observation. No previous civilization had received it. The root had watched hundreds of human ages rise and fall, had terminated most of them deliberately when they reached the point of fundamental stagnation or corruption, had let a few expire naturally. But it had never offered continuation. The offer was acceptance. The offer was dignity. The offer was the possibility of human civilization continuing indefinitely, evolving and growing rather than cycling through destruction and replacement. Wei, perceiving the offer through his Mahayana consciousness, sat with it for a long moment before responding. He did not accept immediately. He understood that accepting an offer whose full implications were not yet clear was the kind of choice that seemed wise at the moment and proved costly across centuries. He thought about how to communicate this hesitation to an entity that had been operating on million-year timescales, how to convey that his pause was not reluctance to commit, but the specific kind of care that genuine commitment required. The root might not have context for the difference. Or it might have exactly the context, having watched civilizations make the distinction between genuine and performative commitment across epochs. He communicated through the cultivation channel that his Mahayana stage provided, not words, but the quality of attention he was bringing to the offer. Genuine attention, the kind that did not rush toward acceptance because acceptance would feel satisfying, but that held the offer up and examined it from the various angles that experience had taught him to examine large decisions from. The root received this attention and waited. He thought about the question of what integration into the eternal cycle actually meant for ordinary people, for the farmers and factory workers and teachers and children who would be living their lives within whatever civilizational framework he was about to shape. For the grandmother who had asked him to explain the breathing technique again, more carefully. For Choi's colleagues on the construction sites. For the teenager in Busan who had written to him about whether cultivation made you smarter, whose question had been both entirely ordinary and entirely serious. Whatever the covenant meant at the cosmic level, it had to mean something livable at the ordinary level. Not just possible, but worth living. Something that enriched the specific daily texture of actual human lives rather than merely repositioning their civilization within a larger cosmic order. He communicated this as well. The root, he thought, was capable of understanding it. What does integration into the eternal cycle mean in practice? He asked. What are we accepting, and what are we committing to? What does integration into the eternal cycle mean in practice? He asked. What are we accepting, and what are we committing to? The question seemed to please the root. It elaborated. Wei's answer to the root's offer was considered very carefully before he gave it. The offer was extraordinary, the first of its kind in a million years of root activity. It deserved the same quality of consideration that it represented. What gave him confidence in accepting was the specific form the offer took. It was not a guarantee. It was a permission to continue, with the understanding that continuation was earned through ongoing demonstration rather than through having passed a one-time test. The root was not granting humanity's civilization a permanent license. It was extending the evaluation period under more favorable terms. This was, Wei recognized, exactly the kind of offer that should be accepted. A guarantee would have been suspicious. Nothing in the universe functioned through permanent guarantees. A permission contingent on ongoing conduct was honest. It reflected how things actually worked. Civilizations that maintained their integrity persisted, and civilizations that didn't eventually did not. Humanity would have to continue being worthy. The root would continue to observe. Wei would continue to serve as the point of contact between the two, the being who could be perceived by both and could represent each to the other. It was, Wei thought, about as good an outcome as he could have hoped for. The days following the root's offer were occupied by the practical work of communication. Explaining to Yi Jae-sung and the government what had transpired, explaining to his disciples what the offer meant for their work, explaining to the cultivation community globally what the new relationship between humanity and the cosmic order implied for practice. He did this through a series of increasingly public communications, building from private conversations toward the formal announcement that the accord would eventually contain. One thing he found himself explaining repeatedly was the distinction between the ancient root's judgment of human civilization and any particular nation's or individual's assessment of the same. The root had not evaluated Korea, or Seoul, or Wei's Academy, or any specific human institution. It had evaluated humanity at scale, the quality of the civilization's aggregate commitment to values that transcended power and domination. Every nation had contributed to that evaluation, including nations whose cultivation programs had been less ethically managed than Wei's. The judgment was not of the best elements of humanity, but of the representative quality of humanity as a whole. This was important to communicate accurately, because some nations were already interpreting the root's acceptance as a validation of their specific approaches to cultivation development, which was not what it was. The acceptance was more honest and more challenging than that. It was recognition that humanity, across all its inconsistency and failure and cruelty, was moving generally in a direction worth supporting. The inconsistency and failure and cruelty remained real. The general direction was what had been assessed. This distinction was one that Wei understood more immediately than most, because it described something he recognized from his own experience. He had not been sealed because he was uniformly bad. He had been sealed because the dangerous aspects of his character were outweighing his better qualities at the critical moment. And the 3,000 years of absence had allowed his better qualities to develop without the dangerous aspects distorting them. The root was applying the same kind of nuanced assessment to humanity, recognizing the better qualities while being aware of the dangerous ones, and making a judgment about trajectory rather than current position. Chapter 130. The Celestial Agreement. The Immortal Council held a summit to decide whether to accept the Ancient Root's unprecedented offer. The debate was fierce and extended across 3 days of celestial time, which translated to approximately 2 hours of mortal experience. The Immortals were not slow thinkers. Their temporal scale was simply different. Wei argued for acceptance, explaining through the Keeper that humanity had proven itself through the trial, that human civilization had demonstrated values worth preserving, that the future lay not in domination but in partnership between worlds. The vote was narrow, but acceptance won. The first permanent partnership between mortal and immortal realms was about to be established. The partnership would require ongoing commitments from both sides. Humanity would take responsibility for Earth's spiritual health, maintaining the array integration network, managing the ley line flows, ensuring that the planet's spiritual infrastructure remained stable. The celestial realms would provide access to knowledge and spiritual resources that mortal cultivation could not independently develop. It was not an equal partnership. Humanity's celestial counterparts were vastly more ancient and powerful, but it was a genuine partnership, an acknowledgement that each side had something the other needed. Wei spent time after the celestial vote thinking about what genuine partnership between unequal parties actually required. The ancient cultivation world had produced many arrangements that called themselves partnerships, but were functionally hierarchies with better terminology. The stronger party set the terms, the weaker party accommodated, and the arrangement was called partnership because calling it what it was would have created friction. The current situation was different in a specific way. The celestial realms had something to gain from humanity's continued development that they could not produce through their own efforts. The trial had revealed this clearly. The quality of connection that humanity demonstrated during the Qi Strip period was not something celestial cultivation produced. The ancient immortals had transcended their mortal origins so thoroughly that what they had gained in power and perspective they had lost in groundedness. They had become, in some measure, spectators of the kind of existence they had once inhabited. Wei was, from the celestial realm's perspective, something unprecedented, a being who had traversed the full spectrum from mortal to near-immortal emperor and had chosen, at the point of final transcendence, to maintain the mortal connection rather than sever it. He was evidence that the spectrum could be traversed without losing what was valuable at the mortal end. The partnership's genuine mutuality rested on this. Not on a quality of power, that was not achievable and not required. On a quality of genuine need. Both sides had something the other lacked. That was the real foundation of a relationship that could persist across the eons that both parties were now committed to navigating together. The children of the post-revelation generation were the clearest evidence that this relationship was already bearing fruit. Young Park Ji-soo, observing Wei during one of his visits to the children's cultivation school, had asked him why his chi looked different from her teacher's chi. She had described what she saw with precision: the quality of age in his cultivation base, the character of the array's integrated power, the way his Mahayana consciousness expressed itself to a clear-eyed observer. Her description was accurate in ways that would have required a senior practitioner at body integration stage to perceive. She was 10 years old, and she had simply never been told that these things should be difficult to see. "It is different because I have been cultivating for much longer," he told her, "and the power I carry includes some things that accumulated over that time." "Oh," she said. "How old are you?" "Very old," he said. She nodded. "My grandmother says old people's chi has texture." He thought about this for several days. It was entirely accurate, and it had been said with the uncomplicated directness of someone who had not yet learned to find such observations remarkable. The Celestial Beings Summit had been conducted at a pace that bore no relationship to human temporal experience. The council had deliberated across what, from the mortal realm's perspective, had been the 20 minutes Wei spent in meditation after the root made its offer. From the immortal realm's perspective, the deliberation had taken considerably longer. The thing that Wei took away from the Keeper's report was not the vote count, but a specific comment that the eldest of the immortals had made, that the current human age was distinguished from previous ages not by its power or its spirituality, but by its capacity to surprise. Previous civilizations had been predictable in their development once they reached a certain scale. The current age had confounded every prediction the council had made about it. The Keeper said this to Wei as something the eldest had specifically asked to be conveyed. "It means they are paying attention," Gao Li said, when Wei shared this. "It means they are curious," Soyan said, "which is better than respectful. Respect creates distance. Curiosity creates engagement." Wei considered this. "You have been spending too much time with the celestial channels," he told her. "I have been spending exactly the right amount of time," she replied. "You're the bridge, but you need people to help you understand what you're bridging." The conversation happened over tea in the kitchen of their home, which was an ordinary house in Mapogu not far from where Wei had first emerged from the jade coffin years before. The house was not what anyone who knew his history would have predicted for someone who had been Immortal Emperor. It was modest, practical, full of books and papers, and the particular accumulation of objects that marked a space where people genuinely lived. Soyan's research notes covered one wall. Wei's cultivation manuals, both the reconstructed ancient texts and the modern methodology documents his students had developed, occupied another. Gaoli visited regularly and always found the house exactly as it was, which she found both surprising and somehow deeply correct. She had grown up in the Kyoto compound, with its careful preservation of forms, its atmosphere of cultivated historical significance. The way of her family's mythology should have lived in something that reflected his status. Instead, he lived in a place that reflected his commitments. The celestial observation comment, the eldest immortal's note about being surprised, stayed with Wei longer than the other elements of the report. Surprise was an unusual quality to attribute to something that had been observing human civilizations for 1,000,000 years. It implied that the accumulated pattern recognition of eons had been insufficient to predict this specific trajectory, which meant that whatever this age had produced, it had produced it through some combination of choices and circumstances that the historical record did not contain. He found this genuinely encouraging, not because novelty was automatically good, plenty of novel things were terrible, but because it meant the assessment was real. The Root and the Council had not simply checked the current age against a template of what civilizations were supposed to look like and found a match. They had encountered something they had not seen before and had responded to what was actually there. That kind of honest observation was the only kind worth caring about. Chapter 131. The New Covenant. Wei, Soyan, and international representatives met in a space between worlds, a neutral ground where mortal and immortal could exist together. Here, they negotiated the New Covenant. Humanity would continue to advance. Cultivation would become standard civilization. Humans would eventually develop the ability to bridge to celestial realms themselves, and in exchange, humanity would accept responsibility for Earth's well-being and contribution to the greater cosmic order. The negotiation took days. Soyan served as one of humanity's primary negotiators. Her historian's understanding of how civilizational commitments had worked and failed across millennia, making her valuable in ways that pure cultivation power could not provide. The document they produced was not short. It ran to hundreds of pages of careful language, negotiated with the precision that both mortal and immortal parties required. But its core was simple. Humanity would be permitted to develop, would have access to resources and knowledge beyond what it had previously possessed, and in exchange would commit to using that access responsibly. It was a document unlike any other, not imposed by one power on another, but negotiated between entities that had recognized each other's genuine worth. The Root had witnessed humanity's love during the trial. The Council had evaluated Wei's choices across his years of awakening. The evidence had been gathered, the assessment had been made, and the conclusion was that this age of humanity was worth investing in. The negotiation of the New Covenant was conducted in the liminal space between mortal and immortal realms, a location that Wei's Mahayana cultivation allowed him to access, while Soyan participated through her family's bloodline connection to the original sealing work and through the spiritual sensitivity she had developed over years of practice. The celestial representatives they negotiated with were not the Keeper. The Keeper had explained that, as Wei's advocate during the Council's deliberation, its credibility as a neutral party for negotiation was compromised. Instead, two other immortals participated, beings whose names and histories Wei was only beginning to learn. Soyan negotiated with extraordinary skill for a practitioner of her stage, drawing on the same historical and structural understanding that had served her so well in the Mongolia crisis. She read the celestial representatives the way she read historical documents, looking for the underlying structure, the thing that was really being asked for beneath the formal requests, the unstated needs that the stated terms were serving. The result was a covenant that satisfied both sides precisely because it did not promise what could not be delivered and did not demand what would not be given. The celestial realms were not offering to protect humanity from all challenges. They were offering access to resources and knowledge that humans could use in their ongoing self-development. Humanity was not promising to be perfect. It was promising to try, and to understand that trying was what the partnership required. Chapter 132. The Immortal Emperor Path Rejects. Final. For the last time, Wei was offered the path to Immortal Emperor status. The celestial beings, impressed by his negotiation with the ancient Root, offered him the chance to complete his ascension. It was presented as reward, recognition that his work had earned him the right to transcend if he chose. Wei held Soyan's hand in the neutral space between worlds. He thought about the jade coffin, about 3,000 years in the dark, about awakening in the noise and light of a construction site, with no power and no knowledge of how the world had changed. He thought about Choi Min-jun's pragmatic kindness, and Dr. Han's scientific fascination, and Park Soyun's family shrine, and Yi Jae-sung's measured loyalty. He thought about Nam's fighting forms, and Min-ah's music, and Jin Woo's meticulous notebooks. He thought about the morning he stood on the academy's roof and felt afraid for the first time since awakening. "I have all I need," Wei said, holding Soyun's hand. "Power beyond this is not improvement. Connection, purpose, love, these are the achievements worth pursuing. I choose to remain as I am." The refusal was the most powerful statement he could make, that even ultimate power paled in comparison to the simple human experiences of connection and love. The celestial beings received his refusal without argument. Some of them, Wei thought, had expected it. Some of them had perhaps hoped for it. The refusal had a particular quality that Wei noted. It was easy. Not because Immortal Emperor status lacked appeal. The power, the perspective, the freedom from human limitation all retained their theoretical attraction. But he had spent months at Mahayana discovering that the things he had thought would satisfy him were not the things that actually did. The ancient cultivation path had been organized around ascending hierarchy as the primary definition of achievement. Each stage of cultivation brought greater power, greater awareness, greater separation from the limitations of earlier stages. The direction of movement was always away, away from fragility, away from mortality, away from dependence, away from vulnerability. The ideal endpoint was a being who needed nothing and feared nothing. He had been moving toward that endpoint for 3,000 years before his sealing, and the endpoint, as he had come to understand it, was not what its description suggested. A being who needed nothing and feared nothing was also a being who could not be moved. The things that had moved him in his modern life, Min-ah's music, Choi's morning tea, the specific quality of Soyun's attention when she found something interesting in a historical text, all of them required vulnerability to receive. All of them would be unavailable to a being who had completed the ancient path correctly. The ancient masters had written that Immortal Emperor stage conferred freedom from all attachment. Wei had read this as a description of liberation. He was now reading it as a description of loss. Freedom from attachment was freedom from the things that attached to you, and the things that attached to you were the things you loved. He did not want that freedom. He had had it once, in the jade, and it was not liberation. It was isolation so complete that the word isolation was insufficient for it. "I have all I need," he said again, more quietly this time, meaning it in ways the earlier statement had not yet fully reached. The celestial beings had presented the offer without pressure, which was itself informative. They had offered it as a genuine option, not as a test, not with any particular stake in the outcome. They simply wanted to know where he stood. He stood in Seoul, with Soyun, with his students, with the cultivation civilization they had built together. He stood at the intersection of ancient and modern, at the meeting point of mortal and immortal, at the place where 3,000 years of sealed purpose had been redeemed into something worth staying for. "I appreciate the offer," he said to the assembled celestial beings who had witnessed his final refusal. "But I belong to a particular moment in a particular world. It is enough." One of the immortals, the older of the two who had participated in the covenant negotiations, said, "We understand. More than you might expect." Wei filed that away as something to think about for centuries. Chapter 133. The global transformation with cosmic approval for humanity's continued existence. The world transformed rapidly. New technologies emerged from cultivation science fusion. Young humans began showing innate ability to touch immortal realms and dreams. Cultural exchange between celestial and mortal beings began carefully. The exchange was not dramatic. No celestial beings descended to walk among humans. No humans ascended to celestial realms. It was subtler than that. A gradual opening of channels that had been closed for millennia, an increase in the permeability of the boundary between realms, a growing awareness among cultivators that the spiritual reality they were accessing was genuinely connected to something beyond Earth. Children of the post-revelation generation began reporting dreams that were not ordinary dreams, visionary experiences that carried spiritual information, that advanced their cultivation understanding in ways that waking practice alone could not explain. When Wei investigated, he found that the celestial realms were indeed reaching toward the young practitioners, offering knowledge through the channels that the new covenant had opened. The age of isolation was truly ending. The age of integration was beginning. And for the first time, humans understood that they were not the pinnacle of existence, but rather one part of a far larger cosmos, with potential to grow and contribute beyond their wildest ancient dreams. The partnership agreement that the new covenant represented was, Wei recognized, exactly as good as the people who honored it. He had not achieved a structural guarantee. He had achieved a relationship, and relationships required ongoing maintenance. Every agreement the covenant contained would need to be interpreted in specific circumstances, negotiated in practical applications, defended when expedient shortcuts presented themselves. This was, he had come to understand, simply how governance worked. In the ancient cultivation world, he had imagined that establishing the right power hierarchy would create lasting order, that if sufficiently powerful beings held the right positions, the order they enforced would be stable. 3,000 years of absence had demonstrated otherwise. Power hierarchies maintained themselves only as long as the power persisted. What persisted across power transitions was principle, and principle persisted only as long as people kept choosing it. He would keep choosing it. His students would keep choosing it. The students' would keep choosing it. Or they would not, and the new covenant would need to be renegotiated, and whatever was learned from that process would become the foundation of whatever came after. This was not a disappointing understanding. It was the most honest one available. The global transformation had the particular quality of changes that happened so thoroughly that people eventually forget they happened at all. Cultivation became simply part of how people lived, not in the dramatic, world-altering way that the early years had suggested, but in the quiet, persistent way that fundamental changes become part of the fabric of ordinary experience. Schools taught basic meditation alongside mathematics. Hospitals incorporated cultivation-enhanced healing techniques alongside conventional medicine. Architects designed buildings to be spiritually functional as well as physically functional. Urban planners mapped ley lines as they mapped utilities. The world was not a cultivation fantasy, not a realm where everyone flew and spoke to spirits and wielded visible spiritual power. Most people's cultivation development remained at relatively modest levels, their practice integrated into daily life as a form of wellness and awareness rather than as an avenue to superhuman capability. But the relationship between humans and spiritual reality was different, conscious, intentional, honored. And occasionally, in a classroom or a hospital or a park, a child would do something that revealed the next stage of what humanity was becoming. A 9-year-old healing a minor wound with focused attention, a 12-year-old perceiving the ley line configuration of a neighborhood she had never visited before, a teenager mediating a conflict between friends by sensing the emotional chi patterns of both parties and finding the common ground that the words were obscuring. This was Wei's inheritance to the world, not his specific techniques or his particular power. The permission to be more than what previous generations had understood humans to be. The teenager mediating her friend's conflict by sensing their emotional chi patterns would not, in another 20 years, remember that this had ever been unusual. Her children would grow up in a world where it was simply a skill some people had, the way some people had musical pitch or spatial intelligence. The capacity that Wei had rebuilt from nothing in a sealed tunnel by lantern light would become ordinary, not diminished, but ordinary, the way all profound things become ordinary when they are sufficiently shared. This was the right outcome. The ancient cultivation world had kept its practices rare through restriction, and the rarity had given the practice a false prestige, a mystical quality that depended on its inaccessibility for its apparent significance. When cultivation became accessible, when it became one human capacity among many, the mystical prestige would fade, and something more solid would replace it. Simple utility, simple understanding, the plain fact that humans could do this thing and that the thing was worth doing. Wei found himself thinking about this most clearly in his interactions with children. They had no investment in cultivation's mystique. They approached it with the same practical curiosity they brought to learning to read or to ride a bicycle. Something interesting, something they wanted to be able to do, something that required practice and attention. They were not awed by it. They were engaged with it. He was happier with the engaged children than he would have been with the odd ones. Chapter 134. The Private Moment. Wei and Soyan. Now in their 40s, Soyan aging naturally, Wei maintaining a physical stability that his Mahayana cultivation provided, sat in the Han River's sacred grove and reflected on what they had built together and what they had been. The grove was quieter than the city, which was never entirely quiet. The river ran past with the same indifferent consistency it had maintained for millennia, carrying its spiritual charge without requiring acknowledgement. Do you regret not ascending? Soyan asked. It was the kind of question that a different relationship might have avoided, too loaded, too vulnerable to give an honest answer that might not be what the other person wanted to hear. But they had been through too much together for diplomatic evasion. Wei answered, I spent 3,000 years alone in darkness. I would spend 1,000 more ordinary years with you in light. That is not regret. That is clarity about what matters. Soyeon cried, not from sadness, but from the weight of being loved that completely by something that could have transcended love entirely. She pressed her face against Wei's shoulder and let herself be held by someone who had made an enormous choice and had not once, expressed regret for it. They sat for a long time after that, listening to the river, watching the city's lights reflect off the water. Seoul, which had been the site of Wei's awakening and his first confusing steps in the modern world, had become something more fundamental. It had become home. The Han River Shrine had become, over the years, something different from what it had been when Soyeon's family built it. It was the same physical structure, the same ancient stones, the same careful preservation of architectural tradition, the same altar where Soyeon's grandfather had kept his notes about the sealed being he believed would someday need the knowledge she had preserved. But the quality of the space had changed. Spiritual practice in the shrine over years had deepened the place's spiritual character the way prayer deepens old stone, not by adding something, but by revealing what was already there. Wei's frequent meditation in the grove by the river had connected the site to the ley line network in ways that made the space perceptible even to people with no cultivation training, who would visit without understanding why they found it peaceful. On the afternoon of their conversation, they had the grove to themselves. The city hummed at a distance. The river moved past with its cultivated calm, and Wei and Soyeon sat in the ordinary silence of people who have been through extraordinary things together and have learned to let the silence hold it. "Do you remember the first thing I said to you?" Soyeon asked. "It's remarkable, isn't it?" Wei replied. "About the meditation jade at the museum. I had been staring at it for 20 minutes trying to understand why it made me feel the way it did," she said. "And then you walked in and stood beside me, and I realized immediately that you knew." "I didn't know," he said. "I didn't know yet that you knew because you'd been there when it was made," she said. "No," he agreed. "That was a more surprising piece of information." Chapter 135. The disciples' inheritance. Wei formally stepped back from direct leadership of the global cultivation movement. The ceremony was quiet, not a dramatic resignation or a formal transfer of power, but a gradual shift that everyone in the cultivation community recognized when they looked back later. Nam became director of Korea's Ministry of Spiritual Heritage, the first such ministry in the world, responsible for integrating cultivation practice with government functions in ways that honored both the ancient wisdom and modern institutional requirements. He approached the role with the same martial precision he brought to everything, creating systems that were robust and clear. Minna led the International Harmonics Research Program, a collaboration between musicians and cultivation practitioners in 30 countries that was producing new understandings of the relationship between sound, consciousness, and spiritual development. Her work had attracted the attention of celestial musicians, the first confirmed cultural exchange between mortal and immortal creativity. Jinwoo oversaw technological integration of cultivation across all nations, leading a company that had become one of the most important organizations in the world, developing the infrastructure that made cultivation practice accessible to people who would never have the time or resources for traditional training. The first generation, trained by Wei, were training the next generation. His life's work became self-perpetuating. The transition of leadership had not been a single event. It had been a process of years, beginning long before Wei formally stepped back, beginning honestly in the moments when he chose to ask his students' counsel rather than provide his own, when he chose to defer to Soyeon's historical analysis rather than relying on his own ancient memories, when he realized that the best decisions he made were the ones made with the counsel rather than by it. Nam ran his ministry with the combination of martial directness and cultivation wisdom that had always characterized him. His team was famous for being extraordinarily effective and somewhat frightening to anyone who tried to circumvent proper procedure. The martial artist's intolerance for the kind of institutional corner-cutting that cultivation power made tempting was legendary in Korean government circles. Gao Li had expanded the Global Array Stabilization Force into something that Wei had not originally envisioned, but that made complete sense. An early warning system for cultivation-related phenomena worldwide, staffed by the most perceptive practitioners from every tradition, designed to identify the next crisis before it reached the scale of the Seoul array emergence. She ran it with the 3,000-year family history of cultivation monitoring encoded in her consciousness, and she was extraordinarily good at it. The ghost, Kang Min-ho, had transitioned from underground preservation network to legitimate cultural institution. The Seoul Foundation for Ancient Cultural Studies had become one of Korea's most respected heritage organizations, its collection of cultivation artifacts now displayed publicly and studied by researchers from around the world. Minho himself had achieved foundation establishment in his 50s, which had surprised him more than anyone. Wei's formal step back from direct leadership was less dramatic than the cultivation community had expected and more comprehensive than they had initially understood. He had not simply handed over organizational roles. He had changed his relationship to the entire enterprise, from someone who was building something to someone who was maintaining the conditions under which something could continue to build itself. The distinction was substantial. Building required him to be present at every significant decision point, to direct and coordinate and correct when the direction drifted. Maintaining required something different, staying available, keeping his perspective accessible, ensuring that the people who were doing the building had what they needed, intervening when genuine crises arose, and trusting the people around him when they were not. This was harder than building. Building had given him the structure of purpose, something to accomplish, something to measure progress against, the daily satisfaction of things advancing. Maintenance gave him something more diffuse and more difficult to hold: trust. The daily, ongoing, sometimes uncomfortable act of trusting that the cultivation civilization he had helped create would continue to make the choices that had made it worth creating in the first place. He had 3,000 years of evidence about how difficult sustained trust was. The ancient cultivation world had periodically lost it, had experienced collapses of the shared commitment to cultivation practice as a form of wisdom rather than a tool of domination. He had contributed to some of those collapses himself, which he remembered with the particular clarity that important mistakes tend to retain. He was choosing, this time, to trust. It was, he acknowledged to himself, still occasionally frightening, which probably meant it was the right choice. Chapter 136. The last teaching. Wei gave one final, massive public teaching to every cultivator on Earth. He broadcast it through the cultivation network that Jin Wu had built, reaching every practitioner simultaneously, speaking in a way that the temporal adaptation system translated into comprehensible form for each listener regardless of language or cultural background. The teaching was simple. Cultivation is not about power. It has never been about power. It is about choosing what kind of person you become when you have the choice to become anything. Choose wisely. Choose kindly. Choose in service to something greater than yourself. He spoke for an hour. The content was not new. He had said variations of this in every teaching he had given since his awakening. But the context gave it weight that repetition could not diminish. What the broadcast could not capture was the experience in the physical spaces where people gathered to watch it. In Seoul, in parks and community centers and homes across the city, people who had been following Wei's teachings watched their teacher give what he described as his final major address. The quality of attention in those spaces had, by multiple accounts, a spiritual dimension that was physically perceptible to practitioners in the room, a gathering of focused human intention that registered in cultivation senses as something distinct from ordinary human presence. Soyeon watched from the academy's main hall, surrounded by students she had been teaching for the past year. She had been at the academy when Wei left for the broadcast studio, had watched him prepare with the same thoroughness he brought to everything, had seen him choose his words with the care of someone who understood that what you say last matters differently from what you say when there will be more opportunities to clarify. She taught her class that evening as she always did, because her students had signed up for instruction that week and they were here and the teaching should happen. But they spent most of the class discussing the broadcast, and she found that the discussion was itself one of the best teaching sessions she had conducted, not because she had anything exceptional to contribute, but because her students had been moved by what they had heard and needed to process it, and being present for that processing was itself a form of cultivation. After class, alone in the room, she sat for a long time thinking about a man who had been sealed in jade for 3,000 years, choosing to give his last great teaching about the practice of choosing well. She thought it was possibly the most economical piece of wisdom she had ever encountered. 3,000 years, and the final word was, choose. As if everything else had been preparation for the moment of that choice, and the choosing itself was what cultivation had always been about. This was Wei Tianlong, who had been an immortal emperor, who had been sealed in jade, who had rebuilt himself from nothing in a world that had forgotten what he was, who had chosen again and again to serve rather than to dominate, saying the single thing that all of that experience had taught him. The teaching became the foundation for cultivation ethics globally, ensuring that as power spread through human civilization, it remained guided by principles of service and compassion. The last teaching had been carefully considered. Wei had spent weeks deciding what to say, trying to distill everything that 3,000 years of existence and one extraordinary modern year had taught him into something that could be transmitted to everyone, including people who were only beginning their practice. The teaching he chose was not about technique. He had other teachers for technique, better than himself in many domains. The teaching he chose was about orientation, about the fundamental direction from which all cultivation techniques should emerge. The broadcast reached practitioners in Seoul meditating in parks, students in university cultivation programs, children in schools where morning meditation had become standard, advanced practitioners in mountain monasteries and city apartments and laboratories, the Russian practitioners still rebuilding foundations damaged by artificial enhancement, the American practitioners incorporating cultivation into every branch of professional practice, the Kenyan children who had grown up in the post-revelation age and for whom cultivation was simply what you did to develop yourself. He spoke for an hour. The simplicity of the teaching made people expect more. When it became clear that there was no more, that the teaching really was as simple as it sounded, the response was initially confused and then, in many accounts, profoundly clarifying. He had said, "Choose what kind of person you become when you have the choice to become anything." Everything else was a footnote. Chapter 137. The family begins. Soyan became pregnant. Wei, who had fathered no children in his first 3,000 years of life, was about to become a father in his present era. He spent a morning sitting very still in the Han River shrine with this fact, letting it settle into understanding. He had rebuilt his cultivation base. He had integrated the demonic array. He had negotiated with the ancient root. He had chosen to remain partially mortal in the face of transcendence. None of those things had made him feel as genuinely, unguardedly astonished as this. The pregnancy was treated with ceremonial importance. The child of Wei and Soyan would carry unprecedented lineage, born to one who was and one who had survived against all odds. Kai, as they decided to name the child, would help define the next age. But more than ceremony, it was personal. Wei found himself attentive to Soyan's condition in ways that had nothing to do with cultivation, noticing when she was tired, learning to cook the specific foods that her body wanted in the early months, sitting with her in the evenings while she read, and occasionally reached over to place his hand on her belly when the child moved. He was learning, at the age of 3,000 years, what it meant to be present in the most ordinary of human experiences. It was, he thought, the most advanced cultivation he had ever attempted. Kai's arrival had changed the academy in ways that Wei had not anticipated. The students, who ranged from recent beginners to practitioners who had been training for years, began spontaneously bringing small gifts to the academy's entrance, not for Wei or Soyan, but for the child. Flowers, carefully chosen objects with spiritual significance, handwritten notes from practitioners who wanted to express something about what the birth meant to them. Wei read every note. Some were formal, referencing the historical significance of the occasion. But the ones that moved him most were the personal ones. Practitioners who wrote about their own cultivation journey and how it had changed them, who wanted Kai to know that he was being born into a world that was genuinely trying to become better than it had been. The most moving was from a woman in Busan who had started practicing after watching Wei's first television broadcast, who had eventually opened a small cultivation school that now had 30 students, who wrote, "My grandfather was a fisherman and my father was a factory worker, and I spent my whole life wondering if there was more to existence than the work you do and the people you know. Now I know there is, and I know how to access it, and I can teach others, and that is the most important thing that has ever happened to me. Your father helped make that possible. Please know that." Wei showed this to Soyan. She read it twice. "Save that one," she said, "for when Kai is old enough to understand it." Chapter 138. The Immortal Farewell. The Keeper of Eastern Gates visited Wei one final time. It appeared not in the celestial channels that they had used for their previous communications, but in physical manifestation, a presence in Wei's meditation chamber that both he and Soyan could perceive, though it registered differently in each of their cultivations. The keeper bowed. The gesture sent shockwaves through the celestial realms that Wei could sense through his Mahayana awareness. An immortal does not bow to mortals, and the keeper had not bowed to anything Indians. But the keeper did, honoring Wei's choice to remain human, honoring his commitment to serve his civilization, honoring his decision to love beyond measure. "You have become what the ancient immortal emperors never were," the keeper said. "You have achieved power while maintaining wisdom. You have transcended without abandoning. You will age and die while I continue eternally. But in that finite existence, you have found something I have never found, purpose that transcends power." The keeper departed, and the particular quality of attention it had directed toward Wei lifted from the room. But the message lingered. Human consciousness, human limitation, human love. These were not weaknesses. They were the sources of meaning that immortality could never access. Wei sat with this truth for a long time. 3,000 years ago, he had believed that the path was always upward. More power, more advancement, more transcendence. The ceiling had interrupted that belief. The modern world had challenged it. And the keeper's bow had confirmed what Wei had been learning for years. The path was not always upward. Sometimes the most profound cultivation was the cultivation of depth rather than height. Chapter 139. The sunrise in Seoul. The period between Kai's birth and Wei's last public teaching was marked by a quality of ordinary life that Wei found himself protecting carefully. He and Soyan had established patterns. Morning cultivation by the river while Soyan slept, breakfast together when she woke, the slow hours of early parenthood organized around the specific, unpredictable rhythms of a new human being discovering how to exist. He had not expected to be surprised by Kai at every turn. He had expected the ancient wisdom and Mahayana awareness that he carried to provide him with some kind of orientation toward the specific experience of having an infant. They did not. Kai was not a cultivation phenomenon. He was a particular, specific person who did not respond to ancient wisdom or Mahayana perception, but did respond to a specific tone of voice, to being carried in a particular position, to the sound of Minna's music when Wei played it from his phone at 3 in the morning when nothing else was working. Wei became an expert, over months, in Kai in the way that parents become experts in their specific child, not through study or cultivation, but through the accumulating attention of presence. He learned what Kai liked and didn't like, what made him laugh, what frightened him, what comforted him when he was frightened. He learned these things the same way every parent learned them, by being there, consistently, with full attention, willing to be surprised, and taught by a person who knew nothing yet, and therefore had no fixed ideas about what anything was supposed to mean. The keeper had observed that Wei had found something the Immortal Emperors had never found. He had meant it as recognition of Wei's cultivation achievement. But sitting in the pre-dawn quiet of his apartment watching Kai sleep, Wei understood it more simply. He had found what it was like to be genuinely at the beginning of something. Not the beginning of a cultivation stage, not the beginning of a new phase of power, but the beginning of a person. It was the most interesting thing he had encountered in 3,000 years. Wei stood on Seoul's tallest building as the sun rose, Soyan's hand in his. Below them, a city of 10 million people woke to a new day. The city was the same in some ways. The towers of glass and steel, the 8-lane roads, the convenience stores on every corner open 24 hours selling ramen and triangular kimbap. And utterly different in others. The ley line flows visible to any cultivator, the spiritual infrastructure that Jinwu's technology had woven into every building and street. The children going to school who would spend part of their day in cultivation practice as naturally as they spent part of it in mathematics. Wei had come to love Seoul in ways that he had not expected when he first emerged, disoriented and powerless, into its blinding construction site lights. He had come to love the particular quality of Korean courtesy and directness that existed simultaneously in the same conversation. He had come to love the food, which the ancient world had offered nothing comparable to. He had come to love the way the city held together enormous diversity of human experience without losing its particular character. Around them, a world of 7 billion humans woke to a reality remade. And in the immortal realms above, celestial beings observed the strange phenomenon of a former immortal emperor choosing to live as human. Wei had transformed from the strongest to the most fulfilled, and in that transformation, he had given humanity permission to seek the same. Connection over domination, love over power, meaning over achievement. The first age of Wei Tianlong's awakening was complete. Chapter 140. The eternal cultivation. The final chapter is not an ending, but a door. Kai is born on a night when Seoul's ley lines sing with power, when the boundary between worlds grows thin, when human consciousness and celestial awareness touch each other for the first time as equals. The hospital is ordinary, modern, full of the beeping of monitors and the efficient movements of medical staff who have been trained in both conventional medicine and cultivation healing. Soyan is exhausted in the way that all mothers are exhausted, and Wei sits beside her bed holding her hand with both of his, which is not a cultivation technique, which is simply what you do when someone you love has been through something difficult and has arrived safely on the other side. Wei holds his son for the first time, tears streaming down his face, crying not from sorrow but from the recognition that the greatest cultivation is the ability to start over, to grow, to change, to love. 3,000 years ago, Wei was sealed in jade. 3,000 years later, he stands in a hospital in Seoul, holding a baby, understanding that the true nature of cultivation is not ascending beyond life, but deepening your relationship with it. The baby is small in the way that all babies are small, which is to say, entirely, comprehensively small in a way that something very ancient can find overwhelming because he had forgotten that everything begins this small. Kai's eyes are not yet focused. His fists are clenched in the instinctive grip of newborns. He has no idea that his father negotiated with the ancient root on behalf of all of humanity, or that his mother encoded sealing protocols in a Mongolian demon battle 3 years ago. He is simply himself, a new person, present in the world for the first time, with the particular quality of presence that newborns have before they begin to be shaped by experience. The novel ends with Kai's first cry carrying through the hospital and into the city, resonating through ley lines and up into celestial realms. A new age has truly begun. Wei Tianlong, the ancient cultivator who woke up in Seoul, is no longer seeking power. He has learned what took 3,000 years in darkness to discover, that the greatest power is the capacity to love, to serve, to care for those around you, to choose connection over transcendence. And as Soyeon smiles at him from her hospital bed, as the city of Seoul continues its ordinary, extraordinary life outside the window, as human civilization continues its journey of integration between the ancient and modern, between mortal and immortal, Wei understands something simple and profound. He has finally come home. And so 3,000 years of silence finds its voice again. If Wei Tianlong's journey through the modern world moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. He would approve. Subscribe and ring the bell. More ancient paths await. Until next time, fellow cultivators. End of Step 7, Chapters 121 to 140. End of complete story 151. An ancient cultivator woke up in Seoul.